Chapter 717, Killing Star Demon Bat. The well water quickly settled down, there were no ripples, it was shining brightly. But the mortal Gu that Fang Yuan tossed in had completely vanished into the water. Fang Yuan knew that his mortal Gu had not been destroyed yet, because he could still sense its existence. But this connection was very weak now. The connection between a Gu master and Gu worm had much to do with distance. The further the Gu worm is from the Gu master, the weaker their connection. In that case, when a Gu master uses the Gu, their mind would send orders. If they gave 10 orders, 9 might be missed and the Gu worm would only execute 1. Of course, this was in ordinary cases. A small portion of Gu worms could maintain a strong connection over a huge distance, they could be easily activated even if they were far away. Some Gu worms were even more peculiar, the closer they were to the Gu master, the weaker their connection, creating distance between them could improve their connection instead. Fang Yuan originally had a close connection to the mortal Gu, but now the feeling was much weaker, it was like the two were very far apart. Fang Yuan followed the connection in his mind, slowly deducing the direction and raising his head. All he saw was the top of the walls in the Star Hall. Fang Yuan activated his investigative Gu. In his field of vision, the roof of the Star Hall became translucent. Fang Yuan's gaze pierced through the roof of the Star Hall, seeing the 6 huge circular star shadows in the green sky. He felt a sensation in his mind, his gaze remained on one of the star shadows. According to the remaining connection he had, he knew that the mortal Gu was on top of that star shadow. The star demon bat's huge wings whipped up fierce winds as countless arrows shot out at the same time. These arrows were all made of starlight, they flew very quickly, piercing the air. Their numbers were high, flying towards Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei like a storm. Seeing the large-scale attack, Shi Lei scoffed in disdain, merely rank 2-star arrow Gu, except the numbers are a bit high. Mortal killer move, fallen gray cloak. Shi Lei's body shook, as a thin layer of yellow-white smoke and dust covered him. He did not dodge, he allowed the arrows to land on his body. No matter how many star arrows came, they dissipated after coming into contact with the mortal killer move fallen gray cloak, vanishing in an instant. The star demon bat lacked intelligence, it could not use killer moves. Although the scale of the wild Gu on its body was large, it could not use Gu in great quantity. How could such an attack compare to a killer move that a human cultivator came up with painstakingly? This time, look at my eagle transformation, Shi Lei shouted, his body shining in a bright golden light. As the light dissipated, Shi Lei had vanished, in his place was a desolate beast iron crown eagle. The iron crown eagle spread its wings, flying in the air, its sharp claws that resembled steel gave off an imposing aura. The size of its body was not any smaller than the star demon bat. Far away, Star Lord Wan Shang quietly observed the battle. Seeing this, he sighed helplessly. Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei was a battle maniac, he refused to fight together in each of these battles. Up to this point, Shi Lei had already killed 11 desolate beasts. Every time he fought a desolate beast, he would use a different type of transformation path killer move, to fight using the body of different desolate beasts. Star Lord Wan Shang was anxious about the time, he had urged Shi Lei to use his strongest methods. But Shi Lei rejected him, saying that he wanted to use this opportunity to accumulate transformation path battle experience, he did not want to waste any chance he had. By accumulating his foundations, he would eventually trigger a qualitative change, elevating his transformation path realm. The iron crown eagle flew for a while, before screeching and pouncing towards the star demon bat. The star demon bat was also screeching, its ruthless nature was awakened as it did not evade, it flapped its wings and collided with the iron crown eagle. 2 huge winged figures were clashing in the sky violently. The star demon bat bit with its mouth, while the iron crown eagle attacked with its beak. The star demon bat scratched with its claws, but the iron crown eagle's talons were just as sharp, they were evenly matched. The two had exchanged many blows within a moment, they left many injuries on each other's body. After a while, they pulled some distance between them. The star demon bat shrieked loudly in a self-satisfied manner. The iron crown eagle that Shi Lei had transformed into had lost most of its feathers, it flapped its wings and after much effort, it stabilized its body. In the battle earlier, the iron crown eagle had suffered a loss, while the star demon bat had the upper hand. Not only were most of its feathers gone, there was an injury on its stomach, Filled with star path Tao marks, it bled continuously and prevented the Iron Crown Eagle's body from healing naturally. Desolate beasts were different from GU Immortals. GU Immortals had weak bodies, their strength rested in GU worms. Even if strength path GU Immortals made their bodies extremely strong, it was still from the effects of GU worms. Meanwhile, the strength of desolate beasts was in their own bodies. Desolate beasts have strength, defense, and other attributes from birth. This was something humans could only dream of. Especially when a desolate beast gets closer to nature during their growth, and develops more Tao marks on their bodies. When they fight in battle, the injuries that desolate beasts cause will have Tao marks lingering. Injuries involving Tao marks were very hard to get rid of. Not only did they resist the body's self-healing, they also hindered the use and effect of healing GU. Of course, if the desolate beast had an immortal GU, the situation would be completely different. The Iron Crown Eagle shrieked, ignoring its injuries and pouncing towards the Star Demon Bat. The two met in the sky again. After several attacks, the Star Demon Bat found an opening and flapped its wings quickly, slamming on the Iron Crown Eagle's head. The Iron Crown Eagle went into a daze, falling towards the ground. The Star Demon Bat flew in the air, flapping its wings thrice at the Iron Crown Eagle. The first one caused an intense wind to blow, as thousands of wind blades shot out. The second caused a burst of starlight, over 10,000 star arrows flew out. The third caused darkness to gather, forming a giant specter that charged towards the Iron Crown Eagle. The Iron Crown Eagle first crashed onto the ground, causing rocks to fly and a crater to form. Next, after it raised its head, it was cut by the wind blades. The Iron Crown Eagle shrieked. It endured the attacks and did not retreat. After enduring the wind blade attacks, it had hundreds of light wounds on its body. It wanted to flap its wings, but the star arrows flew over. These arrows had extraordinary strength. They pierced into the Iron Crown Eagle's body and caused many wounds, but those were not deep. Next, that specter which had no solid body drilled into the Iron Crown Eagle's mind. If it was any ordinary desolate beast, they would have been in trouble, but this Iron Crown Eagle was Shi Lei's transformation. Shi Lei snorted coldly. Thoughts and wills moved in his head, destroying the specter in the blink of an eye. Although he was an Earth Path GU Immortal who also cultivated Transformation Path, he was an established expert. He was a veteran GU Immortal. He learned a lot about many other paths and had a set of complete defensive measures against GU worms of other paths. Lord Immortal Monkey King, at the side, Star-Lord Wanshong shouted in concern. The Iron Crown Eagle spoke human words, laughing loudly. Don't interfere, stay at the side, this is my battle. Intense fire seemed to be burning in the eagle's eyes. With much determination, Shi Lei flapped his wings and flew up, towards the Star Demon Bat, but was sent flying. Bang! With a loud sound, the eagle crashed on the ground again. Good, interesting, Shi Lei shouted. He got more excited as he fought. Ignoring his injuries, he rushed up again. He was fighting with something he was not familiar with. In terms of close combat, how could he be the Star Demon Bat's match? In their fight, he quickly fell into a disadvantage. But every time Shi Lei lost, he would battle again. The eagle's head would rise up highly, and the eagle eyes would always stare at its opponent. This maniac, Star-Lord Wanshong watched with a grimacing expression. Shi Lei obviously had defensive moves like Fallen Grey Cloak, but after transforming into the Iron Crown Eagle, he did not use any of them in battle. This had happened many times in his previous battles as well. Star-Lord Wanshong had asked earlier, but Shi Lei's answer was that he was purposely not using them. It was to experience the joy of battle with his own body. This would be the most effective way to raise his battle foundation. Shi Lei was a battle addict. He was a fierce man who derived pleasure from fighting. Again, Shi Lei shouted, flapping his wings towards the Star Demon Bat. The two sides got closer rapidly. Seeing that they were about to collide, the Star Demon Bat suddenly flapped its wings, displaying an incredible flying ability, passing the Iron Crown Eagle narrowly. The Star Demon Bat suddenly breathed out a shooting star, hitting the Iron Crown Eagle's back. The Iron Crown Eagle spat out some blood. Its body shook as it had to flap its wings to stabilize itself. Next, Star-Lord Wanshong heard Shi Lei laughing. Interesting, bullying my flying attainment which is only master level. Saying so, he flapped his wings and rushed up. The Star Demon Bat did not take the attack directly. It retreated while using Star Path, Wind Path, or Dark Path GU worms to attack its enemy from far away. The two had fought for a long time. Unknowingly, the Star Demon Bat's body was filled with injuries. These injuries all had Metal Path Dao marks, they could not heal any time soon. Of course, the injuries on the Iron Crown Eagle were at least twice as severe as the Star Demon Bat. But Shi Lei fought crazily. It struck fear in the Star Demon Bat. This dominating desolate beast that ruled over a mountain felt some apprehension and did not dare to fight directly. The Star Demon Bat's intelligence was low. What it was doing was giving on its advantage and fighting with its weakness. It had mortal GU on it. Although they could disturb Shi Lei, they were not as dangerous to him as fighting at close range. The Iron Crown Eagle did not use any defensive methods as usual, but its aura was surging as it dodged left and right, finally getting close to the Star Demon Bat. After shrieking loudly, the eagle claw grasped downwards at it. The Star Demon Bat dodged agilely, but Shi Lei found an opening. In terms of flying attainment, the Star Demon Bat, which had been flying its entire life, was at least a flying grandmaster. The Star Demon Bat pulled some distance, using GU worms to attack at a range, while the Iron Crown Eagle tried to get close to engage in close combat with it. In this fashion, the two fought for a while. The Star Demon Bat was bound to mess up at some point. Finally, the Iron Crown Eagle found a flaw and used its eagle claws to tear the bat wings. With a hole in the bat wings, the Star Demon Bat's flying ability fell drastically. Before it could adapt to the injury, the Iron Crown Eagle found even more flaws. Shi Lei pursued it during this prime opportunity. After enduring the Star Demon Bat's final struggle, he killed it. The Star Demon Bat landed on the ground. Its blood was pouring like a river. The ground absorbed the blood. Just like what Star Lord Wanshang said, a formless energy had been activated. In the sky, starlight appeared again. Chapter 718. Starshine Fake IGU. The specks of starlight coiled around and fluttered for a while before gathering high up in the air and forming a completely new star hall. Different from the previous star halls, this star hall was floating in the air. Its design was exquisite, giving off a majestic beauty that was far above those star halls on the mountains. The 8th star hall has finally appeared. My speculation was indeed correct. Star Lord Wanshang spoke with excitement. Shi Lei cancelled the Iron Crown Eagle transformation and returned to his human form. The injuries on his body were still recovering. The blood flow had yet to stop. He indifferently glanced at the sky with his golden pupils. No wonder you guessed that this was the Grotto Heaven's central control point. Looking at its appearance, it is very likely to be that. He grimaced in pain and sat down, healing the wounds. His healing was in no way simple. He first used large numbers of GU worms to eliminate the Dao marks of Star Path, Wind Path, Dark Path and other paths that had filled the wounds. Only then did he use healing GU worms which showed visible effects. Star Lord Wanshang waited for a little while, and when he saw Shi Lei's injuries were roughly treated, he finally could not endure and urged him, "Your healing is almost done, right? Time is limited, Lord Immortal Monkey King. The prerequisite for the 8th star hall to appear is that the other 7 star halls should be formed first. Every time the 7 star halls appear, they will only exist for 15 minutes. When the 7 star halls disappear, the 8th star hall will also disappear. Why are you in a hurry? If you are in such a rush, you can enter it first." Shi Lei opened his eyes and coldly glanced at Star Lord Wanshang. Lord Shi Lei is jesting. My battle strength has fallen to the depths. I still need to rely on Lord to break through the ancient desolate beast's defenses. Star Lord Wanshang chuckled and did not speak any further. However, his fists that were hidden inside his sleeves were tightly clenched. If not for his strength plummeting and the tribulation coming soon, why would he reveal this treasury on his own initiative? And why would he have to be forced to bottle up his frustration? He knew Shi Lei's scheme and intentions. Shi Lei was a battle addict, unreasonable and unruly, but he was in no way stupid. Everyone who reached a high position had their own outstanding points. The outstanding and famous Shi Lei did not lack shrewdness. Shi Lei accepted Star Lord Wan Zhang's invitation to come to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven to plunder resources. But he did not put in his full effort. He was interested in breaking through the 8th star hall, but he was not willing to see Star Lord Wanshang obtain large numbers of resources to pull through the difficulties and escape his grasp. If Star Lord Wanshang does not obtain a fortune in this trip, he would have to request help from others when undergoing the tribulation. Shi Lei could help him then and also obtain a greater grasp on him. When that happens, in their future visits to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Shi Lei could obtain larger benefits which would absolutely not be in an 80-to-20 ratio like in this trip. Every year, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven would reveal a tiny gap which allowed GU immortals to enter it. Every time, the GU Immortals could only stay inside for 2 days of Central Continent's time. There were abundant desolate beasts and resources in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. It was clearly a small but steady source of resources. Star-Lord Wansheng was a prime example of this. He was obviously a lone cultivator, but with each of his visits to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he was able to strengthen himself to the extent that his peak battle strength did not lose out to the majority of GU Immortals of the 10 great ancient sects. Even when fighting Song Zixing, he had even been able to make a good record of himself. After a while, Shi Lei's injuries healed completely with no traces of injuries anywhere on him. Because of the previous oath, Shi Lei could not push it too far. He examined his body once then stood up. "Sorry to keep you waiting, we can now go in." Star-Lord Wansheng put on a smiling expression and shook his head. "It was me who was overly anxious. I have to ask Immortal Monkey King to not blame me. More preparations quicken the speed of the work. I will still have to rely on your strength a lot more." Shi Lei bluntly nodded. Naturally. He stamped his foot and charged straight into the sky. Star-Lord Wansheng followed closely behind. The two immortals moved towards the 8th star hall in the sky together. At the same time, Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan also jumped out of a well. "This is another star hall," Fang Yuan said as he scanned his surroundings. He Lu Lan nodded. "We used many methods to test and we were not wrong. These 6 wells are passages." The two gazed behind them. The center of this star hall also had 6 wells. But the colors were slightly different from the previous star hall. In the previous star hall, the 6 well waters were of red, brown, yellow, blue, purple and white color. However, the 6 well waters here emitted the colors of red, brown, yellow, blue, green and white. Purple was gone and green was added. He Lu Lan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. Both were clever and shrewd, and they both obtained an understanding. "What do you think of it?" He Lu Lan asked. Fang Yuan grinned, showing his sharp, jagged canines as he replied with his hoarse voice, "If I am not wrong, this Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has a special terrain. There are a total of 7 spaces. These 7 spaces are isolated and independent of each other. Outsiders can only enter or exit them through the 6 wells in the star halls." He Lu Lan nodded and picked up a GU worm from the ground. "This is the mortal GU you tossed earlier into the purple well water. It is the best proof. If my speculation is right, there is also another form of proof, that is the sky. When we go out of this star hall, this space's sky should also have 6 round shadows of stars. The difference should be that there instead of a purple star shadow, there should be a green star shadow." Fang Yuan agreed with He Lu Lan's speculation. Normal grotto heavens in blessed lands would have integrated spaces. But Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was special. It was actually divided into 7 spaces, and every space had an independent sky, earth and ecology. In his previous life, what Fang Yuan explored was only the fragment world of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and he did not know of this layer of mystery. He and He Lu Lan finished discussing and they walked out of the door of the hall, gazing at the sky. They saw 6 round star shadows like 6 full moons floating in the air. He Lu Lan clapped her hands and gave a bright smile, "Just like I guessed. Wait, someone is here." Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked at the moving objects in the distance and happened to see Shi Lei and Star-Lord Wansheng rapidly flying. Following the direction they were flying towards, Fang Yuan discovered the 8th star hall. This star hall seems to be of a higher standard. It is hovering in the air and is being coveted by others. It is very likely that it is the central control point of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. He Lu Lan guessed, her gaze stuck on the 8th star hall. "There are actually others who are 1 step ahead of us," Fang Yuan mumbled. He was shocked internally. According to his previous estimation, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was a place with no one but the heavenly spirit existing in it. If not for this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven should not have fallen in his previous life. However, the current situation was that he saw no signs of the heavenly spirit and instead saw 2 GU Immortals. As for the GU Immortals' appearances and identities, the distance between them was very far so Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were not able to see clearly. However, the two felt that neither of these 2 GU Immortals were the owners of this Grotto Heaven. If one of them was the owner of this Grotto Heaven, they would have already sensed He Lu Lan and Fang Yuan, and would have acted by now. What's strange about it? You could obtain the secret intelligence about Starry Sky Grotto Heaven from some source. Does that mean other GU Immortals cannot? He Lu Lan was able to accept this fact much more easily than Fang Yuan. He had concealed from He Lu Lan that the so-called information source was, in fact, his own self. However, it seemed that the truth and his preconceptions were vastly different. The first possible cause for this situation would be Fang Yuan's rebirth constantly influencing the various events in the world, causing a butterfly effect. The second possible reason was there was a lot of details behind the scenes regarding the fall of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven in his previous life. It was just that he did not know about them, and now in this life, he ran across one of the inside stories. Fang Yuan's thoughts ebbed and flowed, inclining towards the second cause. At this moment, sounds of fighting came from the 8th Star Hall. Looks like these two GU immortals are of similar status to us, they are also outsiders. But, they are a step ahead of us. He Lu Lan's gaze flickered. Fang Yuan did not reply, he just snickered, his laughter was cold. He Lu Lan also silently grinned. These two were formidable characters and were also schemers. Right now, the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark, and both felt they had huge advantage. They could even be said to be the Oriole in the saying, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the Oriole behind. Immediately, Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan activated large numbers of mortal GU to hide their bodies and restrain their auras, as well as using many kinds of investigative methods to scout. The two quietly closed the Star Hall's door, got rid of all their traces, and slowly moved outside. After a while, Fang Yuan, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped and warned He Lu Lan, "Slow down, there is a rank 5 investigative GU ahead." He Lu Lan carefully probed, and saw an eye-like small GU worm quietly hovering in the air. Its eyes were slowly moving around, constantly scanning its surroundings. The two were not surprised. With just one look, one could see this GU worm was not a wild GU and was clearly left behind by the two GU immortals from before. This was expected. Previously, when Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan had explored the space relating to the Green Star Shadow, they had also left behind similar investigative GU to keep watch on their paths. After becoming a GU immortal, one no longer lacked mortal GU. These mortal GU could let the GU immortal constantly scan their surroundings, mark the area, warn them, and many other uses. He Lu Lan was young, she had just advanced into a GU immortal, thus was not able to recognize this GU's details, giving a suggestion of caution, "Let's detour." Fang Yuan smiled. "No need. This GU is Starshine Fake Eye GU, it has a long-range sensing ability. GU immortals can observe the situation of the surroundings through it. Its scope is 5 li, it cannot detect stealth, and not only does using this GU constantly consume primeval essence, it also burdens the soul. We can use methods to be invisible and boldly go past it." At the same time, Fang Yuan added in his mind, "This GU worm is often used together with True Sight GU, which can then detect stealth and invisibility. But that is the situation during the 5 regions chaotic war. The True Sight GU is still being held by some small sect right now and has not been wantonly spread." He Lu Lan glanced at Fang Yuan, still not feeling relieved. "Are you sure you are not wrong? GU immortals research new GU all the time, maybe this GU worm is a newly researched GU that can see through invisibility." Fang Yuan snickered. "You think I only looked at it with my eyes and did not use other GU worms to check it? Don't worry, 8 or 9 out of 10 GU immortals are flying masters, but having even 2 to 3 refinement path masters out of 10 would be pretty good. Refinement path is considerably harder to advance compared to other paths." Chapter 719. Small methods have profound meaning, the more one understands the more shocking it is. Fang Yuan spoke with such certainty that He Lu Lan chose to believe him. The two hid their bodies and swaggered into Starshine Fake Eye GU's range, and they indeed did not attract any GU immortals' attention. Along the way, the two found similar types of investigative GU like Starshine Fake Eye GU. Some of these GU worms were buried in the ground, some were disguised as tree leaves, and some were hidden in brooks, drifting with the water. Fang Yuan used his methods one by one, sometimes invisibility, sometimes GU worms directed at countering them, or tunneling under the ground or swimming through water, all kinds of methods to slip past these investigative GU worms. The two had wanted to move until they were below the 8th Star Hall, and the shortest way would be a straight line to the 8th Star Hall. If they got a chance, they could also quickly react and use the shortest amount of time to charge to the 8th Star Hall, and fish benefits from the messy situation. However, as they walked through this straight line, a bloody odor assailed their noses from ahead. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan glanced at each other, the latter revealed a doubtful look as she used her divine sense to transmit, "Strange, both the amount of investigative GU in this path and their types are increasing more and more. Let's take a look." Fang Yuan replied. The two cautiously evaded or deceived the investigative GU worms, and discovered further traces of battle. After a while, they finally reached the area where there was the most intense odor of blood. They saw a black leopard's corpse lying on the shattered and disordered pile of rocks. The black leopard was as large as an elephant. Its fur was glossy and shiny, full of wild charm. The remaining aura showed the black leopard's identity, a genuine desolate beast. This desolate beast is a vanishing shadow leopard. Fang Yuan said in a low voice. It is that someone killed this vanishing shadow leopard and yet left behind its corpse here. He Lu Lan revealed a trace of doubt. Fang Yuan squatted down near the ground, and used his hand to feel the gully beside his legs. He then took out a time path GU worm and carefully activated it. This GU worm had the appearance of a crystal sphere, and was an extremely rare rank 5 GU. Its name was Backtrack GU, an investigative GU under time path, which could backtrack to the past events within a specific range. Backtrack GU was activated. It displayed a blurry and mute battle scene. In the scene, two giant figures were in an intense battle while a small figure was standing far away to the side. Backtrack GU was only a rank 5 mortal GU, and whether it was Shi Lei, the vanishing shadow leopard or Star Lord Wan Shang, they were all rank 6 or above. Immortal bodies and desolate beast bodies had Dao marks, thus Backtrack GU's investigative ability was restrained greatly. He Lu Lan came closer and watched the battle. The mute battle scene was extremely blurry, but they could roughly guess that one of them was the vanishing shadow leopard from the approximate build. And the one battling with the vanishing shadow leopard did not seem to be a human but a tiger desolate beast. The one standing far away had a human shape and could be a GU immortal. But their appearance was blurry and they could not be sure. Not only this, the battle scene broken off intermittently and was not coherent. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan observed the battle with all their attention. For a moment, other than the slight breeze in the mountains, there was no other sound. After a dozen breaths of time, scorching smoke started to curl up from the Backtrack GU and the battle scene suddenly disappeared. The Backtrack GU had died as a result of forcibly recreating the image of the GU Immortal level battle. Fang Yuan felt slight heartache, and put the scorched corpse of Backtrack GU back inside his Immortal aperture to get rid of any traces. He had been gathering this Backtrack GU from Treasure Yellow Heaven recently, but even then, he only had a total of 50 to 60. This was still the case when the 5 regions were in peaceful times. During the chaotic war of the regions, Backtrack GU would be widely used and very hard to get. It would be a case where one would have to produce them for their own use. Treasure Yellow Heaven would simply have none for sale. He Lu Lan was very interested. This GU worm is quite ingenious. What is its name? Did you buy it in Treasure Yellow Heaven? The varieties of GU worms in existence were as vast as the ocean. Moreover, He Lu Lan cultivated strength path, not time path, and her understanding of other paths was only at the basics, limited to the typically used GU worms. GU worms like Backtrack GU were classified as rare GU of another path. It was normal for her to not know of it. Fang Yuan did not reply. Instead he took out another GU. He had refined this GU himself based to his memories. According to the course of history, this GU should have only appeared 300 years later. Its name was Thread Trace GU. Its appearance was quite special, resembling a small horsewhip which children from northern plains played with as toys. Fang Yuan used his enormous, monstrous zombie claws to grab it, making its small size even more apparent. Fang Yuan grabbed the handle of the horsewhip and softly whipped at the air in front of him. Crack! The empty air suddenly showed traces of marks. What is this? He Lu Lan gazed at the marks without blinking. Fang Yuan whipped the horsewhip-like Thread Trace GU repeatedly. The marks in the air continued to increase. He Lu Lan watched the whole process and soon was able to sense that the space Fang Yuan was whipping it was the area where the fight in the battle scene had occurred, and also the area where that blurry GU Immortal had been standing. As various thoughts flashed past, He Lu Lan's pupils slightly enlarged, blurting, "Could these marks be Dao marks?" Fang Yuan gave a contented smile at this moment. Right, they are Dao marks. Whether it be GU Immortals or desolate beasts, they are filled with Dao marks, and any area they stop at will leave behind Dao marks for a short period of time. It is just that these Dao marks are extremely weak, that even GU Immortals paying close attention won't be able to sense them, that is, unless they use this Thread Trace GU that I researched. From observing these Dao marks, I can infer some information on them. Fang Yuan once again brazenly took on someone else's creation from his previous life as his own. Thread trace Gu, He Lu Lan mumbled, her gaze towards Fang Yuan had changed a little. Fang Yuan pointed towards the area where Star Lord Wan Shang had stood previously. Look, the Dao marks have manifested and formed a human shape. The color is azure blue, which means a star path Gu Immortal had been observing the battle. The greater portion of the Dao marks had stayed there, and although there are some Dao marks in the surroundings, they are mostly tightly enclosed around the greater portion. This means that Star Path Gu Immortal had only been observing from the side during the whole battle. And looking at the concentration of the Dao marks, it seems to be a rank 6 Gu Immortal. He Lu Lan looked at the direction Fang Yuan pointed towards and listened to him, paying full attention. Fang Yuan then pointed at the area where the vanishing shadow leopard died. There were remaining Dao marks of black color for dark path and red color for fire path. He continued. The dark path Dao marks clearly belong to the vanishing shadow leopard, while the red colored Dao marks belong to the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard. As for their identity, whether they are man or beast, that is still not certain. Look at how concentrated these Dao marks are and how they are intertwined with each other. This shows that the battle was very intense. The dark path Dao marks are sparse while the red-colored Dao marks are rather dense. We can deduce that the existence that killed the vanishing shadow leopard is also at least of rank 6 realm. He Lu Lan's mouth widened slightly as she listened to Fang Yuan. Her gaze towards the thread trace Gu in Fang Yuan's hand became slightly burning. This thread trace Gu was only a rank 5 mortal Gu, but it was very useful. With just this Gu, one could infer so much useful information. The key thing was the thoughts involved in refining it were very special, and it could even be said to have blazed an unexpected new trail that bypasses common logic. He Lu Lan might have just recently advanced into a Gu Immortal, but she understood the importance of information and started to give more significance to Fang Yuan, invention, thread trace Gu. Had Shi Lei and Star Lord Wan Shang been here, they would probably be soaked in cold sweat. They had used mainstream investigative methods and counter-investigative methods, but thread trace Gu just happened to pierce through the gap in them. Fang Yuan's methods were from the time of the chaotic war of the 5 regions. After all, the materialization of the intelligence of the whole 5 regions, it was like they were over half an era ahead of current Gu Immortals. Naturally they had huge superiority. Fang Yuan lashed the horsewhip several times. Many more Dao marks appeared, but also many more disappeared. These Dao marks were very weak and were gathered together by thread trace Gu, thus greatly shortening their already limited lifespan. Dao marks entangled mutually, getting more disorderly. Fang Yuan finally stopped lashing the horsewhip and sighed. This is more or less the ability of this thread trace Gu. The manifestation of Dao marks lasts only for a period of time and requires the observer to have plenty of experience. Moreover, activating Immortal Gu also leaves behind responding Dao marks. In an intense battle, many abilities and methods are used, causing the Dao marks to entangle and become extremely chaotic with no way to infer anything. However, fortunately, few methods were used in this battle, so we are able to roughly understand the situation. He Lu Lan's eyelids twitched. Inferring so much useful information with a mere rank 5 mortal Gu and still not satisfied. Her gaze firmly locked upon the thread trace Gu until Fang Yuan stored it back in his immortal aperture. She keenly discovered that the formerly intact thread trace Gu's whip-like body was full of cracks now. Clearly, there was a price to pay for manifesting the Dao marks. He Lu Lan inwardly estimated, this thread trace Gu could be used for 2 more times at the minimum. Immediately, her evaluation of thread trace Gu increased by another level. It could be used for a total of 3 times. A mere rank 5 Gu worm could be used 3 times to investigate into existences of rank 6 level and obtain so much information. Just as He Lu Lan was unable to endure and was about to ask if Fang Yuan was selling thread trace Gu, Fang Yuan took out another investigative Gu worm. This was only a Chi Path Gu worm which Fang Yuan used to draw in the surrounding sense. Next, Fang Yuan stored this Chi Path Gu worm and took out another Gu worm. He moved everywhere around the battlefield and activated Gu worms from time to time. He Lu Lan was only able to recognize a small portion of these Gu worms, but it was also not to the extent where she was certain. The remaining greater portion, He Lu Lan simply had no idea, unable to recognize any of them. She subconsciously pursed her lips, as she for the first time felt that Fang Yuan had unfathomable depths. During the journey in northern plains, she only felt that Fang Yuan was experienced and astute, and a major enemy. When cooperating with Fang Yuan, she had no choice but to do so, and was very aware that it was asking for favors from a tiger. She got Fang Yuan's help to pass through her tribulation and become a GU Immortal. She had thought she could suppress Fang Yuan a notch. But soon, Fang Yuan used her and Fairy Li Shan to scare even Immortal Crane Sect's GU Immortals away. The whole thing was won before engaging in battle, which gave no chance for He Lu Lan to make a move. Since there was no loss in battle, Fang Yuan did not have to pay twice the compensation. It was akin to him obtaining his objective without losing anything. In contrast, to coax Fang Yuan to make an effort, He Lu Lan had to give the precious true meaning infusion of reckless savage demon venerable to him. Fang Yuan was also truly ruthless. He swallowed it whole without leaving behind anything to He Lu Lan. Later, Fang Yuan started the Guts GU business and took the initiative to share profits with He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan. Although he needed He Lu Lan's strength Chi Immortal GU in the process, He Lu Lan did not feel comfortable the whole time. It seemed as if she was being controlled. Now, He Lu Lan felt a shiver in her heart as she looked at Fang Yuan using these methods. These small methods all used mortal GU and were seemingly unremarkable, but He Lu Lan was a discerning person. How could she not understand the profound significance represented by these small methods? Chapter 720, Picking them up one by one, a windfall of a great fortune. After He Lu Lan ascended to an immortal, she was taught by Fairy Li Shan, guided step by step. She was instructed in almost all aspects. Thus, in terms of investigative methods, He Lu Lan was not inferior to ordinary GU immortals. But Fang Yuan's foundation is so deep, he is evidently miles ahead of most GU immortals now. Although I have several immortal GU, can I be like Fang Yuan and create new GU independently, to modify and perfect my own killer moves? He Lu Lan shook her head internally. Her strength path killer move was given to her by her mother. To refine new GU, one had to create new GU recipes. This process not only required resources and ample foundation in that path, one also needed inspiration and luck. He Lu Lan was indeed a GU immortal, but she was too young. She was not a refinement path master, and not even skilled in refinement path. Foundation could only be attained after a long period of trial and error, of exploring and accumulating experiences slowly. At this point, Fang Yuan walked back. He hummed, summing up all of the clues. I mostly know the other parties' identities already. One is a rank 6-star path GU immortal. He has not made a move yet and is more mysterious. The other is an earth path GU immortal who cultivates transformation path as well. He has a powerful aura and using GU worms. I caught a trace of his voice. This is likely Shi Lei from Combat Immortal sect in Central Continent. Fang Yuan said, that Immortal Monkey King. He Lu Lan and Fang Yuan had shared most of their information. She naturally knew who Shi Lei was. She started to frown, finding it a little troublesome. Shi Lei was a rank 7 GU immortal. He had outstanding battle strength. Even though He Lu Lan had several strength path immortal GU, Shi Lei had earth path immortal GU and had even created his own unique immortal killer moves long ago. In addition, he even cultivated transformation path. His battle talent was exceedingly rare. He Lu Lan had immortal GU self-strength, using it to activate her former mortal killer move, forming a giant strength path phantom, that could barely be considered an immortal killer move. Up to this point, He Lu Lan had been attempting to improve and modify it, but her progress was slow. Fang Yuan, if you use the myriad self-killer move, and cooperate with me, we might be able to resist the Immortal Monkey King. But in that case, we will not be able to deal with the mysterious Star Path GU Immortal. He Lu Lan muttered. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. I have not told you yet, but because the core Immortal GU is starving, myriad self cannot be used anymore. All I can use are mortal killer moves. He Lu Lan looked at Fang Yuan deeply, squinting. In other words, we should avoid fighting with the other party directly. Roar roar roar. High in the air, there was loud growling noises. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked. There are bound to be injuries when two sides fight. We should just go with the flow and observe the situation now. Although our battle strength is lower than them, if we find the chance, it is not necessarily the case that we can't have them killed. In the worst case, I still have fixed immortal travel. We can definitely resist them while we find the time to activate fixed immortal travel. He Lu Lan nodded in agreement. Fang Yuan's words were very similar to her own thoughts. The two decided to devour the loot in front of them first. The vanishing shadow leopard corpse was quite a fortune. Even though there were large numbers of investigative GU around, they could not stop the old demon Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had methods that were ahead by half of an era. He made his moves, sealing or deceiving the investigative GU. A moment later, they obtained the vanishing shadow leopard's corpse without alerting Star Lord Wan Shang. This vanishing shadow leopard's fur can be used to make many defensive GU. The bones can be made into shadow attachment GU, shadow tracing GU and others. The eyes are top-tier materials for making dark vision GU and dark fog GU. It is a pity its blood had already been lost completely. Otherwise, it would be even more valuable. He Lu Lan placed the vanishing shadow leopard corpse into her immortal aperture, her eyes shining with a joyful light. The other party seems to be letting it bleed on purpose. It seems that the Star Hall in the air is truly an important place. They even ignored the desolate beast corpse for now. Fang Yuan showed an interested expression as he pondered. His immortal aperture was filled with death energy. It was not good for keeping corpses fresh, thus he placed the vanishing shadow leopard in He Lu Lan's hands. The two were fearless and unscrupulous people. Even if the other party was strong, they dared to continue plotting against them. Next, they followed their original plan and secretly advanced, trying to get close to the 8th Star Hall in the air. But along the way, they quickly made a new discovery. The number of investigative GU ahead have increased. Does that mean? He Lu Lan's gaze shone with anticipation. After a while, the two avoided all of the investigative GU, passing a mountain ridge and into a valley. In the valley, there was a desolate beast corpse, resembling a small hill. It was like a colt. It had a huge, bright red body with thick legs, dark as steel. Its body was strong, muscular and bulky. Its mane and tail were vibrant and golden in color. Blood was dripping from the holes all over its body. The blood was scalding hot, and the heat spread to the surrounding trees and plants, causing them to wilt. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan gradually got closer, feeling a heat that was like a blisteringly hot summer day. This is the desolate beast blazing divine stallion. It has many fire path wild GU on it and can walk on fire. Its blood is extremely hot and is a top-tier material in refining fire path GU worms. It is very rare even in treasure yellow heaven. He Lu Lan's heart bled as she looked at the horse blood flowing out. The two worked for a while, getting their hands on the blazing divine stallion, while Star Lord Wan Shang still had absolutely no idea. After leaving this valley, the two moved stealthily, but Fang Yuan slowed his footsteps. Our destination is up ahead, but towards the left, there are large numbers of investigative GU. Should we go take a look? Fang Yuan looked at He Lu Lan, transmitting. Of course. He Lu Lan's reply was very curt. The two came to the area that was filled with investigative GU. They found a desolate beast corpse as expected. This was a yellow jade lion. Its body was like an elephant, lying on the ground with its eyes mostly closed, only opened by a slit. Large amounts of yellow blood flowed along the wound on its stomach, pouring out. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan stealthily moved closer, but this yellow jade lion's body shook. It tried to open its eyes as its bloody mouth opened slightly, emitting a barely discernible growl, as if it wanted to continue battling. This yellow jade lion truly has a courageous nature. To be able to hurt the yellow jade lion to this extent, this Shi Lei's transformation path battle strength is greater than I thought. He Lu Lan praised. Fang Yuan was overjoyed. He quickly made his move. After deceiving many of the surrounding investigative methods, he stole the yellow jade lion. He patted with his hand, as large numbers of healing GU flew out of his aperture, landing on the yellow jade lion, rapidly stabilizing its injuries and keeping it alive. You intend to save it? He Lu Lan was slightly surprised. Fang Yuan nodded. Saving it is 100 times easier than capturing another desolate beast alive. Why shouldn't we? You can keep this desolate beast in your immortal aperture for now. Be careful and keep it safe. This will be part of my share. This way, as long as things progressed well, the mission that Fang Yuan agreed upon with Lang Ya Lan's spirit would be completed. He Lu Lan placed the yellow jade lion into her immortal aperture. Her gaze was shining as she seemed to have made up her mind, saying, the 3 desolate beasts we had encountered had their blood drained for some reason. Very likely, Shi Lei's group is trying to complete some procedure. Maybe this was the reason why the Star Hall in the sky appeared. After all, when we first appeared in this place, the sky was still empty. How many desolate beast corpses do you think are around here now? Fang Yuan laughed upon hearing this. Even if you did not mention this, I was going to talk about it. Indeed, Looking at this situation, there are definitely many desolate beast corpses around. One desolate beast corpse can be sold for around 40 immortal essence stones optimally. It is truly an effortless profit for us to pick up these desolate beast corpses. The benefits are huge, yet we are paying 0 costs. A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush. Moreover, we might not have the opportunity again. We should secure these profits first, that is the safest measure. The two had the same plot in mind. They changed their tactics and started scouring for desolate beast corpses. They could not use investigative GU openly, but the clues were very obvious. Star-Lord Wan Zhang's original plan was to keep these desolate beast corpses around first, and deal with them after taking down the 8th Star Hall. The aura of these desolate beasts was still around, with that to induce fear. He was not afraid of wild beasts devouring them. Shi Lei was in charge of fighting, while Star-Lord Wan Shang was in charge of setting up investigative GU worms. Naturally, he would place more investigative GU around the corpses of the desolate beasts. But he would never have guessed that putting all of these investigative GU together was the biggest clue in itself. They were guides for Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan to find the corpses. This is the chestnut yak. Its meat tastes like chestnut. It can be eaten raw. It has a mild nature and is a somewhat unusual desolate beast. Let's keep it. He Lu Lan was laughing happily. Oh, there is a golden pangolin. It is a pity its armor is tattered, otherwise, it could be sold for a higher price. Fang Yuan said with some disappointment. Flying bear, there is a flying bear corpse. Great, excellent, I want this corpse. He Lu Lan was overjoyed. Star demon bat, I knew this rotten poisonous swamp was very familiar. It is a pity that the bat wings are in bad shape. It would greatly affect my movement speed if I transplant it like this. I wonder if I can fix it first. Fang Yuan also stole the corpse of the star demon bat. He felt some regret, but he quickly got over it. After all, he did not battle the bat himself. Why would Shi Lei care about his plans? Obtaining the corpse without any cost, this was already a huge gain. He had not felt such good luck in a long time. The two obtained nearly 10 desolate beast corpses. It was a windfall. After the two searched around and ensured that there was no lingering desolate beast corpses, they hurried towards the bottom of the 8th Star Hall. But when they arrived, a figure like a small hill crashed onto the ground. With a loud bang, it landed and caused the mountain rocks to shatter. Dust and smoke was rising. This is the ancient desolate beast, astral wind flying heavenly boar. It is dead. This is the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan made eye contact. After communicating through transmission, they were evidently moved. Chapter 721, Walking Meat Tree. The corpse of the ancient desolate beast, astral wind flying heavenly boar, was right in front of them. Although He Lu Lan and Fang Yuan were moved, they did not close in on it. The two looked up towards the sky at the same time. They saw that high in the air, the 8th Star Hall was shaking slightly. Loud explosions and the growls of fierce beasts could be heard from within the hall. With a loud bang, the Star Hall shook intensely. A pillar of fire burst up from the roof of the Star Hall, creating a huge hole on it. The Star Hall was not made of ordinary material. It was formed from the phenomenon in the grotto heaven. At the area of the roof that was broken, starlight was emitting from it, as the hole continued to spread outwards. A pillar of smoke flew up outwards into the sky. What an intense battle! He Lu Lan sighed. Fight, the more intense the better it is. Fang Yuan muttered. In the 8th Star Hall, it was a mess. The two sides were fiercely engaged in combat. A heavily injured desolate beast flame tiger growled loudly, shooting out a fireball from its mouth. The fireball shot a huge tree. While it was in the air, the flame tiger moved its claws and followed behind the fireball, attacking towards the huge tree. The huge tree moved its huge branches. Its branches were very peculiar. They were like soft and thick octopus tentacles. With a loud thud, a tentacle-like branch destroyed a fireball. With another whipping noise, a branch swung over, causing the flame tiger who was behind the fireball to be sent flying. The flame tiger cried out in pain. It flew for up to 100 steps and crashed onto the ground. With a burst of bright light, it returned to a human form. It was Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei. Shi Lei spat out 3 teeth. His expression was excited and crazed. What a great walking meat tree! As expected of something of legend, this ancient desolate plant is truly incredible. Star-Lord Wan Shang, who was beside him, continued to unleash starlight attacks while transmitting helplessly when he heard Shi Lei's words. Lord Immortal Monkey King, the enemy is very powerful. stop playing with it and use your Earth Path main battle strength. Shi Lei was not an ignorant person, he did not hesitate as he said, "Alright, I have already used my transformation path battle strength to kill an astral wind flying heavenly boar, I am satisfied. Next, I will use my true Earth Path cultivation and destroy this energetic walking meat tree." Star-Lord Wanshong was overjoyed when he heard this. Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei was finally going to use his true strength. But at the next moment, Shi Lei sat down on a rock in the hall, healing himself. "Star-Lord Wanshong, hold on for now, when I remove the Fire Path Dao marks on my body, I will use my Earth Path methods." Star-Lord Wanshong heard this and almost scolded him in anger. But he did not do so. Shi Lei's request was reasonable. With Fire Path Dao marks on him, it would interfere with and weaken the effects of his Earth Path GU worms. Star-Lord Wanshong could only hold in his anger and agree, flying forward and facing off against the walking meat tree. Although Star-Lord Wanshong was heavily injured by Song Zixing and his foundation was damaged, he still had ingenious methods left. Beams of starlight shot out like grand pillars towards the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree moved 3 branches to retaliate. Star-Lord Wanzhang's body suddenly shuddered, as 5 starlight clones split from his main body and together, they took up 6 positions, unleashing different star path killer moves and attacking the walking meat tree. The walking meat tree was hit several times, it flew into a rage and moved more than 10 branches to fight back. Star-Lord Wanzhang's starlight clones were all smashed. Star-Lord Wanshong evaded the branches coming from left and right, he quickly got into a disadvantage. Facing off against the walking meat tree directly, he finally felt immense pressure. With a loud noise, Star-Lord Wanshong could not defend himself and was sent flying. Along the way, he crashed through a thick pillar, but his momentum was not lost, as he directly flew out of the Star Hall. Seeing that Star-Lord Wanshong was gone, the walking meat tree moved its branches and assaulted Shi Lei, who was sitting down. Useless. Shi Lei opened his eyes, the battle intent in his golden pupils were surging, he shouted in anger as he stood up, attacking the walking meat tree. Star-Lord Wanshong flew a long way out of the Star Hall before stabilizing his body. He wiped the blood on his lips, looking at the 8th Star Hall, he showed a cold smile as his scheme worked. He sent himself flying on purpose, this way, he could force Shi Lei to fight. "I exposed the secret of this starry sky grotto heaven to you, regardless of the consequences, yet you do not even want to fight." Goo. Suddenly, Star-Lord Wanshong spit out a mouthful of blood. An intense pain assaulted him. He sucked in a breath of cold air, shock shining in his eyes. "When this walking meat tree hits me, it directly etches the Dao marks of strength path into my body, causing my internal organs to suffer a huge blow." After realizing this, Star-Lord Wanshong did not want to rush up foolishly to fight the walking meat tree. "I'll let Shi Lei fight, he is a battle maniac anyway." Under the pressure of the walking meat tree, he would need to use his full strength. "I have already paid such a huge price, I should heal the injuries on my body first." Immediately after, Star-Lord Wanshong summoned his GU worms, which formed a star cloud bed. He sat on the bed as he floated in the air, healing his injuries. After a while, he opened his eyes, the injuries on him had healed. He first took a look at the 8th Star Hall, before looking down at the huge corpse of the ancient desolate beast, astral wind flying heavenly boar. He then looked at the other areas of the battlefield, seeing the other desolate beast corpses. He hesitated, although he wanted to take all of the corpses first, considering Shi Lei's feelings, he had to dispel this thought. "Forget it, I do not need to give Shi Lei an excuse later to make things difficult. In any case, there is no one else in this grotto heaven, I should battle now and deal with the current situation." Thinking of this, Star-Lord Wanshong retrieved the star cloud bed GU and flew away, entering the 8th Star Hall after traveling a short distance. In the thick lush forest, He Lu Lan and Fang Yuan, who had concealed their auras, sighed in relief. "Fang Yuan, the GU worms that you left behind successfully deceived the enemy." He Lu Lan said excitedly. "My method can only create a hologram, it cannot deceive a proper investigation." "Quick, let's not talk about this anymore, we should make this part of our earnings first." Fang Yuan did not want to indulge in self-praise, he moved ahead and sneaked towards the corpse of the astral wind flying heavenly boar. The two quickly got to the side of the astral wind flying heavenly boar. Corpse. The astral wind flying heavenly boar corpse was tall like a small hill, it cast a huge shadow on the ground. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan purposely detoured, hiding under the shadow, waiting for the appropriate moment to strike. They first inspected the wild Gu on the astral wind flying heavenly boar's body. There were many wild Gu originally, but after the battle with Shi Lei, more than half were destroyed. After the flying boar died, much of the remaining half escaped, very few were left. After Fang Yuan completed his search, he started to collect the astral wind flying heavenly boar's soul. The desolate beast corpses they encountered earlier had no souls. Maybe because they had died for a long time, their souls had flown away from their bodies, but the more likely reason was that Shi Lei or Star Lord Wan Shang had taken them. This astral wind flying heavenly boar had not been looted yet because the battle had just ended, thus Fang Yuan had a chance. But the result was very disappointing. This astral wind flying heavenly boar's soul was heavily injured, only a little bit was left. Evidently, during the earlier battle, it was attacked by methods directed at the soul. No wonder the Star Path Gu Immortal earlier did not fly here to collect the soul of this boar. Fang Yuan sighed, he willed and mobilized several hundred Gu worms. These Gu were from Light Path and Dark Path, while a small number were from Strength Path, Blood Path, Bone Path, and Chi Path. Under Fang Yuan's control, these Gu worms flew around the surface of the astral wind flying heavenly boar's body, going round and round as Fang Yuan nodded to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was prepared since long ago. Once Fang Yuan gave the signal, she used the tens of Gu worms prepared earlier. Using these Gu worms, the astral wind flying heavenly boar corpse was quickly pushed into He Lu Lan's immortal aperture in a short time. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan activated the several hundred Gu worms, remaining at the same spot as they continued to fly in the same manner as earlier. They gave out bursts of light and shadow, forming into one figure. It was the image of the astral wind flying heavenly boar. It was very realistic. Simply looking at it, one would think this was really the astral wind flying heavenly boar in front of them. Your method is really good. He Lu Lan praised again. Earlier, Star Lord Wan Shang felt nothing wrong, he was deceived by this method. Fang Yuan shook his head. This simple method cannot deceive proper investigation. If I can elevate it to a killer move, the effect would be better. Oh no. He Lu Lan suddenly froze. She pointed at one area and noted to Fang Yuan, you have a flaw here. Fang Yuan looked over and indeed, on the image of the astral wind flying heavenly boar, the anus was missing. How could the flying heavenly boar not have an anus? This was indeed a huge flaw. Fang Yuan quickly manipulated his Gu worms, adjusting the image and forming the anus. But He Lu Lan said, not good, not good, now that the anus is here, the penis is gone. Fang Yuan looked and was embarrassed. The astral wind flying heavenly boar is too high level of an existence and has a gigantic body. My methods cannot replicate it fully, this is the limit. To create something, it will have to lose something. He Lu Lan nodded, her tone was grand and fearless. Then stop changing it, keep the penis and discard the anus, that is more realistic. Fang Yuan followed what she said and changed the image back. Hey, Fang Yuan, aren't you proficient in researching killer moves? When we go back, you should raise this to the level of a killer move, that would make it easier to use. He Lu Lan said in amusement. Do you think we will still encounter such good things later? This method is sufficient, we do not need to make it a killer move. Fang Yuan shook his head, before raising it and looking at the sky. The roof of the Star Hall only had a small hole earlier, but now holes were all around the Star Hall. All of the explosion sounds were even louder than before. As he was looking, a broken tree flew out of the Star Hall. With a loud bang, the giant tree's branches crashed onto the ground, causing the ground below Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan's feet to tremble violently. Next, the other half of the giant tree, the crown, also collapsed. This is a walking meat tree. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan opened their eyes which were shining brightly. Chapter 722, Zombie Dragon. Walking meat tree was a legendary plant that was recorded in the Legends of Ren Zhu. The Legends of Ren Zhu Chapter 3, Section 16 states, Ren Zhu's third son, Northern Dark Ice Soul was revived by unexpected Gu and was wandering outside. After encountering his sister, Desolate Ancient Moon, he gave her a new meaning in life. Next, under the guidance of Wisdom Gu, the brother and sister came to the Blue Sea to search for the life gem that could revive their father, Ren Zhu. In the end, Desolate Ancient Moon sensed the mysteries behind life and sacrificed herself, being turned into a damaged life gem. Northern Dark Ice Soul carried the life gem as he attempted to return to his father, to revive Ren Zhu. But it was extremely difficult for him to enter the door of life and death. The door of life and death had two routes, one was the road of life, the other was the road of death. No matter which path it was, there would be a lot of suffering Gu. To overcome the interference of the suffering Gu, to enter deep into the door of life and death, he would need the help of courage Gu. But because courage Gu had already been taken by Ren Zhu and was currently with him, Northern Dark Ice Soul did not have courage and could not enter the door of life and death. He had no methods left and could only wander around and search for a method to resolve this. He walked past tall mountains, traveled through streams, ran for his life under the assault of wild beasts, and had gone hungry during the intense cold. He had suffered a lot. Northern Dark Ice Soul was filled with guilt and anxiety. He was guilty because he was the one who gave desolate Ancient Moon her meaning in life, but that caused her to sacrifice herself and become the life gem. Northern Dark Ice Soul was the murderer who indirectly caused his sister's death. He was anxious because even though he had the life gem, he was unable to return to his father's side. He was afraid that if a long time passed, his father's soul might collapse in Luopo Valley, causing desolate Ancient Moon's sacrifice to be in vain. He walked and walked, until the purple sky above him faded and became black. Originally, the immemorial 9 heavens, white, red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, black, would take turns to loom over the 5 regions at set intervals. The sky of the immemorial antiquity era was connected to the ground. Heaven and earth were connected and whole. People could walk towards the sky from the ground, or walk towards the ground from the sky. Northern Dark Ice Soul was walking aimlessly, unknowingly. He left the ground and walked towards an area deep within Black Heaven. It was complete darkness inside Black Heaven, but it was not desolate. There were large numbers of life forms there. Northern Dark Ice Soul was inside the darkness and could not find a way back. He was flustered, scared, and lost. He could not tell what direction to walk. He tripped many times and fell. Suddenly, he saw a lump of fire ahead of him. This was the only source of light in the entirety of Black Heaven. Northern Dark Ice Soul was overjoyed. He quickly walked towards the fire. When he got close to the lump of fire, he realized it was a Gu. Northern Dark Ice Soul was very curious. He asked, "What Gu are you? You can actually give out light in Black Heaven. Help me, I want to leave Black Heaven, heading back to the ground. I have very important things to do." The Gu's voice was very weak. It said to Northern Dark Ice Soul, "My name is Fire, who are you?" Northern Dark Ice Soul said, "I am a human, my name is Northern Dark Ice Soul. Can you help me? With your light, I will be able to see the way, and return to the ground." The Gu sighed, "So you are a human. I've heard of a famous human before. He is called Verdant Great Sun." Because Verdant Great Sun had reputation Gu, his name was spread in the entire world. There was almost nobody that did not know him. Northern Dark Ice Soul was overjoyed. "That's right, Verdant Great Sun is my big brother." Fire Gu said, "I can help you. But before I help you, you have to help me. I am too hungry, I am going to die of starvation. Go find me some food first." Northern Dark Ice Soul asked, "Oh, Fire Gu, what do you eat? This place is completely dark, how can I find what you need to eat?" Fire Gu said, "I am the least picky Gu worm in the entire world. I can eat almost anything. I will eat whatever you feed me." Northern Dark Ice Soul searched around, finding some tree branches and throwing them towards Fire Gu. After Fire Gu ate, it started to shine more brightly. It was giving off a warmer light and it also grew from the size of a fist to around the size of a basin. It was very happy. "Can you bring me more food?" Northern Dark Ice Soul nodded and looked around, finding a pile of rocks and throwing them at Fire Gu. After eating for some time, Fire Gu sighed, "Sigh, I was way too hungry, my teeth are not working well now. The things I could chew before, I can't chew them now. Bring me some stuff that are easy to digest." Northern Dark Ice Soul thought about it. "How about this, Fire Gu, follow me and light the way. Along the way, whatever you feel like eating, I will feed to you, is that alright?" Fire Gu agreed and condensed into a small lump, letting Northern Dark Ice Soul hold it. Like this, Northern Dark Ice Soul left on his return journey. Along the way, he fed many things to Fire Gu. After a while, Fire Gu grew larger. On this day, Northern Dark Ice Soul was resting. Fire Gu was eating branches in front of him while swaying with the wind. Suddenly, Countless footsteps could be heard. Northern Dark Ice Soul looked and saw a huge group of trees shining under the light of the fire. They were running towards him in huge numbers. Not just trees, there were also countless wild beasts and insect groups. Northern Dark Ice Soul was extremely scared. He quickly picked up Fire GU and ran. Behind him, the trees, wild beasts, and insect groups were chasing. Wherever Northern Dark Ice Soul went, they followed. The pursuers shouted, "Whoever is in front, stop running. We do not want to harm you, we just want to escape into the light. Dream realms are about to reach us, please help us and let us live under the light of the fire." Northern Dark Ice Soul was breathing roughly. He could not run any further. Seeing that he was about to be caught, Fire GU said, "Oh human, don't be afraid, these pursuers are my food, let me help you. Just toss me there." Northern Dark Ice Soul was forced by the circumstances. He could only listen to Fire GU and toss it towards them. What Fire GU first encountered were a huge group of trees. These trees were walking meat trees. The branches were made of meat, they resembled the tentacles of octopuses. Fire GU burned all of these trees, turning the trunks into ashes, and branches into cooked meat. The smell of fragrant meat attracted Northern Dark Ice Soul and he picked up one to eat, exclaiming that it was delicious. Heilu Lan stared with eyes wide open, looking at the broken tree trunk as well the tentacle-like branches, speaking in disbelief, "This is a walking meat tree?" "Absolutely." Fang Yuan nodded, his gaze was heated as well. Right now, only Black Heaven and White Heaven are left from the immemorial 9 heavens. Walking meat tree is a life form from Black Heaven. It is much easier to obtain than other immemorial life forms in the other heavens. After all, Black Heaven is still around. 7-star child is a rank 8 GU immortal. He has the ability to explore Black Heaven. This walking meat tree was most likely something he obtained from his explorations. This walking meat tree has an amazing aura. It has rank 7 battle strength at least. Even more amazingly, it is a rare strength path plant. Heilu Lan licked her lips, saying excitedly. Fang Yuan was also overjoyed. Walking meat tree was a strength path plant. The branches, trunks and leaves were all excellent materials to refine strength path GU worms. Fang Yuan and Heilu Lan were strength path GU immortals, they had great use for it. But when the two were going to sneak over and take the walking meat tree, there was a huge, thunderous explosion in the sky. This was an unprecedentedly large explosion. It shook the sky as a formless sound wave spread out intensely. The 8th star hall shook harshly. It also broke apart as large amounts of starlight dispersed. It was in a half-ruined state. Roar. The roar of a dragon could be heard, not any softer than the explosion earlier. Next, Fang Yuan and Heilu Lan saw Shi Lei and Star Lord Wan Shang fly out of the Star Hall. A huge dragon flew out of the Star Hall. This dragon was hundreds of meters long. It was eerie and ominous. The dragon horn on its head was like silver, the dragon's eyes were half open, and the scales were like gray rocks. There were 8 dragon claws that were fearsome and powerful. Pale white zombie energy was coiling around its body like a mist. Is this a zombie dragon? Heilu Lan exposed the identity of this dragon. Zombie dragon was not an immemorial life form. After Fate GU was broken by Red Lotus Demon Venerable, souls in the world were no longer sucked directly into the door of life and death, thus zombies were born. A zombie dragon was formed after a giant dragon died. If its soul did not leave the body, it would undergo a transformation and become a zombie dragon. This zombie dragon has 8 claws. It should have been an immemorial desolate beast when it was alive, having rank 8 battle strength. Now that it is dead, becoming a zombie dragon, it has battle strength at the peak of rank 7. No wonder Shi Lei was forced out of the Star Hall. Fang Yuan analyzed. In the air, the zombie dragon was growling as its body twisted, flying towards Shi Lei. The dragon opened its mouth and shot out a stream of pale white zombie fire. Dragon fire was a primary form of attack of the giant dragon. That was a natural ability for them, like the horns of a bull, the paws of a bear, or the stinger of a bee. Wariness shone in Shi Lei's eyes. He did not dare to receive the attack head-on. He continued to fly to the left. After dodging the zombie fire, a huge dragon tail entered his vision. Shi Lei opened his eyes wide as he placed both arms in front of him, defending his chest. He could not dodge it. In Fang Yuan, Star Lord Wan Shang and Heilu Lan's vision, they saw that the zombie dragon had elegantly moved in the air, turning its huge body and swinging its tail, directly crashing it into Shi Lei who had dodged the zombie fire. With a loud bang, Shi Lei was sent fly harshly like a cannonball. He crashed onto a point partway up a mountain, entering deep into the mountain rocks. The entire mountain was shaking as rocks fell from above, they quickly covered him up completely. Star-Lord Wan Shang sucked in a breath of cold air, he retreated hurriedly. The zombie dragon was so powerful, this was the first time he had seen Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei in such a pathetic state. But soon, he heard Shi Lei shouting under the pile of rocks, "Worm, you have truly angered me, have a taste of my immortal killer move." Shocking rock break. The sky burst open as a small hill was aimed towards the zombie dragon. He Lu Lan's eyelids were twitching. This immortal killer move's activation is so fast. Normally, the stronger the immortal killer move, the more time is needed to activate it. But Shi Lei's shocking rock break defied common logic. Not only was it strong, it could be used very quickly. Even the zombie dragon could not dodge it. But the zombie dragon did not want to dodge it. Seeing the small hill that was approaching it, a hint of disdain flashed across the dragon's eyes. With a loud bang, the zombie dragon raised its head and rammed into the small hill. Shi Lei's immortal killer move had no effect. Good, such an opponent is what I like. Shi Lei was shocked and excited. He shot up into the sky and crashed into the zombie dragon. The human and dragon engaged in the sky, winds were blowing and clouds were in turbulence, heaven and earth were changing colors. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This zombie dragon is not simple. It seems that defensive immortal GU worms had been used on its body before. Then what do we do now? He Lu Lan was very troubled. Under their watchful eyes, there is no way we can get the walking meat tree. Chapter 723. Shocking appearance of star constellation Immortal Venerable. In the sky, the human and dragon were engaging in battle. With loud explosions, the battle was entering its climax. Star-Lord Wan Shang was at the side, he could not interfere at all. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were hiding in the forest on the ground, they were observing the fighting and awaiting their chance. The huge dragon roared, zombie energy was bursting from it as the famous expert of Central Continent, Shi Lei, was in a disadvantage. This zombie dragon is incredible. When it was alive, it was a wind path azure dragon. After becoming a zombie dragon, not only does it have wind path and dark path Dao marks, its speed is even amplified by immortal GU. After observing the battle, He Lu Lan gradually understood the situation. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child, originally had a wind path immortal GU, called Wind Sprint Immortal GU. But using this GU required immortal essence. According to rumors, 7-star child had once developed a killer move that could apply the effects of the immortal GU on another target for a long period of time. Looking at this now, it seems the rumors were right. Fang Yuan added, the zombie dragon's defense and movement were boosted by immortal GU, it was experienced in battle and its giant dragon body could strike with huge force. Manipulating its tail while flying, it gave off an unrestrained aura. Most importantly, the zombie energy dragon flames were very powerful, they were on par with the highest tier of mortal killer moves. Shi Lei continued to shout as he used near 10 different battle tactics, but he could not change the situation. Often, when he took back some of the initiative, the zombie dragon would suppress him again. The zombie dragon had no weakness in attack, defense, or movement, it had an all-around advantage. He Lu Lan's expression turned heavy as she watched. She said solemnly, Shi Lei's battle strength far surpasses my estimation. If it had been me, facing the attacks of the zombie dragon, I would only last for a moment before getting killed by it. If it was you, Fang Yuan, unless you could use Myriad Self, you would only hold on for a while longer than me, there is no way of winning. Fang Yuan did not rebuke her. He Lu Lan's assessment was very reasonable. Although she was a strength path extreme immortal, because of her life experiences, she was not arrogant at all, she was humble and vigilant, she understood her own strength clearly. The reason why Fang Yuan could last longer than her was because of his flying attainment, as well the movement killer move True Solid Bat Wings. But even if Fang Yuan's speed surpassed He Lu Lan, without the killer move Myriad Self, he could not pose a threat to the zombie dragon. He could only run away, as Icy Drill Stardust could not cause damage to the zombie dragon, he had no way to win. Although He Lu Lan had strength path immortal GU, and half an offensive immortal killer move, her offense surpassed Fang Yuan but her movement speed and defense were her weaknesses. Although she could cause damage to the zombie dragon, it would not take a beating without fighting back. Once they fought, He Lu Lan would not last as long as Fang Yuan. Those who were called experts not only had battle strength, they also needed great insight. Looking at information and knowing if they could do it or not, whether they could win or not. That was the ability to assess a situation and know one's own limits. Without these abilities, even if one had great strength, they would not go far. Knowing whom they could offend, know whom they could not afford to offend, knowing when to battle or retreat. Retreating was not cowardly, it was treasuring one's own life, awaiting the time where they could soar towards success. In this situation, we have no way of succeeding. We should leave the walking meat tree there. I suggest we retreat. Fang Yuan said. He Lu Lan nodded. That was my intention as well. Nobody can predict any accidents in battle. Even if we stay here and take a risk of getting discovered, we cannot do anything anyway. We should withdraw towards a safer location. The two came to an agreement and retreated stealthily. Their advantage was that they were in the dark while their enemies were out in the open. They could afford to watch on the sidelines. Right now, the enemies were stronger than them. They had to hold onto this advantage. After they retreated to a safe distance, He Lu Lan suddenly said, "Actually, I have a question. How did they get in?" Fang Yuan's gaze shone. I was thinking about this question too. The area near the Star Hall that we came in from did not have any investigative GU worms around. That is not the usual behavior of GU immortals. In this case, we can deduce that they did not come from a Star Hall. This area is the place where they first arrived in. To enter someone else's blessed land or grotto heaven, the most usual method is to follow cracks and loopholes, or GU worms like connecting heaven GU and whole earth GU. He Lu Lan continued. It is unlikely for them to use whole earth GU or connecting heaven GU. After all, both sides need to agree for that to work. This starry sky grotto heaven is quite strange. The heavenly spirit has not shown up yet. After being here for so long, we have not faced any obstacles as well. And if Shi Lei's group was able to gain access normally, they would not be fighting so intensely. Fang Yuan said. Thus, it is most likely that they used a loophole or crack. He Lu Lan laughed. A dark light shined in Fang Yuan's eyes. He spoke what He Lu Lan was thinking but did not say out loud. They are not like us who have fixed immortal travel, so be it if they have other space path GU worms. But if they really came in from a loophole, we can use this to ambush them or plot against them. We might have a huge profit from it. If Star Lord Wanshong and Shi Lei heard this, they would definitely be breaking out in cold sweat. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were demons full of evil ideas. Most importantly, they could keenly analyze and would not give up on any minute clues. They even managed to guess Shi Lei's and Star Lord Wan Zhang's method of entering the grotto heaven. But just as Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were about to search for the loophole, the battle in the sky changed. Shi Lei had been fighting for a long time, suppressed by the zombie dragon the whole time. He was growling in anger. He quickly moved back as he pulled some distance. His body started shaking. Immortal battlefield killer move, rolling rock battlefield. The sky was changing, turning into a gray rock battlefield. The battlefield rapidly expanded, covering the zombie dragon and Shi Lei. From outside, it looked like a huge gray rock cloud was hanging in the sky. It completely blocked any vision from outside. He Lu Lan's and Fang Yuan's hearts shuddered. He Lu Lan thought, an amazing method. It actually is an immortal level battlefield killer move. To form such a killer move, he needs to use at least 3 immortal GU, and these immortal GU need to be connected in some way. Fang Yuan was thinking, rolling rock battlefield. In my previous life, vicious lightning fiend lost to this move. To think that Shi Lei has already obtained this method at this time. At the same time, Star Lord Wanshong was thinking, Shi Lei is going to fight the zombie dragon to the end. What should I do? There are no longer any ancient desolate beast guards inside the 8th Star Hall. The battlefield killer move also isolates the inside and outside of the domain. Should I explore the 8th Star Hall first? The more Star Lord Wanshong thought about it, the more he was moved. After a dozen breaths of time, he could not control it anymore. He turned into a shooting star and flew into the 8th Star Hall. Seeing Star Lord Wanshong move so swiftly, He Lu Lan and Fang Yuan stopped their current plans. The two were familiar with people's thought processes. They had keen perception. They immediately guessed the possibility that the Star Hall's defenses were no longer a threat. Let's bet on it. Do you dare to bet on it and charge in? Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan transmitted at the same time. They flew up and towards the 8th Star Hall. The two came to the 8th Star Hall and found the ravaged battlefield. There were 3 defenses in the 8th Star Hall. The first was the astral wind flying heavenly boar, the second was the walking meat tree, and the third was the zombie dragon. After the 3 defenses were gone, one could enter the deepest area of the Star Hall. The two used their defensive killer moves at the same time, moving together deep into the Star Hall. Soon, they found the inner hall. The inner hall's doors were opened, as Star Lord Wan Shang was already inside. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan did not dare to waste their precious time, they hid their figures and stepped into the inner hall. At the next moment, they saw Star Lord Wan Shang. Star Lord Wan Shang was in a strange condition, his back was facing Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan as he stood on the spot, shivering as if he was filled with extreme fright. "Immortal Venerable, please spare me." Suddenly, he shouted with a tone filled with fear, he directly knelt on the ground, he was begging for mercy. Before him was deep darkness. The lights in the inner hall were not lit, there was no light source, Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan could only see the figure of a huge throne. "Immortal Venerable," He Lu Lan and Fang Yuan looked at each other. HMPH, acting mysterious. Soon after, Fang Yuan snorted coldly as he walked forward. He Lu Lan followed behind. At the next moment, their pupils shrunk to pin size as their bodies froze like a rock. A woman's figure appeared before them. She was wearing a dark blue robe, her hair was dazzling like the Milky Way, drooping down. She looked down from above as she pointed at Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan. "You two juniors are simply too daring, you dare to offend Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, quickly kneel down." The aura of rank 9 was overwhelming, she was the real deal. Central Continent, Spirit Affinity House, Bai Qing Blessed Land. The sunlight pierced the window as it shone on a small building on a mountain. In the small building, there was a warm and comfortable bed, on it was a woman sitting in a meditating position. This woman had inborn beauty like that of a flower, she had white skin and a straightly pointed nose with red lips, she wore a phoenix coronet as she appeared elegant and grand, incapable of being profaned. She was Feng Jin Huang. Because of Dream Wing's immortal GU, she had gotten into a strange state where she had not woken up for a very long time. All of the GU immortals in Spirit Affinity House could do nothing to help her. A small sparrow was chirping as it flew onto the window from a tree branch outside. As if she had heard this, Feng Jin Huang's eyelashes suddenly moved. Soon after, she opened her eyes, she had woken up. "Huang my Huang you have finally woken up." Almost at the same time, Feng Jin Huang's mother, Fairy Bai Qing, appeared in the building. Looking at Feng Jin Huang who had woken up, she was overjoyed and in tears, she hugged Feng Jin Huang tightly. "Mother, Huang was unfilial, I have worried you." Feng Jin Huang hugged Bai Qing as she consoled her maturely. "All is fine as long as you are all right, Huang are you injured, do you feel anything wrong?" Fairy Bai Qing was worried, she touched Feng Jin Huang's face and shoulders, checking everywhere. "It is not a problem, mother. This time, I have found the true use of Dream Wing's immortal GU. It can bring me into dream realms." Feng Jin Huang said. "Dream realms?" Fairy Bai Qing was shocked. At the next moment, she reacted, her pupils expanded as she showed some uncertain joy, she grabbed Feng Jin Huang's shoulders. "Daughter, are you sure? It really is about dream realms." Chapter 724, Pitiful Dreamer, Precarious Situation in Dream. "That's right," Feng Jin Huang nodded with certainty. "Using Dream Wing's immortal GU, I traveled in a dream realm, I encountered many life forms. I met many people, there were GU masters and ordinary people. I saw many wild beasts, tigers, wolves, rabbits, rats, I even found a desolate beast iron crown eagle, I watched it grow up from birth. In the end, I came across an old man, he had a strange temperament, constantly muttering to himself, saying that he is called Kongju, he often killed people and dissected their corpses, it was terrifying. He even tried to block my way, I could only dodge left and right and had to escape for a long time. Otherwise, I would have woken up long ago." When Feng Jin Huang first spoke, she had an excited and agitated tone, but when she mentioned Kongju, her tone became grim and she felt some lingering fear. Fairy Bai Qing heard this and stared straight at her daughter. "Mother, what's wrong?" Only when Feng Jin Huang was starting to get worried and asked did Fairy Bai Qing breathe in deeply, her eyes showing extreme happiness. "Huang your opportunity has come. It seems you truly entered a dream realm. The Kongju that you mentioned is likely to be old immortal Kongju. In history, he was one of the three olds, along with old eccentric Tian Nan and long-hair ancestor. The so-called three olds were the three refinement path supreme grandmasters over the long course of history. No wonder I felt that Kongju was so familiar when I heard the name." Feng Jin Huang realized at once, but then her beautiful face showed some confusion. but why did I encounter old immortal Kongju? Why did he want to capture me? Why is it that after I woke up, I felt that there are a lot of refinement path methods in my mind, my recognition of certain GU worms became clearer, and when I see a GU worm, I would think of its refinement recipe, the materials needed, the funds necessary for the refinement and so on. Great fortune. This is your great fortune. Fairy Bai Qing raised her head and sighed, tears were almost about to fall from her eyes. Mother, what is this dream realm, why is it so magical? Feng Jin Huang asked again. Fairy Bai Qing let out a breath of cloudy air, she calmed her emotions and said gently, regarding dream realms, Mother does not know much either, but the earliest record of a dream realm is written in the Legends of Ren Zhu. The Legends of Ren Zhu, Chapter 3, Section 16 states, Ren Zhu's third son, Northern Dark Ice Soul had entered a deep part of Black Heaven, obtaining Fire Gu. He was chased by many life forms inside Black Heaven, left without a choice, he tossed Fire Gu towards them to protect himself. Fire Gu lit up many of the walking meat trees, and the fire spread out to ignite many of the wild beasts' bodies. At once, life forms were crying out as the light of the flames burst out brightly. So many delicious things, so many delicious things. Fire Gu shouted in excitement, it was no longer weak like before, it was tall and imposing, there was even a hint of ruthlessness and madness in its tone. Northern Dark Ice Soul was shocked. Fire, oh fire, how did you become so huge? I said, I am the least picky when it comes to food, I can eat almost anything. Fire can draw out more fire, a spark can create a forest fire. Fire Gu shouted proudly as it answered. Suddenly, the flame rose up like a wall, moving towards Northern Dark Ice Soul. Northern Dark Ice Soul quickly took a step back. Fire Gu laughed loudly. Oh human, do not be scared. You saved me, you are my benefactor, you are my friend. They are afraid of me, but they need me to deal with those dream realms, thus they imprisoned me and starved me. Only you helped me, thus you are my true friend, from now on, if you have any difficulties, you can count on me. Northern Dark Ice Soul's heart was eased, he said happily, that would be great, my friend. Friend. Fire Gu laughed loudly, it turned into a form of a human as it opened its arms, wanting to give Northern Dark Ice Soul a hug. Northern Dark Ice Soul jumped back in fear. Oh fire, excessive fervor is the fire of self-immolation, let's keep a distance between us. Fire Gu had no choice but to stop its actions, it spun around Northern Dark Ice Soul as he said, oh human, you are so weak, you are not fun. Northern Dark Ice Soul was surrounded in flames, he quickly waved his hand, don't get too close, don't get too close. It is so hot, way too hot, leave a path open for me to walk out. Fire Gu had to open a path for Northern Dark Ice Soul to walk out of. After he walked for several hundred steps, he looked back at the blazing sea of fire with a sigh of relief. But at this time, a wild beast came out from the shadows behind him, swallowing Northern Dark Ice Soul in one mouthful. That is a dream realm. There are so many dream realms, they are catching up. Many life forms shouted as they escaped. Quickly release my friend. Fire Gu shouted in anger, pouncing towards the beast group of dream realms. The dream realm beast group shrunk when shown by the light of the fire, they rapidly melted like a candle. They growled and scattered all over the place. Fire Gu continued to eat along the way, it spread towards the dream realm that consumed Northern Dark Ice Soul. The dream realms were escaping, but Fire Gu was chasing behind them. Among the escaping dream realms, the larger their bodies, the stronger they were, and the faster they ran away. Soon, they pulled some distance from Fire Gu. As it turned out, the dream realms used the emotions and desires of their prey to strengthen themselves. Northern Dark Ice Soul, who was swallowed by a dream realm, had a huge desire to survive. At the same time, his greatest goal was to revive his father. In addition, he was filled with anxiety and was afraid he would not make it. He was also filled with guilt and regret, because desolate ancient moon died due to him giving her a meaning in life. One could say that Northern Dark Ice Soul was the best prey for the dream realms. The dream realm who swallowed him grew rapidly. Fire Gu growled loudly in anger, but it was getting closer to the dream realm. Northern Dark Ice Soul was deep inside the dream realm, he had fallen asleep. In his dream, he saw desolate ancient moon reviving and smiling to him, calling him a good brother and saying she forgave him, and that she knew he did not do it intentionally. He saw that he was at the door of life and death, successfully saving his father, Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu praised him, you are indeed my good son, if not for you, father would not have revived. Northern Dark Ice Soul's face was filled with a blissful smile. And like that, many days passed. The sea of fire was still burning intensely, it spread all over Black Heaven as it finally blocked all of the dream realms which were escaping. Under the burning of the flames, the dream realm quickly melted as Northern Dark Ice Soul fell onto the ground, waking up from his dream. He suddenly understood that everything in his dream was fake, his happiness was not real, what he faced was a burning hot fire Gu. But his face was filled with tears, he felt an extreme cold that was piercing into his bones. He cried out loud, questioning fire Gu, why did you wake me up? I still want to dream, I want to be eaten by the dream realm. Fire Gu reminded him helplessly, "Oh human, you must know, dreams are often the opposite of reality, they are fake." "I don't want to listen, I don't care." Northern Dark Ice Soul cried out as he covered his ears and shook his head. Fire Gu was anxious. "I am your friend, I do not want." Northern Dark Ice Soul interrupted it before it finished. "Since you are my friend, you should not restrict me or obstruct me." Sigh. Fire Gu let out a long sigh, it fell into silence, giving Northern Dark Ice Soul a path leading out without a better choice. Northern Dark Ice Soul quickly ran out, wanting to find another dream realm within the darkness to have him eaten once again. Central Continent, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. Facing this person, Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were tongue-tied, they were shocked and dazed. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, one of the 10 venerables in the history of Gu Masters. Legends regarding her had been passed down even until this day. She was a rarely seen female rank 9 Gu Immortal, the founder of Wisdom Path, and the creator of Star Path. She was the second generation reigning immortal of Heavenly Court. Even after death she plotted against 3 demon venerables, protecting Heavenly Court from danger. Now that she was standing in front of Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan, she looked down arrogantly as her grand aura of rank 9 burst out towards them. "What is going on? Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, she is still alive." He Lu Lan gritted her teeth, feeling an immense pressure. Even if she had great confidence, and was a formidable person plotting to kill her own father, at this moment her body was shaking as she faced an intense trial of her will. After all, the other party was at the peak of Gu Masters, a rank 9 Gu Immortal, the legendary Star Constellation Immortal Venerable that she had heard about since a young age. He Lu Lan could not help but feel her legs go soft, while Star Lord Wan Shang in front of her was already kneeling on the ground, kowtowing as he begged for mercy. The aura of rank 9 was undeniable. But Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his eyes shining with ruthlessness. This feeling, this is actually a piece of a dream realm. He could only growl in his mind, he could not produce any sound. He could not move at all, under the pressure of the rank 9 aura, he felt like an ant that was sealed inside amber. Under the intense threat of life and death, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of danger in his heart. "I have to get out of this dream realm, otherwise, all of my plans after rebirth would come to a halt. My plan for eternal life would end here. True solid bat wings, detonate now." Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, at the crucial moment, he decided to make a sacrifice. The bat wings that he had transplanted after much effort detonated under Fang Yuan's resolute decision. An intense sense of pain assaulted him, turning into a formless energy that protected Fang Yuan's entire body. Star Constellation Immortal Venerable gasped lightly, looking at Fang Yuan deeply, an immortal zombie, yet so fascinating. Just as she said that, under Fang Yuan's perception, the entire scene changed, Star Constellation Immortal Venerable vanished, and the 8th star hall disappeared. What he could see was a blue-robed Gu Immortal with his face facing Fang Yuan, looking up at the clear moon in the sky above the clouds. He muttered, "Heaven has taken pity on me. I, 7-star child, have finally combined the 7-star spaces into one, forming the unified Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. I have passed another huge obstacle in my cultivation journey, I am one step closer to rank 9 realm, one step closer." Ha ha ha, ha ha ha. 7-star child seemed to be unable to sense Fang Yuan's existence, he continued to face Fang Yuan as he had no inclination to turn around. He continued to laugh loudly, his laughter was filled with joy, even Fang Yuan was affected by it and started to feel happy. Fang Yuan started to feel some joy in him, but his body was turning cold, like he was in an icy domain. "Oh no, this is a dream within a dream. I had just left the dream of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, but now I am inside 7-star child's dream." But this time, Fang Yuan had no bat wings left to detonate. Chapter 725, 7-Star Child Awakens. Not good. A person's dream realm is filled with their desires and emotions. I am currently experiencing joy after hearing 7-Star Child's laughter. It is a signal that I am starting to be infected by the dream's emotions. Being inside 7-Star Child's dream realm, Fang Yuan knew the situation was terrible. He had his previous life's experiences, he knew about the dangers of a dream realm. If one was careless, a Grand Gu Immortal could lose himself inside a dream realm, dying in the end. At this moment, Fang Yuan had not fallen too deeply into it. To leave the dream realm, the most effective way was to stimulate himself with severe pain. But as an immortal zombie, he had no sense of pain. If not for the fact that he had retained the sense of pain in his true solid bat wings earlier, he would have been stuck in star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. The encounter earlier was extremely precarious. Thankfully, Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories and recognized that it was a dream realm, thus he could leave before he sunk further into it. Fortunately, he had true solid bat wings, and the pain produced from the self-detonation exceeded the power of star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, thus Fang Yuan was pushed out of the rank 9 Venerable's dream. But just when Fang Yuan escaped from the tiger's den, he entered the wolf's cave. 7-Star Child was a rank 8 Gu Immortal. He did not have a prominent reputation, but his battle strength would have been exemplary. Be it Fang Yuan during his previous life or Fang Yuan currently, he was not 7-Star Child's match. Fang Yuan had no more pain that he could inflict. He felt helpless at this moment, like he was quietly awaiting death. No, there has to be a way, there is another way. Fang Yuan's lips were dry, he was nervously clenching his fists. Sensing his clenched fists, a brilliant light shined in Fang Yuan's red eyes. He was overjoyed. There is a chance. Although 7-Star Child is rank 8, he is far inferior to Star Constellation Immortal Venerable. In Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream, I could not move at all. But in 7-Star Child's dream, I have not lost all of my movement ability yet. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan raised one arm with much difficulty. It felt like a huge mountain was pressing on his hand. Such a simple act of raising his arm became extremely difficult. Rise up. Fang Yuan's veins were popping. He stared at this arm as he exerted all of his strength. After 15 minutes, he finally raised his hand to an appropriate degree. With much difficulty, he slowly opened his 5 fingers, conjuring a lump of starlight in his palm. There were countless icy shards in the starlight. A continuously soft explosion could be heard from them. The blue starlight shined the entire area blue. Seeing this starlight lump, Fang Yuan had an intense feeling of joy and satisfaction. Oh no, I'm starting to feel the same joyful emotions as him. The deeper I am in this dream realm, the more mobility I lose. Fang Yuan reacted, suppressing his emotions. As he expected, his mobility had fallen greatly. He could raise his arm earlier, but now he could only move his fingers. His hands spent a lot of effort to create a lump of starlight. This was his final hope. Hidden dream realms cannot be attacked using normal methods. But this piece of dream realm is different. It has already surfaced. Since it can interfere with outside forces now, it can also be disrupted and destroyed by those outside forces. Although this piece of dream realm had Star Constellation Immortal Venerable and 7-Star Child's dreams, it had immense value. It was a huge waste to destroy it, but if Fang Yuan did not do this, he would lose his life. He had no choice but to do this. Fang Yuan exerted all of his strength. His 5 fingers trembled as the icy drill stardust flew out of his palm slowly. Carrying Fang Yuan's hope, the icy drill stardust slowly hit 7-Star Child's back. Ha ha ha, I succeeded. I fused the 7 stars into one. Ha 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 ha, goo. 7-Star Child's laughter came to a stop. He turned around, but his body was shattering rapidly like a mirror. Fang Yuan could only see his face clearly. His entire body had collapsed. A good chance. Fang Yuan's entire body relaxed. Like the formless mountain pressing on his body had been lifted. Fang Yuan regained his mobility and immediately retreated. If he did not move, when the dream realm recovers, he would not be able to any longer. But 7-Star Child's dream was much more fragile than what Fang Yuan had expected. Not only did 7-Star Child's body shatter, the surrounding clouds and the moon in the sky shattered. In the blink of an eye, this dream realm of 7-Star Child vanished completely. How could that be? My icy drill stardust is not strong. All it could do was shatter 7-Star Child's image. He should recover very quickly. Wait, this situation, could it be? A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. He thought of a possibility. As if responding to his thoughts, a sharp growl could be heard from within the 8th star hall, the voice creating strong sound waves. Who disrupted my sleep? At the deep, dark spot of the 8th star area, high up on the throne, there were 2 blue eyes shining brightly. Soon after, a body of an immortal zombie resembling a mortal person stood up and stepped out, furiously looking around, fixing his gaze on Star Lord Wanshong, He Lu Lan and Fang Yuan. At once, Fang Yuan felt extremely alert. He moved his entire body and retreated quickly. He did not even have time to turn around. He directly charged out of the Star Hall. It turns out that 7-star child had not died, but transformed into an immortal zombie. No wonder the heavenly spirit did not appear. He Lu Lan, I can only help you to this extent. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Before leaving, he fired icy drill stardust towards He Lu Lan. Worms, you court death. 7-star child first went to Star Lord Wanshong. He raised his leg and harshly stepped on Star Lord Wan Zhang's back. With a loud boom, he created a hole in the 8th star hall. Star Lord Wan Zhang's chest was almost entirely smashed. His injured body was like a shooting star, flying down and crashing into the forest. 7-star child immortal zombie took large strides towards He Lu Lan. But He Lu Lan was attacked by the icy drill stardust. Under the intense feeling of pain and cold, she narrowly woke up from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. 7-star child immortal zombie snickered sinisterly. When he got to around 50 to 60 steps from He Lu Lan, he pushed with his left arm. He Lu Lan had yet to react before her entire body moved back subconsciously. At the same time she raised her arms to block. At the next moment, a huge starlight pillar shot out of 7-star child immortal zombie's hand silently. Immortal killer move, Star Billow Pillar. The defense He Lu Lan created was thoroughly destroyed in the blink of an eye by the starlight pillar. Luckily, He Lu Lan had obtained a crucial moment to rest. She quickly changed her direction. Star Billow Pillar was a straight-line attack. He Lu Lan narrowly escaped death and avoided the range of the pillar, retreating quickly. 7-star child immortal zombie halted for a moment, before twisting his left arm and adjusting the direction of the pillar. He Lu Lan dodged left and right. She narrowly avoided Star Billow Pillar many times. Even if she was hit by the light pillar, it was not for more than 3 breaths of time. After dozens of breaths, the huge starlight pillar in 7-star child's hand vanished, and He Lu Lan successfully escaped from the 8th star hall, rapidly descending towards the forest. When He Lu Lan got to Fang Yuan's side, she could not believe that she actually escaped successfully, keeping her life. She did not have strong defensive methods. Even with the recovery speed of being a strength path extreme immortal, she could not stay in the light pillar for 4 breaths of time. During the process of her retreat, she was dancing on the edge of death. If there was an accident and she stayed in it for 4 breaths, she would have died. Fang Yuan grabbed her arm and ran towards the deeper parts of the forest. Quickly go. 7-star child immortal zombie had been trapped in that dream realm for too long. His condition is abnormal and there are few thoughts in his mind. His cognition is slow and he cannot think normally now. He Lu Lan was dragged by Fang Yuan. They concealed their figures and stealthily moved past trees after trees, running frantically in the forest. She was still confused even now. She asked rapidly, Dream Realm. The star constellation Immortal Venerable that I saw earlier was also part of a dream realm. What is a dream realm? Suddenly, He Lu Lan's voice came to a stop. Seeing the icy drill stardust marks on her body, she shouted in anger, Fang Yuan. You actually attacked me. Shut up, I was saving you. Without this icy drill stardust, would you be able to escape from star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm? If you could not react in time, you would have been killed by 7-star child immortal zombie's immortal killer move already. Fang Yuan did not turn around, he replied in a displeased tone. He Lu Lan was stunned, but she accepted his explanation. Fierce and ambitious people were usually easily suspicious. He Lu Lan did not believe Fang Yuan. What she believed was the Snowy Mountain alliance that they had. The alliance stated that allies were not to harm or attack each other. When one side was in danger, the other party must attempt to save them to the best of their ability. If Fang Yuan's icy drill stardust was an attack trying to harm He Lu Lan, he would have died from the oath already. Seeing that he was rapidly running, and causing pain to her arm, He Lu Lan understood and broke free from Fang Yuan's grasp. I can move myself. Pausing for a while, He Lu Lan followed behind Fang Yuan as she asked, I will remember this favor of saving my life. The compensation that I give you should certainly satisfy you. However, what is that dream realm? As a strength path extreme immortal, I actually sunk into that dream realm with no way of resisting. Dream realm, is it that dream realm in the legends of Ren Zhu? Is it connected to great dream immortal venerable? Also, why are you running so rapidly? We have fixed immortal travel. Shut up, Fang Yuan shouted, running at his full speed. His true solid bat wings were already gone, his speed was much slower now. Worms that invade my territory deserve death. At this point, 7-star child immortal zombie's furious voice could be heard. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan ran as they looked up, seeing that 7-star child immortal zombie had already flown out of the 8th star hall. His attention was on the rolling rock battlefield that was in the air. This was unavoidable. After all, the rolling rock battlefield was high in the air, it was massive and was like a huge poisonous tumor attached to the starry sky grotto heaven. It attracted too much hostility. 7-star child immortal zombie thought about it for a while. He stretched out his left arm and burst out with another star billow pillar. An immortal level star path killer move, it crashed onto the rolling rock battlefield. The rolling rock battlefield shook intensely, but it did not break. The star billow pillar was certainly an immortal killer move, but rolling rock battlefield was also an immortal killer move. In fact, it was a killer move formed by using 3 immortal GU that were related to each other. Chapter 726, Retreat. Seeing that his attack did not destroy this despicable, poisonous tumor, 7-star child immortal zombie was stunned. He opened his mouth and roared with even more anger, as his right arm pressed towards the rolling rock battlefield. Following his action, a huge hand made of grand starlight formed and slapped the rolling rock battlefield with great force. It was another immortal killer move. After the attack of 2 immortal killer moves, the rolling rock battlefield cracked open as a huge opening revealed the scene inside the battlefield. It had not broken apart yet. Fang Yuan saw this and retracted his gaze, running without rest. He Lu Lan let out a breath of foggy air. Her worry was mostly lifted. All right, 7-star child immortal zombie is fighting Shi Lei now. This is the best situation. Fang Yuan, why are you running? Saving a person. Fang Yuan's reply was extremely brief and to the point. He Lu Lan was curious. Save who? At this time, Fang Yuan turned around a mountain wall and stepped onto a cliff. He pointed. Him. He Lu Lan looked and saw that there was a GU immortal lying on a cracked rock after a trail of broken trees. It is that star path GU immortal. The two came to Star Lord Wan Shang, and saw that there was a huge hole on his chest. Not only was it completely pierced through, he had lost almost all of his chest, only some flesh by the 2 sides were holding him together. Such heavy injuries made even He Lu Lan breathe in sharply. This is the power of 7-star child immortal zombie stomp. Fang Yuan lowered his body and his 8 arms searched Star Lord Wan Zhang's body in turns. After a while, Fang Yuan sighed in disappointment, thinking, although his body's injuries are severe, it can be healed by paying a huge cost. But his soul was sucked into the dream realm. Unless star constellation immortal venerable's dream was broken, this GU immortal's soul can only wander inside that dream realm, or transform himself into another dream realm. He Lu Lan was standing at the side, using her investigative GU to check. She said with some lingering fear, there is no way to save him, even his soul is entirely missing now. Don't tell me it was because of that dream realm. If you did not save me, would I end up in that state as well? What a pity, Fang Yuan muttered. His movements did not stop. If he was still alive, we could still gain important information from him. In fact, we could use your slavery immortal GU to make him become one of us, doing our bidding. We could even plot against Shi Lei, and might have a chance of killing Shi Lei without taking any risks, while also leaving us free from suspicion, obtaining the greatest benefits. Hey, are you listening to my words? He Lu Lan was stomping her feet in anger. If you have the time for that, why don't you come and help me seal the immortal aperture in his body? Fang Yuan's words attracted all of He Lu Lan's attention. This was a complete rank 6 blessed land. He Lu Lan quickly moved ahead and sent out her divine sense, but it could only move around the area outside the immortal aperture, unable to enter. He is dead, but he left behind his obsession. The blessed land now has a land spirit. Fang Yuan's 8 arms were continuing to move, planting all sorts of GU worms on Star Lord Wan Zhang's corpse. Star Lord Wan Zhang's injuries continued to heal. What can I do to help? He Lu Lan was stunned by the incredible techniques that Fang Yuan was using endlessly right now. Fang Yuan's brows were tightly locked, he was concentrating, sealing the blessed land as a troublesome matter. Thankfully the land spirit has just been formed. I did not expect such a situation, I am lacking GU worms now. You have to observe the battle situation up there, while communicating with treasure yellow heaven to buy these GU worms. Remember, we cannot have a single one missing. Saying so, Fang Yuan transmitted his divine sense. I know. He Lu Lan obtained a list and her face was serious. She stood beside Fang Yuan, acting as a guard while using her own immortal aperture to communicate with treasure yellow heaven. Not just that, she even used the moving perspective cup GU that Fang Yuan lent her to ask for help from Fairy Li Shan. High in the sky, 7-star child immortal zombie continued to attack endlessly. His immortal killer moves were unleashed as if they did not cost any immortal essence at all, he used them one after another. The rolling rock battlefield could not take the pressure and was finally broken. The battlefield broke apart, and the zombie dragon fell from the sky helplessly, like a dead snake with lots of injuries. Shi Lei, who caused its injuries, was not in a good state either. He was covered in wounds, especially the one on his chest. It extended from his shoulder to his waist, the wound was so deep his bones could be seen. Shi Lei was panting heavily, his face was pale. There was still a trace of gray-white zombie fire burning on his body. In order to defeat the zombie dragon, he had paid a huge price and suffered heavy injuries. But the more injured he was, the greater his fighting intent. Seeing 7-star child immortal zombie, who was stronger than the zombie dragon, this GU immortal from combat immortal sect laughed loudly. He did not have any fear, instead, his fighting intent was blazing like a forest fire. Intruder, die, 7-star child immortal zombie shouted, expressionlessly pointing a finger at Shi Lei. Immortal killer move, 1-star finger. At the same time, Shi Lei snickered, flipping his palm. Immortal killer move, shocking rock break. The two killer moves were attacking methods that had short activation time but great offensive power. 7-star child immortal zombie's fingertip burst out with starlight. In the blink of an eye, it tore through space and pierced Shi Lei's chest. Meanwhile, a huge mountain rock pressed down on 7-star child immortal zombie. With a loud bang, 7-star child immortal zombie was sent crashing to the ground, buried under a small hill. Shi Lei's blood was spewing out in a line, from the front and back of his chest. His body shook in the air for a while, he almost fell but he managed to continue floating. Shi Lei was stunned, the attack earlier was too fast, if he did not move his body in time, his heart would have been destroyed. At the area of his wound, there were countless star path Dao marks, as they were near his heart, blood was flowing out unceasingly. Ordinary mortal GU could not help, even mortal healing killer moves could not do anything, but Shi Lei had his own healing immortal GU. After the treatment of the immortal GU, Shi Lei's injuries healed rapidly, the blood stopped spewing out, it flowed down his chest like a stream. Right after he finished treating his injuries, the rock that was suppressing 7-star child immortal zombie broke apart, a huge starlight hand pressed hard and broke the rock into pieces, sending the shards flying. 7-star child immortal zombie shouted loudly, his body was covered in a multicolored star cloak. With a loud bang, he flew up, only leaving behind an illusory figure on the spot. The intense force caused the ground below the immortal zombie to crack, caving in to form a crater. Shi Lei's pupils shrunk, he was shocked by 7-star child's burst of speed. Shi Lei had just summoned his defensive immortal GU when 7-star child immortal zombie crashed towards him with a loud bang. The immortal Gu's defense was nearly broken, Shi Lei spat out a mouthful of blood with his vision spinning, he was sent flying into the sky from the impact. Oh no, this is a movement immortal killer move. Shi Lei could feel the wind brushing against his ears, he tried hard to open his eyes. Hearing something with his ears, Shi Lei turned around with much difficulty, only to see 7-star child immortal zombie covered in a robe of starlight, piercing the clouds and appearing before him. 7-star child immortal zombie flew alongside Shi Lei, towards the sky. At that moment, the immortal zombie opened his left palm, aiming it at Shi Lei's head. Boom! The huge light pillar pierced the cloud layer from a high altitude, penetrating a mountain peak and causing a large area to collapse and fall apart, resulting in much dust and smoke. A body descended from the sky like a broken sack. It was Shi Lei. He had endured the attack of the star billow pillar for 15 breaths, but he was still alive and had some battle strength left. His entire head was charred black, his facial features were all blurry, like the melted wax of a candle. Shi Lei opened his eyes, his golden pupils bursting out with an unprecedented ruthless light. His heart was filled with rage. He finally used his greatest trump card. Earth Path, Transformation Path, Dual Immortal Killer Move, Rock Mountain Immortal Monkey King Transformation. 7-star Child Immortal Zombie charged over, but was repelled by a burst of golden light. When the giant pillar of golden light vanished, a 16-meter-tall giant monkey appeared. The monkey had golden fur, like it was clad in golden armor. The muscles on its body were bulging like huge rocks. Its golden pupils were emitting an emotionless dominance, as the reflection of 7-star Child Immortal Zombie could be seen in its eyes. There were a pair of huge hands with red fingernails that were sharp as swords. When his fingers were extended, his hands looked like two fearsome claws. Opening its mouth, fangs grew. In a moment, fangs were protruding out of its mouth. It was as if a demonic god had descended into the mortal world. On one end, it was the huge immortal Monkey King. On the other end there was the awakened immortal zombie clad in a starry cloak. The two were at a standstill, neither of them attacked yet. Hei Lu Lan watched with her heart shaking. She knew that the moment the two of them attacked, it would be an overwhelming battle. She could not help but urge Fang Yuan, "Quick, the situation is becoming more troublesome." Okay, but without Immortal GU, we can only last for 7 minutes. Once the time is up, the Immortal Aperture will have to land on the ground and take root. Fang Yuan was extremely busy. He felt dizzy as his 8 arms stopped moving in that complex manner. He heaved a deep sigh, looking at the sky, seeing the fearsome Immortal Monkey King, as well as the 7-star Child Immortal Zombie who was surrounded by shiny starlight. Immortal Monkey King moved his golden pupils, using his peripheral vision to look at Fang Yuan and Hei Lu Lan. Fang Yuan's concealment method could not deceive Shi Lei in his current state. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. "He found us. Quick, hide the corpse." Hei Lu Lan's expression was solemn. She quickly dragged Star Lord Wan Zhang's leg and tossed him into her immortal aperture. At this time, 7-star Child Immortal Zombie howled towards the sky. His voice pierced heaven and earth. Beams of starlight pillars shot down from the sky. From the pillars, desolate beasts came out: Diamond Bear, Flying Sword Rat, Star Desolate Hound, Golden Pangolin. After 7-star Child Immortal Zombie started thinking again, he finally used the advantage of the grotto heaven. He released the desolate beasts inside the 7 spaces and displayed an overpowering position. Seeing this, Fang Yuan said nothing more, activating fixed immortal travel. Immortal Monkey King's expression changed. Hei Lu Lan entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. In just a few breaths of time, the two of them vanished. Fixed immortal travel, Immortal Zombie, Fang Yuan. 3 phrases appeared in Immortal Monkey King's mind, but 7-star Child Immortal Zombie charged over again. Shi Lei was bold, but he was not stupid enough to continue fighting. He flew down, towards the walking meat tree, and placed the 2 segments of the tree into his immortal aperture. A trace of starlight tore through the sky, piercing Immortal Monkey King's huge body. It was 7-star Child's immortal killer move, 1-star finger. After Shi Lei was hit, his body merely shook slightly. He continued to fly towards the flying heavenly boar corpse. He had the intention to retreat already. He wanted to get his loot before leaving. He endured 7-star Child Immortal Zombie's attacks as he flew towards the astral wind flying heavenly boar corpse, stretching out his arm to grab it, but he got nothing instead. What? Shi Lei was shocked. Seeing the broken mortal GU on his arm, he understood at once and flew into a rage. It had to be that Fang Yuan. At the next moment, a star billow pillar hit Immortal Monkey King directly on the back, causing him to fall onto the ground. Chapter 727, Escape. Immortal Monkey King was hit directly by the star billow pillar. With a loud thud, he crashed on the ground, with his head facing the floor. He growled angrily, spitting out the soil in his mouth, getting up quickly. Shi Lei did not care about the 7-star Child Immortal Zombie. He only wanted to get to the Star Demon Bat corpse, towards the location in his memories. He took huge steps as he ran, uprooting all of the trees in his way. He looked at the Star Demon Bat corpse from afar, joyful to see that it was still intact. Right at this moment, 3 golden lights flew over from the sky. The golden lights were extremely fast and agile. They were 3 flying sword rat desolate beasts. Shi Lei snorted coldly. He did not want to engage with them. He raised his arms and covered his face. The flying sword rat's nails were as sharp as swords. They scratched Immortal Monkey King's huge body, but no blood was seen as the soft golden monkey fur blocked the nails, emitting a loud metallic noise. Shi Lei's current form had outstanding defense. The 3 flying sword rats did not let go of Shi Lei yet. They were small and agile, they followed him and continued to scratch and hack away at his body. Bunches of monkey fur fell from Shi Lei's body. Wherever Shi Lei went, monkey fur would scatter on the ground. "Damn rats," Shi Lei shouted, whipping his tail and using it like a golden whip. The flying sword rats were hit by the tail, but after they were sent flying, they returned and continued to disturb him. Just as he was about to reach the star demon bat corpse, a diamond bear appeared. Scram! Shi Lei was furious. He clenched his fists and swept with his arms. His fists were slamming horizontally as his brute force pushed the heavy diamond bear away. The diamond bear flew in the air for a short distance, before crashing partway up the mountain. With a loud thud, its body, which resembled diamonds, had cracks on it, but it stood up like it was uninjured. Desolate beasts generally had strong vitality. They were durable and sturdy existences. Shi Lei did not want to tangle with the diamond bear, he only wanted to get back his loot. He ignored the disturbance of the flying sword rats as he reached the star demon bat corpse and grabbed it with his hand. The star demon bat corpse shattered. He had been deceived. Once again, Shi Lei reacted quickly, shouting in anger, "Damn, what method is this? How can it look so real? Flying bear, right, there is still a flying bear here." Still having some hope in his heart, the golden fur giant monkey changed directions and continued to run. Along the way, he was met with obstruction from desolate beasts, but with his brute strength, he forcefully carved out a path. During this period, 7-star child Immortal Zombie who was in the air attacked non-stop, sending blows towards the golden fur giant monkey. Even with the great defense of the Immortal Monkey King form, his skin was torn and flesh was exposed. Shi Lei finally got close to the flying bear corpse, but he saw that there were 5 flying bears surrounding the corpse. Some made mournful cries while others were licking the blood on the ground. There was one which used its head to nudge the flying bear corpse, but the image flickered. Shi Lei saw this and lost all hope. It was completely dashed as rage overwhelmed him. "It seems that all of the desolate beasts that I killed were stolen by that despicable thief Fang Yuan. All of these are my loot, the fruits of my victory. He dared to steal my possessions, the Immortal Monkey Kings. How long has it been since such a thing has happened?" Shi Lei's huge body attracted the attention of the flying bears. The 5 flying bears had bloodshot eyes as they charged towards the golden fur giant monkey. Shi Lei did not have the mood to fight with them. At this point, he knew there was nothing to gain here. He wanted to escape. Even though Star Lord Wan Shang was killed and Shi Lei lost the method to leave Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he knew the location of that Grotto Heaven loophole. As long as he can find that place, he could exert force and create a bigger hole, connecting to the outside world of Central Continent. Shi Lei immediately changed directions, but he realized that while the 5 flying bears were still charging towards him from the front, on the left, there were 3 blazing divine stallions getting closer. On the right, there was a huge ghost-faced tortoise, and behind him were 7-star desolate hounds. In just a short while, he was surrounded by desolate beasts on all sides. Shi Lei wanted to fly into the sky, but he looked up to see an iron crown eagle, a 9-palace crane, and a Qi grand lion, these 3 desolate beasts above him. Other than that, 7-star child Immortal Zombie was also ready to attack. 3 desolate beasts are nothing much, but this Immortal Zombie, the golden fur giant monkey's golden pupils shined with wariness. He lowered his head, looking around and deciding to break through from the right side. On his right, there was a ghost-faced tortoise. It was like the size of 3 mountains, floating in the sky silently. It was the largest in build and had the most difficulty in turning around. If 7-star child Immortal Zombie continued to attack, he could use the ghost-faced tortoise's huge body to act as a shield. Shi Lei made up his mind and took a huge step forward, charging towards the ghost-faced tortoise. He had transformed into the golden fur giant monkey. He was more than twice as large as Fang Yuan's 8-armed Immortal Zombie form. But in front of the ghost-faced tortoise, he was like a pearl in front of a wolf. The ghost-faced tortoise growled, as countless soul beasts emerged from the holes on its shell. The dark blue-colored soul beasts formed into an army, huge in numbers, filling the sky and charging towards the golden monkey like a torrential wave. Shi Lei fought against the flow and moved up, his fists sending all of the soul beasts in his way flying. His golden fur had great defense, although the soul beasts were huge in numbers. They were slaughtered mercilessly. Shi Lei managed to use this soul beast army to avoid the entrapment of the desolate beasts. Only those 3 flying sword rats were still near him, causing small wounds from time to time. This immortal zombie seems to be unable to think, even though he has strength, his beasts are hindering each other, and cannot display their true power. If it was me, I would have attacked long ago. Who cares about the lives of the soul beasts? Xilei had rich battle experience. After evading the ghost-faced tortoise, he had an idea and purposely slowed down. Under the encirclement of the soul beast army, he continued to move forward. The other beasts could only stand far away. Even 7-star child immortal zombie was staring blankly, as if he did not want to harm the soul beast army. Finally, Xilei came to the opening of the loophole of the grotto heaven. He let out a breath of turbid air. He was just about to relax before he winced, as blood poured out from his back. These 3 accursed rats, Xilei growled in anger. He turned around and raised his fist, sending the flying sword rats flying. The flying sword rats earlier could not cause much damage, but when damage accumulated, a small injury would grow into a large one. His back's injury was already filled with metal path Dao marks. The flying sword rats crashed onto the ground, but they quickly flew towards Xilei again. Xilei's eyes shone with a ruthless light. He activated an immortal killer move, Filthy Mud Robe. The 3 flying sword rats landed on the filthy mud robe and could not free themselves, like they were stuck in a swamp. Xilei used another move, Earth's Root. From the thick filthy mud robe, countless spikes shot out, stabbing and piercing the flying sword rats. The flying sword rats held on for over a dozen breaths of time before their tiny bodies were pierced through by hundreds of spikes. They died at the scene. At this time, 7-star child immortal zombie finally reacted. He mobilized the soul beast army and ordered the desolate beasts to charge forward fearlessly. It is too late, fool. Xilei breathed in deeply. The sticky filthy mud robe on his body moved rapidly, detaching from his body and covering the grotto heaven opening. Xilei placed both his palms on the filthy mud robe, pouring a large amount of immortal essence into it. Immortal killer move, Earth Disintegration. The filthy mud robe scattered and flowed out. The grotto heaven crack became a huge hole after this attack. Xilei could see another sky out of this huge hole. He laughed heartily, taking a huge step and forcing his way out. Because it was a forceful breakthrough and was not as meticulous as Star Lord Wan Zhang's methods, during the process of leaving, a huge invisible force squeezed at Xilei's body from all directions. Thankfully, Xilei had become the golden fur giant monkey. His defenses rose by more than 10 times. He resisted the pressure and went through the hole. His body was covered in blood, especially the wound caused by the flying sword rats. His flesh was mushy and large amounts of blood was oozing out. Xilei sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. He shouted in his heart, "Who dares to block my way? I am out of here. That accursed immortal zombie, I will definitely take you down. And for that Fang Yuan, the thief that stole my loot. A mere tiny rank 6 immortal zombie that doesn't know what is good for him, he dared to offend me. When I return, I will deal with you properly, and let you know the terrible fate for offending me." Thoughts flashed in Xilei's mind, but at this time, he heard the growls of flying bears near him. Xilei quickly looked around, seeing that 5 flying bears had gotten extremely close to him from 5 different directions. What is going on? He raised his head and looked, only to see 6 huge star shadows in the sky. Why am I still here? I had undoubtedly. Xilei was extremely shocked, his mouth was wide open. 7-star child immortal zombie looked at him as he laughed coldly. "Little monkey, did you think that my 7-star space is so simple? I do have to thank you. If you did not awaken me, I might still be stuck in that dream realm. As thanks, I will bury your corpse below my most beloved mountain peak." By now, 7-star child had actually regained his senses. He could think normally again. This is bad. Xilei's heart sank. 5 flying bears raised their paws, attacking the golden fur giant monkey. Scram! Xilei was just about to erupt, when starlight flickered around him. His body became heavier and his movement became slower. 7-star child immortal zombie had attacked. This was only a mortal killer move, but its effect was amazing. It was even more effective than the offensive immortal killer move earlier. At once, bear paws slammed down from all directions. Xilei shielded himself on his left and right, but he was unable to protect himself thoroughly. When he finally got rid of his restraint, he rolled and escaped from the 5 bears. But at this time, he was already dizzy from the beating. His muscles were swollen, becoming green and purple. Although he had no bone fractures, his body was aching intensely. After 7-star child regained his senses, his danger level escalated intensely. "I have no choice, I will have to seek help from the sect. HMPH, To think that I, the Grand Immortal Monkey King, was forced to use seek help GU at this moment. Where will my reputation go after this? Fang Yuan, this is all your fault. After I am saved, I will make sure you pay. Shi Lei shouted in his heart. He was going to puke blood from anger. Fang Yuan not only stole his loot, causing his trip to be an overall loss, he even took away Star Lord Wanshong and trapped Shi Lei in this starry sky grotto heaven. Woof woof woof. 2-star desolate hounds traveled over, and the ghost-faced tortoise also floated ahead of him soundlessly. Immortal Monkey King raised his head, shouting at 7-star child Immortal Zombie, fight me for 300 more rounds if you have the guts. 7-star child Immortal Zombie laughed arrogantly, sure, come here. The golden fur giant monkey growled as sharp golden light burst out, forcing 7-star child Immortal Zombie to squint in response. After the golden light faded, Shi Lei regained his human form. He charged into the forest and sped away rapidly. The result was, he ran away. He ran away. The immortal Monkey King Shi Lei, famous for his bravery and ruthlessness in Central Continent, had chosen to escape. If this was known to the outside world, who knows how many of Central Continent's GU immortals would gasp in shock. 7-star child Immortal Zombie was shocked for a while before reacting, responding angrily, you dare to trick me? I thought you were a heroic champion who would rather battle to the death and would never give up. Escape? Go ahead and run, I want to see where you can escape to in this grotto heaven of mine. Shi Lei did not say a word, he ran even faster. Chapter 728, Star Form Blessed Land. We are here. Fang Yuan looked around him and gave a satisfied nod. Where is this? Heilu Land came out of Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. The two had used fixed immortal travel to escape Starry Sky Grotto Heaven and arrive at this place. Heilu Lan looked around her and guessed this was either an underground cavern or inside a hollow mountain. The light was sparse, causing the place to be dark and gloomy. There were jagged rocks and the moisture in the air was very high, however it was quite spacious. This place is Earth Abyss. Fang Yuan lightly replied, Earth Abyss. Heilu Lan looked at Fang Yuan with an astonished gaze. She was not unfamiliar with Central Continent, and knew that this Earth Abyss was located in the far west of Central Continent, and was an incomparably large underground world. Earth Abyss was divided into tens of layers, with every layer being at least hundreds of thousands of square kilometers in size. The space was extremely large and the underground world was deep and secluded. There were all sorts of caves and tunnels, some were like labyrinths, some had giant underground lakes while some had flat ground. Earth Abyss was home to untold number of living organisms, it was full of vitality, the unique ecology was clearly different from the surface. Truly a great place, the Earth Chi is dense in Earth Abyss and will greatly reduce the time for the Blessed Land to fall. Heilu Lan nodded, then changed the subject, but the main headquarters of Ancient Soul Sect is in Earth Abyss. Ancient Soul Sect is one of the 10 great ancient sects, it is like a colossal beast that has held dominance over the far west for thousands of years. They have occupied Earth Abyss and treat it as their own exclusive domain. If you want the Blessed Land to fall here, it is like planting flowers in another person's backyard, aren't you afraid of being found? Fang Yuan laughed. Don't worry, the depths of Earth Abyss are extremely secluded, Ancient Soul Sect has spent thousands of years but has only explored no more than 18 layers fully, with some brief explorations up to the 27th layer. From the 28th to 36th layers, only Ancient Soul Sect's GU immortals roam about occasionally. As long as we plant the Blessed Land below the 40th layer, we do not need to be concerned about being discovered even if we make a large commotion. 40th layer, I remember the exploration of Earth Abyss done by Ancient Soul Sect only found 36 layers. Heilu Lan was astonished. Fang Yuan snickered. That is because they are incompetent, the depth of Earth Abyss surpasses people's imaginations. How could it stop at 36 layers? As he said this, he recalled his previous life. In his previous life, when Fang Yuan was rank 5, endless beast tides emerged from Earth Abyss, attacking the surface and bringing disaster to Central Continent. Ancient Soul Sect suffered the brunt of their attack, suffering such disastrous losses that their foundation was damaged. After the beast tides charged out of Earth Abyss, they constantly drove out beast groups on Central Continent's surface and gradually formed into an unprecedented, terrifying beast tide that spread over the whole of Central Continent. In those years, there was great misery and suffering in Central Continent, countless small sects were destroyed like stones in the path of a flood. The 10 great ancient sects organized groups of experts and rushed everywhere to destroy the beast tide. They spent several years before they were finally able to eradicate the beast tide from the surface. Afterwards, both righteous and demonic path GU masters moved together inside Earth Abyss. Fang Yuan also entered Earth Abyss together with others and killed wild beasts, obtaining resources for his cultivation. They purged layers after layers, and entered deeper and deeper. After entering the 36th layer, GU masters discovered a new passage. Further down was an even larger underground world with territories of countless beast groups, desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. It was a land filled with dangers everywhere. Even when Fang Yuan had self-detonated, the exploration of the Earth Abyss had not finished. They had only discovered there were 107 layers. Ancient Soul Sect currently occupied 36 layers, which was just the portion that was closest to the surface. Fang Yuan naturally would not speak of these details to He Lu Lan, he only said, "Just follow me." He Lu Lan saw Fang Yuan's confident appearance and followed him deeper into Earth Abyss. The place they had appeared was the 8th layer. And as they moved down, they saw many of Ancient Soul Sect's GU masters. These GU masters mostly were in groups, some were hunting wild beasts while some were gathering underground moss. The deeper they went, the fewer the number of GU masters they saw while the cultivations of the GU masters increased correspondingly. From rank 2 GU masters at the start to rank 3 to rank 4. How could these mortals have the ability to detect Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan's traces? Even if they brushed past some GU masters in a narrow path, these mortals would not have been able to sense anything. When they reached the 30th layer, they no longer saw mortal GU masters. It was a scene of darkness which greatly restricted vision, but fortunately, Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were GU immortals, they had all sorts of investigative GU. At the 35th layer, one of Ancient Soul Sect's ranked 6 GU immortals was being chased miserably by an ancient desolate beast and 4 desolate beasts. This GU immortal had helped Fang Yuan. He and He Lu Lan were able to smoothly pass through the desolate beasts' camps and enter the 36th layer. Here, Fang Yuan walked to the key area according to his previous life's memory. After setting up 6 GU formations, Fang Yuan pointed below his feet and said to He Lu Lan, "My attack power is not enough, it is better if you activate your immortal GU and attack this muddy ground." He Lu Lan followed Fang Yuan's instruction. She transformed into a strength path phantom giant and punched heavily at the muddy ground 3 times. Mud and stones spattered, but could not splash out of the GU formations. Thunderous sounds echoed, but outside the GU formations, it was a scene of tranquil silence. The muddy ground was not completely smashed and only formed a crater that reached 70 to 80 feet. "Continue, quickly," Fang Yuan urged before jumping inside. He Lu Lan took a deep breath and jumped inside, punching rapidly. Under these continuous bombardments, the giant crater deepened further and after thousands of feet, it finally broke open completely, forming a hole. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan entered this hole to the 37th layer. He Lu Lan was covered with sweat. She raised her head and saw that the hole was rapidly being restored under the effect of the GU formations. That was the thinnest area in the 36th layer. Even so, it was nearly 10,000 feet thick. Fang Yuan explained, "How did you discover this place?" He Lu Lan was filled with doubts. Fang Yuan snickered. Due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, he could not lie but could choose to not speak. He Lu Lan saw Fang Yuan's silence and snorted, but did not pursue it. The 37th layer was filled with much more danger. After all, this place was completely in its raw state. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan could be said to be among the first outsiders to explore it. When the two finally reached the 40th layer, the seal on Star Lord Wanshang finally reached its time limit. "Your estimate was really accurate." He Lu Lan placed Star Lord Wan Zhang's corpse on the ground and gazed at Fang Yuan deeply. At Fang Yuan's will, hundreds of mortal GU flew out from Star Lord Wan Zhang's body like a swarm of locusts. They buzzed as they flew into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture. Without the layer of suppression, Star Lord Wan Zhang's body gradually let out bright starlight. The starlight became brighter and brighter. At the same time, the ground started to tremor. Several breaths later, vast amounts of earth chi emerged like layers of dust accumulating on the ground. The starlight stabilized. The piercing radiance was comparable to the sun during a summer afternoon. A formless suction force suddenly erupted which started to absorb the surrounding earth chi. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan had already retreated far away from the starlight. "It is an earthquake, another earthquake. Leave, the earthquake this time is quite strong. If we don't leave now we might be buried alive." The GU masters in Earth Abyss scurried off like rats, shouting in panic as they ran as fast as they could out of Earth Abyss. They did not feel this was strange. The structure of Earth Abyss was not stable and there would occasionally be earthquakes or collapse of places within. It was because of this as well that Ancient Soul Sect did not spend a lot of energy to carry out explorations, even though they were in control of this place. Large amounts of stones fell down from above. Even more dangerous were those sharp stalactites that could pierce through rank 3 defensive GU if they struck. In fact, not only the GU masters, the numerous living beings in Earth Abyss were also in misery. Many were crushed to death by the falling stones, while others were buried alive. To place the Blessed Land, Fang Yuan had brought about the death of at least 100,000 or more lives. After 5 minutes of time, the starlight slowly stopped absorbing Earth Chi, and formed a large square door. The large door was completely constructed from starlight and was hovering in the air. There was a plaque on top of the door where 4 words were written, Star Form Blessed Land. He Lu Lan let out a breath of cloudy air. We finally succeeded, it seems our luck is not bad. The commotion was huge, but it did not lead to an attack from the wild beasts in this place. Let's go. Fang Yuan took the lead and opened the starry entrance. He Lu Lan followed closely behind. The two entered Star Form Blessed Land. It was as if it was late at night in here. The sky was pitch black and filled with stars. The dazzling starlight shone on the ground of the Blessed Land. The visibility was high and it was not dark. The whole of Star Form Blessed Land's terrain was like a giant basin. In the center were upward sloping grounds while at the edge of the Blessed Land were continuous mountain ranges, as if forming a circular wall. So much star fragment grass. Fang Yuan looked at the ground. The grass underneath him here actually entirely consisted of star fragment grass. Star fragment grass clearly required to be planted on cloud soil, but this star fragment grass was directly planted on the black muddy ground, yet their growth was in a much better state than the ones Fang Yuan planted in Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan sighed with praise. This is the benefit of having a star path blessed land. Growing the related plants is not only easier, but also guarantees harvest. He Lu Lan's gaze was, however, attracted to the spine-fin star dragonfish that were leisurely flying in the night sky. She could only see 3 spine-fin star dragonfish. These giant dragonfish were about the size of a whale, but had the shape of a carp. There were bones protruding out of their backs that extended outwards. Their scales were blue in color. Their eyes were as large as carts, with some starry radiance in them. However, under the keen observation of Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan, they quickly discovered some traces of battle. Not far away, large patches of plotted grass were in flames with black smoke rising up. The 3 spine-fin star dragonfish had injuries on their body. At the far end of their sight, those continuous mountain ranges also showed unnatural holes, like cheese that was nibbled at by rats. It seems that this GU Immortal had been in a fierce battle. Fang Yuan said, right, if not for my main body being heavily injured by Song Zixing, suffering hidden injuries to both the physical body and soul, how could my grand main body, Star Lord Wanshong, perish inside the 8th Star Hall? A boy suddenly appeared before Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan. His appearance was as if he was carved from jade. He was wearing pinkish blue clothes wrapped around his chest and stomach. His small arms and legs were tender white like lotus roots. He was hovering in the air, his small cheeks puffing in anger. Chapter 729, Splitting Loot. Star Lord Wanshong. It's him. Hearing the land spirit introduce himself, Fang Yuan revealed a flash of comprehension on his face. Land spirit, do you still remember me? Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I had bought star fragment grass and the killer move, Spring Star Rain, from your main body previously. Star Form Child's gaze flickered. He reassessed Fang Yuan as his expression became more gentle. So it is you, I have some impression. Just the land spirit alone cannot take care of the entire blessed land. I wonder if you would like to seek refuge with one of us? Fang Yuan asked directly. He Lu Lan stood at the side, showing some nervousness on her face. She stared intently at Star Form Child. Star Form Child nodded his small head, showing some sadness, saying, to protect this foundation, I will need the help of others. But I have my conditions. Although Star Form Child was formed from Star Lord Wan Zhang's lingering obsession, it had assimilated with the Blessed Land and was the representative of the Blessed Land's will. If he did not have the help of other GU Immortals, the Blessed Land would experience heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities again and again, until it perishes. Any life form had an instinct for survival, even land spirits were no exception. Please speak, Fang Yuan quickly asked. Star-form child frowned, pouting as he said angrily, the reason my main body died in the 8th star hall was because of Song Zixing. He caused a huge injury to my main body, forcing me to expose my secret and explore the grotto heaven with immortal monkey king Shi Lei. If you want to become this blessed land's owner, you will need to bring me Song Zixing's head. Song Zixing's head. He Lu Lan heard this condition and laughed bitterly. Even though she was not a person from Central Continent, she had heard of Song Zixing's reputation. Song Zixing was a former disciple of Myriad Dragon Doc. After getting the Blood Sea inheritance, he refused to hand it over and chose to betray them. In order to exterminate him, Myriad Dragon Doc sent 8 GU immortals in succession. 5 ranked 6 and 3 ranked 7, in the end, 4 were killed by Song Zixing, 3 were crippled and 1 was forced to retreat. Myriad Dragon Doc suffered a huge loss and from then on, they did not dare to attack Song Zixing without preparation again. Song Zixing was now roaming around scot-free. He was one of the strongest experts among the demonic path in Central Continent. He had ranked 7 cultivation and used the blood path, which was extremely powerful at fighting. People in Central Continent publicly recognized that Song Zixing's battle strength was about the same as Shi Lei, while being weaker than Feng Zhuzhe. That was because many years ago, Song Zixing had encountered Feng Zhuzhe and was forced to retreat after Feng Zhuzhe used 3 moves to utterly defeat him. Alright, I will give it a try. Fang Yuan's expression was unchanged. He agreed. You have to hurry, try your best. Star-form blessed land's earthly calamity is coming soon. If I cannot get through it, the blessed land will be destroyed. It will be useless even if you meet the condition then. Star-form child urged. Fang Yuan's gaze shined. If that is the case, I can help you resist the earthly calamity first. Star-form child shook his head like it was a rattle. I will not allow any external GU immortal to stay in star-form blessed land for more than 7 minutes. People's hearts are hard to read, only my master can help me to pass tribulation. Not long after, I will use treasure yellow heaven to spread this information, and get more people to deal with that accursed Song Zixing. He Lu Lan's heart sank, but she had a deeply scheming heart. Her expression was still very calm. She thought about her words as she said, then you have to be careful, land spirit. People's hearts are hard to read. You might attract greedy wolves that would come and attack your blessed land directly. Star-form child laughed. Don't worry, I am not stupid. I will not expose this location to them. Only those who meet my condition can enter star-form blessed land. Leave, and remember not to tell others the location of this blessed land. The land spirit was sending the guests out. Fang Yuan did not stay forcefully. He bid his farewell and left with He Lu Lan using the blessed land's entrance, back to Earth Abyss. The moment the two of them stepped into Earth Abyss, the door behind them vanished, completely disappearing. The blessed land was a small world, even though it was placed on the ground and took in Earth Chi. As long as the entrance was not open, it was very well hidden. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were silent. After getting rid of all their traces, they used fixed immortal travel and returned to Hu Immortal blessed land. They were in a safe environment now. The first thing they did was to split the loot. This journey into Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was terrifying but harmless. We made a huge profit. I am regretting it slightly now. If I knew this, I would not have agreed to the 40% and 60% split. He Lu Lan sighed as she took the loot out of her immortal aperture. Why are there so many desolate beast corpses? This boar looks like an ancient desolate beast. There is a lion here. It is not dead yet. At once, little Hu Immortal's attention was attracted to the desolate beasts on the ground. Blazing divine stallion, flying bear, star demon bat, chestnut yak, a total of 7 desolate beast corpses and a yellow jade lion which was barely on the verge of death. Other than these, there was the astral wind flying heavenly boar, the corpse of an ancient desolate beast. There were also several hundred kilograms of diamond soil dug out from the diamond bear's cave. Finally, there were around 10 mysterious trees. These trees were part of a forest. When they had first entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they trapped Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan. The two could not tell the origin of these trees and decided to take a few into her immortal aperture. Afterwards, a star desolate hound charged over and interrupted their collection process. The corpse of a desolate beast was worth approximately 40 immortal essence stones. Ancient desolate beast corpses were much more expensive. They were 10 times the price of desolate beasts' corpses. That was 400 immortal essence stones. Looking at this, it seemed that the price of an ancient desolate beast was unreasonably high. But the truth was, ancient desolate beasts were hard to kill, not only was their battle strength equivalent to ranked 7 GU immortals, their bodies were covered in Dao marks, mortal killer moves were ineffective on them. Even immortal killer moves were not very effective. Ordinary immortal killer moves used ranked 6 immortal GU as the core. When dealing with ancient desolate beasts, it was like using a dagger to stab an elephant. Although it had effect, the injuries had to be accumulated over a long period of time. Only immortal killer moves formed with ranked 7 immortal GU were an effective method to forcefully deal with ancient desolate beasts. Therefore, when immortal killer moves were involved, immortal essence would be expended. The cost of killing an ancient desolate beast would be much higher as a result. One often needed to expend several hundred green grape immortal essence beads or tens of red date immortal essence beads. As a result, the profit that they gained was usually only about 100 immortal essence stones. Although the profit of killing ancient desolate beasts was still much higher in terms of efficiency, 2 factors needed to be considered. First, there was great risk in fighting with ancient desolate beasts. Second, not any GU immortal could deal with ancient desolate beasts. Ordinary ranked 6 GU immortals would choose to retreat or run away when faced with an ancient desolate beast. Only ranked 7 GU immortals like Xianxia, an expert even among ranked 7 GU immortals, had the confidence to kill ancient desolate beasts. 7 desolate beast corpses are worth around 280 immortal essence stones. The nearly dead yellow jade lion, for now we can count that as around 80 immortal essence stones. The corpse of the astral wind flying heavenly boar is 400 immortal essence stones. Hundreds of kilograms of diamond soil is around 30 immortal essence stones. These mysterious trees are of an unknown origin, we will exclude them for now. All in all, the profit is 790 immortal essence stones. He Lu Lan calculated, the result made her a little tongue-tied. Almost 800 immortal essence stones. Undoubtedly, this was a huge fortune. He Lu Lan's breathing became faster. Ever since she became an immortal, she had been calculating her immortal essence stone expenditure piece by piece. Right now, there were almost 800 immortal essence stones right in front of her. Fang Yuan was in better shape than He Lu Lan. Using the unlimited inspiration of wisdom GU, he made many transactions with Lang Ya Lan's spirit and had tens of immortal essence stones on him as liquid currency. But even so, with 800 immortal essence stones in front of him, Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. Even in his previous life, he had no such experience. In the 500 years of his previous life, the highest amount of immortal essence stones he had on hand at a point in time was merely 60 or so. According to the 4:6 ratio, Fang Yuan could get 474 immortal essence stones. This huge profit was because we looted all of this without any battle, thus we expended no immortal essence. We merely picked them up for free. Fang Yuan calmed his mind and said, "Hehe, that barbarian monkey is probably fuming now. Will he attack who immortal blessed land?" He Lu Lan asked with a bit of worry. After all, this was a huge sum. No, Fang Yuan shook his head. To us, this is a huge sum, but for a rank 7 GU immortal like Xianxia, he has at least several thousand immortal essence stones in his possession. Normally speaking, ranked 6 GU immortals could have several hundred immortal essence stones on them, while ordinary ranked 7 GU immortals would have thousands. Strength and wealth were in a reasonable ratio. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan were newly advanced GU immortals, they had just stepped into the world of GU immortals, they were working with a whole new identity, starting from scratch, thus they were extremely poor. As for Fang Yuan lacking money in his previous life, one reason was because Blood Path was not good for the development of assets, it excelled in fighting. Secondly, because of the 5 regions' chaotic war, there were many fights and he had high expenditure during that period. Fang Yuan continued to analyze. Furthermore, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects are righteous sects, and even compared to super forces in the other regions, they have a long history. These great sects have to abide by order and stability, they care about their face and reputation. Xianxia will definitely want revenge on us, but he would not do it forcefully. He will use righteous methods to suppress us, after all, we are now a part of Immortal Crane sect. He Lu Lan nodded, she agreed with Fang Yuan's perspective, she showed some pity on her face. It is unfortunate that we did not obtain that walking meat tree. It is an ancient desolate plant, a thing of legend, it can be sold for a higher price than the astral wind flying heavenly boar. Fang Yuan said, I do not believe so. At that time, compared to the walking meat tree, star-form blessed land was much more important. How will we split star-form blessed land? He Lu Lan looked at Fang Yuan, her expression turning serious. In front of a huge profit, she was not going to give up on it easily. These desolate beast and ancient desolate beast corpses were easy to split because their price could be evaluated. But star-form blessed land could not be easily assessed. Immortal essence stones could not express the true value of a blessed land. A blessed land was like a gold mine, it could produce resources endlessly. After swallowing it, it could even improve a GU Immortal's cultivation. It could be said that one's blessed land or grotto heaven was the GU Immortal's greatest achievement in their cultivation journey. Fang Yuan thought about it, before saying, star-form blessed land is not easy to split. How about this? We will compete for it fairly. Whoever fulfills the land spirit's condition first will obtain star-form blessed land. The other party has to accept the result without any compensation. Star-form blessed land is the result of our hard work. Only the two of us can compete in this contest. We cannot interfere with each other maliciously. Other than us, even if it was Fairy Li Shan or Tai Bai Yun Sheng who want to fight for star-form blessed land, we will work together and stop them. What do you think? He Lu Lan's gaze flickered as she nodded. That will be the best. Chapter 730, Giving You Qingpu Tea. Central Continent, Bai Qing Blessed Land. Bright sunlight shined down on this small world. The mountain stream flowed slowly, the tall ancient trees spread out their huge green leaves. Sunlight penetrated between the holes amongst the leaves. Because of the breeze, beams of light would sway gently when shining down on the ground. Feng Jinhuang was reclining on the grassy ground, her back against a tall tree. Feeling the wind, she breathed in deeply. The clear air was mixed in with the fragrance of the grass. The book of the legends of Ren Zhu was exquisite and beautiful. In the hands of Feng Jinhuang, she had already flipped it to the last few pages. Feng Jinhuang's eyes were clear as water. She stared at a page of the book without blinking. Although she had heard about the story of Ren Zhu since her youth, due to her mystical experience in the dream realm, when she read the legends of Ren Zhu again with deeper insight, Feng Jinhuang felt many new emotions emerging in her. At the end of the legends of Ren Zhu, it said, Ren Zhu's 10 children died one after another. Even Ren Zhu himself was going to die of old age. He was at the end of his life. Before dying, Ren Zhu retrieved the corpses of his 10 children, and sacrificed himself, sending them all into Derivation Gu's stomach, eaten by it. Large amounts of dream realms also followed the smell of the delicious food, going into Derivation Gu's mouth along with them. Derivation Gu's stomach was burst open, as countless light of life shone on the lands, creating the first batch of mortals. Because the dream realm was involved in the derivation, the first batch of mortals would experience dreams when they slept at night. Humans often sink deep into dreams, like northern dark ice soul, and are unable to free themselves from it. Feng Jinhuang thought as she stretched out her hand, closing the Legends of Ren Zhu book as she stood up. Mother, send me back to the building. I am tired, she said softly. Okay. At the next moment, Feng Jinhuang heard Fairy Bai Qing's gentle voice echoing near her. Feng Jinhuang vanished on the spot. She reappeared in her own room inside the small building. In the room, Fairy Bai Qing was already waiting. Feng Jinhuang's eyes shone with joy. Oh, mother, why are you free today? Don't you need to blend in the earth chi? When a GU master reaches rank 6 and becomes a GU immortal, their aperture would take in the 3 chi of heaven, earth, and human, elevating it into an immortal aperture, forming a small world. GU immortals manage their immortal apertures and increase their cultivation level. But the more objects that enter the immortal aperture, gradually, the heaven and earth chi inside the immortal aperture would become insufficient. Like a carefully nurtured bonsai, as the tree inside grows larger, the pod becomes too small, and the soil will seem very shallow. At this time, GU immortals will place their blessed lands on the ground, taking in earth chi, or place their grotto heavens in the sky, taking in heaven chi. After taking in heaven and earth chi, they would stabilize their blessed land or grotto heaven, increasing the foundation of the immortal aperture. After their cultivation level stabilizes, they would be able to continue cultivating with a more stable foundation. Fairy Bai Qing's current condition was that she had managed the blessed land for quite some time. It was becoming unstable. She placed the blessed land on the ground, and she herself was inside, taking in the earth chi of the large region, central continent, and assimilating it into her blessed land. Fairy Bai Qing looked at her cute daughter with a doting gaze. praising, Huang it seems that after this dream realm encounter, your mental state had been greatly trained. In the past, you would have complained to me and would request for me to accompany you. But this time, I blended in the earth chi for 3 days and 3 nights without spending any time with you, yet you actually read books and refined Gu quietly. Your mental state is much more mature than before. Mother is very happy. Of course. Feng Jinhuang smiled happily, showing her white teeth. She raised her head as the bells rang on her phoenix coronet. She said proudly, "Who am I? I am father and mother's flesh and blood. How can I ruin both of your reputations?" Her smile infected Fairy Bai Qing as she smiled as well. Ever since the first batch of mortals were born, they could dream. Almost nobody can avoid dreaming. After all these years, countless geniuses and talented individuals, even immortal venerables and demon venerables, they have their own dream realms. These dream realms gather together, forming a huge hidden realm of an unprecedented size. Huang your dream wings immortal Gu can allow you to enter dream realms at will. It is a movement immortal Gu that prevents you from being influenced by dream realms. This is a huge opportunity for you. You need to make good use of it. I understand, Mother. These recent days, I have been trying to refine Gu. I found out that my refinement path realm had reached quasi-master level. The advantages of the dream realm are simply too much. I had always lacked interest in refinement path. I had never practiced it normally. But after this dream realm journey, my attainment rose so sharply, I have exceeded many people in the sect. Feng Jinhuang sighed and said, "You moved about in old immortal Kong Ju's dream, you unknowingly obtained some of his refinement path true meaning. But that was because old immortal Kong Ju himself was a refinement path supreme grandmaster, thus you had much to gain. Dream realms are extremely complex. You might not be so lucky next time to encounter the dream of someone as qualified as old immortal Kong Ju." Fairy Bai Qing analyzed. Feng Jinhuang was nonchalant. She laughed. "If I can't encounter it, then so be it. I do not have interest in refinement path anyway. Next time, all I need to do is enter the dream of an immortal venerable or demon venerable. Sigh, it is a pity, I walk on the metal path, yet none of the 10 venerables cultivate this path." Fairy Bai Qing heart jumped when she heard this. She became serious. "Huang do not let your guard down. You were safe and sound this time because you were lucky. The dream realm you were in was not dangerous or harmful. If you really enter the dream of a venerable, you have to retreat immediately. The power of a venerable is not something you can imagine." Feng Jinhuang's first stuck out her tongue, before she replied obediently, "Yes mother, I understand." Fairy Bai Qing's expression became more gentle. She took out a letter Gu. "This is a letter from your father. He has already broken through the regional wall, and has found a place to rest after entering northern plains. He has not learned of your awakening yet, but since he has already sent us a letter, we can use this letter Gu to reply to him, say a few words to him and relieve his worry, so that he can deal with the missions in this northern plains journey." Father's letter. Feng Jinhuang's eyes shined. She jumped over and took the letter Gu from Fairy Bai Qing, her consciousness entering it. But in the end, she could not read it. Feng Jinhuang pouted. "Oh, it is that information path immortal Gu, letter sending green bird. I am still immortal, I cannot read it." Fairy Bai Qing patted her head. "Your father is currently in northern plains, how can he cross the regional wall without using an information path immortal Gu? What are you anxious for? I had just praised you for becoming more mature." Saying this, Fairy Bai Qing injected a will into Feng Jinhuang's mind. Feng Jinhuang was familiar with this. Countless thoughts generated in her mind as she conversed with the will. Instantly, she could see the information in Feng Juji's letter. "Father." Feng Jinhuang read Feng Juji's letter, and saw the concern and worry he had towards her. She was so moved her eyes turned red. "I want to see father immediately and show him my current refinement path attainment. He had always been worrying about my refinement path realm." Feng Jinhuang muttered. "Don't worry, I will tell your father in the letter." Don't tell him, I want to give father a surprise." "All right." Fairy Bai Qing took out a letter Gu next. It was also a letter sending green bird Gu, but this was a rank 5 mortal Gu. "This is another letter for you, it is from Fang Yuan. He had sent it long ago, take a look at it." Fairy Bai Qing said. Fang Yuan. Feng Jinhuang heard this name and gritted her teeth. Her brows were sharp like swords, and her beautiful face turned red from embarrassment. She snatched the letter Gu and checked it. Fang Yuan had put in a lot of information in the letter. He first praised Spirit Affinity House extensively, his tone was like he wanted to join them, and he afterwards agreed with Feng Jinhuang's challenge, and he even apologized for replying so late. At the end of the letter, there was a line, I am currently in Immortal blessed land, my doors are open to await for Fairy Feng Jinhuang's visit. I have heard that Spirit Affinity House's Qingpu tea is extremely famous. If you intend to spar with me, I would get to experience the taste of this famous tea, that would be extremely enjoyable. HMPH. He truly has the leisure time and mood, he wants to drink Qingpu tea. He wants to enjoy the taste of tea. Evil thief, lecherous thief, I want to tear you into pieces and break up your bones to feed dogs. Feng Jinhuang's eyes were burning with fire, she exerted some strength unknowingly, and the letter-sending green bird Gu was chirping in response. Fairy Bai Qing quickly saved this letter Gu. Huang this is something mother wants to talk to you about. Undoubtedly, Fang Yuan has exceeded our expectations once again, he is no longer like before. If you spar with him now you will only lose, there is no way to win. What? Feng Jinhuang stared with her eyes wide open, looking at Fairy Bai Qing in shock. Fairy Bai Qing told her about the details of Fang Yuan becoming an immortal zombie, and that he had a mysterious force behind him that managed to force Immortal Crane sect to retreat after attacking Immortal blessed land. Immortal zombie, he actually became an immortal zombie. Feng Jinhuang muttered to herself, if it was not her mother saying this, she would not believe it herself. How long has it been? He actually became an immortal already. We are about the same age, how can he have such firm foundations to charge towards Gu immortal realm? Feng Jinhuang was very perplexed. Fairy Bai Qing replied her, regarding his suddenly transformation into an immortal zombie, our 10 great ancient sects have some guesses. Although raising one's foundation is hard, it is not impossible. There is an example right in front of us, that is Dream Realms. Other than that, we have guessed that the mysterious force behind him might have some sort of special immortal ascension method, to allow a Gu master to become an immortal zombie. But becoming an immortal zombie means your cultivation level will stagnate, it can no longer progress. Feng Jinhuang frowned. That is the cast, but think about it, a rank 5 mortal Gu master compared to a rank 6 immortal zombie, the latter is obviously much stronger. Fairy Bai Qing said. Feng Jinhuang showed some disdain on her face. I don't care if he was greedy towards short-term profits, or that he was forced to do so, he will definitely not be my match in the future. He is rushing to challenge me now, it is obvious that he knows he can only continue to bully me during this period of time, in the future, it will be my turn. This coward is timid like a rat, he is a shameless and unscrupulous person. Huang do not be blinded by your own hatred and anger. Fairy Bai Qing's expression was very solemn. This Fang Yuan is not simple, this letter that he sent was right before Immortal Crane sect attacked, his real intention was to build a relationship with us, Spirit Affinity House, it was a tactic to bring in a third party. He has Dang Hun Mountain right now, and is making transactions with our 10 great ancient sects. His name has spread far and wide in Central Continent, almost every Gu immortal knows of his existence now. Mother, I was wrong, I was too agitated. Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth, trying to regain her calm. How will you respond to this letter? Ignore it, or reply to it, I will let you decide. Fairy Bai Qing purposely tested her. Feng Jinhuang said immediately, of course we will reply, since this challenge was set by me, and he has already responded. If I avoid battle because he is an immortal zombie, then I would be showing weakness. But, her eyes turned as she said, the enemy is strong while I am weak, only a fool will go head to head with him. HMPH, soon, the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention is going to begin. I will use Refinement Path and defeat him in public. This will soothe some of my anger. Mother, what do you think of this? Fairy Bai Qing nodded in satisfaction, this is a good idea. Feng Jinhuang gritted her teeth, her eyes shined with bright light. In the following days, I am going to find Refinement Path Gu Master Dreams, and rapidly build up my foundation in Refinement Path. Using him as an opponent, it will urge me and promote the growth of my cultivation level. Fairy Bai Qing laughed, patting Feng Jinhuang's head, this is my good daughter. Feng Jinhuang squinted, as she replied, she chuckled coldly, you want to pretend to be cultured and drink Qingpu tea, sure, I will give you 50 or 60 jars of it. But if you want to compete, we cannot do so without a bet. I will make you lose in both reputation as well as substance. Chapter 731, 4 to you, 6 to me. Land spirit, I brought you a live desolate beast, come and check it out. Fang Yuan said as he opened his immortal aperture, activating a dozen GU worms as he took out a lion and placed it on the ground. This lion was large like a giant elephant. It was brown-yellow in color, and thick fur covered more than half of its body. It was sleeping now, making a snoring sound. It was the yellow jade lion. It was originally injured heavily, on the brink of death. But as long as it was still alive, with Fang Yuan's current abilities and assets, he could heal it back to full health. Langya Land Spirit stroked his beard, walking around the yellow jade lion as he observed. He could move freely now, the chi path seals on his body were all released. Good lion, even if you are sleeping, you look so fierce. Not bad. Saying so, Langya Land Spirit stretched out his arm and opened the yellow jade lion's mouth, seeing the tightly clenched teeth. Good teeth, Langya Land Spirit praised. He continued to touch the lion along its body, until he reached the area between its hind legs. Throughout the process, Langya Land Spirit had been activating GU worms silently. After inspecting it, he was pleased. Not bad, it has vigor and vitality, it can reproduce as well. It is a pity that my blessed land is a refinement path blessed land, it is not great for raising these fierce beasts. Langya Land Spirit had 12 desolate beasts, he was very experienced with them and had become quite an expert, he was not unfamiliar with desolate beasts at all. But Langya blessed land was a refinement path blessed land, refining GU here would have higher chances of succeeding. But there was no assistance or help for raising beasts. Meanwhile, Immortal blessed land was an enslavement path blessed land, it was good for raising fox groups. The fox groups inside Immortal blessed land would have greater chances of producing a desolate fox. Blessed lands and grotto heavens were all very different, each of them had their own specialties. This was because blessed lands and grotto heavens were the immortal apertures of GU immortals. When GU immortals undergo immortal ascension, they would take in heaven and earth chi, and according to their understanding towards heaven and earth, their immortal aperture world would be created relating to the path of the GU worm that they toss into it. Langya Land Spirit was very pleased with this yellow jade lion, he quickly gave Fang Yuan 88 immortal essence stones, at the same time, he gave the details of the killer move Unfamiliar Face. Fang Yuan looked through the details of it in front of Langya Land Spirit. This killer move had an extraordinary origin, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. As expected of Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, he had an innovative idea and went on a creative path. Fang Yuan praised. There are only 300 GU worms used here, but they involve Transformation Path, Strength Path, Wisdom Path, and others, for a total of 6 paths. Some of the GU worms are rare, it seems that it will take a while to recreate this killer move, after I collect all of these GU worms. Langya, do you have these GU worms? Langya Land Spirit shook his head, chuckling, what would I keep these GU for? I cannot use this killer move. Unfamiliar Face, Vaguely Familiar Face, and Familiar Face, these 3 killer moves are a series. What you obtained is merely the mortal killer move, able to transform into someone people do not know. If they know the person, you will be exposed. The latter 2 are immortal killer moves, even if you transform into a familiar person, you would not be exposed. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable seemed to have left behind an inheritance of this, if you have the opportunity, you might obtain the other 2 killer moves in your lifetime, who knows? Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. How could I have such luck, to coincidentally find the other 2 immortal killer moves? The inheritances of these 2 might have been taken by others already. Although he said that, he was moved in his heart. He thought about the time in Northern Plains, when he obtained the inheritance that involved Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's Luo Po Valley inheritance. He had already refined the key to enter the inheritance, Open Door GU and Close Door GU. But he had not acted yet. GU Master inheritances were not easy to obtain. Especially demonic path inheritances, they were usually much harder than righteous path inheritances, and much more dangerous. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance was definitely an extremely dangerous place. With the situation being unclear, and Myriad Self being unusable, Fang Yuan would rather wait a while longer than take the risk unnecessarily. Fang Yuan did not place much expectation on this, because he had guessed long ago, the inheritance clue that I obtained was obviously not the only one out there. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable did not want his inheritance to remain undiscovered, thus he spread the clues far and wide to increase the chances. This inheritance had been created such a long time ago, someone might have gone there already. Not speaking of anyone else, just look at Spectral Soul Demon Venerable, he seemed to have used Dang Hun Mountain and Luo Po Valley to cultivate Soul Path. Since Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable's inheritance involves Luo Po Valley, I'm afraid Spectral Soul Demon Venerable has already been involved in it. In fact, he might have taken Luo Po Valley away already. Clearing up his mind, Fang Yuan took out 3 completed Immortal GU recipes and handed them to Lang Ya Land Spirit. This is the current transaction. Lang Ya Land Spirit received the Immortal GU recipes and checked them. Seeing that there were no problems, he praised Fang Yuan's talent again. Rascal, I rarely admire people, but your talent in deducing Immortal GU recipes has truly made me look at you in a different light. Land Spirit, I was about to talk to you about this. Fang Yuan said. Regarding the transaction of the Immortal GU recipes, I would like to change the details of our transactions. All of your Immortal GU recipes that have a high completion rate have been deduced by me already. The remaining ones have 60 to 70% completion rate, or even under 50%. I want to deduce these Immortal GU recipes, but it would take a long time if I want to complete them. If I have to spend a month or 2 on them, I would not be able to do anything else. I suggest that we change the details of our transaction. Before Fang Yuan finished, Lang Ya Land Spirit shook his head. Not changing, why must we change? I've spent so many Immortal Essence Stones, wasn't it because you could deduce Immortal GU recipes? You are a Wisdom Path GU Immortal, and you are so skilled at deducing Immortal GU recipes, why do you not want to continue? At most, I can increase the price and pay you a bit more compensation. Lang Ya Land Spirit, don't reject me yet, listen to me, I know you will be interested. Fang Yuan laughed confidently. My suggestion is this, from now on, you will take charge of deducing the Immortal GU recipes. Whenever you encounter a problem and cannot continue, I will help you deduce the next step and get over that hurdle. Each time, I will only charge 2 Immortal Essence Stones. What, so it is such a deal? Lang Ya Land Spirit fell into deep thought. Fang Yuan's suggestion had indeed moved him. After all, he was Long Hair Ancestors Land Spirit, his refinement path attainment was quasi-great Grand Master, he had skills in deducing Immortal GU recipes. The reason he did not finish deducing these Immortal GU remnant recipes was because he had met with a tough problem in each of them and could not continue until he resolved it. If he passed this obstacle, he might be able to advance through the Immortal GU recipe easily, and successfully complete it. Thus, Lang Ya Land Spirit would only need to pay Fang Yuan 2 Immortal Essence Stones, it would be much cheaper than their former price. Of course, if the Immortal GU remnant recipe was very difficult, Fang Yuan might earn even more Immortal Essence Stones than before. But Lang Ya Land Spirit was confident, with his refinement path attainment, the first situation would be more likely. This way, Fang Yuan, your income will be much lower. Ah, I almost forgot, you are selling Guts GU now, your business is booming, is that why you do not want this work anymore? Lang Ya Land Spirit jumped to realization. Fang Yuan laughed. Land Spirit, this transaction benefits you too. After getting so many Immortal GU recipes, and having regained your freedom, you can refine Immortal GU again. When refining Immortal GU, the vast majority of attempts fails, the success rate is simply too low, and you would expend an incredible amount of resources. I am helping you to save Immortal Essence Stones, shouldn't you be thanking me? HMPH, I knew you would say that. Lang Ya Land Spirit rolled his eyes, saying, I can agree with this, but I have a condition. It is a long story, do you know about Qin Bai Sheng's auction? Lang Ya Land Spirit could not leave the Blessed Land, but he knew clearly about the things happening in Northern Plains. Of course I know. Fang Yuan nodded. Lang Ya Land Spirit continued. You are aware that some time ago, a mysterious force attacked my Lang Ya Blessed Land. They all failed, and during this process I captured some GU Immortals. I intend to sell them all, or rather, I want to sell their blessed lands. Selling blessed lands, Fang Yuan looked at Lang Ya Land Spirit. With some shock, this was a very big move. Is this business practical? Fang Yuan's expression was solemn. It would be 1,000 times more popular than my Guts GU business. After GU Immortals buy these blessed lands, they can swallow them and raise their cultivation level. They can also skip heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities. Why did you not keep them for yourselves? Lang Ya Land Spirit shook his head. To swallow a rank 6 blessed land, one needs master level attainment in that realm. To swallow a rank 7 blessed land, one needs Grand Master level. To swallow a rank 8 grotto heaven, one will need great grandmaster attainment. Although my refinement path attainment is high, I am not involved in many other paths. And the most important reason is, I do not want to devour them. My Xianxia blessed land has already reached the limits of a blessed land, any progress would elevate it to a grotto heaven. A grotto heaven's tribulations are far more dangerous. Back then, I purposely weakened Xianxia grotto heaven until it became a blessed land. Why would I raise it up again? Fang Yuan understood. That is true. Wait, your condition is to ask me to sell these blessed lands at the auction in your place. Xianxia land spirit raised his thumb, saying with a tone of flattery, you are a smart lad. Fang Yuan stared with wide-opened eyes, do you want to kill me? No, this is definitely impossible. Once I sell these blessed lands, I will become the biggest target of everyone. It earns too much attention, how could have the ability to capture all these GU immortals? If I appear like this, that mysterious force would know and associate me with Xianxia blessed land. Next time when they attack you, they might even attack my blessed land. Isn't the Inkman King Mo Tan Sang your good friend? Ask him to go. Sigh, he is an Inkman immortal, his origin is not good and has always been ostracized by humans. Furthermore, he has his family and Inkman city to take care of. He is not appropriate. Xianxia land spirit shook his head. Oh, you do not want him to go die, so you want to send me to die. Don't make it sound so terrible, don't you have the killer move unfamiliar face? With this killer move, other GU immortals cannot identify your true form. Xianxia land spirit said in a low tone. Fang Yuan gave an assessing look at the land spirit. I was wondering why you were so generous, giving this precious killer move to me, so you had a plan from the start. Xianxia land spirit could not take it anymore, he stared with furious eyes as he shouted, rascal, do you think I'm unfamiliar with you? You have ridiculous guts, since when have you been scared? You even destroyed Imperial Court blessed land and toppled 88 Truyong building, as long as the benefits are high enough, you are a desperado. Afraid of this matter? Just tell me, how much do you want? Fang Yuan snorted coldly. We will split the profits from selling the blessed lands, at the least, it has to be a 4-to-6 ratio. 4-to-6 ratio? You are too greedy, you are asking for 40%. Xianxia land spirit screamed. A cold light flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, his face was grim. You are wrong, land spirit, my intention is, I will take 60%, you will take 40%. Xianxia land spirit was stunned, even though he had lived for so long, he was shocked by Fang Yuan's shamelessness and greed. He breathed in deeply, staring at Fang Yuan's face. Such words, you have the face to say it. Why wouldn't I? Fang Yuan's face was thick as a city wall. I am going to take a huge risk involving my life, without enough profits to motivate me, I will not do it. This price is already the lowest, I am considering this based on the fact that we are old friends, this is a friendly price. Friendly price, I think you are trying to con a friend. So no deal, consider it more, this is the price I want, there is still some time until the auction, I am leaving first. Fang Yuan opened a Stargate. Chapter 732, Top-Tier Mortal Killer Move. Fang Yuan was sitting cross-legged on a cushion, looking at a pair of bat wings in front of him with full concentration. A pair of large bat wings was hovering in front of him, thin and small scales of an eerie blue color with each having the size of a pinky finger grew on the wings. As light refracted from the scales, it seemed to be giving off starlight. After Fang Yuan returned from Xianxia blessed land, he started repairing the star demon bat's wings. After 9 days and 9 nights of effort, it had reached the current crucial moment. Whether I can fix these bat wings or not depends on this. Fang Yuan willed and summoned a mortal GU from his aperture. He flicked his finger and threw this crucial mortal GU in. The mortal GU turned into a drop of jade green liquid which created a layer of green light when it shot into the bat wings. The radiance flowed like water, the green light spread and soon covered the entire pair of bat wings. In the blink of an eye, the green light dispersed and was replaced by fine hair that covered the whole of the star demon bat wings. Fang Yuan meticulously observed and probed with his 10 fingers in turn. Following his movement, the green-haired bat wings also made constant turns in the air, letting Fang Yuan observe it from all angles. Fang Yuan spread open his fingers, the shrunken star demon bat wings also unfolded. When he saw fine hair growing inside the bat wings, he nodded in satisfaction. When Shi Lei attacked and killed this star demon bat, he attacked with no restraint, causing the wings to be greatly damaged when I obtained it. Now I have invested my full effort into restoring it, but whether I can restore it or not, even I don't have much confidence. Fang Yuan heaved a sigh and stood up. He casually waved his hand. Hundreds of GU worms flew and circled around the green-haired bat wings, tightly securing it inside. Fang Yuan then passed by the bat wings and walked out of this secret room. He closed the door of the secret room. Darkness enshrouded the green-haired bat wings inside the secret room. Fang Yuan stood outside the door and lightly stamped his foot, calling, "Land Spirit. Master, Master, you called for me." Little Hu Immortal immediately appeared beside Fang Yuan, her eyes shining and her face carrying a joyful expression of being able to see her master. "I asked you to pay attention to the business in Treasure Yellow Heaven, how is it going?" Fang Yuan walked as he asked. Little Hu Immortal closely followed behind, replying, "Master had put the desolate beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven for sale, but only one desolate beast corpse was sold over these days." Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei had already discovered Fang Yuan, thus, Fang Yuan might as well put these desolate beast corpses up for sale openly in Treasure Yellow Heaven. He had discussed matters with He Lu Lan, the two took what they needed first. Fang Yuan took the yellow jade lion and star demon bat wings while He Lu Lan took the flying bear corpse. Fang Yuan was put in charge of selling these beast corpses. No matter what the result was, he would have to give 40% of the earnings to He Lu Lan. He Lu Lan was also not afraid he would renege on his words. After all, there was the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Under normal circumstances, these desolate beast corpses would be popular goods that were quite rare. When they were put in Treasure Yellow Heaven, they would be sold within 4 to 6 hours, and it was very easy to earn Immortal Essence Stones. However, Fang Yuan did not want Immortal Essence Stones this time. He arranged a will to express to other GU Immortals. To buy these beast corpses, they would have to exchange with specific goods. First of all was a method for immortal zombies to turn back to human, or any information and clues. Second was the GU recipe for White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU, the GU worm itself, or corresponding information and clues. Third was the wings of bad desolate beasts. Fourth was top-tier mortal killer moves. The more outstanding they were, the better. Fifth was Bone Path GU worms like Battle Bone Wheel that could be arranged to form the killer move, White Bone Chariot. Last was Wisdom Path inheritances or information and clues about them. These 6 conditions were arranged in descending order according to Fang Yuan's needs. The ones listed first would be cheaper for the buyers when they purchase the beast corpses. Fang Yuan's Guts GU business was extremely thriving right now. He did not lack Immortal Essence Stones for the moment, thus he wanted to exchange them with goods. Because of this, the desolate beast corpses, which were popular goods and easy to sell, had become this hard to sell. 12 days had already passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, but they only managed to sell one desolate beast corpse. "Oh, what did that beast corpse exchange for?" Fang Yuan asked excitedly. One whole chestnut yak was exchanged for a pair of bad desolate beast wings and an investigative killer move called 100 Li Ai. Little Hu Immortal replied, "Mortal killer moves normally would not exceed 6 Immortal Essence Stones in Treasure Yellow Heaven." There were also detailed classifications between them. Mortal killer moves that sold for half an Immortal Essence Stone were classified as bottom-tier goods, but they were better than nothing. Mortal killer moves that were worth 1 to 2 Immortal Essence Stones were mediocre. They could provide some help to GU Immortals if used properly. For instance, the killer move Fang Yuan looked at before but did not buy, Spiral Drill Star Spear, was valued at 1 Immortal Essence Stone. Star Lord Wan Zhang's Spring Star Rain was sold at 1.5 Immortal Essence Stone. The Poison Breath killer move which Fairy Li Shan gave Fang Yuan could be sold for 2 Immortal Essence Stones. Fang Yuan's previous defensive killer move Hair Armor was worth 2 Immortal Essence Stones and was at the peak level of common mortal killer moves. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's defensive killer move 9 Cloud Ring could absorb enemies' attacks to a certain degree before counter-attacking. It was valued at 2.5 Immortal Essence Stones. Mortal killer moves worth 3 Immortal Essence Stones were middle tier. They were reliable methods. For instance, Western Desert GU Immortal Plump Lady's killer move, Burial Dragon Sand Coffin, was valued at 3 Immortal Essence Stones. Mortal killer moves worth 4 to 5 Immortal Essence Stones had outstanding might and could not be looked down upon. They were considered as powerful methods that could often change the situation to a certain extent when they were used. Fang Yuan's Icy Drill Stardust had mixed in Do Min Jun's inheritance, which raised its value to 4 Immortal Essence Stones. The Lion Fur Armor, which was an improved form of Hair Armor, was valued at 4.5 Immortal Essence Stones. Immortal killer moves that were worth 6 immortal essence stones were classified as top tier, few could be bought in the market. Fang Yuan's reinvented movement killer move, True Solid Bat Wings, would have the effect of this tier if 3 pairs of bat wings were used. Killer moves were one of the 4 main factors that influenced a GU Immortal's battle strength. When Fang Yuan possessed Icy Drill Stardust, Hair Armor and Light Illusion Bat Wings, his battle strength had already reached the upper tier of ranked 6 GU Immortals. In his previous life, before Fang Yuan self-detonated, he possessed more than a dozen mortal killer moves, most of them were top-tier level killer moves worth 6 immortal essence stones. His battle strength had been at the peak of rank 6. However, when one reached rank 7, it was a different scene. The immortal killer moves that consumed green grape immortal essence became common methods. And those immortal killer moves that consumed red date immortal essence became uncommonly used, hidden trump cards. Most GU Immortals did not have Immortal GU, this was referring to ranked 6 GU Immortals. GU Immortals that could cultivate to rank 7 were even fewer in numbers, they were the elites of elites, experts among experts of rank 6 who would have experienced innumerable tribulations and calamities, had excellent aptitude, temperament and accumulation. There was no way to justify them not having Immortal GU. With Immortal GU, there would be Immortal Killer moves. Immortal Killer moves were evolved from using Mortal Killer moves as a foundation. Like He Lu Lan, who was trying to modify her Strength Path Killer move to an Immortal Killer move. Often one Immortal GU can form different Immortal Killer moves according to the differences in Mortal GU. Thus, many GU Immortals would have offensive killer moves even if they did not have offensive Immortal GU. For instance, Fang Yuan's Myriad Self was an offensive killer move, but its core was Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, which was a support Immortal GU that helped GU Immortals in Soul Path cultivation. 100 Li I, after hearing Little Hu Immortal's reply, Fang Yuan nodded and commented, "This mortal killer move is valued at 6 immortal essence stones, it allows the GU Immortal to observe the scenery within 100 Li as clearly as the lines on one's palm." Good, I was lacking this kind of investigative killer move. But of course, the greatest satisfaction in this transaction is that I obtained another pair of Desolate Beast bat wings. He then asked, "Did any important things happen in the Blessed Land these recent days?" Little Hu Immortal shook her head and reported that everything was normal. Such tranquil days were very rare to Fang Yuan after his rebirth. However, Fang Yuan did not dare to slack even a little. Ever since he saw the external manifestation of a dream realm in his trip to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he felt a sense of urgency and could vaguely tell that the waves of the new era were coming. Over the next few days, Fang Yuan began to handle the newly obtained pair of bat wings. At the same time, he also arranged the old hairy men in the Blessed Land to refine GU. The Airsac GU, which could store Guts GU, were naturally the main focus of the hairy men. Besides this, Fang Yuan divided the refinement procedures of Group Strength GU and Small Family Qi GU. He then separately taught the old hairy men and let them go through similar practice. These 2 GU recipes could not be compared to others, they were ancient GU recipes, their materials were rare and not easy to find in the present age. Thus, Fang Yuan first used other similar materials and GU worms to raise the hairy men's proficiency. When their proficiency reached the level Fang Yuan was satisfied with, only then would he truly let them refine these 2 GU. Fang Yuan's doctrine was to not raise idlers. Since he had already purchased the hairy men, he would try to squeeze every last bit of their worth. After 3 days in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, there was still no activity in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Fang Yuan had taken care of a small part of the newly obtained bat wings. But the wings of the Star Demon Bat was still being incubated. Fang Yuan opened the door of the secret room and entered, standing in front of the green-haired bat wings. Right now, the green hair on the bat wings had already grown to be extremely thick and lush. Success or failure shall be determined at this moment. Fang Yuan used Mortal GU and with a snapping sound, a spark immediately was sent flying out. The spark flew to the green-haired bat wings, a soft sound echoed, the spark set the green hair aflame, forming a green fire. The fire appeared quickly and disappeared just as quickly. In a blink of an eye, the green hair on the bat wings floating in the air was already burnt off, revealing a pair of black bat wings. There were no small blue scales on the bat wings, instead they were replaced by a layer of thick ash. Fang Yuan showed a trace of disappointment, failure. He softly let out a breath of cloudy air, the weak breath touched the bat wings, this pair of bat wings fell down on the ground like charcoal and broke into pieces. The bat wings were filled with heavy injuries. Xilei had destroyed the star demon bat's wings first to kill it. The wings had thus suffered serious damage. The star demon bat could no longer display its advantage in flying, and was finally killed by Xilei. Fortunately, I have another pair of bat wings. Fang Yuan quickly got over the disappointment, and soon he was busy in the refining process. Chapter 733, Recognizing One's Own Ordinariness. With the previous refinement experience, this second attempt was much easier for Fang Yuan when refining the desolate beast bat wings. After over half a month in Immortal blessed land, he transplanted this pair of desolate beast bat wings onto his back. In accordance with his usual practice, Fang Yuan still chose to retain the sense of pain in the bat wings. On this day, Fang Yuan was testing his killer moves on the top of Dang Hun Mountain. 100 Li I, he activated the killer move, his bright red pupils suddenly enlarged. He could see the grassland or debris within 100 li of his surroundings with extreme clarity, like they were in front of him. Outside of 100 li, his sight became blurry but was still much clearer than seeing with the naked eye. After 400 li, his line of sight reached the limit. It was all blurry and he could only distinguish some color and shadows. 100 li I is the base for 1000 li I. The latter is an immortal killer move and requires corresponding immortal GU to be used. Fang Yuan nodded in satisfaction. This killer move was valued 6 immortal essence stones and it indeed had outstanding effect. It was just that the vision could not see through stealth or bypass obstacles. If any obstacles blocked the sight, the thing behind the obstacle could not be seen. This was the downside of 100 li I. Fang Yuan remembered both the merits and demerits, as he lightly flapped the wings on his back and flew to the sky. He continued to maintain 100 li I while flying, looking at the sky and ground with clear vision. Lion fur armor. He willed and activated the defensive killer move. Soon, his body was covered in a layer of bronze armor with a helmet resembling a lion's head. Even his wings were covered with a layer of thick plate, greatly raising its defense. But the speed, however, became slower. Lion fur armor and true solid bat wings cannot perfectly complement each other. Once I activate lion fur armor, true solid bat wings will have its speed reduced. If I don't use it, my speed might be fast but my defense will be lacking. Fang Yuan frowned. This problem surpassed the range of his capabilities. To create a movement killer move like lion fur armor, he had to balance the Dao marks of 3 paths and it was the limit of his master attainment realm in transformation path. Adding true solid bat wings on top of that was too difficult for Fang Yuan. If he had Grandmaster attainment in transformation path, there was a possibility. But reaching Grandmaster realm required large amounts of time and accumulation. This time was not only tens of years but could be 100 years or even several hundreds of years. Fang Yuan's highest attainment realms currently were Blood Path and Strength Path. Blood Path Grandmaster realm was achieved by Fang Yuan in his previous life after 200 to 300 years of deep accumulation. It could be seen how difficult it was to raise one's realm and accumulate their foundation. His Strength Path attainment was also at Grandmaster realm, and besides a small part of the accumulation being from his previous life, most was from obtaining Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning infusion. Otherwise, he would have required 200 or 300 years of accumulation to reach Grandmaster realm. At the GU Immortal level, one had the strength to search and obtain lifespan GU or other methods to prolong lifespan. Ordinary mortals had lifespans of 100 years. But as long as a GU Immortal put some effort, they could live several hundreds of years or even 1,000 years. The long lifespans and time involved made the significance of accumulation even more heavy. Why were Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan not able to beat Immortal Monkey King Xilei? It was because after Xilei became a GU Immortal, he relied on combat Immortal sect and had accumulated all sorts of experiences and insights for close to 300 years. Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan had only recently advanced to GU Immortal. How could they compare to Xilei's 300 years of accumulation? It was normal for them to not be able to defeat him. If so, why did Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan have battle strength at the upper tier of ranked 6 GU Immortals when they advanced only recently? Fang Yuan relied on the gains found in 88 Truyong building, while He Lu Lan relied on her mother's inheritance as well as the help of her aunt, Fairy Li Shan. In other words, they had borrowed help from the accumulation of their predecessors. If I want my battle strength to improve drastically, just relying on myself to advance step by step would no doubt be a very long and inefficient process. In my previous life, when I walked on the blood path, I spent over 200 years before I was able to comprehend a dozen or so mortal killer moves and create hundreds of new blood path GU. I naturally need to learn from this lesson. In this world, heroes emerge in large numbers and geniuses are everywhere. Stars and peaks have been shining constantly in the long history of time. If someone wants to stick out and move forward bravely, they can only take advantage of their predecessors' inheritances and accumulations, absorbing their essences. All rivers flow into the sea. By being able to gather the different specialties together, only then can one rise above the group and become a ruler of people, achieving supreme feats. Fang Yuan's gaze flickered as he flew around, sighing deeply in his heart. People often believed they were extraordinary when they were young, feeling they were the main characters of the stage. After they undergo some experiences, they would then realize and accept, many other people had talent not inferior to themselves. The saying goes, no matter how excellent you are, there is always someone more excellent than you. A person's lifespan was limited in the end, like a lone boat. Meanwhile, the mysteries and profound meanings of heaven and earth were equivalent to a vast, limitless body of water. Since ancient times, those who were in some sense able to reach the peak of heaven and earth numbered no more than 10. But even they could not reach the peak of all fields. Thus, even giant sun Immortal Venerable and thieving heaven demon Venerable had to request for the help of long hair ancestor in the GU refinement aspect. There was a record in the legends of Ren Zhu. Ren Zhu started walking on the road of life, the surroundings were pure darkness and under his feet was dirty mud. Ren Zhu asked Self GU, where is this? Self GU replied, this is the ordinary marsh in the lowest level of ordinary abyss. Ren Zhu knew of ordinary abyss. His eldest son verdant great son had once been trapped inside. Ren Zhu could not help but become excited. Since this is the bottom of ordinary abyss, does that mean I have already left the door of life and death and returned to the living world? Does that mean I am now reborn? In a way, that is true. Self GU said, but how is this possible? I have not passed Luopo Valley and have not charged through the reverse flow river. Ren Zhu said in an incredulous tone. Self GU said, O human, you should know that you are talking about the path fate GU traveled. And this path you have walked on is a completely new path, a path created by you. Where this path goes is all decided by your own intentions. Like I said before, as long as you want to walk, there will be a road for you to step on. Ren Zhu suddenly came to a realization, so it was like this. He then felt doubtful. Then how did I walk to this place? Self GU, humans are born ordinary. Although they are the spirit of all living beings, they do not have the claws of a tiger nor the ability to absorb nutrients from the earth like plants, and also cannot transform like clouds and rain. You came to the ordinary marsh, what's strange about it? It is not only you, look at the mud under your feet carefully, you will see traces of many other footprints. Ren Zhu lowered his head close to the ground before he was able to see clearly. Like Self GU said, ordinary marsh was filled with all kinds of marks. Claws prints of wild beasts, root imprints of vegetation, traces of water flowing and also traces of stones rolling past. How can there be so many marks? Ren Zhu asked curiously. Self GU replied, this is ordinary abyss, all living beings will enter here due to various reasons. All living beings are ordinary, but the absolute majority of them will be trapped in ordinary abyss for all their lives. Only a small portion can leave ordinary abyss through their own efforts. I do not want to be trapped here for my entire life. There is nothing here, it is completely dark and the air stinks, I want to leave this place. Ren Zhu frowned. Self GU laughed loudly. If you think that being ordinary is an abyss, then it is an abyss. But if you think that being ordinary is heaven, then it shall be heaven. Since you do not want to stay here, then leave, use your 2 legs to walk out of the ordinary marsh step by step and become extraordinary. Ren Zhu took the first step. Suddenly, his body bent, his front leg was deeply embedded into the marsh. It was not easy to walk in the marsh, one step was deep, another was shallow. The path which looked almost uniform had some parts that were rather solid, while some were very loose. Ren Zhu walked several steps when his eyes suddenly brightened as he thought of a trick. He purposely chose to walk on the spots which had the claw marks, since these spots could hold the marks, its soil texture was also much more solid. Thus, Ren Zhu was able to walk very smoothly almost like he was running when compared to his previous speed. He said with a burst of emotion, so it turns out that in ordinary marsh, walking in the footsteps of predecessors is much faster than finding the way on your own. After testing true solid bat wings and lion fur armor, Fang Yuan descended onto a slope. Unfamiliar face. Fang Yuan activated this newly obtained mortal killer move. Almost all the GU worms required for this killer move were essentially purchased from Treasure Yellow Heaven by Hu Immortal Land Spirit, while the last remaining portions were refined by the hairy men. Under the effect of the killer move, Fang Yuan's bat wings retracted, his 8 rough and thick arms also changed to 2. His sharp teeth were greatly shortened while his scarlet-red eyes also turned lighter. Finally, Fang Yuan's 6-meter-tall body shrunk back to a normal person's height with great changes to his appearance. It was only that his immortal zombie body was still an immortal zombie body, it could not be hidden. Despite this, Fang Yuan could not help but praise, "Wonderful. This is only a mortal killer move, but it is able to change my immortal body to this extent. Indeed worthy of being an invention of thieving heaven demon venerable." Fang Yuan could imagine that if he was still immortal, he could completely transform to any appearance, even changing to a woman perfectly. He now had an immortal body, his body was filled with strength path Dao marks. And as a mortal killer move, it was definitely not easy to alter his appearance to this extent. The main thing was that this transformation was not an illusion but a real transformation of his physical body, even involving subtle transformation of his aura. In short, even if Fang Yuan stood in front of Tai Bai Yun Sheng right now, the latter would not be able to recognize this immortal zombie was his own junior brother within a short period of time. "Master, your appearance became much better looking. Ah, this letter just came in." Right at this time, the land spirit, Little Hu Immortal, appeared while holding a letter GU which she handed to Fang Yuan. Letter sending green bird GU, Spirit Affinity House finally responded. Fang Yuan's gaze flashed as he took the letter GU and sent in his consciousness. In a short while, he retracted his consciousness, a pondering expression flashed across his face. "Feng Jin Huang actually wants me to participate in the Refinement Path convention to compete in Refinement Path. I remember she had no interest in Refinement Path in her early years and her accumulation in this field could be said to be like a blank sheet of paper right now. So why does she have so much confidence to compete with me in GU Refinement? Could it be that she had already discovered the true use of Dream Wings Immortal GU?" Fang Yuan's heart sank. Dream Wings, Dream Path. Fang Yuan's eyes turned cloudy as he recalled the details of his previous life. In his previous life, why did he gang up with a group of demonic path GU immortals to think of all sorts of ways to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land? It was to kill Feng Jin Huang and seize Dream Wings Immortal GU. Chapter 734, Two Great Events. To think that more than 400 years before the end of my previous life, Dream Realms had already shown up. Fang Yuan held the letter-sending green bird GU in his hand as he sighed in his heart. At once, he lost the mood to test his killer moves. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Central Continent was the first to trigger the war, suppressing the other 4 regions single-handedly, and expanding rapidly. After that, the 4 regions collaborated, resisting Central Continent's invasion with much difficulty. The entire war had gone into a stalemate, and when the 4 regions joined hands and attempted to attack Central Continent in return, Dream Realms appeared in all 5 regions. In this world, ever since Ren Zhu produced the first batch of humans, humans began to dream. Every time they dreamed, they would expand the Dream Realms, providing strength to them. After countless days, a vast amount of time and changes, many heroes and geniuses rose up among humans, constantly expanding the Dream Realms. The Dream Realms got bigger and bigger, finally attaining a qualitative change and surfacing to the outside world. The people soon discovered that even though the environment of a dream realm was extreme and complex, dangerous and strange, it had great benefits. In dream realms, people could obtain the foundations of ancient people, allowing their cultivation realms to surge and improve rapidly. The rise of their attainment could be in terms of decades, a century, or even centuries of hard work. Because of dream realms, the attainments of GU masters rose rapidly. This led to an increase in their strength, and produced many amazing experts. Previously, resources were held in the hands of clans and sects, attainment levels were hard to raise, and unless one was an incredible genius, they would not be able to rise up. After Dream Realms appeared, their attainment levels rose, like they were standing on the shoulders of former geniuses. GU masters could recreate many GU worms and killer moves, and on this basis, they could develop new GU recipes, and new killer moves that were tailored to their abilities. That was the flourishing of a super-level great era. Many small forces lacking in prominence rose up, countless lone cultivators emerged. The appearance of dream realms devastated the rigid system and structures. Social order was in upheaval, the immense benefits made the people go wild. Originally, the four regions were collaborating to resist Central Continent, but before they even began, the plan was halted. All the different forces, countless GU Immortals and GU Masters, they all placed their attentions on dream realms. In order to compete for all of the surface dream realms, the five regions fought against each other, resulting in a thoroughly chaotic war. In order to explore the dream realm more efficiently, many knowledgeable people, talents and geniuses, produced the necessary GU worms. Soon, the newly discovered dream path was rapidly formed and developed. The legendary rank 8 wisdom path GU Immortal, Immortal Yi Yan's, prophecy of three venerables, was brought up once again. Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable had already shown up. This made everyone believe in the prophecy more deeply. The two were linked together, forming a common theory. The dream realm was the opportunity to become Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Whoever can control the entire dream realm would be able to use the accumulations of past individuals to become a historical figure that transcends sages, a king among immortal kings, a venerable above venerables, Great Dream Immortal Venerable. In my previous life, the reason why I could rise up and become the lord of an area was not only because of my fortuitous encounter involving Blood Path, but also because of the five regions' chaotic war. All of the super forces had much lower control over the situation at that time, and because they were focused on exploring dream realms, they could not pay attention to the real-world situation, and that gave me the time and freedom to develop and grow. Unfortunately, by the time I had control in the real world, this new area known as Dream Realms had already been split up by all the huge forces. Even though I could enter Dream Realms and explore using Mortal Dream Path GU, I was lagging behind. Everyone is a beginner. Unless I had a Dream Path Immortal GU, that would be the only way to catch up. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan gathered Song Zhong and other demonic path GU immortals to attack Hu Immortal Blessed Land, killing Feng Jin Huang. Unfortunately, he did not get her Dream Wings Immortal GU. Lacking an Immortal GU and only having Dream Path Mortal GU, this caused Fang Yuan's exploration of Dream Realms to be without any important discoveries, while he was constantly chased away and suppressed by the large forces. Fang Yuan had obtained a Blood Path inheritance in his previous life. He was constantly chased after and had an arrest warrant on him. After building the Blood Wing Demon sect, he had spent a lot of effort managing his sect. It took away a lot of his time and effort. All in all, he missed the golden era of exploring dream realms. After rebirth, he had been reflecting upon this. This was a mistake, although mostly due to external pressure forcing him. A small part of it was due to his poor judgment. Thus, in this life, he remembered this lesson, and even though he had a foundation in Blood Path, he did not dare to cultivate Blood Path rashly before taking that crucial Blood Path inheritance. Blood Path GU masters were hunted down like rats. Not only did the Righteous Path issue warrants to arrest them, even Demonic Path members were wary of them. Only during the five regions' chaotic war, when law and order broke down, could Blood Path emerge and prosper at a time when nobody could afford to care about them. It turns out that Dream Realms surfaced more than 400 years earlier than the end of my previous life. All of the super forces had interactions with them long ago. Thus, in about 300 years, when Dream Realms surfaced extensively, these forces could enter and expand their influence. They were prepared since long ago. It was not my inability that I lost to them. At this point of time, Fang Yuan was still immortal during his previous life, desperately living at the bottom level of GU Masters, restrained by his memories and experiences on Earth. Only after a long time did he break free of the limitations and shackles of such a mentality. Sometimes, the advantage of being a transmigrator can also be a disadvantage. This caused his information to deviate from what was happening in reality. For example, like Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was 7-star Child Immortal Zombie. What Fang Yuan knew in his previous life was that this Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was a lucky person who had gained the most benefits inside the fragment worlds of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. But the truth was, he was the owner of Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The reason why he called himself Star Constellation Immortal Zombie was most likely because of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm surfacing inside his Grotto Heaven. This resulted in 7-star Child obtaining some of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable's accumulation. This matter regarding 7-star Child is what originally happened. But Feng Jinhuang understanding the true usage of Dream Wing's immortal GU was much earlier than in my previous life. Was this the effect of me snatching who immortal blessed land from her? Fang Yuan thought. After Feng Jinhuang learned about the true effect of Dream Wing's immortal GU, Spirit Affinity House was sure to be alerted. And this in turn would affect the other 9 great ancient sects as well. And from the other 9 sects, the entirety of Central Continent would be affected. There is no wall in this world that can block all winds. In this way, the speed at which the people in this world learn about dream realms would be greatly pushed forward by me. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt a strong sense of urgency. Dream realms were an entirely new field, they were dangerous and complex, even though there was only one type of resource in them, they were extremely profitable. Fang Yuan would not commit the same mistake from his previous life twice. However, in the current situation, dream realms would not surface on a large scale. Dream realms that have surfaced can be explored using Dream Path Mortal GU. Those dream realms that have not surfaced can only be explored by using Dream Path Immortal GU. Fang Yuan was extremely aware of the value of Dream Path Immortal GU. But currently, with Fairy Bai Qing and Feng Zhe around, even though Dream Wing's Immortal GU was in the hands of Feng Jinhuang, Immortal, nobody dared to target her. Dream Travel was in the hands of the Northern Plains GU Immortal, Lady Poison Scorpion. She lay dormant in Zidu Blessed Land, and was the first GU Immortal who used Dream Travel to explore dream realms. In the future, she used the identity of a lone cultivator to become the 3rd overlord of dream realms. Lady Poison Scorpion was a rank 7 GU Immortal, her battle strength was even greater than He Cheng, and the defense of her blessed land was like an iron fortress. It was not easy to target her either. As for the other Dream Path Immortal GU, they were either not created yet or had not appeared yet, their origins were unknown. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while. He used his primeval essence and wiped away the details on the letter-sending green bird GU, using his thoughts to fill it with words of his own. He agreed to Feng Jinhuang's challenge, to have a competition during the Refinement Path Convention. Feng Jinhuang has Dream Wing's Immortal GU, she has confidence in herself. But my Refinement Path attainment has advanced from Master level to Quasi-Grand Master level, why would I be afraid of this junior? Fang Yuan snorted in his heart. Deducing Immortal GU recipes for Langya Land Spirit was an opportunity, it allowed his Refinement Path realm to reach a breakthrough recently. Refinement Path Convention, it concerns the infallible inheritance, such a grand event, even if Feng Jinhuang did not challenge me, I would have gone there to get a share of the rewards. However, joining the Refinement Path Convention will need me to prepare my own GU refinement materials. If I want to have any gains, I will need to start collecting materials now. Fang Yuan had the experience of participating in the Refinement Path Convention from his previous life. To get a good ranking, he would need to prepare a huge amount of materials, worth at least 500 Immortal Essence Stones. A clever wife cannot cook without rice, even the best GU recipe could not proceed without the relevant materials. Other than this, I have to attend the huge auction that Qin Bai Sheng is organizing with Fairy Li Shan as well. According to the newest information, this auction would have a segment for exchanging Immortal GU. Immortal GU could not be bought, commonly speaking, they could only be exchanged. When GU Immortals obtain Immortal GU, they might not suit their own path. At this time, they would undergo exchange with other GU Immortals, to get an Immortal GU that was suited for themselves, to display greater effect when used. Just like Fang Yuan's Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, this was a Water Path Immortal GU. The effect was much weaker when Fang Yuan used it as compared to a Water Path GU Immortal. This was because Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU had the law of Water Path. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan was a Strength Path GU Immortal. His body was filled with Strength Path Dao marks. Strength Path and Water Path interfered with each other, reducing the normal capability of this Immortal GU. During the 5 regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life, because battles were common, these GU exchange sessions became much more frequent as well. But now was still a long time away from the war. This grand auction in Northern Plains would probably be the only large-scale Immortal GU exchanging opportunity for the next 200 years. Fang Yuan naturally had to make use of it. Other than that, he was also very interested in the Luck Path inheritance. Auction and Refinement Path Convention, both of them need huge amounts of Immortal Essence Stones. I have only 200 Immortal Essence Stones on me now, I can barely join in either of the grand events. It seems I can only rely on Lang Ya Land Spirit's idea of selling blessed lands of Gu Immortals. Chapter 735, Finally Obtaining a Wisdom Path Inheritance. Even with the sale of Guts Gu, it had been too short of a time period. Fang Yuan had not accumulated enough Immortal Essence stones yet. Furthermore, he had been refining Gu and tempering his bat wings. All these expenses caused his accumulation of wealth to be very slow. The auction and refinement path convention were two huge events, they would be held one after another. The former was already right around the corner. The only way to obtain a huge amount of Immortal Essence stones now would be through the Gu Immortals' blessed lands in Lang Ya Land Spirit's possession. It is a pity that my immortal aperture is dead, I cannot swallow other blessed lands. Otherwise, the first person to buy the blessed lands would be me. Fang Yuan sighed in his mind. The immortal apertures were small worlds, they could swallow each other, but there were requirements. Firstly, dead apertures could not swallow apertures, they could only break down constantly until they vanish completely. Secondly, a smaller immortal aperture could not swallow a bigger one. Lastly, to swallow a rank 6 blessed land, one needed Master Attainment Realm, to fuse the two different worlds together without problems. To devour a rank 7 blessed land, Grand Master Attainment Realm is needed. To swallow a rank 8 Grotto Heaven, Great Grand Master Realm is needed. That is to say, if Fang Yuan wanted to swallow immortal apertures, he would first need to become alive again, making his blessed land regain life force. Secondly, he could only devour Strength Path, Refinement Path, Enslavement Path, and Transformation Path blessed lands. Although Strength Path and Blood Path were at Grand Master Attainment Realm, he was only ranked 6 and could only devour ranked 6 blessed lands. But even with such limitations, Gu Immortals were never hesitant towards blessed lands they could swallow. The Immortal Aperture was the base and foundation of a Gu Immortals cultivation. Swallowing blessed lands was like taking someone else's foundation, it caused one's own cultivation level to surge extremely quickly. As long as one was a Gu Immortal, they would know the value of the blessed land. Regarding the auction of blessed lands, it was sure to whip up a huge storm during the auction. In the following days, Fang Yuan refined group strength Gu and small family Qi Gu, while using the light of wisdom to try and improve the transformation path killer move Unfamiliar Face. At the same time, he was still continuing to sell desolate beast corpses in Treasure Yellow Heaven. Half a month had passed in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, the sole ranked 7 corpse in Fang Yuan's possession, Astral Wind Flying Heavenly Boar, was successfully sold. Fang Yuan obtained a wisdom path inheritance that he had been wanting since a long time ago. Malicious Thought Gu. A few days later, Fang Yuan held a rank 5 mortal Gu in his hands with a complex expression. This malicious thought Gu was refined by him using the Gu recipe in the wisdom path inheritance. It had a huge body, around the size of a washing basin. It was like a spider, but the 8 legs were like needles, the tips were extremely sharp. On the body of the spider, there was tough and long prickly hairs. If not for Fang Yuan's immortal zombie body, ordinary flesh and blood would bleed upon touching this Gu. Fang Yuan injected primeval essence, and malicious thoughts appeared in his mind one after another. These malicious thoughts were like bubbles with sharp spikes on the surface. Fang Yuan tried to use these malicious thoughts, as they started to collide into each other instantly. The scene of their collision was very peculiar. The bubbles had spikes, they hooked up to one another, before getting destroyed or fusing into even bigger thoughts after that. Soon, these malicious thoughts were consumed. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, showing some joy in his gaze. Even for Wisdom Path Gu Immortals, their main method for deduction is to use thoughts. When using malicious thoughts to scheme or plot against others, the effect would be much greater. In that case, one malicious thought could be equivalent to tens of joyful thoughts, star thoughts, or empty thoughts. Fang Yuan had used Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu to create a huge amount of joyful will in the past to assist his thinking. That was a wrong move. Although wills were made of thoughts, their real use was not for thinking, but to act independently after splitting from the main body. Gu Immortals create many different wills, sending them into Treasure Yellow Heaven to sell items. Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's will was left behind to defend 88 Truyong Building. This was the real use of wills. To make a comparison, thoughts were like cleavers, while wills were like sabers. When thinking about how to cut vegetables, one would obviously use a cleaver, which chef would choose to use a saber for that. Different professions are like separate worlds. Wisdom path was the most mysterious path. Fang Yuan did not know this in the past, thus he used joyful will to think. The effect seemed reasonable, but he had, in fact, resulted in much expenditure. He was better off using joyful thoughts. I now have the GU recipes of malicious thought GU and malicious will GU. I can mass produce these two mortal GU. As an immortal, I have unlimited primeval essence. Activating a huge number of malicious thoughts would be the best value for me. Expending green grape immortal essence to activating delight in water and mountain immortal GU is simply too expensive. In the past, Fang Yuan only had a small number of wisdom path mortal GU in his possession. Most of them were bought in treasure yellow heaven. The thoughts produced when using these mortal GU were simply too few, and they varied in types. They could not sustain the expenditure when deducing immortal GU recipes. Thus, he had to use delight in water and mountain immortal GU. But now that Fang Yuan had the GU recipes for wisdom path mortal GU, his first plan was to mass produce these mortal GU. The thoughts produced by one mortal GU were few, but with enough quantity, the numbers of the thoughts would be very significant. Activating delight in water and mountain immortal GU was not only expensive, it was a waste of a precious resource. It is a pity that this wisdom path inheritance appeared a little late. I have already entered the next stage in my transaction with Xianxia Land Spirit. If this appeared earlier, I would have been able to save a huge amount of green grape immortal essence. After saving green grape immortal essence, my costs would fall, the profits from each deal would increase, and it would definitely not be 26 immortal essence stones like before. Fang Yuan thought of this and felt a little regret. He could not help it. Life is like this. Not everything would happen at the exact time you needed it to. Life did not go so smoothly. It was bound to include imperfection, dissatisfaction, and untimely events. Like the wisdom path inheritance that Fang Yuan obtained, it was not complete, it was quite lacking. All in all, it was already a very fortunate thing that Fang Yuan could obtain the mortal GU recipes of malicious thought GU and malicious will GU. Other than these two GU recipes, he also obtained a wisdom path killer move, called harboring malicious heart. The GU immortal who sold the GU recipe seemed to have a great need for the astral wind flying heavenly boar's corpse, and it seemed that he was a bit tight on finances as well. If not for that, even if an ancient desolate beast's corpse was worth several hundred immortal essence stones, he would not have sold the wisdom path inheritance. Even if this wisdom path inheritance was not complete, it was still very rare in the market. Thus, in the following days, Fang Yuan stayed in Hu Immortal blessed land peacefully and refined malicious thought GU non-stop. Even though malicious thought GU is not a consumable GU, it is still a mortal GU, it has limits. Even though my primeval essence is unlimited, if I activate it too many times, after a while, these malicious thought GU would be damaged. With that in mind, Fang Yuan knew that his need for malicious thought GU would be kept at a certain level in the future. But the refinement of GU would always take a long time. The higher the rank of the GU worm, the longer the time it would take. GU immortals often spend decades, a century, or even centuries to refine one immortal GU. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan decided to put in a large investment and purchase hairy men. During this time, he had sold more batches of Guts GU, each batch earned him 48 immortal essence stones of profit. He only kept 50 immortal essence stones, he spent the rest to purchase hairy men without restraint. This caused the price of hairy men in treasure yellow heaven to surge for a brief period of time. Fang Yuan wanted the hairy men inside Xianxia blessed land the most. These hairy men were not only well trained, they were also much better in quality than those in treasure yellow heaven, but after he asked Xianxia land spirit, he was sternly rejected. Not only that, Xianxia land spirit scolded him fiercely and said that Fang Yuan was not being a good friend. Although Fang Yuan was scolded, he was happy. Xianxia land spirit saying he was not being a good friend meant that Xianxia land spirit acknowledged him as a friend already, even though their friendship could not compare with Xianxia land spirit and Inkman King Mo Tansang's relationship. However, Mo Tansang and Xianxia land spirit's friendship had not started in this generation, it began with a former city lord long ago in Inkman City. After countless generations, Inkman City had been maintaining this relationship with Xianxia land spirit secretly. This friendship had accumulated to an immense amount through time. Xianxia land spirit has just been released, and has obtained so many completed immortal GU recipes. According to his temperament, he is definitely going to refine immortal GU. But refining immortal GU requires a vast amount of resources, even the affluent and rich Xianxia blessed land cannot sustain such costs. GU immortals cannot enter treasure yellow heaven physically. After this auction, he would have no chance to sell them. If he wants to sell the GU immortals blessed lands, then to him, it is an urgent matter as well. Fang Yuan knew that Xianxia land spirit was already anxious deep down. When he loses his cool, he would find Fang Yuan personally. Xianxia land spirit's connections were too shallow, he only had Mo Tan Sang. But Mo Tan Sang had Inkman City to take care of, and he was a variant human, he had lots of restraints. How could he appear personally to sell these GU immortals blessed lands? The status of variant humans was lower than normal humans. The same applied to variant human GU immortals. Seeing that the variant human GU immortal was selling human GU immortals, it would ignite the animosity of the human GU immortals against a common enemy. That is to say, other than finding Fang Yuan, Xianxia land spirit had no other candidates. This was really not his fault. After all, a land spirit could not leave the blessed land. Furthermore, Xianxia blessed land was a land of treasures, it was filled with wealth and would draw out people's greed. Since blessed lands could be swallowed, it was Xianxia land spirit's method of self-preservation to have minimal contact with GU immortals. Xianxia land spirit was internally anxious, this made Fang Yuan much less anxious about it. For the next 2 months, Fang Yuan stayed in Hu immortal blessed land, building another Fang Yuan stone nest, and also filling up all of the rooms in the stone nests with hairy men. These hairy men were quite skilled in refining GU, they were the higher quality goods in treasure yellow heaven. High-grade hairy man slaves, even though Fang Yuan could buy them, they were low in numbers. When Fang Yuan bought this group of hairy men, he not only needed to care about the quality, but also have sufficient quantity. With the second stone nest, the production of airsac GU would increase, which meant that the production and sales of guts GU would also increase. Each time Fang Yuan made a transaction, he would earn more immortal essence stones. But Fang Yuan did not order all of the hairy men to refine airsac GU for now. The second stone nest was meant to refine malicious thought GU. Chapter 736, What a huge transaction. If malicious thought GU were used to replace delight in water and mountain immortal GU, the quantity of the former would definitely have to be enormous. Fang Yuan needed a lot of malicious thought GU and not just several hundreds of them. He made an initial estimation that he required at least 2,000, by simultaneously activating them, the amount of malicious thoughts they produced could barely be sufficient for use under the light of wisdom. Most importantly, these 2,000 malicious thought GU must be rank 5. Fang Yuan had the recipes of rank 1 to rank 5 malicious thought GU. Rank 1 to rank 5 malicious thought GU had similar effects in producing malicious thoughts. The only differences were the amount of thoughts they could produce in one activation and the vast difference in the quantity of primeval essence they consumed. GU refinement is not easy, the higher the rank, the more difficult it is to refine. Especially rank 5 malicious thought GU, which cannot be obtained immediately but requires the refinement to be one step at a time, from rank 1 to rank 2 to rank 3 and so on. This means, in addition to a low success rate, the amount of resources consumed will be extremely large. Fang Yuan's initial plan was to first refine 2,000 malicious thought GU. As for malicious will GU, he did not need it at the moment, as he still had a lot of joyful will left in his mind. Refining 2,000 rank 5 malicious thought GU was no doubt an enormously time-consuming project. If Fang Yuan had not purchased hairy men and built the second stone nest, the hairy men in the first stone nest could only take on this project when there was spare time from refining airsac GU. This meant they would at least need 10 years of time to reach the target of 2,000 rank 5 malicious thought GU. Now, Fang Yuan had the second stone nest and large numbers of hairy men. This time period was greatly shortened to about 16 months. If I can improve the GU recipe within this time and think of a completely new rank 5 GU recipe that can directly refine rank 5 malicious thought GU, then the 16 months will be further reduced greatly. Fang Yuan thought inwardly. His refinement path realm had already advanced to quasi-Grand Master, but he had almost no foundation in wisdom path. However, he still had confidence. The source of this confidence was none other than wisdom GU. Relying on the light of wisdom, he could get endless inspiration. Even if his attainment level was lacking, it was not of much concern and he could forcibly make deductions. The might of rank 9 immortal GU is indeed extremely terrifying. Fang Yuan was becoming increasingly aware of the power of rank 9 wisdom GU. Using the light of wisdom, he could deduce immortal GU recipes. And these immortal GU recipes had perplexed even the quasi-great Grandmaster Lang Yalan spirit, unable to make progress. Fang Yuan could also use the light of wisdom to deduce immortal killer moves. Vicious Lightning Fiend comprehended the immortal killer move Lightning Deity from a remnant recipe of Blood Deity, after using up several years of time in closed cultivation. If it were Fang Yuan and he possessed the corresponding lightning path attainment, using the wisdom GU, he would require at most a month to accomplish this. He Lu Lan was currently trying her best to advance her mortal killer move, Self-Strength Phantom, to an immortal killer move. Unfortunately, even if she had the foundation of a mortal killer move in the strength path attainment level, she would require at least years of time to reach her target. Were it Fang Yuan, he could probably accomplish this in half a month. In actual fact, Fang Yuan have been intermittently deducing immortal killer moves. The immortal killer move he was deducing was none other than Myriad Self. Myriad Self's core was Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, but because it was starving, it could not be used. Fang Yuan's main goal in deducing Myriad Self was to replace Cleanse Soul Immortal GU with other GU worms. Unfortunately, once this Soul Immortal GU was gone, the power of the killer move greatly fell. Even if he used a lot more Mortal GU, it could not reach the original might. In the long history of GU masters, since ancient times till now, there was only one mortal killer move that had the offensive power of an immortal GU. That was White Bone Chariot. This killer move came from Proud Bone Demon Lord Xianxia Ao. It was a peerless creation standing high above in both ancient and present times. Thus, Fang Yuan had listed as one of the exchange conditions for buying a Desolate Beast corpse in Treasure Yellow Heaven, to use a Desolate Beast corpse to exchange for rank 5 Bone Path Mortal GU like Battle Bone Wheel. Battle Bone Wheel was one of the mortal GU required to form the White Bone Chariot killer move. Fang Yuan only had one of it, which he obtained from the battlefield where Wolf King Chongshan Yin had hidden himself in northern plains. Fang Yuan's talent could not match Xianxia Ao. If he got rid of Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, Myriad Self would simply not have enough power. Over the next half of a month, Fang Yuan tried hard to improve Malicious Thought Gu's recipe, and besides this, he also did not give up in improving his immortal killer move Myriad Self. In this time period, he sold another 2 Desolate Beast corpses. In Treasure Yellow Heaven, he exchanged them for the second pair of Bat Desolate Beast wings as well as dozens of Immortal Essence stones. Fang Yuan had not wanted to use Desolate Beast corpses to exchange for Immortal Essence stones. But he only had 50 Immortal Essence stones remaining on him, as most of his wealth had been used to purchase hairy men. Now, he was refining rank 5 Malicious Thought GU on a large scale, which required extremely great resources. Thus, he had no choice but to exchange for Immortal Essence stones in order to barely be able to cope with his expenses. With this, Fang Yuan only had 3 Desolate Beast corpses remaining on sale in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The Immortal Essence stones on him also reached a number of just over 20. And since he was constantly making deductions, his Green Grape Immortal Essence also fell down to 36 beads. Fortunately, Fang Yuan's plan of improving Malicious Thought Gu's recipe succeeded. It was a completely new Malicious Thought GU recipe. Although it did not reach his previous expectations, it already was reduced by a number of steps. Previously, the rank 5 Malicious Thought GU could only be refined step by step from rank 1 to rank 2 and so on. Now, the rank 5 Malicious Thought GU only required 2 steps. The first step refined a half-finished Malicious Thought GU while the second step completed the refinement. Although the success rate did not improve, the procedure had shortened, the materials required decreased by a lot, and time was also saved. According to this speed, the estimated 16 months has been directly reduced by half. I will have 2000 rank 5 Malicious Thought GU in just 8 months. However, I am already tight on Immortal Essence stones. At this rate, even with the support from the transaction of Guts GU, I won't be able to make my ends meet. Do I have to slow down for the moment and let the second stone nest refine Airsac GU, raising the production of Guts GU to earn Immortal Essence stones? Just as Fang Yuan was having this thought, the good news he had been waiting a long time for had finally arrived. Brat, you win. I agree to your condition. We will split in a 4-to-6 ratio. Lang Yalan's spirit said furiously, his emotions in a mess. Fang Yuan lacked money to refine Mortal GU on a large scale, while Lang Yalan's spirit was refining Immortal GU. The resources he had to expend amounted to more than 100 times what Fang Yuan required, so he lacked money even more so. Just like Fang Yuan expected, Lang Ya land spirit did not have other channels and only had Fang Yuan to accomplish this task. Thus, he had no choice but to accept, even though he knew this was an extremely large loss. Fang Yuan also did not want to push his luck, such a sharing of profits was already the limit of the land spirit. If he did not accept this and angered Lang Ya land spirit, there would not only be no transaction, even the relationship he had built with much difficulty would collapse. Northern Plains, Baizu Grotto Heaven. The hall was lit with bright lights, beautiful women were dancing without rest, fine wine and delicacies were presented at the table in a row. Eat this, I personally like this dish very much, it is made of the rank 5 GU, flying Vajra centipedes, which are roasted over a charcoal fire, making its flesh delicious and tender. Heavenly Lord Baizu said with light laughter from the main seat, inviting the 2 GU immortals in the hall. The 2 GU immortals were none other than Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan. Although the dishes were made by others, the 2 immortals had no misgivings. Qin Bai Sheng picked up a long piece of meat and threw it in his mouth. He chewed it loudly, his lips shone with oily luster. He raised his thumb in praise, indeed a delicacy. Not bad, not bad. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed loudly before looking at Fairy Li Shan. I wonder how Fairy finds it. Fairy Li Shan's eating manner was much more elegant than Qin Bai Sheng. She took a few bites then appreciated the taste before smiling. It is delicious, not only is there the smell of coal, there is also a nice chewy taste with a creamy and refreshing texture. It truly is a masterpiece. Heavenly Lord Baizu laughed heartily with extreme satisfaction. I won't conceal it from you too, I thought painstakingly and tested for 8 days and 8 nights to create this dish. This is one of my most satisfying works during this year. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 GU immortal and a lone cultivator. He had a hobby which was famous throughout the world of Northern Plains GU immortals. He liked to cook gourmet food and create new fine dishes. In this visit, we not only succeeded in inviting Heavenly Lord to participate in the auction, but also tasted such a delicacy. It is truly our honor. Qin Bai Sheng spoke at an appropriate time. I shall engrave Heavenly Lord's hospitality in my heart. Now, we have already signed an alliance treaty, please forgive Li Shan for not being able to stay longer. Fairy Li Shan said, he. Heavenly Lord Baizu nodded while all smiles, good. There are only a few rank 8 seniors in Northern Plains. You two have already invited me, as well as Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster and old ancestor Shui Hu. If only Prince Feng Xian is left out, it won't be good. Heavenly Lord has penetrating insight, we were going to invite Prince Feng Xian. Go, organize this auction properly, this old man has great expectations. Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan left Baizu Grotto Heaven, then hurried towards the southeast direction. Midway, Fairy Li Shan's expression suddenly changed. In her immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's message had arrived through moving perspective cup GU. Fairy Li Shan slowly came to a halt. Qin Bai Sheng asked curiously, Fairy, why are you stopping? Fairy Li Shan gave a light smile. There is a person I want to introduce to you. Qin Bai Sheng's interest rose. At this moment, Fang Yuan came out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture. He quickly scanned his surroundings before looking at Qin Bai Sheng. Lord Qin, your mighty name has long since resounded in my ears. Qin Bai Sheng was a rank 7 GU immortal with outstanding battle strength at the level of Shi Lei. Right now, as he saw Fang Yuan was only an immortal zombie with the lowest cultivation of rank 6, his interest that had been roused just before rapidly disappeared. However, remembering Fang Yuan had directly come out of Fairy Li Shan's immortal aperture, it could be seen that Fang Yuan's relationship with Fairy Li Shan was not shallow. Qin Bai Sheng did not become arrogant, and only nodded and smiled lightly. You flatter me, you are. My name is Sha Huang, I have a large transaction that I want to discuss with Lord Qin. Fang Yuan smiled. What large transaction? When Fang Yuan spoke of the matter of selling GU Immortal's blessed lands, Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan both turned pale. In the letter from the moving perspective cup GU, Fang Yuan had not explained things clearly and only said he wanted to participate in the auction. Fairy Li Shan was endlessly shocked. Sha Huang, you really have blessed lands of GU Immortals to sell? Haha, they are not mine, I am only running an errand. Fang Yuan smiled. He and Fairy Li Shan were under the Snowy Mountain Alliance, so he must speak the truth. However, this indeed was the truth, just that he had only said part of it. He naturally would not say that this errand boy, had more of a share of the profits than the owner. Qin Bai Sheng's mood calmed down only then, as he deduced that Fang Yuan was a subordinate of some great person. In the open, Northern Plains had 5 rank 8 GU immortals, but it was rumored there were some old monsters who were apparently still alive. Immediately, Qin Bai Sheng re-evaluated Fang Yuan. He was still smiling, but his tone had a slight change now. It is indeed a huge transaction. Brother, since you think highly of me and have confidence in this auction, then how could I refuse? Many thanks to Lord Qin for making an exception. Fang Yuan's smile turned even bigger. What exception? Honestly speaking, I am just glad it was not too late. GU Immortal's blessed lands, tisk tisk, this will definitely heighten the climax of the auction. Haha, this auction I am holding will definitely be one of the few grand auctions over several hundred years in Northern Plains. Qin Bai Sheng laughed loudly and passionately patted this small rank 6 immortal zombie, Fang Yuan's shoulder. Honestly, I am a boorish person. Lord Qin is a strange way to address me. Brother, if you think I am worthy, then even if I am older by some years, how about calling me brother? Qin Bai Sheng was already over 700 years old. He was indeed older than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan directly cupped his fists with a smile. Brother Qin. Haha, Brother Sha. Qin Bai Sheng returned the greeting. Chapter 737, Joining Zombie Alliance. Qin Bai Sheng was quite the character. His battle strength was on par with immortal monkey king Shi Lei, but he did not have any arrogant attitude. Not only that, when he conversed with Fang Yuan, he kept a cool demeanor and was very amicable. Not only did he laugh grandly, he even gave people a feeling that he was very open-minded. This time, Fang Yuan had obviously appeared under the disguise of the mortal killer move unfamiliar face. He had to conceal himself. Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun were in the hands of Qin Bai Sheng. If they had revealed the details or had their souls searched, Qin Bai Sheng would have known about Fang Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie form already. Be it He Lu Lan, Tai Bai Yun Sheng or Fang Yuan's 8-arm heavenly zombie figure, they could not appear openly in Northern Plains. Because the 3 of them were key surviving members of the 88 Truyong building incident. Right now was a sensitive time. Ever since Northern Plains number 1 Wisdom Path GU Immortal, Dong Fang Chong Fan, deduced before his death that the culprit was not a person from Northern Plains and was an outsider, Northern Plains had formed an attitude of resisting a common enemy. Countless forces and experts wanted to take revenge. Especially the 10 or so super forces in Northern Plains, their benefits were heavily affected. They wanted to slaughter the culprit, to chop them into pieces and slice their skin and bones, to torture them for endless years to appease their hatred. Once Fang Yuan and the others showed up, even if their crimes were not exposed, it would sure to stir great attention and Northern Plains GU Immortals would immediately make their moves, wanting to use Fang Yuan and the others as the key to obtaining more inside information. Thus, Fang Yuan came here using the fake name of Sha Huang. At the same time, his 8 monstrous arms turned into ordinary zombie shoulders, his terrifying 6-meter-tall body had turned into that of a normal person's build, or even shorter. The fangs in his mouth were also completely retracted. He no longer looked ruthless but instead gave off a weak and powerless feeling. Of course, Fang Yuan had informed Fairy Li Shan already regarding his disguise in his letter. When they established the Snowy Mountain Alliance earlier, they had considered such a situation. Thus, this was Fairy Li Shan and Fang Yuan collaborating to deceive outsiders. He did not go against their agreement at all. But even if Fang Yuan was so insignificant, an immortal zombie with stale cultivation and a grim future, Qin Bai Sheng did not look down on him at all. He talked with Fang Yuan on equal terms. In fact, when they conversed, he spoke with an affectionate tone. Qin Bai Sheng's attitude made Fang Yuan praise him inwardly. This person is really quite a character. No wonder he could turn this around and forcefully change this situation of being attacked by Northern Plains GU Immortals to one that benefits him greatly. Qin Bai Sheng was also thinking, this small rank 6 immortal zombie has an ordinary appearance, but even after I probed him for so long, he has not slipped and exposed anything. Even now, I do not know his origin and background. While he can still talk to me, Qin Bai Sheng, calmly and normally, he is not simple, not simple. Fairy Li Shan was at the side, squinting as she smiled, watching Fang Yuan and Qin Bai Sheng talk. Fairy Li Shan saw that they were talking with more enthusiasm as she laughed lightly. The way you two are talking, it is a shame that you have only met now. You actually left me in a corner. You look like long-lost brothers who had just met each other. I am ashamed, Fang Yuan quickly said. Qin Bai Sheng heard this and his eyes brightened up. Fairy said it well, that was fabulous. Brother Sha and I feel like old friends, we really hit it off, why don't we become sworn brothers? With Fairy's mountain pledge Gu, from now on, as long as I have meat to eat, I will not let little brother starve. Fairy Li Shan was shocked, she did not expect Qin Bai Sheng to be serious. After the shock, she flustered, is Qin Bai Sheng's discernment superior to mine? He has already seen through Fang Yuan's disguise. Fang Yuan gasped, immediately showing an expression like that of a youngster with poorly concealed temptation. I am not worthy, I am not worthy. Oh, what is brother saying? There is no such thing as worthiness. This is fate, unless, even though brother is showing this on the surface, you actually look down on me, a person without a force. Qin Bai Sheng's eyes shined brightly, he looked at Fang Yuan tightly, showing a half-smiling expression. Oh no, my unfamiliar face is only a mortal killer move, Qin Bai Sheng has felt something amiss already. It boils down to the excessive strength that I displayed. I actually had Gu Immortal prisoners and was going to sell Gu Immortal's blessed lands. Although Qin Bai Sheng is a lone cultivator, he is skilled at gathering allied forces and is organizing an auction, thus he wants to use me to latch onto the force behind me. Of course, there is a possibility that he suspects that I am the culprit who toppled 88 Truyong building. No matter which one it is, I can see the troublesome and powerful methods of this person. These thoughts flashed by in Fang Yuan's head quickly, as he gave a bitter smile. To speak the truth, I really hit it off with Brother Qin, but I am a small character, I cannot decide this, I am not like Brother Qin and Fairy Li Shan who are free. The matter of becoming sworn brothers, it is not that I do not want to, but I cannot. Of course they could not, once they did, making an oath before the mountain pledge Gu, Fang Yuan would be at his mercy. The most simple way was for Qin Bai Sheng to suggest that brothers cannot lie to each other. What can Fang Yuan do then? How could he reject him? So that is the case. Brother has his difficulties, I understand. Not only do I understand, I can even help you. Brother. Qin Bai Sheng patted his chest. While speaking, he still continued to try probing Fang Yuan's background. Fang Yuan cupped his fists to thank him, before turning around and looking at Fairy Li Shan. Fairy, I came here this time with another task, that is to borrow and make use of your mountain pledge Gu. This, Fairy Li Shan looked at Qin Bai Sheng, hesitatingly saying, Sha Huang, you might not know, but we are going to find Prince Feng Xian to invite him to attend the auction. Our time is tight, I am not sure if Prince Feng Xian will be angry. After all, he is the last person we are visiting. Qin Bai Sheng said instead, Prince Feng Xian is a model of the righteous path, how can he be so small-minded? Anyway, we are going to take some time in flying there, it is not a problem to lend it to Brother Sha Huang. It's fine, I am not in a rush. Fang Yuan cupped his fist. In that case, Fairy and Brother Qin should go first, we will split up here. Why doesn't Brother Sha Huang come with us? It is a rare opportunity to be able to meet Prince Feng Xian. Qin Bai Sheng invited. How could Fang Yuan dare to go to a rank 8 Gu Immortal? Especially when this Prince Feng Xian had an investigative Immortal Gu that was at least rank 7. Even though unfamiliar face came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, it was just a mortal killer move, in front of an investigative Immortal Gu, it was insufficient. Fang Yuan rejected Qin Bai Sheng's invitation and watched them fly away. As their figures vanished into the sky, his expression turned cold. He had finally learned how troublesome Qin Bai Sheng was to deal with. Compared to the brutish Shi Lei, this person had an exquisite mind, who knew how many thoughts were in his head, while he could appear on the surface to be grand and full of passion, as if it came from the bottom of his heart. Just this acting ability alone was on par with Fang Yuan. If not for Fang Yuan being a reborn old monster, he might not be able to see Qin Bai Sheng's true colors. This person is a lone cultivator, yet he was able to make a network of alliances and influence the entire world of Northern Plains Gu Immortals. His methods were truly incredible, he has some real skill. Unfortunately, his luck in my previous life was bad. Just when Blood Hunter came out of seclusion, he unfortunately met with and engaged in fierce battle, succumbing to that monster's methods. Fang Yuan recalled as he turned around, flying towards another direction. Not long later, he met with a group of azure ostriches. This bird had a swollen back, like that of a camel, it had azure feathers and its body was as strong as a grown man. Often gathering in groups, they were the overlords of the sky. This group of azure ostriches were not few in numbers, they were a myriad beast group. Fang Yuan did not care about them, he continued to fly forwards. The azure ostriches found the prey, Fang Yuan, and were very excited. They first screeched before getting close to him, but the moment they got close to him and sensed his immortal zombie aura, they ran away in fear. All living beings had survival instincts in them to avoid danger, even beasts and birds had this insight and would not send themselves to death. If this had been Fang Yuan when he stepped into northern plains for the first time in his previous life, if he met the azure ostrich group, he would need to dig a hole and bury himself to avoid them. But now, even without doing anything, he had chased this group of azure ostriches away. Even though I became an immortal zombie, compared to my previous life's achievements, my cultivation level has greatly exceeded what I had been during this time. In my previous life, at this point, Qingmao Mountain had been destroyed by Bai Ning Bing's self-detonation. Because clans are united by bloodline, they spurn outsiders. Before I became a lone demonic cultivator, I joined a caravan and was often at the front lines, trying to earn a living like this. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had moved around southern border, western desert, eastern sea for over 300 years before becoming a rank 5 GU master in central continent. But now, only decades had passed and Fang Yuan was already an immortal. Even though he was an immortal zombie, his battle strength was already upper tier among ranked 6 GU immortals. Firstly, the rebirth advantage he had was huge. Secondly, Fang Yuan took part in many dangerous situations. The higher the risks, the greater his rewards. But as time passes, the influence of my rebirth would become bigger and bigger. This auction had never happened in my previous life. Hopefully, when I join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance this time, there will be fewer accidents and my plans would go smoothly. Having unfamiliar face, Fang Yuan decided to try joining Zombie Alliance. Plans could not keep up with changes. His original plan was to first take Dark Limit Immortal GU. But Shui Songzi and He Cheng's incident had inadvertently served as an alert. Afterwards, Fairy Zhang Yu had disappeared mysteriously, even Fairy Li Shan could not find her. He also had another plan, to kill Ma Hong Yun and Zhao Lian Yun. But now that they were captured by Qin Bai Sheng, they were watched by almost all of the GU immortals in Northern Plains. How could Fang Yuan kill them now? After these two plans succeeded, his third plan was to join Zombie Alliance. But with the current situation, Fang Yuan had insufficient control of the circumstances. He had to take a risk and join Zombie Alliance, even if it was dangerous. As he flew, Fang Yuan considered the plan for joining Zombie Alliance again. Along the way, he met many bird groups, but they were all repelled by Fang Yuan's immortal zombie aura. Only once, he met a desolate beast-flying snake. Fang Yuan did not want to waste time and avoided it. Although Northern Plains was huge, having 5 billion square kilometers of surface area, 10 times that of Earth, but Fang Yuan's current location was not far from his destination. After half a day, he saw a mountain on the horizon. It was Ku Mu Mountain. Chapter 738, Old Earth Wood, Immortal Zombie Gu Yi. Ku Mu Mountain. Rather than a mountain, it looked more like a giant dead wooden tree that extended into the clouds. The name of the wood was Old Earth. Old Earth Wood had a long lifespan. This particular pillar of Old Earth Wood had more than 1,000,000 years of history. From Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's era, to Red Lotus Demon Venerable, Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, and then to Spectral Soul Demon Venerable and Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. Even after Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable died, it was still alive. When it had lush leaves, the greenery covered the entire sky, and it produced countless fresh fruits. On its strong branches, unique tree farms could be created. During its golden years, it was usually owned by the strongest GU immortals or the most powerful forces in Northern Plains. But as the river of time continued to flow, the lush green leaves wilted, its strong trunk decayed, its glorious days were over, and it became a gloomy and silent structure. Long ago, countless forces had fought over it, fighting with their lives or even dying due to the Old Earth Wood, but eventually, its late years were lonely. The barren tree branches could only create a shade over a small area, attempting to pitifully recreate its former glory. Right now, the Old Earth Wood tree's main trunk was mostly dead, only a small portion still had a little bit of life left. From a mystical treasure that everyone was after, to a monument that nobody visits, it was like an aged giant, bending its back and sitting on the ground calmly, awaiting the end of its life. Fang Yuan did not come here to admire the Old Earth Wood tree. He was here for the immortal zombie who was living on top of the Old Earth Wood. This immortal zombie was a woodpath GU immortal during his life, his name was Gu Yi. If Fang Yuan wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, he would need an immortal zombie's recommendation. Fang Yuan had already gotten the details of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance from Fairy Li Shan. The reason why he chose Gu Yi was not because this person was special, but because he was the closest. As he got close to the old earth wood tree, Fang Yuan slowed his speed, but he did not see Gu Yi appearing. He frowned slightly. This Gu Yi's alertness was simply too terrible. Finally, when he arrived at the old earth wood tree, Fang Yuan shouted, "Is old earth city lord around? My name is Sha Huang and I am here to visit." His voice echoed through the old earth wood tree, causing the wilted leaves to scatter onto the ground. From a deep part of the old earth wood, a figure came out. "Why are there more people? Do you really think I, Gu Yi, am easy to bully?" His tone was filled with anger and helplessness. Gu Yi appeared before Fang Yuan. He was yellowish in color, tall and skinny, resembling the old earth wood. There were wooden markings on his skin. It was an immortal zombie body that resembled dead wood. Seeing Fang Yuan, Gu Yi was stunned. The anger vanished on his face as he said hesitantly, "Sir, I am Sha Huang. I have turned into an immortal zombie recently without much choice. I wanted to join Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. I wonder if Old Earth City Lord may give me a recommendation." Fang Yuan cupped his fists as he expressed his intention directly. "Oh, you are a newcomer who wants to join Zombie Alliance. A pleasure to meet you." Gu Yi's expression changed. He quickly greeted back while smiling. "I thought it was. Forget it, let's not talk about it. We are all in the same boat, please come in." Fang Yuan slowly flew up. Under Gu Yi's lead, they traveled past many rotten leaves and branches, arriving at a deep part of the branches of the old earth wood tree. This was a city. It was completely built on the old earth wood branches. It resembled a carved wooden city. It was quite unique. Countless wooden houses were lined up. Some were tall while some were short. Not only were there common squares, there were towers and city walls. All sorts of streets and paths were interconnected like blood vessels, moving along the countless branches. There were also all sorts of vine ladders, either drooping or hanging from one branch to another. It was a pity that this wooden city was half destroyed. Large numbers of houses had collapsed. The yellow vine ladders were no longer green. They could not sustain any weight. When the cold winds blew, the vines might break, landing on the branches and causing a loud sound. This is Old Earth City. Although it is like this, the atmosphere still remains. Back in the day, this was a popular area and countless famous characters gathered here. This was once the heart of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan looked around as he sighed casually. The city is dead, there is nothing left. Brother Sha is calling me Old Earth City Lord, but that title is very hollow now. Gu Yi laughed bitterly at the side. To speak the truth, if not for this place still producing a wood path resource called wilted essence, who would care about it? Fang Yuan nodded, agreeing. That is indeed the case. Gu Yi sighed deeply. Sigh, if I knew that this place was so barren, I would not have accepted this mission from Zombie Alliance. But the duration of my mission is almost over. I can leave this painful place already. Brother, look at my pathetic state and learn from it. When you enter Zombie Alliance, do not choose the mission of guarding Old Earth Wood. Fang Yuan had already guessed that Gu Yi was injured. Seeing him say this, he placed his gaze naturally on his face. Gu Yi's face was swollen. It looked like a pink peach was growing on one side of his cheeks. The other side of his face was caved in, filled with many cracks. Looking at him, his entire head was in a strange shape, like a deformed melon. Not only that, there was a long scar on his chest. Although the scar was shallow, the injury was big. There was poisonous gas that were dark purple in color spiraling it. Even if Brother Gu didn't mention it, I was going to ask. Where did you get your injuries from? Fang Yuan asked. Sigh, brother, seeing that you have just turned into an immortal zombie, you still do not know the pain of immortal zombies. Gu Yi sighed pitifully. He was about to start his story when there was a loud sound outside. The entire old earth wood tree shook intensely as wilted leaves flew. Even the rotting branches that seemed like tall pillars collapsed. They came crashing down. Gu Yi's expression changed. Next, Fang Yuan heard someone shouting from outside. Gu Yi, come out now. This divine lord is here to make a transaction with you. Gu Yi's expression became uglier. His eyes were spewing fire as he gritted his teeth. Divine Lord Tian do again. Another loud bang. Old earth wood shook again. leaves fell from the branches like a huge rain. The beautiful wooden houses collapsed, causing dust and smoke to rise. Outside, there was another Gu Immortal shouting, Gu ye right. Come out now, I am Shihu, come out, I have a matter to discuss with you. Saying so, there was another loud bang, causing a distressing noise in the old earth wood. Looking at their actions, they were not going to give up until Gu Yi showed up. Gu Yi's expression was very ugly. He clenched his fists as he took a few deep breaths, smiling forcibly at Fang Yuan. Brother Sha, take a seat first, I will be back shortly. No worry, I will go with you. Fang Yuan said. Gu Yi showed a touched expression as he cupped his fists, thanking sincerely, then I will thank brother in advance. The two walked out of the old earth wood tree, seeing the two ranked 6 Gu Immortals in the sky. One had a strong muscular body, his skin was bronze in color as lightning coiled around his body, his name was Divine Lord Tiandu. The other had messy hair, he looked like a brute carrying a skull, it was Shihu. Seeing Fang Yuan, Divine Lord Tiandu was stunned before laughing, to think that Gu Yi found a helper. But it is a pity, you found an immortal zombie. In his speech, he did not hide the disdain towards immortal zombies. Gu Yi flew into a rage, about to speak. Divine Lord Tiandu waved his hand, saying impatiently, I will not talk trash with you, I know that you have some wilted essence with you, my friend has an immortal essence stone, he will buy 150 kilograms of wilted essence from you. One immortal essence stone for 150 kilograms of wilted essence, why don't you just rob us instead? Gu Yi was stomping his feet in anger, shouting. Robbing is possible too, but seeing that you are Divine Lord's friend, I wanted to do him a favor. Shihu snickered, his attitude was very arrogant, as if Gu Yi was helpless against him. You two are shameless, you are basically bandits. Gu Yi stared with wide-opened eyes, his lungs were about to explode. He was furious, but also extremely helpless. The other party were two ranked 6 Gu Immortals, but he was only a ranked 6 immortal zombie, his blessed land was dead and he only had over a dozen immortal essence stones. Even though he would fight with them, what would he do after that? Ignoring the question of whether he could win, even if he won, he would expend a lot of green grape immortal essence. Without the blessed land's replenishment, he could only use immortal essence stones to replenish it. After one battle, he would go bankrupt. Gu Yi was full of worries, he looked at Fang Yuan beside him. Actually, Divine Lord Tiandu and Shihu were also looking at Fang Yuan. Divine Lord Tiandu had extorted Gu Yi many times already, he knew about Gu Yi's background, but he did not know anything about Fang Yuan. Furthermore, it seemed like Fang Yuan was Gu Yi's helper. But why would Fang Yuan help Gu Yi for no good reason? His gaze flickered, he showed a hesitant expression as he asked Gu Yi in a weak tone, Brother Gu, what is going on? Who is the other party? Such absurd demands, why isn't the Zombie Alliance interfering? Seeing Fang Yuan's hesitation, Gu Yi lost all hope, he sighed deeply, the Zombie Alliance can interfere, but I cannot afford it. It was better when leader was around, but now, sigh. Forget it, after you join the Zombie Alliance, you will learn about it, brother. Is that so? Fang Yuan's face showed a perfect mix of shock, disappointment, and even worry towards the future. Hearing their conversation, Divine Lord Tiandu and Shihu could see the joy in each other's faces. So this newly emerged immortal zombie wants to join the Zombie Alliance. We are going to successfully extort him again. The two transmitted. As they expected, Gu Yi was helpless but to accept their demands. Eventually, he sold 150 kilograms of wilted essence for one immortal essence stone. Ha ha ha, this was a pleasant business deal. Gu Yi, when you ask for help next time, at least invite a living person. The two left while laughing loudly. Sigh, this rotten place, I do not want to stay here for even one more second. Gu Yi showed disappointment, his head was sinking even lower now. Chapter 739, Dark Flow Giant City. Fang Yuan watched as Divine Lord Tiandu and Shihu disappeared into the horizon, before retracting his gaze, looking at the immortal zombie Gu Yi beside him with a slightly flickering gaze. With a trembling and hesitant voice, he said, Brother Gu, may I ask, how many times has this happened? Gu Yi restrained his grieving expression, and patted Fang Yuan's shoulder, comforting him on the contrary, not too many. It is just that with the nearing of Qinbai Sheng's auction, some shameless scumbags are trying everything they can to get the capital to participate in this level of grand event. Fang Yuan had not helped him, but Ji Yuyi did not blame him. He did not have any hope, thus his disappointment and grief had no relation to Fang Yuan. With this, even though they had just met each other, Ji Yuyi was even more certain that Fang Yuan's situation was similar to his and even slightly worse, as a fallen Ji Yu immortal who had helplessly turned to becoming an immortal zombie. But this behavior is too ugly. Fang Yuan pretended to be indignant. This expression looked like his true feelings in Ji Yuyi's eyes. At least there is something to cover the humiliation. Ji Yuyi looked at the immortal essence stone on his hand with irony. This immortal essence stone was the price Shihu and Divine Lord Tian Du had paid for 150 kilograms of wilted essence. He shook the immortal essence stone. Look, Divine Lord Tian Du and Shihu might be strong, but they still are apprehensive of zombie alliance behind us and had to give us face in this way. Could it be that zombie alliance's face is only worth one immortal essence stone? Fang Yuan's expression was aghast, as he made an inquiry. Ji Yuyi laughed. His laughter was bitter, mixed with helplessness, sadness and grief. He looked at Fang Yuan, and felt he was looking at himself back when he had just joined Zombie Alliance. He patted Fang Yuan's shoulder again. Brother Shaw, you have reached this point and also know the hardships and disadvantages of immortal zombie. Blessed lands of us immortal zombies are already dead and cannot be operated, and cannot produce immortal essence. If I have to say it bluntly, we are on our dying breaths. Thus, we have to rely on external resources even more than those living GU immortals. You also might have already heard about it, Zombie Alliance indeed has many immortal zombies like you. But if you want to rely on these people as support and to help maintain your face, you have to pay the price. Ji Yuyi's words had deep implications. Price? Fang Yuan pretended to not understand. Yes, if you want to request a rank 6 immortal zombie to help you, you need 2 immortal essence stones, and this is only the initial price, the concrete amount will depend on how intense the fight is. If you want to request a rank 7 immortal zombie, you need 20 immortal essence stones. Similarly, this price is only the initial price. If you have sufficient immortal essence stones, you can even request the whole of Zombie Alliance to support you. But if you don't have money or don't want to pay the price, then your face can only be worth this much. When Ji Yuyi said this, he slightly raised that immortal essence stone and intentionally shook it. Blessed lands of immortal zombies were already dead, it was hard to engage in business to generate income and they had to rely on more external resources. This made immortal zombies have to meticulously plan and often choose to endure as opposed to fight. Only like this could they barely maintain their livelihoods. Like with Fang Yuan previously, he could not produce green grape immortal essence by himself and could only use immortal essence stones to substitute. The pressure was too high. In that intense battle with He Chang, his finances almost collapsed and fell into a plight again. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had Hu immortal blessed land, which reduced the significance of his immortal aperture being dead. What was even more fortunate was that he had Wisdom Gu's help. And there were extremely large benefits to using the light of wisdom with an immortal zombie body. First was the immortal GU recipe transactions with Lang Ya Land Spirit, which allowed Fang Yuan to get out of the mire. Then with the help of the light of wisdom, he was able to innovate Airsac GU and engage in the Guts GU business, making Immortal Crane sect compromise, and greatly improving his entire living environment. If I didn't have these, my situation might be extremely dismal just like Ji Yuyi's. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly, while on the surface he showed a look of realization and took a step back, bowing and cupping his fists. Brother Ji Yuyi, I have received your teachings. Ji Yuyi shook his head. Even without me speaking of these truths, you would understand it for yourself after some time. No need for thanks. Come, I will bring you to Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan followed Ji Yuyi to the depths of the old earth wood branches at that exquisite wood city again. Ji Yuyi flew ahead to a large plaza in the center of the wood city. The plaza was in ruins, from the damaged floor tiles to the surrounding destroyed flower beds and dried up fountain, one might be able to only get a glimpse of its past prosperity. Ji Yuyi and Fang Yuan stood in the center of the plaza. Rise. Ji Yuyi mobilized his primeval essence, the plaza's surface instantly brightened. The thick and solid floor became translucent like a giant jade. The green jade light circulated around, shadows of countless GU worms fluttered within the light. At the same time, large numbers of mortal GU flew out of Ji Yuyi's body, mostly being rank 5 space path GU and rank 4 wood path GU. These GU worms flew above Fang Yuan and started to rapidly revolve like a hurricane. In the dusky surroundings, rays of brilliant light gradually appeared. Ji Yi continued to mobilize his primeval essence unceasingly. These flowing lights rapidly increased in number and soon created a vast bluish-green patch. Untold numbers of mortal GU, under some wondrous rhythm, converged their powers, overlaying on top of one another and mutually amplifying themselves, finally forming a might display. This is a top-tier mortal killer move our zombie alliance researched, Green Crystal Hero's Path. It can span across hundreds of thousands of li, directly connecting the old Earth Wood and Zombie Alliance's garrison. You know us immortal zombies are GU immortals as well. Our bodies are filled with Dao marks, thus normal methods are unable to transport us. Ji Yi explained at the appropriate moment. Immortal zombies might have weaker battle strength causing their status to lower, and their thoughts to slow down, but their accumulations and foundations still remained for the most part. Especially when immortal zombies are in a similar situation, they could cast aside prejudices unlike normal GU immortals and cooperate with each other. Thus, being able to research a peak-tier mortal killer move was not strange. Ji Yi continued. I looked after the myriad poison date tree in Zombie Alliance for 2 years before I was able to get enough contribution points to exchange for this Green Crystal Hero's Path. Ah, right, you might be confused. Brother Shaw, if you choose tasks which needs you to go outside, Zombie Alliance's prerequisite is that you have to grasp the killer move Green Crystal Hero's Path. Only with this can you reach Zombie Alliance at any time. They did not have fixed immortal travel, did not have Stargate and also did not have moving perspective cup GU. Normal GU immortals could use connecting heaven GU and whole earth GU, but immortal zombies could not because of their dead apertures. Connecting heaven GU and whole earth GU were only mortal GU. The reason they could connect between blessed lands or grotto heavens was because the two small worlds involved would silently consume heavenly power. And an immortal zombie's blessed land or grotto heaven was already dead, and was unable to expend heavenly power. To set up connecting heaven GU and whole earth GU required the consent of both sides. Only with this, the immortal apertures could use heavenly power. If they were secretly set up, they would not be able to connect because of the absence of heavenly power. Connecting heaven GU and whole earth GU also could not be used if they were set up outside in the 5 regions. Ah, so Green Crystal Hero's Path was this important. Hearing Ji Yi explain again, Fang Yuan showed an appropriately admiring and envious look. Ji Yi caught Fang Yuan's expression and felt refreshed. The grief from the forceful transaction earlier eased up by a lot. Happiness often comes from comparison. Instantly, Ji Yi felt Fang Yuan was much more pleasing to the eyes. A thick green light soared to the skies from the dense dried yellow old earth branches and leaves. After a while, in Dark Flow City, over 100,000 li away, on the plaza in the southeast section, a dark green light suddenly fell down. The light engulfed the plaza, dyeing the surroundings green. Wind surged, and the hanging iron lanterns in the plaza constantly shook and squeaked. The light quickly disappeared. In the originally empty plaza appeared Ji Yi and Fang Yuan. Let's go, we should not stay here for long. Ji Yi composed himself and walked forward, with Fang Yuan closely following behind. This giant city was named Dark Flow. It was pitch black, resembling a giant beast sprawled on the ground. The sun was setting to the west and there was still a source of light. However, every tile and brick of the giant Dark Flow city emitted a dense darkness that dyed the surroundings black. Especially, the closer one got to the center of Dark Flow giant city, the denser this darkness became. Fang Yuan and Ji Yi walked ahead, but saw no humans in their path. The long path had street lamps erected every few hundred steps. But these street lamps let out weak dusky yellow light which only lit some dozens of steps, leaving behind long stretches of darkness in between the gaps of the street lamps, making the darkness of the giant city even more conspicuous. The large Dark Flow city felt like an abandoned city. However, there were still some faint clamoring noises coming from below the giant city. This is the main headquarters of our Zombie Alliance in Northern Plains, and it is almost as large as a mountain. It is divided into 7 floors. The lower 5 floors are the residences of mortal GU masters and are very bustling and clamorous. 1 floor above is where immortal zombies and people with some relation to us reside. The highest floor has the conference hall where 3 ranked 7 immortal zombies are stationed throughout the year. Ji Yi gave an appropriate explanation. Fang Yuan nodded without being surprised. Zombie Alliance was not an organization that was only formed from Immortal level members, but also covered mortal GU masters. These GU masters, for the most part, made use of Dark Path, raising zombies, commanding zombies and even transforming into zombies. The two walked for a while, arriving in front of a large hall without seeing anyone in the way. Tall stone statues stood on either side of the large hall. They were taller and bulkier than even Fang Yuan's 8-arm immortal zombie physique. Fang Yuan carefully observed them. His eyes narrowed slightly as he discovered these stone statues were not as simple as they looked. You find it strange too. This is Yin Lu Gong's immortal killer move stone casket. Inside them are not ordinary zombies but immortal zombies. Ji Yuyi said this, then said in a lower voice, Yin Lu Gong is one of the experts of our zombie alliance. When the city lord left Northern Plains, they assigned 3 deputy city lords. He is one of them and can command immortal zombies to fight for him. Yin Lu Gong. Fang Yuan silently engraved this name to his mind. This name was not in his previous life's memories. But just based on the fact Yin Lu Gong could command immortal zombies to fight, he needed to be attached importance. In my previous life, my rise was a matter that occurred 300 to 400 years later. And in this period of time, it was not that no outstanding characters emerged, but due to all sorts of reasons, they were washed away by the river of time. Fang Yuan was cautious, with no hint of carelessness. Come and push the door. Ji Yuyi suddenly moved to the side. So long as you can open this large door, you will have the qualifications to join Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan quietly put his 2 arms on the door and softly pushed, opening the door by a sliver. Instantly, over 20 sharp, gloomy or dull gazes followed the crack and shot towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan intentionally changed his expression slightly, then he took a deep breath and fiercely pushed open the door completely. Ji Yuyi laughed heartily while patting Fang Yuan's shoulder. Being able to push open this large door means you are a person of Northern Plains. Come, your timing is really exquisite. Our Zombie Alliance's meeting is held today. Chapter 740, 9 Heavens Fragment. White egrets flew in the sky. The weather was pleasant today. 3 ranked 7 GU immortals who came from Combat Immortal sect had gathered within this sky. According to Immortal Monkey King's request for help, it should be this place. Qian Zhu Xian looked around as he said. He was dressed in a green robe, he had a slim figure and his eyes were dark like an abyss, as if incapable of being alarmed. Although this place looks ordinary, it is evident that the grotto heaven opening that was stated in the letter has closed up. But to check if it is really this place, we will need Divine Mother's help. Valley Lord Ming He, who was dressed in a white robe, looked over. Beside him was a female GU immortal. Beautiful and elegant, she was dressed in a golden robe and radiated majesty and dignity. She was a Space Path GU immortal, known as Divine Mother Ju Kong. Among these 3, she was the oldest GU immortal, being over 900 years old. Divine Mother Ju Kong closed her eyes. Using her mysterious method, her aura remained calm and there was not even any trace of fluctuation. In a short while, she opened her eyes, letting out a breath of foggy air. It is here indeed. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven is located at this place. The other 2 immortals heard this and their spirits lifted. 7-Star Child did not have much reputation back then. He actually cultivated to this extent without making a sound. In fact, his Grotto Heaven even absorbed a fragment of Blue Heaven. Precisely because of this, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven could still exist now. It is incredible. Qian Zhu Xian sighed. During the immemorial antiquity era, the world of GU masters had 9 heavens in the sky. Red, orange, yellow, green, azure, blue, purple, white, black, they formed the immemorial 9 heavens. But 7 of the 9 heavens were destroyed by Renzu's children. Right now, only black and white heaven were left alternating in the sky. 7-Star Child had a fortuitous encounter in the past. He secretly absorbed a fragment of Blue Heaven. This allowed his Grotto Heaven to exist to this day, and not become a dead aperture due to his state. The immemorial 9 heavens were 9 different worlds. The immortal apertures of GU immortals were also worlds. Worlds could swallow one another. The most famous example was Treasure Yellow Heaven. Back then, Treasure Yellow Heaven's owner, rank 8 GU immortal, Taoist countless treasures, unexpectedly obtained a fragment world of Yellow Heaven. Thus, after he fused it into his Grotto Heaven, it formed Treasure Yellow Heaven. After Treasure Yellow Heaven was formed, it became extraordinary, and continued existing even until today. Once a Grotto Heaven absorbs a 9 heavens fragment, the benefits are really great. Not only will they gain some unpredictable mystical power, the immortal aperture's heavenly power would become unlimited. Furthermore, calamities and tribulations would weaken greatly, or completely vanish. If I can obtain such a fragment world, I might even wake up laughing in my sleep. Valley Lord Minghe was full of envy. Dream on, Minghe. Get your cultivation level to rank 8 first. Only a grotto heaven of a rank 8 GU immortal can absorb a 9 heavens fragment world. Zhu Xian laughed. Valley Lord Minghe heard this and laughed bitterly. I want to get to rank 8 too, but I have no confidence in surviving the second grand tribulation. Thinking about how rank 8 GU immortals have to undergo a grand tribulation every 50 years, I shudder at that thought. As for the myriad tribulation that is even more terrifying than grand tribulations, I simply cannot imagine them. Maybe, only someone like Shi Lei has no fear. Blessed lands had fortune, but heaven and earth was balanced, thus, once in a while, calamities and tribulations would befall. Rank 6 GU immortals experience an earthly calamity every 10 years, and a heavenly tribulation every 100 years. Thus, when assessing a GU immortal's cultivation level, they often use the heavenly tribulation as the standard. Fang Yuan was a 2 heavenly tribulations expert in his previous life. After a rank 6 GU immortal goes through 3 heavenly tribulations, their blessed land would expand to another level, and they would become a rank 7 GU immortal. Rank 7 GU immortals face an earthly calamity every 10 years, a heavenly tribulation every 50 years, and a grand tribulation every 100 years. Zhu Xian and Valley Lord Minghe were 1 grand tribulation GU immortals, while Divine Mother Zhu Kong was a level higher than them, being at 2 grand tribulations cultivation level. As for rank 8 GU immortals, they no longer experienced any earthly calamities, but they faced a heavenly tribulation every 10 years, a grand tribulation every 50 years, and a myriad tribulation every 100 years. Myriad tribulations were far more scary than heavenly tribulations. They were known as hopeless myriad tribulations among GU immortals. The difficulty was extremely high. Thus, 9 heavens fragments were much more precious. Because the immemorial 9 heavens were a part of the large world of GU masters. Calamities and tribulations would only descend upon blessed lands and grotto heavens as they were immortal aperture worlds. This did not happen in the 5 regions or the immemorial 9 heavens. After the grotto heaven devours the 9 heavens fragment, in a way, they become a part of the large world of GU masters. This could greatly reduce the size and power of the calamities and tribulations, and the grotto heaven would not die if the GU immortal dies. For example, Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was still intact despite 7 Star Child already becoming an immortal zombie. If the 9 heavens fragment that was absorbed was big, calamities and tribulations could vanish for good. For example, Treasure Yellow Heaven had never experienced any calamities or tribulations. It was now the biggest trading area in the GU immortal world. The benefits of absorbing a 9 heavens fragment are huge. But don't forget, this method has a weakness too. Even if you absorb just a bit of the 9 heavens fragment, you will take in the aura of the greater world. Once the grotto heaven is rooted into it, it can never be placed into your body again. Divine Mother Zhu Kong reminded them. Zhu Xian nodded, agreeing. Simply put, by absorbing the 9 heavens fragment, the GU immortal loses their freedom. They can only stay inside their immortal aperture world and cannot move about in the outside world. This is truly a huge loss. But if a 9 heavens fragment appears before me, I would choose it without hesitation. That's right, Valley Lord Minghe agreed. Calamities and tribulations are too hard to survive. Sometimes, I would want to become an immortal zombie. At least their dead lands would not experience any calamities or tribulations. Alright, handling the task is the most important matter. We purposely wasted so many days. I'm sure that Monkey King has learned his lesson. Divine Mother Zhu Kong slowly closed her eyes. Valley Lord Minghe fell into silence. Zhu Xian laughed. Hey, after we save Shi Lei, I want to see if he can still act arrogant again. Divine Mother Zhu Kong could no longer keep a calm aura. Her golden robe fluttered as the aura of immortal GU burst out from her. Open. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. Her gaze was sharp as it pierced a hole into the void before her. The hole was about the size of a man. Through this hole, the 3 GU immortals could directly see the scenery inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. The 3 immortals did not speak. Zhu Xian charged ahead and entered it. Next, Valley Lord Minghe entered, followed by Divine Mother Zhu Kong. But at the next moment, the 3 GU immortals appeared in the sky again. What is going on? Qianzu Xian and Valley Lord Minghe showed some shock on their faces. Divine Mother Zhu Kong's expression was solemn, her relaxed appearance was gone as she muttered, in is not in, out is not out, space is interchanging, swapping around, this is the mystical ability Starry Sky Grotto Heaven obtained after absorbing the Blue Heaven fragment. Yes, Shi Lei mentioned this in his request for help as well. Valley Lord Minghe recalled. It is not strange, why would it be simple if it could trap this monkey? Qianzu Xian said. Divine Mother Zhu Kong snorted coldly, this is only a minor problem. At the same time, in Northern Plains, Zombie Alliance branch, inside Dark Flow Giant City. This place had densely accumulated darkness, even the clear skies could not shine any sunlight into here. Fang Yuan pushed open the door and was inspected by more than 20 gazes. He purposely showed a scared and hesitant expression as he stepped into the discussion hall. He paid his respects, shouting, I am Sha Huang, greetings to my fellow brethren. Fellow brethren, you used a good phrase. We members of Zombie Alliance are in the same situation, we should help each other. On the main seat of the discussion hall, there was an immortal zombie smiling as he said. He was a fatty, he was over 6 meters tall, just like Fang Yuan's 8-arm immortal zombie form, but he was at least 3 times fatter than Fang Yuan. His skin was like bronze, his stomach was like a wine vat, big and round. Not just his stomach, his face, arms, fingers, they were all extremely round. Fang Yuan saw him and thought of the information he had, flesh bronze zombie body, Yin Lu Gong. Before Fang Yuan came to the Zombie Alliance, he had gotten the relevant information from Fairy Li Shan. Immortal zombie Ji Yu beside him thought that Fang Yuan was a newbie. He quickly paid respects. Ji Yu pays respects to Lord Yin Lu Gong, Lord Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Lord Huang Quan Wang. Fang Yuan followed after him. I greet Lord Yin Lu Gong, Lord Dragon Commander Yi Cha, and Lord Huang Quan Wang. Saying so, he gave Ji Yu a look of gratitude. Ji Yu smiled at him. Yin Lu Gong was seated at the center seat. On his left was Dragon Commander Yi Cha. He was sitting up straight with a ruthless expression. His fangs were pale and sharp. On the right was Huang Quan Wang. He looked old and had a hunched back. Even though they had overflowing death energy, their ranked 7 aura could not be concealed. These 3 immortal zombies had true ranked 7 cultivation level. They were stationed in Dark Flow Giant City. Sha Huang, is this your real name? Dragon Commander Yi Cha asked. His words were like steel. Once he spoke, a strong wave of killing intent burst out, making one feel as if they were in the middle of a terrifying battlefield. This was due to his experiences. Dragon Commander Yi Cha was a lone cultivator. He had joined the Imperial Court contest and had used some of the opportunities inside Imperial Court blessed land to accumulate his foundation and become a GU Immortal. In other words, he had very rich battle experience. Nobody dared to look down on him. He opened his mouth, and his tone showed his imposing nature. It made people feel like he was pressuring them heavily. Of course not. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly. Sha Huang was the name I gave myself on the 2nd day after I became an immortal zombie. It signified a new beginning, for me to temporarily forget my past glory. I had once sworn to heaven, only when I regain my real body and get rid of my immortal zombie status would I use my former name again. Once he said that, all of the immortals in the discussion showed varying expressions. There was disdain, sneers, silence, sadness, but mostly, understanding. Fang Yuan's current performance and his mental state was just like theirs in the past. But after so many years, their grand ambitions were gone, their hopes and desires were almost completely burnt out. They were still immortal zombies now, life had not changed for the better. Alright, since Sha Huang opened the door, then he is a Northern Plains GU Immortal. We in Zombie Alliance would be stronger with one more member. He has already proven himself. One has to know, previously, even Yao Huang did not manage to push open this door. Goo, goo goo goo, Huang Quan Wang said as he started coughing, showing his old and weak state. Chapter 741, Immortal Zombie Discussion. Speaking of the door of the discussion hall, it had quite the origin. It was created by the founder of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. This predecessor's name was already lost in history, but his methods were simply divine. The door was filled with all sorts of Dao marks. Some people had guessed that consumable immortal GU were used on it. Only immortal zombies in Northern Plains could be acknowledged by the door, and would be able to push it open. If it was not someone who ascended to a GU Immortal in Northern Plains, their immortal aperture world would have the heaven and earth chi of other regions. Once their hand is placed on it, they would be repelled. If one was a Northern Plains GU immortal, but not an immortal zombie, this door would heavier than a mountain, they would not be able to push it at all. Although Fang Yuan was not born in Northern Plains, after reaching Northern Plains, he had adapted to the environment and had ascended to an immortal in Northern Plains, thus this door did not hinder him at all. Dark Flow Giant City had expanded many times throughout history, but this door had been preserved intentionally. The members of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance were very confident in this door. When they heard Huang Quan Wang's words, their gazes towards Fang Yuan became milder. Yin Lu Gong nodded. Huang Quan Wang is right, you too, take a seat, you are just in time for the meeting. In addition, give Ji Yuyi some credit, he recommended a new member. According to the rules, he should be given 300 contribution points. Fang Yuan knew that recommending a new member had benefits, but after hearing this, he immediately turned his gaze towards Ji Yuyi beside him. Ji Yuyi felt ashamed when he was stared at, like he had taken major advantage. He pulled Fang Yuan's arm. Come, Brother Sha, sit beside me. Everyone saw this and felt a deeper impression of Fang Yuan's ignorance. In the discussion hall, the immortal zombies sat nearly in a circular manner. Only the direction that led to the discussion hall's door was left empty, forming a path for them to walk in and out. The other directions were filled with seats. These seats were not in one row, from high to low, there were 3 rows. The lowest row was for ranked 6 immortal zombies, there were the most number of people on this row. The center row was for ranked 7 immortal zombies, only a few were present. The highest row was empty, it was for rank 8 immortal zombies. Ji Yuyi dragged Fang Yuan with much enthusiasm towards his seat. His seat was not empty, there was a will there, the appearance of the will greatly resembled Ji Yuyi. Ji Yuyi waved his hand and the will entered his mind, he immediately asked Fang Yuan to sit down. The meeting is not always attended in person, if we are busy, we will use a will to participate instead of our main bodies. Brother Sha, do you have wisdom path GU worms? If you do not, I will give you one. Ji Yuyi said in a low voice. Of course I do. Fang Yuan replied. He expressed ignorance in relation to Zombie Alliance, but he did not want everyone to think that he was a complete newbie. The effect of wisdom path GU worms was common knowledge among GU immortals, he had to know them. Fang Yuan answered as he sat to the left of Ji Yuyi. The 2 seats beside Ji Yuyi were empty. There were so many seats, most of the immortal zombies were seated far from each other. Although there were more than 20 of them, most were wills, only a small number attended in person. Seeing that Fang Yuan and Ji Yuyi had sat down, Yin Lu Gong coughed. All right, now we will start the meeting. First, we will talk about the important affairs. Saying this, he pointed at the table. An image was shown, a spherical figure rose up from the center, turning into a volcano. This volcano was quite strange, it was short like a gourd. It shook intensely, spewing lava out at times. Above the volcano, thick smoke was rumbling, almost forming a dark cloud and blocking out the sunlight. The flame furnace has erupted, I'm sure everyone knows this. This is a troublesome affair, we have to settle this by suppressing it as soon as possible. The longer it is dragged out, the harder it is to deal with. Our initial assessment is, if anyone can successfully suppress the flame furnace, they will get 1,000 Zombie Alliance contribution points. Yin Lu Gong said. The immortal zombie began to converse with each other softly. Ji Yuyi introduced for Fang Yuan. This flame furnace is a great place for GU refinement, it is especially good for refining fire path GU worms. In the history of Zombie Alliance, there was once a refinement path immortal zombie who refined immortal GU in the flame furnace. But for the last few hundred years, we have not seen any refinement path Grand Master in Zombie Alliance. The flame furnace was left forgotten. At most the leader only used it several times, because it was unused, it was also not maintained, thus it is erupting more regularly. Ji Yuyi continued. The flame furnace is extremely hot, especially the inner core area, it is like a sea of fire. Often when the issues happen, fire path immortal zombies would go. But the fire path immortal zombie has to have some refinement path background. They have to preserve or even fix the GU formation that was set up, otherwise, forceful suppression would destroy it. They might as well not do anything. If the mission fails, not only would they earn nothing, they might even lose out. Fang Yuan mentally understood this clearly. They had to be of fire path cultivation and have refinement path attainment, this resulted in very few eligible people. No wonder those in the hall only discussed it for a while before keeping quiet, turning their gaze towards a certain will in the hall. Yin Lu Gong broke the silence. He looked at the will, saying, "In the past, leader went to suppress it personally, but now that leader is in Eastern Sea, within our zombie alliance, you are the most suitable person, craftsman Huoda." "Huoda, what do you think?" This red will thought about it before saying, "My cultivation level is too low, it is very hard to suppress the flame furnace. But if everyone agrees, I will not reject it. Except that 1,000 contribution points is simply too low." Yin Lu Gong nodded. 1,000 contribution points is only an initial estimation. In that case, we will raise it to 1,200, are you willing to accept that? "I am willing," Huoda's will said. "Good, now, on to the second matter." Yin Lu Gong did not drag on, he changed the topic. "A Xianxia octopus has appeared in Earth Trench, it is wrecking havoc. It is seriously affecting our extraction of the black oil. A while ago, Dr. Yin Zan and Landlord Lei Yu were injured by this ancient desolate beast. If you can chase this beast away, you will get 1,000 contribution points. If you can kill this beast, you will be given 2,000 contribution points." Fang Yuan heard this and his heart jumped. The treasure that he wanted to take was deep within Earth Trench, and was guarded by a group of Xianxia octopuses. This treasure was the reason why he joined Northern Plains Zombie Alliance now. In the circular area, the image of the volcano changed, it became an octopus monster, roaming around in Earth Trench. Large numbers of tentacles were moving around, causing waves in the thick black oil. Seeing this, the discussion hall became much quieter. It was not easy to deal with an ancient desolate beast. Not only did ancient desolate beasts have ranked 7 GU immortal battle strength, the immortal zombie themselves were inferior to ordinary GU immortals, they had much to worry about. An intense battle carried great risks. If they could not gain something, they would return with a huge loss. Even if they won, they would need to weigh it with their condition before battling. Winning the battle, but losing out in terms of profits, they might as well not fight. All of the immortal zombies here were astute. Seeing no answers, Yin Lu Gong turned his head towards Dragon Commander Yi Cha beside him. "Dragon Commander, this Xianxia octopus is compatible with your business, why don't you take on this task?" But Dragon Commander Yi Cha shook his head, rejecting on the spot. "I'll not hide it from you, I received Qin Bai Sheng's invitation and have planned to attend the auction. There are some items in the auction that I have been searching for years. Now is a crucial time, I cannot take the risk. But I am willing to hand out an additional 600 contribution points to this mission." Once he said that, many of the ranked 6 immortal zombies' eyes flashed. Killing this Xianxia octopus was not easy for ranked 6 immortal zombies. But to force it to retreat, it would not be difficult for several ranked 6 immortal zombies teaming up. But this mission only awarded 1,000 contribution points earlier. When split among them, it was too little. Now that Dragon Commander Yi Cha took out 600 contribution points on his own, some people were moved. Battling with an ancient desolate beast was risky undoubtedly, but as long as the benefits were enough, risks were not an obstacle. Immediately, 3 groups of people stated that they could accept this mission. The first 2 groups were alliances of ranked 6 immortal zombies. The third was a single ranked 7 immortal zombie. After some negotiations, this mission was taken by the ranked 7 immortal zombie. Seeing that this troublesome mission was taken by someone, Yin Lu Gong sighed in relief mentally. Next is the last mission, it involves the Red Fiend Divine Boat. Red Fiend Divine Boat, Fang Yuan's gaze shined, he quickly thought of that glorious and huge flying boat that charged freely in the battlefield during the 5 regions chaotic war. Ji Yu Yi beside him explained. Softly, "You just joined Zombie Alliance, it is normal that you do not know. Red Fiend Divine Boat is a famous immortal GU house in history, it is very powerful. Earlier, a Northern Plains lone cultivator coincidentally obtained the entire recipe for the Red Fiend Divine Boat, but because he did not have the ability to refine it, he tried selling it everywhere. Leader tried to buy this boat's recipe, paying a huge price and buying about half of this recipe." Fang Yuan thought. This Northern Plains Zombie Alliance leader had quite the ambition. Immortal GU houses were more complete than immortal killer moves, they were the symbol of super forces. Basically, every super force owned an immortal GU house. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader wanted to obtain an immortal GU house, that was obviously an intention to elevate this branch to the level of a super force. "We encountered some problems," Yin Lu Gong said in a low tone. the GU Immortal who sold the divine boat's recipe broke the agreement and did not want to deal with us anymore. He wants to sell the Red Fiend divine boat's recipe and the core Immortal Goo's recipe in the auction for a good price. How will Zombie Alliance deal with this problem? The immortal zombies started discussing again. The auction again. These recent days, I have been extorted many times, all because of this auction. An immortal zombie was full of grievance, but it was not Gu Yi. This Gu Immortal has quite the guts, merely a lone cultivator but actually breaking the agreement with our zombie alliance. Kill him, we have to kill him, otherwise if news spread, all of our zombie alliance's face will be lost. Although zombie alliance is weaker than a super force, lone cultivators have no place to bully us. The immortal zombies shouted, most wanted to battle. Fang Yuan nodded secretly. Although immortal zombies had much to worry about, when huge benefits were involved, they would still dare to fight it out. But he did not favor Zombie Alliance's chances, because in his previous life, the force who controlled the Red Fiend divine boat was not them. Chapter 742, Earth Trench Black Oil. The lone cultivator who sold the complete recipe for the Red Fiend divine boat was only ranked 6 without any background. Eventually, the Zombie Alliance decided to send a ranked 7 immortal zombie and 2 ranked 6 immortal zombies to search for this person, in order to maintain Zombie Alliance's reputation. Of course, the most important reason was to obtain the complete recipe of the Red Fiend divine boat. But in truth, Zombie Alliance had already gotten most of it, only the few remaining core immortal GU recipes and the secret methods on how to coordinate the GU worms were left. Flame Furnace, Earth Trench, Red Fiend divine boat. After these 3 matters were settled, the atmosphere in the discussion hall was relaxed. Yin Lu Gong continued, pointing at the table, next, we will talk about other matters. His finger tapped the table, emitting a buzzing noise. The immortal zombies looked at the formerly empty space, as the image changed again, turning into 4 huge pillars. On each of the pillars, there were lines of words moving around. Are there still any missions that have not been reported by everyone? Yin Lu Gong said. Everyone looked around, no one stood up. Missions could be turned in at any time, they did not need to wait until a meeting. Ji Yi did not want to do the mission of guarding Old Earth Wood, but the time limit was not up yet, handing in the mission early would cause some of his contribution points to be deducted. Very well, now you can put up your own requests. Yin Lu Gong said. Once he said that, the entire discussion hall became heated. Voices overlapped each other. They were talking about GU recipes for GU refinement, collecting certain materials, appraising a certain GU worm, getting information on certain matters. All sorts of requests were put up, with varying content. Fang Yuan spoke too. He wanted to ask for a method to get rid of his immortal zombie status, a method that could revive him. This caused much laughter around him. Brother Shah, you have not made an oath yet, you do not have a Zombie Alliance token yet, without contribution points, how can you put up a mission? Ji Yi reminded him. So that's it. Fang Yuan frowned. Don't be anxious, after the meeting ends, I will bring you to get your new identity token. This token can record all of the contributions you have done for the Alliance. Furthermore, your request is the request of all of us immortal zombies, you do not need to purchase it specially. Look at the few missions at the top. Ji Yi pointed at the ever-changing image. Fang Yuan's gaze turned around, and he saw that at the top of the mission board, there were several missions. One of them had much larger font than the rest. Selling the research results of how to get rid of the zombie status and regain life through generations of work in Zombie Alliance. Fang Yuan read it. There are prices stated there, but even the smallest research results need 20 contribution points. Ji Yi was very familiar with this information. In truth, every immortal zombie was very familiar with the details of this mission. What was the reason most immortal zombies joined Zombie Alliance? Was it not to find a method to get rid of their immortal zombie status and revive themselves? The reason for creating Zombie Alliance was also to research on how to revive immortal zombies. Brother Gu, are there any immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance who have revived due to these research findings? Fang Yuan asked again. According to rumors, there seems to be cases of it. Ji Yi said in an uncertain tone. Seems to be. Fang Yuan frowned. You have to know, a lot of the research findings here are priced at 1,000 contribution points or more to exchange them. After you join the Alliance, you have to sign an agreement and will not be allowed to sell these research findings on your own. Ji Yi laughed bitterly as he said. He saw Fang Yuan frowning even more deeply, stating, you do not need to worry too much, at least I can guarantee that these findings are not fake. I had exchanged for one of them previously, it had great use. If you can obtain these findings, you will be able to step on the foundation of these predecessors, you will save much effort. Zombie Alliance was an organization that responded to the mentality of the members. By using the research findings as the bait to keep the members working, almost no immortal zombies could stay away. Even if the immortal zombie exchanges for many findings, as long as they have not revived, they would still need to work for Zombie Alliance. The most amazing thing was that Zombie Alliance preserved some hope for the immortal zombies. Even if this research finding did not work, maybe the next one could help them to revive. Fang Yuan did not need to ponder upon it to know that the prices would be extremely high. They had to use an immense amount of contribution points to exchange for most of the research findings. But thankfully, the inheritance in Earth Trench was left behind by a great expert immortal zombie. There are research findings inside for the rebirth of immortal zombies as well. In my previous life, because Northern Plains immortal zombies obtained this, their battle strength surged rapidly. In fact, for a period of time, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance closed themselves away from the rest of the regions. It was even more powerful than the main branch, Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance. The reason why Fang Yuan entered Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was to obtain that inheritance. Fang Yuan had little interest in working hard normally and accumulating contribution points slowly in order to exchange for the research findings in Zombie Alliance. After all, the time and effort expended was too much. After a while, the discussion hall became silent again. All the immortal zombies had put up their missions and stated the contribution points for them. Everyone's gazes were fixed on the image in front of them, some were looking around while others were thinking. Yin Lu Gong continued to direct the meeting. We will now issue missions. Do it one by one, do not be noisy. First, it will be the mission of feeding the ancient desolate beast Half Moon Qilin in Zombie Alliance. I'll do it, I'll take this mission. I want to compete for this mission. The moment Yin Lu Gong spoke, several immortal zombies responded, fighting for this mission. Ji Yuyi explained to Fang Yuan softly, the Half Moon Qilin is an ancient desolate beast, it is not easy to feed. But its pregnancy period is about to end, it is going to give birth to a Half Moon Qilin soon. These young Qilin are born as desolate beasts. As they grow up, they would develop into ancient desolate beast Half Moon Qilin. Many members in Zombie Alliance are trying to take advantage of this. They want to be close to the young Qilin to gain an advantage, making it their own, and establish a strong relationship between them before paying the contribution points. So that is it, Fang Yuan understood, so this was the reason. No wonder so many people were fighting over the mission. After all, the Half Moon Qilin would grow into an ancient desolate beast after maturing. It had battle strength equivalent to ranked 7 GU immortals. Even Fang Yuan was slightly moved. But he was only moved, he had just arrived and had a secret motive. Blindly contesting now would attract unnecessary animosity and attention, it was not good for him. Regarding the Half Moon Qilin's feeding, everyone fought over it intensely. Eventually, Yin Lu Gong lowered the contribution points of this mission to 300, before some people gave up and the sole winner emerged. Feeding the Half Moon Qilin was not an easy task. Sometimes, when the Qilin has a bad temper, ordinary ranked 6 immortal zombies could not handle it, they might even get injured. Most importantly, when the Qilin is pregnant, it would feel great pain, it would damage the surroundings to divert its attention. This was a dangerous process, just 300 contribution points made many immortal zombies back out. And even if the Half Moon Qilin was born, the immortal zombie feeding it would only be the first to establish a relationship. This was only a head start. When they truly competed for it later, they would still need to bid a high price. After the mission of feeding the Half Moon Qilin, was a mission to gather Rui fungus. Rui fungus collection area is between Zombie Alliance and Lu tribe. Every year, when the Rui fungus ripes, the two forces would split them. But because Lu tribe's power is bigger, they would take advantage of us. The difficulty of this mission is on that point, an immortal zombie with high cultivation level is needed to hold the ground, but they cannot be too overbearing. Ji Yuyi explained. With Ji Yuyi beside him, it was much more convenient for Fang Yuan. This mission was also quite popular, it fell into the hands of Granny Yuan. This immortal zombie old lady not only had ranked 7 cultivation level, she was also closely related to Lu tribe. With her presence, Lu tribe would not go overboard. Next is a request from the Super Force Yao tribe. they want us to provide another immortal zombie for Yao Huang to do research, to improve his healing immortal GU. The remuneration for this request is quite a sum. Yin Lu Gong said. Seeing this mission, most of the immortal zombies showed an indescribable expression on their faces. Letting someone else do research on them, it was quite hurtful to one's pride, they would lose face. But on the other hand, the researcher was Yao Huang, one of the 5 great rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains. Furthermore, the reward for this mission was truly profitable. Everyone looked around, they did not speak. Yin Lu Gong expected this scene, he smiled lightly as he looked at Fang Yuan. I wonder if Sha Huang is interested in this mission. Fang Yuan immediately shook his head, giving a forced smile. I have no interest. He had too many secrets on him, simply the 2 apertures alone could not be easily exposed. Yin Lu Gong nodded, no longer urging him. But his intention, other than to probe Fang Yuan's personality and foundation, was to induce some of the other immortal zombies to make a move. As he expected, soon, several immortal zombies spoke up, wanting to accept this mission. These few people competed, but their voices were not loud, they spoke softly with expressionless faces. After all, being used as research material was very damaging to one's reputation. Ji Yuyi was beside Fang Yuan, explaining this to him. Fang Yuan knew the situation of these immortal zombies, they were those bottom-tier immortal zombies, because they were stuck between reputation and benefits, they chose the latter. The following missions were of all different aspects, there was a huge number of different missions. There was a mission requesting the Super Force Yuan tribe to return an immortal GU. Back then, Zombie Alliance's leader had loaned an immortal GU to Yuan tribe. Before the leader went to Eastern Sea, she instructed them to urge Yuan tribe to return the immortal GU. But Yuan tribe had long exceeded the loan period, yet they refused to return it. Zombie Alliance would send members there every year to request for it, but they had always ended in failure. Not only did Yuan tribe find excuses for themselves, they even chased away Zombie Alliance members using force when the situation escalated. Initially, no immortal zombie wanted to take this mission. Yin Lu Gong had to raise the contribution points and it was finally accepted by someone. There were also requests for purchasing glass soil and diamond soil, missions to capture beast groups or collect souls. The final mission was related to Fang Yuan. It came from Fairy Li Shan, who was looking for souls everywhere for the production of Guts GU. She even went to Zombie Alliance. The most popular mission was to enter deep into Earth Trench and collect black oil. Black oil was extremely helpful to immortal zombies. Spreading the black oil in the dead aperture could slow the speed of the disintegration of the Blessed Land. In the outside world, or to other GU immortals, it was a very useful GU refinement material that was widely used. It had a huge market. Black oil from Earth Trench was the most important trading item in Zombie Alliance. It was akin to the sale of Guts GU for Fang Yuan. But the scale of the black oil trade was much larger than the Guts GU trade. Every time immortal zombies went deep into the Earth Trench to extract black oil, other than handing up the amount required by the mission, they would keep the rest for themselves. Thus, the profit of this mission was publicly recognized as among the best for immortal zombies. As a result, almost everyone fought for this mission. Fang Yuan wanted to compete for it as well, if he could. Enter Earth Trench through this and secretly take that inheritance, it would be ideal. But it was a pity that he had just arrived, he did not have the Zombie Alliance token yet, it was not wise or realistic to fight for it blindly. Furthermore, this mission had a time limit too. Fang Yuan was busy with the auction and refinement path convention, he did not have time to deal with this mission. Eventually, this mission was taken by 3 immortal zombies. In winning the 3 spots on this mission, not only would these 3 victors not have any contribution points as rewards, they even had to pay several hundred contribution points to Zombie Alliance. From this, one could see how profitable the extraction of black oil was. Chapter 743, Harboring Malicious Heart. Black oil is valuable in itself, but as it can delay the shrinking of blessed lands, its value is a level higher to immortal zombies. Fang Yuan pondered inwardly, he was also coveting the black oil. His blessed land was constantly disintegrating and a lot of space inside had already dissipated. Black oil was similarly useful to him. However, he needed to go through Zombie Alliance to get this black oil. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's main headquarters, Dark Flow Giant City, was located above the entrance of Earth Trench and they used much of the Alliance's strength to guard this entrance. Zombie Alliance sent large amounts of black oil out every year, but they had fixed quantities sold for this. There were few goods but the demands were high. It was completely a seller's market like the business of Guts Gu, thus Fang Yuan could not meddle in this aspect. He had allied with Fairy Li Shan and He Lulan, but their force was too small and could not match with super forces. So I need to make my move from inside Zombie Alliance, accepting this task is one way. Fang Yuan engraved the mission of gathering black oil in his mind. The conference continued. The conference hall had dim lighting. Even if most of the over 20 immortal zombies had participated with their wills, it still seemed dark and gloomy. The whole conference continued for close to a day and a night. Fang Yuan participated in the whole process, roughly understanding the position of Zombie Alliance in Northern Plains. Roughly speaking, Zombie Alliance's position in Northern Plains was only slightly lower than super forces. But from the missions, one could see the Righteous Path super forces were clearly in tacit agreement to suppress Zombie Alliance. Zombie Alliance had a much more cooperative relationship with Demonic Path GU Immortals, especially with Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, a Demonic Path headquarters in Northern Plains. Zombie Alliance could be considered both a righteous and a demonic force. This position was related to the higher-ups. Zombie Alliance's higher-ups were all immortal zombies. There were almost no immortal zombies that did not want to regain their living states. These immortal zombies came from all walks of life with all sorts of identities when they were alive, and after death, they gathered for similar purposes. As long as it was related to the goal of revival, Zombie Alliance would be interested and do everything possible to get it. This infringed upon many of the Righteous Path's interests, and many methods that could not be exposed openly in the Righteous Path, Zombie Alliance also frequently used. This led to another characteristic of Zombie Alliance: they had a lot of members but they also had a loose structure. There were over 20 immortal zombie level members in Zombie Alliance. Even Snowy Mountain Blessed Land could not compare to this amount. Even if immortal zombies were weaker than living GU immortals, over 20 of them was a great power, and if they were to truly be united, they would have already been a super-level force. However, Zombie Alliance's barrier for entry was low. This could be seen from Fang Yuan's admission to the Alliance. The immortal zombies had varying origins and it was very difficult for them to be united. This was the reason there were many cases of immortal zombies being extorted by GU immortals recently. After the conference ended, Fang Yuan left behind a malicious will in the conference hall. He then followed Gu Yi to another hall, where he received his Zombie Alliance token. This token not only represented his identity, it also recorded Fang Yuan's contributions to Zombie Alliance. Besides the token, there was also a set of information path Mortal GU used to transmit information of tasks from Zombie Alliance, information about new members or members leaving the Alliance, or important information like the death of the members. Gu Yi wanted to take his leave, and suggested for Fang Yuan to stroll around Dark Flow Giant City. Now that Fang Yuan had the token, he could freely move around Dark Flow Giant City. However, Fang Yuan did not let go of him and dragged him around, walking and chatting, probing out some information from him. Fang Yuan focused on inquiring about the leader of Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. She was a female immortal zombie called Blazing Heaven Demoness. Her cultivation was rank 8 and her behavior was tyrannical and rampant. Her battle strength was especially prominent. Fang Yuan asked how it was prominent and Ji Yi replied one sentence which allowed Fang Yuan to understand. Her lifespan had not reached its end, but she intentionally turned into an immortal zombie just to break through. Most immortal zombies were GU immortals that were on their last breaths and had no other choice. Naturally, there was many other methods other than to turn into immortal zombie for GU immortals on their last breaths. Like Wood Path GU immortals turning into treemen. However, these methods often had limitations. For instance, Strength Path GU immortals and Fire Path GU immortals could not turn into treemen. Turning into an immortal zombie was the most common method which could be done by GU immortals of every path. This Blazing Heaven Demoness was not someone who had no choice but to turn into an immortal zombie, instead she had done it intentionally. It was to make a breakthrough and increase her battle strength. If one thought just a bit, what was the extent of the increase in battle strength, the extent of the breakthrough, that made Blazing Heaven Demoness not hesitate to turn into an immortal zombie? Clearly, the extent of this breakthrough was sure to be extremely high and shocking. There is a rumor going around Zombie Alliance. It is said that the leader already has a method to revive. In the midst of the conversation, Ji Yi lowered his voice and carefully told Fang Yuan. This rumor was not groundless, since she turned into an immortal zombie of her own accord, who is to say she did not have a method to revive herself. Fang Yuan was able to extract much useful information from Ji Yi. Combined with the information Fairy Li Shan gave him and his own experiences, Fang Yuan was able to quickly gain a rough idea of Zombie Alliance. Ji Yi still had the mission of guarding Old Earth Wood, and finally bade farewell to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan also left soon after. Before leaving, he climbed high and looked at the giant gully being guarded below Dark Flow Giant City. The giant gully was like the bloody mouth of a vicious beast, quietly opening up in the dense darkness. This was the entrance of Earth Trench, which was strictly guarded by Zombie Alliance, Yin Lu Gong, Dragon Commander Yi Cha and Huang Quan Wang, 3. Rank 7 immortal zombies took turns in watching over it. Fang Yuan was using 100 Li to observe this clearly. He knew that following deep into this entrance, the gully would expand by tens of times and even hundreds of times. Earth Trench was extremely grand, with such large space that it would not be a problem to contain innumerable dark flow giant cities. It was also extremely deep and dark. Zombie Alliance still had not explored its true depths. One day, I will explore deep inside and take the inheritance, adding it to my foundation for a much brighter future. But now is not the time. Fang Yuan inwardly said. Even if he had not transformed into an immortal zombie, he would have tried all sorts of methods to get this inheritance. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, his body rapidly rose higher and left Dark Flow Giant City like a large bird. After flying a huge distance, Fang Yuan finally left the darkness covering Dark Flow Giant City and saw the bright sunlight again. He changed his direction and flew high up in the sky before he finally confirmed there were no pursuers. Only then did he land down in an inconspicuous forest, arranged Mortal GU and activated fixed Immortal travel. Jade green light flashed and he disappeared from the spot. The Mortal GU left behind moved about, removing as many traces of the Immortal GU aura as possible. Fang Yuan returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. While waiting for news from Fairy Li Shan's end, he started researching the Wisdom Path Killer move, harboring malicious heart. This mortal killer move was not meant for attacking. Instead, it used Wisdom Path methods to transform a GU Immortal's heart, causing the heart to be filled with Wisdom Path Dao marks inside and out, turning into a malicious heart. If it succeeded, not only could it use one's blood essence to automatically create large numbers of malicious wills, it could also reduce the amount of malicious wills consumed by a large extent when Fang Yuan used them to ponder. Unfortunately, this mortal killer move might be good, but it fit a normal GU Immortal. Fang Yuan was a Strength Path Immortal zombie. His heart was already filled with Strength Path Dao marks and he was not a Wisdom Path GU Immortal. The crucial point was his physical body was already dead, and was unable to nourish malicious will with his blood essence. Even transforming his heart into a malicious heart was an enormous barrier. Although Fang Yuan could not use the killer move harboring malicious heart, he was able to gain much inspiration from its workings. In particular, the inner contents of the killer move had several similarities to a killer move Fang Yuan obtained previously. This killer move was Poison Breath, which he obtained from Fairy Li Shan. Poison Breath killer move could let poisonous breath be emitted each time one breathed, and as it accumulated, it could injure enemies. And harboring malicious heart could let every heartbeat transform blood essence into malicious will. There were indeed similarities between the two. I am not a Poison Path GU Immortal, and I am lacking in a Wisdom Path Foundation, but since there is a common point, I might as well use Wisdom GU to test it. Northern Plains, Fengxian Grotto Heaven. In the guest hall, the rank 8 GU Immortal, Prince Fengxian, was sitting upright, while Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Sheng bowed, requesting to leave. Go, I have many immortal GU that do not suit my path and need to be exchanged in the auction. You both are holding a good event for Northern Plains, preventing many fights and massacres, very good. Prince Fengxian allowed them to leave, his tone full of encouragement. Lord Prince being unable to be present at the auction is truly a matter of regret for all of Northern Plains GU Immortals. Fairy Li Shan flattered. Prince Fengxian shook his head. There is nothing to be done about it. I was mediating the heaven and earth chi in my immortal aperture when I was forced to come out because of the immortal GU. Now, it is the crucial time to manage my immortal aperture world. I cannot go out. But when the time comes, I will send someone to represent me. Yu Lan, send them off. 2 attendants were standing beside Prince Fengxian. These 2 were actually ranked 6 female GU Immortals. One was cool and refined like ice and snow, the other was delicate and beautiful, like a yellow flower in a lush valley. At Prince Feng Xian's command, that cool and aloof female GU Immortal stood up and first bowed to Prince Feng Xian, before saying to Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan, "Guests, please follow. We have troubled Swordmaster Yu Lan." Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan did not dare to be conceited, and quickly replied. This Swordmaster Yu Lan was famous in northern plains. She cultivated sword path, and though her cultivation was only at rank 6, her battle strength was very strong, and moreover, she had Grandmaster attainment in sword path. Swordmaster Yu Lan led the two in silence. The three walked along a long corridor and through several doors before they finally stepped out of the entrance of the Grotto Heaven and returned to the world of northern plains. Swordmaster Yu Lan, please stay, you don't need to send us off any longer. Qin Bai Sheng politely said. His cultivation level and battle strength were higher than Swordmaster Yu Lan, but the latter had one of the few rank 8 GU Immortals of northern plains behind her. He naturally would not be arrogant. Swordmaster Yu Lan nodded and closed the entrance of the Grotto Heaven. Once the entrance was closed, there was no strangeness in the sky and there was no difference between the sky and the surroundings. Fairy Li Shan let out a breath of cloudy air. We have paid visit to 5 rank 8 powers and also came to an agreement with all of them using Mountain Pledge GU, and have successfully invited them. Now, the situation is set, the auction is a certain event. It is all thanks to Fairy's Mountain Pledge GU. Qin Bai Sheng with a smiling expression. Saying this, he took out an Immortal GU and handed it to Fairy Li Shan. As per the agreement, this is the remuneration to Fairy. Qin Bai Sheng said with sincerity and gratitude. Fairy Li Shan was moved. The auction had yet to start, but Qin Bai Sheng already gave the remuneration to her in advance. Even though Fairy Li Shan had seen a lot and had done dealings with all sorts of GU Immortals, right now, she could not help but inwardly praise Qin Bai Sheng's social conduct. Chapter 744, Vaguely Familiar Face. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Fairy Li Shan laughed, receiving the Immortal GU. She inspected it and placed the Immortal GU into her Immortal aperture. This matter has been settled, we should split up and meet half a month later. Half a month later was the agreed date to hold the auction. The location was in Qin Bai Sheng's Bai Sheng Blessed Land. It was situated inside Crimson Reed Marsh. The two Immortals went their separate ways on the spot, choosing different directions as they flew. Not mentioning Fairy Li Shan, who was using Moving Perspective Cup GU to contact Fang Yuan while she traveled right now. After Fairy Li Shan and Qin Bai Sheng left, someone appeared in the entrance hall of Feng Xian Grotto Heaven. This person was dressed in a red and white robe, standing straight like a spear or sword. His eyebrows were sharp like swords, a divine light was flashing in his eyes. Under his amicable appearance, he was unbelievably self-confident. He had the disposition of a roaming, fierce dragon. His lips were curled up into a gentle smile. He was very gentlemanly but also domineering. His arms were behind his back. He faced the rank 8 Prince Feng Xian with no pressure on his face, as if they were of equal status. But from his unconcealed aura, he was merely a rank 7 GU Immortal. Even Qin Bai Sheng could not help but lower his head when facing Prince Feng Xian. Prince Feng Xian looked at this person as his attitude also changed. He was no longer mildly arrogant like when he faced Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan. He really acted as if the two were of the same level. This rank 8 GU Immortal spoke. Feng Zhuzhe, have you really decided to take my place and join this auction? The rank 7 GU Immortal dressed in a red and white robe smiled as he nodded. That is exactly the case. Prince Feng Xian frowned. You became an Immortal in Central Continent. The heaven and earth chi of your Immortal aperture world come from Central Continent. It is different from Northern Plains. There are powerful experts going to the auction. Even rank 8 GU Immortals will be present. If you are discovered, it would be terrible. You have to know, all of Northern Plains GU Immortals are furious right now. They are trying to find the culprit who caused the downfall of Imperial Court Blessed Land. Before Dong Fang Chong Fan died, he deduced that the culprit is not from Northern Plains, but from the other regions. If your identity as a Central Continent GU Immortal is discovered at this time, it will have huge implications. When Prince Feng Xian said this, he did not hide it from the two GU Immortal attendants. The two female GU Immortals, including Swordmaster Yu Lan, had no change in expression when they heard this. Feng Zhuzhe laughed brightly. Prince, don't be anxious, look at my method. Saying so, a bright light flashed on his body, as his appearance changed. Prince Feng Xian gasped lightly, while Swordmaster Yu Lan, who had a cold attitude, stared with wide-opened eyes. The other female GU Immortal, named Liao, opened her mouth as she looked repeatedly between her female companion and Feng Zhuzhe. It turns out, Feng Zhuzhe transformed into an exact copy of Swordmaster Yulan. He resembled her perfectly, as if they were twins. What method is this? Prince Feng Xian smiled, praising, not only is the outer appearance flawless, you even disguised your Dao marks, they really resemble sword path Dao marks. Your aura is also no different from any Northern Plains GU Immortal. This is vaguely familiar face. Feng Zhuzhe said the answer. So that's it, no wonder, no wonder. Prince Feng Xian realized, he then exclaimed, only thieving heaven demon venerable could produce something so mystical and breathtaking. Feng Zhuzhe nodded. Unfamiliar face, vaguely familiar face, and familiar face, this series of killer moves originated from thieving heaven demon venerable. The former is a mortal killer move, it is nothing much. Vaguely familiar face is an immortal killer move with 3 immortal GU as the core, among them are 2 transformation path immortal GU, when used, deception will truly be hard to tell. I obtained this killer move long ago in a chance encounter, but it has a flaw, that is, I need acting skills. If I act poorly, my tone could expose flaws in my transformation. As for familiar face killer move, there is no such flaw. Even if the acting is not precise, others will not feel sudden strangeness, it can even affect other people's perceptions and mentalities. Even if you transform into a non-existent person, others will still feel like you are their friend or acquaintance. Feng Zhuzhe explained. The immortals realized now why Feng Zhuzhe transformed into Swordmaster Yulan out of everyone here. That was because this woman barely spoke normally, there was not much acting skill needed to disguise as her. Prince Feng Xian nodded over and over. Rank 9 venerables are all incredible geniuses, their methods are out of this world. With this move, I will not be afraid of you getting exposed. Feng Zhuzhe laughed arrogantly. Even if I get exposed, who can stop me from leaving? Prince Feng Xian thought about a few days ago when he sparred with Feng Zhuzhe, he could not help but smile, praising, that is true, your immortal killer move has incredible power, even I, a rank 8 GU immortal, would not want to take the hit directly. Feng Zhuzhe, your reputation is well deserved, you really have the power to roam freely in this world. Feng Zhuzhe cupped his fists, speaking with sincerity, it is nothing compared to senior brother and junior sisters, you chose to ascend to Immortal in Northern Plains for the sake of Spirit Affinity House's major task, staying hidden here for hundreds of years, I am truly full of admiration towards you. Prince Feng Xian's expression turned dark, he clenched his fist as he said, it is a pity that someone used our methods before I activated our plans, taking the fruits of our labor. This is definitely the doing of someone in the 10 ancient sects, don't let me find out who it is, otherwise, HMPH. The truth was, the great Prince Feng Xian, one of the few rank 8 experts in Northern Plains, was actually a spy sent by Spirit Affinity House. Spirit Affinity House made a huge move. In order to set up Prince Feng Xian, Spirit Affinity House undoubtedly gave up a lot of benefits in Central Continent. If Spirit Affinity House had one more rank 8 GU Immortal stationed in Central Continent, they would be able to fight for more benefits when contesting with the other 9 sects. But Spirit Affinity House was the leader of the plan to topple 88 Truyong Building. To complete this plan, they had to send Prince Feng Xian to Northern Plains. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Prince Feng Xian might have made many contributions and provided much help for the Central Continent GU Immortals to destroy 88 Truyong Building. But in this life, Prince Feng Xian had not done anything yet and the plan was already ruined. The culprit of this matter, the immortal zombie Fang Yuan, was already in Langya Blessed Land. He borrowed Mountain Pledge Immortal GU. Of course, he borrowed it for a fee. Fang Yuan paid Fairy Li Shan 3 Immortal Essence Stones for this. 3 was an extremely good deal due to their relationship. If it were another person, Fairy Li Shan would not casually lend it even if they paid 10 Immortal Essence Stones. Lending Immortal GU carried risk. There was an example right here. Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, lent Yuan tribe an Immortal GU. Blazing Heaven Demoness was out in Eastern Sea, thus Yuan tribe had been holding onto this Immortal GU, refusing to return it to Zombie Alliance, who had been asking every year. After using Mountain Pledge GU to make an agreement with Langya Land Spirit, more than 10 coffins emerged from the cloud soil with a cry from Langya Land Spirit. These coffins were oozing with immortal auras, they were pure white as clouds, on the surface there were clouds forming and breaking down, it was the manifestation of a certain immortal killer move. After opening the coffin, the sleeping GU Immortal could be seen inside. In each coffin, there was a GU Immortal captive. A total of 13 coffins, that was 13 GU Immortals. Even though Fang Yuan was mentally prepared, after seeing this number, he was still shocked. So many captives. Fang Yuan opened his eyes wide. He displayed a somewhat exaggerated expression. Lang Yalan's spirit laughed smugly. He loved to see Fang Yuan shocked. He shook his head as he said, "Who am I? Think about it. These GU Immortals were simply courting death. They dared to attack my blessed land. Selling them is the punishment they deserve." Fang Yuan looked at Lang Yalan's spirit deeply. On the surface, there were only 12 desolate beasts in Lang Ya blessed land. To defend against the 3 waves of attacks from a mysterious force, the group of desolate beasts was insufficient. Lang Yalan's spirit's true methods were likely to be his prized immortal GU collection. "I have some ideas. The number of immortal GU in Lang Ya blessed land definitely exceeds the number of immortal GU I have. Also, it seems that among his immortal GU, or among the immortal killer moves that Lang Yalan's spirit owns, at least one of them has the ability to capture GU Immortals." Fang Yuan thought. Such a number of captives was not normal. Most of the GU Immortals who attacked were captured, only a small number died from battle. Fang Yuan looked at the coffins one by one. He saw some familiar faces, like the 3 Wahai Immortals, Loner Hong Yu, and Gui Wang. As for the others, Lang Yalan's spirit introduced them to him. There was the Metal Path GU Immortal Tai Jiazi, Enslavement Path GU Immortal Great Immortal Shui Shang, Wood Path GU Immortal Mu Dian Kang, a famous lone cultivator in northern plains, Carefree 4 Sages, and a ranked 7 GU Immortal, Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunder Hand. He had ranked 7 middle-tier battle strength. Fang Yuan's horizons were broadened, be it his previous life or this life. This was the first time he had seen so many captives of such strength gathered together. It was as if the GU Immortals were not worth anything, they were like cabbage sold in the market. Fang Yuan's joy gradually faded, and he showed some worry and solemnness. To be able to gather such power and attack Lang Ya blessed land multiple times, this mysterious force hidden behind the scenes made Fang Yuan's heart shudder. "The moment I sell them, I will become a thorn in that mysterious force's sight." Fang Yuan touched the coffin as he sighed. But before such huge profits, no matter how strong the mysterious force was, Fang Yuan had decided to do it. He was not someone afraid of trouble, someone afraid to take risks. He was a person in the demonic path. He was a risk-taker. If he chose to not take the risk, that meant that the benefits related to that risk were not enough to move him. Fang Yuan asked Lang Yalan's spirit, "You had interrogated them intensely, using many methods, did you have no gains from it?" Lang Yalan's spirit waved his hand, "None. These GU Immortals were gathered due to various reasons. There were 3 crucial people who contacted them and organized the attack, while also providing information on Lang Ya blessed land. But these 3 GU Immortals have already died in battle. Even though I controlled my attacks, I could not stop their deaths. After they died, the situation became a little strange. Their souls perished completely. I could not even find a fragment of their souls." Towards the end, Lang Yalan's spirit gradually frowned. Fang Yuan frowned as well. Looking at the GU Immortal captives sleeping in the coffins, he was silent. Chapter 745, Incomplete Immortal Move. Fang Yuan planned to bring all 13 cloud coffins back to Hu Immortal blessed land. Because they had made the mountain pledge, not only did Lang Yalan's spirit not stop him, he even gave Fang Yuan 8 mortal killer moves. These killer moves are the key to unsealing the immortal killer move sleeping cloud coffin. Remember the order that I told you. That is the only way to unlock the coffins, otherwise, it will be destroyed along with the GU Immortals inside. Before Fang Yuan left, Lang Yalan's spirit instructed him. Fang Yuan nodded, memorizing all of the mortal killer moves. These mortal killer moves had no names, their only use was to act as the key to opening the coffins. But towards Cloud Path GU Immortals, it had some reference value. Tai Bai Yunsheng had cultivated Cloud Path on the side. Fang Yuan planned to give these mortal killer moves to Tai Bai Yunsheng for reference. Fang Yuan brought the 13 GU Immortal captives back to Hu Immortal blessed land successfully. He first summoned Hu Immortal land spirit and asked for the latest news. Hu Immortal blessed land was doing well. Hu Immortal land spirit had been steadily doing what Fang Yuan had instructed her. She was progressively selling the rockmen in the blessed land and buying some fox groups. Hu Immortal herself was an enslavement path Gu Immortal skilled at manipulating fox groups to fight. Her immortal aperture, Hu Immortal blessed land, was most suited to raise fox groups. By following this route, eventually, desolate beast-level fox groups would appear. It was a huge benefit. The profit was even higher than 3 transactions of Fang Yuan's Guts Gu. But this method took a long time to see effect. It needed a long, sustained effort. Hu Immortal was a lone cultivator. She was in a terrible state back then. After several earthly calamities, her finances collapsed, her losses could not be recouped and her battle strength fell, eventually dying in the hands of the Blue Charm Lightning Shadow. The Gu Immortal's immortal aperture would experience calamities and tribulations at certain intervals. It was like rounds of challenges that strongly limited the number of Gu Immortals in the 5 regions. There was another huge obstacle, that was the limitation of lifespan. Back then, Hu Immortal had Dang Hun Mountain. She wanted to use this unique resource to generate great income for herself. Her method was a wise choice. Even though raising fox groups was in line with the proper management of Hu Immortal blessed land, the effect took too long to nurture. The longer it took, the more accidents could occur. Especially when Hu Immortal's circumstances were getting worse by the day, she could not afford to develop slowly. However, she did not have wisdom Gu. She could not think of a method like using air sac Gu. She could only use the guts Gu to raise the number of rockmen and sell the rockmen. Fang Yuan had used this method before. There was not much benefit and it was very troublesome. The rockman market was saturated. Why would it be as profitable as directly selling guts Gu? Eventually, Hu Immortal failed and died in the earthly calamity. The fortune she left behind assisted Fang Yuan. At the crucial moment, it provided him with immeasurable help. Hu Immortal blessed land could be said to be Fang Yuan's initial startup fortune, the foundation of his rise. In his past life, Fang Yuan destroyed Hu Immortal blessed land in order to kill Feng Jin Huang. In this life, he became the owner of Hu Immortal blessed land. This was a wondrous contrast. Right now, since Fang Yuan could sell Guts Gu directly and had enough money, he could start to develop Hu Immortal blessed land again, going on the proper path that even the previous owner, Hu Immortal, could not accomplish, slowly accumulating fox groups and raising desolate beast foxes. This business was a long-term plan. Fang Yuan was in no rush, and he was not looking for short-term profits in this aspect either. After looking over the situation of Hu Immortal blessed land, Fang Yuan placed his attention on Immortal Crane sect and combat Immortal sect. Hu Immortal blessed land was Immortal Crane sect's subsidiary force in name. He had to pay some attention to Immortal Crane sect. As for his younger brother, Jiu Fang Zheng, who was inside Immortal Crane sect, Fang Yuan had stopped paying attention to him long ago. A mere mortal Gu master, even if he was rank 5, what could he do? Just like back then on Qingmao Mountain, as long as he did not hinder Fang Yuan's path, he would not even bother to stomp on him. He was too busy. Mortals were like ants, there was no need to waste time and effort to stomp on them. That dear brother of mine is probably dead now. Fang Yuan had a guess. Earlier, Fang Zheng had used mutual sense Immortal Gu to connect with Fang Yuan. This allowed Fang Yuan to gain much information, learning about Fang Zheng's predicament and seeing that he was in a blood pool and the sad sight of demon flowers growing on his body. During this period of time, Immortal Crane sect's situation was quite calm. They successfully resolved the problem of Great Heavenly Sword sect. Great Heavenly Sword sect had a newly emerged third Gu Immortal and was ready to get rid of their status as a subsidiary force of Immortal Crane sect. Immortal Crane sect was a righteous sect, even though their strength greatly exceeded Great Heavenly Sword sect. Because of the rules of the righteous path, they could not attack forcefully, they could only recruit the Gu Immortal in Great Heavenly Sword sect. Eventually, they succeeded in recruiting a Gu Immortal in Great Heavenly Sword sect. It was that new third Gu Immortal. Great Heavenly Sword sect controlled limited resources. It was tough enough to provide for 2 Gu Immortals, a third was too much for them. The newly advanced Gu Immortal was given alluring conditions by Immortal Crane sect, joining them in the end. Great Heavenly Sword sect lost the crucial person and their strength fell. They no longer had the foundation to detach from Immortal Crane sect, they could only sign the subsidiary contract once again. However, even though Immortal Crane sect stabilized the situation in the northwest area, they were heavily suppressed in the reincarnation battlefield. Lei Tan, who was the Gu Immortal stationed there, was heavily injured. He had no choice but to return to the sect to recuperate. Reincarnation Battlefield was the publicly recognized #1 battlefield killer move in the world. It was set up by Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable himself. The 10 great ancient sects had taken control of this area for many years, engaging in fierce competition. Immortal Crane's sect's attention went back to the reincarnation battlefield again. For the time being, they had no energy to think of new ideas to deal with who Immortal Blessed Land. Hefeng Yang, who was in charge of taking down who Immortal Blessed Land, had been busy recently in trying to find a way to heal his beloved 9 Palace Crane, Little 9. This was undoubtedly good news to Fang Yuan. He could attend the auction in peace without caring too much about Central Continent. Fang Yuan paid attention to Combat Immortal Sect next. From some unimportant-looking news from Combat Immortal Sect, Fang Yuan sensed something strange. This news could deceive the other 9 great ancient sects for the time being, but to Fang Yuan, who was aware of the inside story, he could tell what was going on. It seems that Combat Immortal Sect has indeed deployed the battle strength of GU Immortals to attack Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Fang Yuan thought. What he did not know was, after he left, Immortal Monkey King Shi Lei was trapped inside Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Combat Immortal Sect sent 3 GU Immortals to reinforce him, but after they entered Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, they met with some obstacles as well. In this case, the Dream Realm in Starry Sky Grotto Heaven has been exposed to Combat Immortal Sect. The Dream Realm of Star Constellation Immortal Venerable has a connection to the predictions of Great Dream Immortal Venerable. Combat Immortal Sect will definitely attack the Grotto Heaven in secret. I have to make good use of my time. The advantages of my rebirth are shrinking rapidly. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency again. Ever since he started selling Guts GU and had made contact with all the large and small forces in Central Continent, it had become much easier for him to gather information compared to before. But this information was very general. There were no secrets involved. It could not compare to Fairy Li Shan's intelligence, those that came from Northern Plains. Fang Yuan did not mind this at all. Many GU Immortals placed importance on collecting information. Every year, they would invest a huge amount of funds to search for critical information or to sustain the avenue of their source of information. But Fang Yuan did not need it. He saved a huge sum from this, because with his rebirth advantage, he had a lot of intelligence about his previous life. Compared to the information that these GU Immortals obtained through hard work and resources, it was much more comprehensive and important. After confirming the situation around who Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan was at ease. He looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng's letter as well as He Lu Land's situation. Tai Bai Yunsheng was currently exploring Yu Lu Blessed Land with Shark Demon and some others. Immortal GU landscape as before had completely restored Yu Lu Blessed Land's entrance. It made Tai Bai Yunsheng gain the favor of the others, and he successfully mixed in with the exploration group. As for He Lu Lan, she had recently undergone tribulation. GU Immortals faced calamities and tribulations once in a while. Rank 6 GU Immortals faced one earthly calamity every 10 years. 10 years was not in terms of the time of the 5 regions, it was the time in the GU Immortals' immortal aperture. Because the branch of the River of Time was different in every immortal aperture, the time flow was also different when compared to the outside world. He Lu Lan went through immortal ascension with the great strength true martial physique. She obtained a super-grade blessed land. The flow of time in her blessed land was extremely fast, even faster than Tai Bai Yunsheng, who was a time path GU immortal. It was at 1 to 38. That was to say, 1 year in the 5 regions would be 38 years in He Lu Lan's blessed land. During this time, she would need to undergo 3 earthly calamities, with only 2 years left until the 4th. More than half a year had passed in 5 regions' time since the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. He Lu Lan's blessed land had already undergone 2 earthly calamities, this was the 3rd. Each tribulation was a trial, but He Lu Lan had Fairy Li Shan's help, and with several immortal GU in her possession, if she met with any real difficulties, she could ask Fang Yuan for help. No news from her currently meant good news. After confirming the situation of the people around him, Fang Yuan had no more reservations. He fully committed to his plans. He calculated, only half a month was left until the auction. In Hu Immortal Blessed Land, because the flow of time was 5 times as fast, that was approximately slightly less than 2.5 months. The transaction of Guts GU had to continue. At the same time, Fang Yuan planned to use the light of wisdom to try to follow up on that burst of inspiration that had emerged earlier. Time passed quickly. 2 months went by in Hu Immortal Blessed Land's time. Fang Yuan came out from the underground cave with a satisfied look. He had made great achievements in using the light of wisdom for deductions this time. He successfully fused the details of poison breath and harboring malicious heart to form a new, incomplete immortal move. Fang Yuan named it Poison Spit. Using Immortal Gu woman's heart as the core, it was called Immortal, but this was not complete yet, because each time it was activated, large amounts of poison would remain in the body, causing backlashes due to the toxicity. Thus, this was only an incomplete move. With my immortal zombie body, I can activate Poison Spit 3 times. More than that, and the remaining poison would be able to kill even my soul. The 2 killer moves are the crystallization of my wisdom path and poison path attainment. It is a solid foundation. With the unlimited inspiration brought about by the light of wisdom, I could use this foundation to create something new. Fang Yuan had already used the light of wisdom many times. The more he used it, the more he felt the benefits and convenience of the light of wisdom. He could tell that wisdom Gu had immense value and an even more incredible effect. Chapter 746, Joyful News, a way to escape the zombie body. A few days later, Tai Bai Yun Sheng returned to Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Fang Yuan met with him and saw the joy in his eyes, saying, "Old Bai, it seems that you have obtained something great in this journey to Eastern Sea." Tai Bai Yun Sheng laughed heartily. "Junior brother as sharp as ever, that is right. Guess what gains I made this time?" Fang Yuan said in curiosity. Fairy Yu Lu was a female attendant of Paradise Earth Immortal Venerable. She cultivated Earth Path and Water Path. She was skilled in defense and healing. "I know about the group that you went with to attack the Blessed Land. Did you unexpectedly succeed in one try, and manage to take down Yu Lu Blessed Land?" In truth, Fang Yuan did not think well of the prospects of Tai Bai Yun Sheng's trip. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression turned stiff. He sighed. "So junior brother did not expect us to succeed. You were right after all. In this attempt, we attacked the Blessed Land for 7 days and 7 nights, but we were defeated by the land spirit, and suffered huge losses. A Gu immortal nearly died, but I used man as before immortal Gu to save this person." "Oh," Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. He knew about the value of man as before immortal Gu. Once Tai Bai Yun Sheng exposed this Gu, his value would greatly rise among this group of people. As expected, Tai Bai Yun Sheng continued, "After my man as before immortal Gu was exposed, I gained a lot of attention and respect. Next, Shark Demon invited me enthusiastically to go to Eastern Sea Zombie Alliance as a guest. Why would I dare to go to other people's base all alone? Thus, I rejected him. In the end, Shark Demon and 2 other immortal zombies hosted me in Haishi Blessed Land, and during the banquet I heard an important piece of news." Saying so, Tai Bai Yun Sheng paused, halting his words as he looked at Fang Yuan with shining eyes. Fang Yuan laughed mentally. He followed his intention and asked, He, what important news is it? For you to leave me hanging like this?" Tai Bai Yun Sheng's expression was solemn. He said, "It is a method that can revive you, junior brother. It is a method to break free of your immortal zombie body." "Oh," Fang Yuan's eyebrows rose. He had made no progress after joining Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. To think that Tai Bai Yun Sheng would make more progress before Fang Yuan even gained anything. "What method is it?" Fang Yuan asked. Tai Bai Yun Sheng said, "Shark Demon has a wife called Su Bai Man. She is also an immortal zombie. A long time ago, she obtained a time path immortal Gu from an opportunity after defeating strong foes. Its name is Time Anchor. This Gu can leave a mark in the river of time, even though that is useless on its own. When paired with other time path immortal Gu, the effect is incredible." Fang Yuan heard this and understood what Tai Bai Yun Sheng was going to say. His eyes shined, but they quickly dimmed. "Old Bai, I understand what you mean. I've heard of Time Anchor immortal Gu long ago. If paired with your landscape as before, it can indeed make a mountain or river be restored to a certain period in time. If used with man as before, it can theoretically send a target back to their body condition at a certain time period as well. But the requirement for this is, Time Anchor immortal Gu has to leave a marking in advance." "That is correct. My man as before immortal Gu can only go back by an instant in time, but with Time Anchor immortal Gu, we can exceed that limit of a single instant. Junior brother, with this method, you might be able to get rid of your immortal zombie status." Tai Bai Yun Sheng was excited. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's words were not wrong. Gu are the essence of heaven and earth. They each have one effect, all being different. Immortal Gu are unique. Although they are powerful, they have weaknesses and limitations. Man is the spirit of all beings, they were most skilled in wisdom and creation. Using a combination of different GU worms, they could raise the overall effect and make up for the respective GU's weaknesses. With Time Anchor Immortal GU's assistance, man as before Immortal GU can break free of the single instant limitation, but, Fang Yuan shook his head, continuing, the coordinated usage of two Immortal GU is not as simple as just using them, many Mortal GU are needed at the same time. In fact, other Immortal GU might also be needed, in order to form an Immortal killer move. Time Anchor and man as before can indeed coordinate theoretically. But you do not have a corresponding Immortal killer move. I think Shark Demon is providing you such hospitality because he wants you to help them, to contribute man as before so that they can research the Immortal killer move, right? Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded continuously, praising, Junior brother is smart, you guessed accurately, that was indeed the case. It is a pity, it is a pity. Fang Yuan shook his head again. A pity what? I think this method has high hopes. Tai Bai Yunsheng looked at Fang Yuan uncertainly. Old Bai, you should know, the fact that I have become an immortal zombie has long since been set in stone. Maybe Shark Demon and others had used Time Anchor Immortal GU before becoming immortal zombies, and left a marking in the river of time, but I did not. Thus, even if you research this killer move successfully, it is useless for me. Fang Yuan sighed. Tai Bai Yunsheng laughed. Junior brother, your concern is right. But I have good news for you. That is, Su Bai Man and Shark Demon had not used Time Anchor Immortal GU to leave a marking. Back then, Su Bai Man forced back her enemies and obtained Time Anchor Immortal GU, but she did not know its usage. Su Bai Man was heavily injured at that time, she had no choice but to become an immortal zombie. After Shark Demon learned about this, in order to accompany his wife, he became an immortal zombie even though he had ample lifespan. Years after the two became immortal zombies, they finally learned about the origin and usage of Time Anchor Immortal GU. So that's it. Fang Yuan's expression changed. Getting a mysterious immortal GU and spending a few years or even over 10 years to learn about the origin and use of it, this was quite common. Previously in Imperial Court Blessed Land, Fang Yuan obtained many immortal GU as well, but he did not dare to test them recklessly. Thankfully, there was Langyao Land's spirit to clear up the information regarding those GU. Tai Bai Yunsheng continued, when they found out about the use of Time Anchor GU, they were in deep regret, but it was too late. I had the same concerns as you, junior brother, and asked them during the banquet. Shark Demon and the other immortal zombies mentioned another method, that was Spring Autumn Cicada. Oh, Fang Yuan had a curious but suspicious expression. Spring Autumn Cicada is that mystical GU. Legends say that it can travel up the river of time, and return to the past. But that has never been confirmed. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not suspect anything. Spring Autumn Cicada is not reliable, mentioning Spring Autumn Cicada was only as an example. Shark Demon was trying to say that even though they missed the timing to use Time Anchor Immortal GU, if they could use Immortal GU like Spring Autumn Cicada, they could bring the GU Immortal in front of the river of time. By then, using Time Anchor Immortal GU to leave a marking upstream, one could use Man as before Immortal GU successfully. I think that this method has a high chance of success. Fang Yuan shut his eyes slightly, he fell into deep thought and did not speak. What Tai Bai Yunsheng did not know was, Fang Yuan in front of him was the owner of Spring Autumn Cicada. Be it Shark Demon or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they were not familiar with Spring Autumn Cicada, they only knew about it from rumors. Fang Yuan thought, if I could directly use Spring Autumn Cicada, I would have used it. Why would I need to use an additional step with Time Anchor Immortal GU? But this method, in theory, is possible. Fang Yuan had an agreement with Wisdom GU, in a way, he controlled Wisdom GU. He could rise up quickly despite being an immortal zombie, charge forward in over half a year, rapidly changing his situation and finances. Half of the reason was due to Wisdom GU. If Fang Yuan wanted to use Spring Autumn Cicada to be reborn and get rid of the immortal zombie trouble, he would have used it long ago. That is, leaving aside for now the failure chance of Spring Autumn Cicada. But during the Northern Plains journey, Fang Yuan was too weak. Even if he was reborn and did it again, there were too many variables. Fang Yuan did not even have a 5% confidence of getting greater benefits from it. The agreement with Wisdom GU was truly due to the perfect time and place, that moment was simply too unique. The rank 9 Wisdom GU was Fang Yuan's greatest profit. If he did not obtain Wisdom GU, there would be no better benefits in comparison. Other than spring-autumn cicada, there are other time path immortal GU. Like looking back immortal GU and vivid recollection immortal GU, they can allow a GU immortal to stand in the present and observe the past, except that the two have differences. Using looking back in the area of the old earth would allow one to see the former glorious scenery. Using vivid recollection immortal GU would allow one to inspect their own past. By refining the two immortal GU together, one could obtain the rank 8 immortal GU extreme past. The GU immortals can be drawn out and observe all that has happened in the past through the river of time. Fang Yuan deduced in his mind, if I had the time path investigative immortal GU extreme past, using it with the time anchor immortal GU, I might be able to form a time path immortal killer move, standing in the present and marking the past. Next, I can use man as before immortal GU to return to my human body and restore my living state, without losing wisdom GU. Of course, extreme past immortal GU is just an example. There might be other time path immortal GU that are more compatible with time anchor. Fang Yuan thought over it before opening his eyes. Old Bai, thank you. He thanked Tai Bai Yunsheng sincerely. Although this method is innovative, it would expend a lot of time, effort, and resources. It is at least a 100-year project. But it is a form of hope at least. We are like family, there is not need to say thanks. Tai Bai Yunsheng responded immediately. However, old Tai Bai understood what Fang Yuan was saying. He sighed as he continued, exactly, it is at least some hope. Even though it will take a long time, during this period, junior brother, you can use the black oil in Zombie Alliance to slow the destruction of your blessed land. Even though black oil is hard to get, with my cooperative relationship with Shark Demon, I will be able to get enough. Fang Yuan laughed. During the period when you were gone, I had already used a fake identity, called Sha Huang, and made my way into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. So junior brother had such a plan. Fang Yuan continued. I want to attend the auction in Northern Plains, come along with me. This is the mortal killer move unfamiliar face, it came from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. I have a few cloud path killer moves, you can take a look, aren't you cultivating cloud path now as well? Tai Bai Yunsheng received these killer move as a warm feeling emerged in his heart. When I was thinking about my junior brother's problems, he was also looking out for my benefits. Fang Yuan showed him the GU immortal captives and the deal he had with Lang Ya land spirit. Tai Bai Yunsheng was shocked, he said with worry and excitement, it seems that this auction will be a great show. I will go with you, it would be best if He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan also are there. They will definitely go, but although our alliance was exposed to He Cheng, now is not the time to openly travel with them. Fang Yuan said, junior brother makes sense. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded. Chapter 747, Auction 1. The mountain stood high above the clouds. On the peak, there was a mirror-like pond, reflecting the traces of clouds in the sky. This was Zhenwu Blessed Land, the headquarters of Northern Plains Yuan tribe. The surname Yuan was not rare, it was very ordinary. In southern border, eastern sea, western desert, it existed in all 5 regions. But in Northern Plains, the surname Yuan was much more significant, it represented a super force, a supreme authority. In the sky above the water, a white-robed old man was waving his spear, his aura was grand as he whipped up wind currents that moved the clouds. The old man was white-haired but greatly spirited, his body was moving around, sometimes fast as lightning, sometimes slow like a rock. With the spear in his hand, he extended it like a dragon's movement, it was very surreal. But regardless of how much commotion he caused, the lake on this mountain peak did not even have any ripples, it was calm like a mirror. The lake water had much life, the seaweed was moving without any currents in it. A large group of carps watched the white-robed old man wave his spear under the water. They were opening their mouths continuously as they spoke one by one. Old man Yuan, you danced pretty well, it was a good sight. These spear skills are not bad, you had a trace of Taoist spear's shadow. The spear was swept too greatly though, the angle was a little off. Hearing the carp's words, the old man stopped his movements, landing beside the pond. The long spear in his hands was still giving off a bright white light, it turned into a GU and went into his robe. Next, he paid respects to the carp in the pond as he inquired. May I ask, the horizontal sweep earlier, why was the angle off? You used too much strength. Too brutish, you lost your grace. Old man, you are too old and yet feisty, you should eat some seaweed to lower it. The carp spoke incessantly, criticizing with no restraint. These carps were not ordinary, Their skin was white as snow, while their scales were black like ink. The black and white formed a clear contrast, there was no other color. People called them true martial carp, they were born from heaven and earth, each of them was a mutated beast king. The old man thought about it before raising his finger, using his arm instead of a spear, and practicing his moves. Is this okay? No, wrong. Old man, you are so stupid. The carps spoke one after another, scolding the old man. At this time, a Yuan tribe Gu Immortal, Yuan Kai, came running, hearing the true martial carps' criticism. He did not feel anything strange. He paid respects to the old man as he said dutifully, "Greetings to First Supreme Elder." The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first Supreme Elder, having rank 7 cultivation level with peak battle strength. Seeing someone come, he frowned unhappily. "Junior Yuan Kai, why are you here? Didn't I say that when I am practicing my martial arts, I do not want anyone to disturb me? Lord, you instructed me earlier, so I am here to remind you not to miss the auction." Yuan Kai was extremely respectful. "Oh, there was such a thing, I nearly forgot, that means the auction is happening soon." Yuan tribe's first Supreme Elder patted his forehead. Yuan Kai laughed bitterly. "Lord, today is the day of the auction. Ah, time flies so quickly. Lad, thank you for reminding me, when I return, I will reward you. Off I go." Saying so, Yuan tribe first Supreme Elder waved his sleeves and an immortal Gu flew out of the pond. This Gu was called human language, it could turn the words of beasts into human words. Human language immortal Gu left, and the discussions of the true martial carps came to an end. One could only hear the slight bubbling when they opened their mouths. Yuan tribe first elder collected the human language immortal Gu and flew away, turning into light. The carp group swam around one another. After some discussion, they felt bored and swam away. Yuan Kai looked at first elder's figure as he vanished into the horizon. First elder is still the same. He sighed, waving his sleeves at the pond. Winds blew and clouds moved. A thick white cloud covered and concealed this important place in Yuan tribe's territory. Magnolia pulp boat returns to the homeland of the lotus flower. Singing in the hall lasts till late into the night. The lake reflects the willows surrounded by light fog. Mountains far away resemble the contours of a beard that curls beautifully like a yellow moon. A scholar moved his head around as he held his scroll, sitting in a pavilion with lotus flowers in the water. He recited in this calm night, as wind blew and a fragrance spread. A female attendant was beside the scholar. Her facial features were picturesque, her skin was white like snow, she was holding a small vessel as she poured wine into the wine cup. After the scholar finished reciting his poem, he held his scroll as he looked at it while grabbing the wine cup on the table. He drank the wine without even looking at it. After gulping it down, he said, "Although the wine is good, there is not much left. During this auction, we should request for a few more jars from that person. Hong Shu, you will go with me on this trip, let Tian Shang stay here and guard the blessed land." "Yes, young master." The female attendant was overjoyed as she replied quickly. Immortal Gu heavenly gong's sound resonated in the mind of Gu immortal He Lang Zi. He sat on the ground, opening his eyes as blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This immortal Gu heavenly gong is very powerful. I had only activated 5% of its power, but my 5 intestines shifted and my blood flowed backwards, even though I had also been activating a top-tier defensive mortal killer move. He Lang Zi laughed sinisterly, his blood flow went back to normal. In a few breaths of time, it was like he had never been injured. Such power, I do not need to worry about the immortal Gu not being traded by anyone. He stood up and flew towards Crimson Reed Marsh. This is Crimson Reed Marsh. The scenery is great here. A rank 8 Gu immortal wearing a tall hat and with a common face was looking down at the Crimson Reed Marsh below him. But all he saw were reeds growing, with water pathways that were complex and interweaved, resembling a maze. What was most eye-catching here were not the water ducks, the gulls, or the fish, it was the crimson red reed. Countless reeds surfaced from the water vigorously, seemingly carrying grandness and boldness. They were imposing and expanded without restraint. With the attitude of a king, they subdued all of the living beings here and took them for themselves. The rank 8 Gu immortal observed before saying with some amazement, "This scenery has both delicateness and grandness, the outstanding nature is hidden deeply." Based on such a sight, this Qin Bai Sheng clearly is a meticulous person despite his grandness. He is unrestrained but also has a scheming mind. No wonder he could cause such a commotion and hold this grand auction. Esteemed guest has brilliant judgment. A rank 7 GU immortal beside him nodded in agreement. Qin Bai Sheng's actions were truly the source of a huge commotion. It was a great method to protect himself. I, Murong Jin Shao, admire his actions greatly. I am looking forward to it, this auction that involves almost all of Northern Plains heroes. The rank 8 GU immortal greeted as the esteemed guest retracted his gaze, his tone becoming excited. Ha ha ha, Eastern Sea is rich in resources, countless heroes emerge from there. Esteemed guest is an overlord of a region, controlling the entire Glass Sea. Although Northern Plains has many talents, there are few that are worthy of receiving your compliment. Murong Jin Shao said respectfully. From his words, it seemed that this mysterious guest was not a Northern Plains GU immortal, he came from Eastern Sea. Brother Qin, we meet again. Fang Yuan cupped his fists, greeting Qin Bai Sheng. Ha ha ha, Brother Sha, I have been waiting for you. But I did not expect you to come directly from Fairy Li Shan's side. Qin Bai Sheng was very enthusiastic, he grabbed Fang Yuan's arms, like he really regarded him as a brother. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng went together. They did not travel in Northern Plains, instead, they entered Fairy Li Shan's blessed land and used Whole Earth GU to reach Bai Sheng blessed land. With their earlier agreement in the Mountain Pledge GU, Fairy Li Shan's and Qin Bai Sheng's blessed lands had been set up with a pair of Whole Earth GU, allowing them to connect. Fang Yuan brought the 13 sleeping cloud coffins and arrived in the blessed land through this path, meeting Qin Bai Sheng once again. There's no choice, I have such valuable treasures with me. With my low cultivation level, I can only come here through this method to reduce the risk. Fang Yuan purposely laughed bitterly. Don't be humble, brother, you are so well hidden, your depth is unfathomable. With just you and Fairy Li Shan's relationship, who would dare to target you? Qin Bai Sheng said respectfully. No matter how good you are, there is always someone better than you, but if I have brother's battle strength, I would have no fear. Fang Yuan quickly replied. In terms of interpersonal skills, he was not inferior to Qin Bai Sheng. I wonder who this is. Qin Bai Sheng turned around, looking at Tai Bai Yun Sheng who was next to Fang Yuan. Right now, Tai Bai Yun Sheng had used unfamiliar face and turned into an ordinary old man, his appearance was very different from before. This is my good friend, GU Immortal Bai Sheng. Fang Yuan introduced fearlessly. Bai Sheng, forgive my ignorance. I did not know that a person of your caliber was hidden in our Northern Plains. Qin Bai Sheng took the initiative to greet. No, I am flattered. Tai Bai Yun Sheng quickly responded. Qin Bai Sheng brought Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng to the auction hall. For this auction, I purposely altered my blessed land to form this huge auction hall. Qin Bai Sheng introduced. It is quite extraordinary, there is a very magnificent aura, as expected of Brother Qin's setup. Fang Yuan smiled as he praised. Qin Bai Sheng showed a hint of worry and doubt, saying, I have no choice, many huge forces and countless experts in Northern Plains were all invited to this auction. As the person in charge, if the auction is too run down, I will be offending them. Honestly speaking, there had been a huge pressure on me these recent days, I could barely sleep. Thankfully, with Brother Sha, the blessed lands will definitely be a popular item when up for auction, I can't wait to see that commotion. I wonder if you have many. Fang Yuan did not say a number, only smiling as he said, Brother Qin, you can be at ease about it, no need to worry. Haha, of course I'm not worried. Qin Bai Sheng's gaze flashed, since he could not probe the answer, he changed the topic. In this auction, I have the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. The main hall can allow free interaction, the single rooms are for those GU immortals with strange temperaments or who enjoy being alone. The secret rooms will hide everything about the GU Immortal's identity. These three arrangements have been written in the Alliance content long ago, Brother Sha does not need to worry that I have done some tricks behind the scenes. I wonder which location Brother Sha would choose. These three locations, can they be swapped at will during the process of the auction? Fang Yuan asked first. Of course, but if a secret room is already occupied, unless the owner agrees, nobody can get in. Qin Bai Sheng answered. Then I will choose a secret room. Fang Yuan said, I will choose a secret room too. Tai Bai Yun Sheng followed behind. Qin Bai Sheng nodded. The first 9 secret rooms have been booked already. I'll give you the 10th and 11th rooms respectively, how about that? Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yun Sheng had no reason to say no. After they entered their secret rooms, Bai Sheng Blessed Land opened its entrance and invited many GU immortals in. Chapter 748, Auction 2. In the secret room, Fang Yuan was playing with the GU worms in his hands. These mortal GU were owned by Qin Bai Sheng, but currently they were lended to the secret room's owner, thus Fang Yuan could activate them. He activated his primeval essence and tried to inject it, as the environment in the secret room changed at once. It seems that Qin Bai Sheng really put in some effort. Even though it is a secret room, it is like a small world, and here, it is larger than a garden. These mortal GU can be used to change the environment. It can become a mountainous or river-like area, or even become an ocean or lake, a pavilion or a terrace. As Fang Yuan continued to use the GU, the environment in the secret room continued to change. At times, it was a lush mountain and he was at the peak of the mountain in a pavilion. At times, there were huge rivers and he was in a boat docked at the side of the river. Of course, these changes were just illusions, they were not real. If they were real, such terrain-changing abilities would definitely come from immortal GU, he would need to spend a lot of immortal essence. Fang Yuan retrieved the GU worms and browsed one with his mind. This East Window GU had many of the auction items listed in it, they were all precious treasures. Fang Yuan was dazed upon seeing the huge catalog. Some of the auction items had the conditions written in the description. Other than using immortal essence stones to bid for them, one could also trade for them using resources. Evidently, these resources were what the owner of the auction item were looking for. Fang Yuan swept through the content of the list and focused on the latter portion. This portion's information listed a variety of immortal GU, they had all sorts of effects and were from all kinds of different paths. The information on how to trade these GU were all written on the back. Unlike the previous content, immortal GU were unique, they could not be bought using immortal essence stones. This rule was practically set in stone. Even during the 5 regions chaotic war it was still in place. Thus, to buy an immortal GU, one needed to use another immortal GU as the price. Fang Yuan's focused his mind and quickly saw that his immortal GU were also listed there. There were 4 immortal GU, Rising Azure Cloud, Worldly Wave Trace, Calamity Beckoning, and Delight in Water and Mountain. The former 2 were Movement immortal GU, one was Cloud Path and the other was Water Path. They were incompatible with Fang Yuan's Strength Path. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng cultivated Cloud Path as well, he was a Time Path GU Immortal. Rising Azure Cloud was also not suitable for him. As for Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU, it was rank 7, but the effect could be said to be harming oneself. It was practically a Luck Path suicidal weapon. Even though Fang Yuan had conceived some uses for it, if he could exchange it for other immortal GU, that would be more worthwhile. The final one was Delight in Water and Mountain immortal GU, it could produce huge amounts of joyful will. But Fang Yuan was already prepared to mass-produce Malicious Thought GU, in that case, it could replace the use of joyful will. He might as well put it up for auction and see what immortal GU he can get from it. If there is no suitable trade, he could just take it back. After the 4 immortal GU, Fang Yuan naturally listed the conditions for exchanging them. What was worth mentioning was that these 4 immortal GU were all put up using Fairy Li Shan's channel, he was not associated with them. Even though Calamity Beckoning immortal GU was quite troublesome to sell and might even attract trouble, if it could be traded for a useful immortal GU, the benefits exceeded the cost. If he missed this golden opportunity, he might not have an equivalent one for several hundred years, until the 5 regions chaotic war. Fang Yuan was a vigilant person, but he was also resolute. When he needed to take risks, he would not cower in fear and doubt. Other than these 4 immortal GU, I still have Spring Autumn Cicada, Cleanse Soul, Connect Luck, Woman's Heart, and in a way Wisdom GU. Fang Yuan counted, he needed these remaining 5 immortal GU, he would not put them up at the auction, or even give any chances of exposing them if possible. Spring Autumn Cicada's actual effect would only be known by the user, even though there was a chance of failure. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of benefit from it and gained much experience, he could not do without it. Even with Wisdom GU, in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Spring Autumn Cicada was still his biggest trump card. Fang Yuan had already decided that Spring Autumn Cicada would remain as his vital GU in his first aperture. In the future, if he had a chance, he would choose Time Path in undergoing Immortal Ascension. Cleanse Soul Immortal GU was the core of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self. Although it was hungry and could not be used, he would not sell it. Connect Luck Immortal GU could make up for Spring Autumn Cicada's weakness. Fang Yuan had already experienced the power of Luck Path, he would not let go of this immortal GU. Wisdom GU was out of the question. If he took it out, it would cause a huge commotion and make countless people go after his life. As for Woman's Heart Immortal GU, it was originally something Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of. But due to a coincidence, Fang Yuan deduced the poison spit killer move. This Woman's Heart Immortal GU was its core, and was now placed at the right part of Fang Yuan's chest. It was like a heart, beating continuously. It was small like a baby's fist, it looked purple-black and was surrounded in poisonous energy. It was already connected to Fang Yuan's bloodstream. Every time he breathed, the zombie blood would flow slowly, carrying the poison and circulating in Fang Yuan's body. From this point, one could see traces of the Wisdom Path killer move, harboring malicious heart. But the mortal GU assisting Woman's Heart were like a GU formation for reverse refinement. Through reverse refinement, they were extracting Woman's Heart's strength. This was due to Immortal GU Woman's Heart's special property, refinement and nurturing in one. This GU needed the hearts of women to feed it. After it is full, the more it is fed, the stronger the poison. Right now, Fang Yuan was using a reverse refinement process to draw out that poison. Although Woman's Heart is a consumable Immortal GU, and would be expended in one use normally, through his own method, and combining it with other GU worms, it could be used repeatedly by extracting its power slowly and continuously. Poison Spit is only an incomplete immortal move, it needs to be improved later. With Wisdom GU, it should not be a problem. Fang Yuan gathered his thoughts as he put down the East Window GU, he willed and the view in front of him became clear. Fang Yuan could see the auction hall. The auction was split into the main hall, single rooms, and secret rooms. Fang Yuan could not see the latter two, he could only see the main hall. Right now, on the seats in the main hall were more than 20 GU immortals, they were talking openly without fear of eavesdroppers. Old Lu, it has been a while, I trust that you have been well. Oh, Qing Zanzi, you have gone through the second heavenly tribulation already, right? I am ashamed, my foundation is too weak, I was scared and have placed my blessed land in the outside world of Northern Plains these recent years. After spending a lot of resources and borrowing a time path Immortal GU, I have slowed the flow of time in my blessed land. Right now, I still have one heavenly tribulation cultivation. The earthly calamities are hard to survive, the heavenly tribulations are even harder obstacles. You are very stable and careful, not taking huge risks, this is a very safe method. Shi Yuyan, you are here too. Your words are too funny. If you, Wu Rong, can come, why can't I? HMPH. The grudge of you snatching my GU back then, I will take revenge. Just you wait, he. I know this Immortal GU is suitable for your use, but I am going to auction it, let's see if you have the ability to bid for it. Some GU Immortals were catching up on old times, some were building relationships, but there were others with great animosity, they were like barrels of gunpowder. At this moment, a white-robed old man walked into the main hall. Haha, there are quite a number of people. The white-robed old man was Yuan tribe's first supreme elder, he looked around and laughed heartily. His laughter soon attracted the attention of the people in the hall, as talks became softer. Fang Yuan directed his gaze as well. This first supreme elder of Yuan tribe was a ranked 7 GU immortal, the leader of the super force, Yuan tribe, of Northern Plains. He had exemplary battle strength and financial power, he was a strong contender in this auction. Qin Baisheng was standing at the entrance inviting guests inside, he went up and paid his respects. It is truly my Baisheng blessed land's great fortune that Lord Yuan is here to grace our auction with his presence. Don't call me Lord, call me by my name, Yuan Rangzun. Yuan tribe's first supreme elder saw Qin Baisheng and his eyes shined, he patted Qin Baisheng's back with much enthusiasm. Long ago, he had fought with Qin Baisheng, the latter's strength had gained his acknowledgement. But, I had some gains after practicing my spear skills recently, is there any time we can spar once again? Yuan Rangzun's changed the topic and he showed his true nature as a martial arts fanatic. Senior Yuan's Dao Mark spear arts are still vivid in my memories. I wonder if Senior Yuan would like to sit in the main hall, or get a single room or a secret room. Qin Baisheng laughed, he did not reply to the invitation. Give me a single room. Yuan Rangzun knew that now was not the time for this, he thought about it and gave his response. Just as Yuan Rangzun stepped into his single room, a handsome scholar walked into the auction with a female GU immortal following behind him. Unfettered scholar came too. The gazes of the GU immortals in the main hall were attracted again. I had heard that Unfettered scholar has great luck with women, having two GU Immortal attendants, named Tian Shang and Hong Shu. I wonder who came with him. Many male GU Immortals turned around to look at the female GU Immortal. She wears a red dress that looks like fire. It should be Fairy Hong Shu. If it was Fairy Tian Shang, who was born with a certain fragrance, the main hall would have already been filled with fragrance if she was here. A certain GU Immortal who knew a lot about them said with much enthusiasm. Fang Yuan's mind rapidly went through the information. This unfettered scholar was a lone cultivator. He had quite a few obstacles in life. His ancestors were not from northern plains. He came from a clan in Central Continent that had gone downhill. Central Continent was full of sects. It was tough for clans to survive. If they could, they would cross the regional walls and live in the other 4 regions. Alone in another region, Unfettered Scholar's clan was ostracized and lost a lot of their strength. They were barely surviving in northern plains. Their situation was turning worse. After several generations, they had finally mixed into northern plains, but at that time, they were on their deathbed, like a dying old man. By Unfettered Scholar's generation, the clan had already been thoroughly destroyed. Unfettered Scholar brought along his 2 attendants and they escaped for their lives, living a tough life. In their most difficult moments, even though they were in danger of dying, Unfettered Scholar had never abandoned his 2 attendants. Eventually, he obtained an opportunity and became a GU Immortal. After becoming an Immortal, he spent a lot of money and effort to make his attendants Immortals as well. This was quite a story in Northern Plains GU Immortal world. Be it Yuan Rang Zun, Unfettered Scholar, or the other GU Immortals, they each had their own exciting stories. They were the main characters of their own legendary tales. GU Masters who were able to become Immortals naturally were exemplary characters. Before this auction had even begun, before all of the GU Immortals had entered, brilliant heroes and geniuses had already appeared like shining stars in the sky. Chapter 749, Auction 3. Brother Qin, go ahead with your work, we can choose a room for ourselves. Unfettered Scholar waved to Qin Bai Sheng as he spoke in a tone that revealed his close relationship with Qin Bai Sheng. Next, Unfettered Scholar walked away slowly, into a room with Fairy Hong Shu. After he left, more GU Immortals arrived. Some chose single rooms, but most chose the main hall. As for those who chose the secret rooms, they entered through secret channels, into their respective rooms. This could not be seen from the main hall. Although Qin Bai Sheng is a lone cultivator, he has great strength and yet shows great respect for people. He has a wide network and relationships with many experts. Tai Bai Yun Sheng transmitted from the 11th secret room. This was the first time he had met Qin Bai Sheng, yet he had a high evaluation of the man. Fang Yuan looked at the hall as he analyzed. It is not entirely Qin Bai Sheng's credit. Earlier, when 88 True Yong building collapsed, Northern Plains GU Immortals obtained many Immortal GU. They need to trade them and satisfy their own requirements. There is also the essence of the luck path true inheritance. In addition, with Imperial Court Blessed Land's destruction, Northern Plains' situation has rapidly changed. All the super forces need to establish new rules. Because of this specific timing and situation, the auction could become so huge. Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan were able to invite rank 8 GU Immortals not only as a result of their own reputations. As time passed, more and more GU Immortals arrived. In the hall, GU Immortals were talking and created lots of noise. Although GU Immortals were powerful and had unlimited primeval essence, capable of crushing mortals, they were busy with managing their immortal apertures and had to make lots of preparations for the calamities and tribulations. They had very limited time. Furthermore, the world was huge and GU Immortals were small in numbers. It was rare for them to interact with each other. Especially an opportunity like this which gathered so many GU Immortals, it was very rare. GU Immortals needed to interact. They placed great emphasis on their social network. Immortal GU were unique. Often, GU Immortals needed to borrow Immortal GU to settle their problems. Furthermore, the economy of this world was not developed. Many precious resources could not be bought using Immortal Essence stones. They could only be traded with rare goods at times. This auction gathered almost all of the GU Immortals in Northern Plains. Such an opportunity to interact was extremely rare. In the main hall, GU Immortals talked and exchanged information. Even several enemies had their grudges temporarily mediated and resolved. GU Immortals were so rare, their social network was only so big. If one was not a friend, they would be an enemy. Even if they were a stranger, they would still be connected somehow in this social network as long as they talked about their friends. After Unfettered Scholar, an old man carrying a walking cane walked into the auction hall slowly. Qin Bai Sheng saw this and his expression brightened. He quickly walked forward and paid respects. Qin Bai Sheng pays respects to Lord Yao Huang. Yao Huang, one of the 5 rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains. The hall was silent. Many GU immortals could not sit any longer. They stood up and greeted. Lord Yao Huang, you are my benefactor, please accept my respects. If not for Lord Yao Huang, I would still be injured now. Lord Yao Huang, do you remember me? I am Xiaoxi, who searched for the bean sprout worm for you back then. Even the GU immortals who were in the single rooms walked out and greeted Yao Huang. Hello everyone, good day, good day. Yao Huang had an amicable expression as he nodded. He did not put on airs and was not acting arrogantly. Like Tai Bai Yun Sheng, Yao Huang was a healing GU immortal and was famous in the righteous path. He had a pure Huang Jin bloodline, being the first supreme elder of the super force, Yao tribe. He had a lofty reputation in Northern Plains. It could be said to be the highest of the 5 rank 8 GU immortals of Northern Plains. Stories regarding Yao Huang was numerous. They would take more than 3 days and 3 nights to read. The following story was closely connected to Fang Yuan. It happened decades ago. Yao Huang created a new healing immortal GU. For the last 100 years, he had been asking for immortal zombies in Zombie Alliance to do experiments on them. As his research got deeper, Yao Huang had some results and actually managed to turn himself into an immortal zombie. Many GU immortal experts were unable to learn about the truth. They were deceived and thought that Yao Huang's lifespan was almost used up, forcing him to become an immortal zombie. Yao Huang thus proclaimed that he wanted to join Zombie Alliance. At the same time, Zombie Alliance's leader, Blazing Heaven Demoness, already had left and entered Eastern Sea. Without the leader, Zombie Alliance only had Yin Lu Gong and the other 2 ranked 7s to guard the headquarters. No one in Zombie Alliance could expose Yao Huang's methods, but at the final moment, he lost to the entrance of the discussion hall. No matter how Yao Huang pushed it, he could not open the door. This made the immortal zombies only able to look at each other in dismay. Eventually, Yao Huang could not get in and could only laugh loudly, removing his disguise and explaining the truth. Even though he had lied to everyone, he had a great reputation and high cultivation level. None of the immortal zombies dared to offend him. In the end, they even sent him back courteously. Just as Yao Huang walked in, Yin Lu Gong arrived as well. Oh, little Lu. Yao Huang looked back and greeted. Junior pays respects to Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong had a flattering expression as he went up and greeted. Right now, Zombie Alliance took up the mission just in time. That immortal zombie came to Yao tribe and my research was not held up. Speaking of which, it is all thanks to the cooperation of your Zombie Alliance. Yao Huang thanked while smiling. I am flattered. It is our honor to work with Lord Yao Huang. In the future, when Lord Yao Huang succeeds in the new healing immortal GU, it would benefit the GU immortals in Northern Plains as well. Yin Lu Gong was skilled at social relations. He spoke appropriate words. Yao Huang stretched out his wrinkled arm, grabbing Yin Lu Gong. Come little Lu, sit together with me. Before Yin Lu Gong could reject him, he said to Qin Bai Sheng, Little Qin, give us a single room. Thus, under everyone's envious gazes, the 2 entered the single room. Yao Huang was the first rank 8 GU immortal to enter. Next, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Old Ancestor Shui Hu appeared. Each of their appearances unavoidably caused a huge commotion. Before the appearance of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, rank 8 was the peak of the GU Immortal world's battle strength. The 5 rank 8 GU immortals in Northern Plains were noble existences that earned much reverence from people. Among them, Old Ancestor Shui Hu was the #1 person in the demonic path. He was the leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. Yao Huang was the first supreme elder of Yao tribe. He was a rank 8 of the righteous path. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and 5 Elements Grandmaster were lone cultivators. They were neither righteous nor demonic, they were in the neutral faction. Lastly, there was Prince Feng Xian. He was also a righteous path GU immortal. But he was only an external supreme elder of the super force Gong tribe. He did not have the Huang Jin bloodline in him. His status was rather awkward. Because he had some grievances with Gong tribe, he had been living outside for many years. He did not work for Gong tribe. Only when Gong tribe encounters a huge crisis would he help out. Among the 5 rank 8s, 2 were righteous, 1 was demonic, and 2 were neutral. Such a relationship was also the current balance of power in Northern Plains. The next 3 rank 8 experts all chose single rooms. In the hall, there were already 40 to 50 people. Among the 5 rank 8s, 4 have already appeared. Only Prince Feng Xian is left. This is really a rare event that is hard to witness in hundreds of years. It is an eye-opening experience. To be able to leave an impression on these experts, this trip was worth it. Rank 8 great experts are all glorious and have naturally imposing auras. I wonder what Prince Feng Xian's demeanor would be like. As everyone waited in anticipation, a cold-looking female GU Immortal walked in silently. It was Feng Zhuzhe, who had disguised himself as Fairy Yulan. Many people knew about Fairy Yulan and Prince Feng Xian's relationship. Their attention was quickly drawn over. Qin Bai Sheng quickly attended to him. Master is blending his grotto heaven's qi. I will be representing him for this auction. Feng Zhuzhe said, without laughing or smiling. He had huge guts. As an outside region's GU Immortal, he dared to attend the Northern Plains auction at this sensitive time. The moment he appeared, he announced this loudly. It was to deter the others. By using Prince Feng Xian as a shield, it would help him during the process of the auction. Hearing that Prince Feng Xian was not coming, a wave of disappointment came over the main hall. Feng Zhuzhe had a calm expression. Vaguely familiar face was really an amazing killer move. None of the GU Immortals in the hall could see any flaws in his disguise. Of course, this also was because the GU Immortals were respecting each other and did not use investigative GU to peek at one another for no reason. Especially when Fairy Yulan, who Feng Zhuzhe was disguised as, had a rank 8 great expert behind her. In addition, nobody would expect him to be so daring. Under everyone's shining gazes, Fairy Yulan walked into a single room. Like Fang Yuan, he toyed around with the mortal GU and changed the environment in the room. Next, he grabbed the east window GU and looked inside. Oh, the moment he looked at it, Feng Zhuzhe's heart jumped. Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, aren't these the core GU worms for an Immortal GU house, water pavilion, of my sect? They actually appeared here. Shock flashed across Feng Zhuzhe's eyes, but it quickly calmed and disappeared. This showed his supreme control over his own mental state. It seems that the supreme elders in the sect guessed correctly. Back then, our sect saintess, Mo Yao, had brought Water Pavilion into Imperial Court Blessed Land. Without Water Pavilion's help, she would not have been able to enter Imperial Court Blessed Land. Now that Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed and 88 Truyong building collapsed, it seems that Water Pavilion also broke apart and the core GU were taken by Northern Plains GU Immortals. Oh, there is Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU. According to the sect records, Saintess Mo Yao had once obtained the essence of Luck Path in 88 Truyong building, refining Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU to help her husband, Bo Qing. But Bo Qing's tribulation was too great. Even though Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU drew away part of the tribulation, they could not survive. Both of them perished. Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU was also destroyed in the process. To think that there is a new Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU. This discovery gave Feng Zhuzhe further suspicions. How did Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU come about? Who refined it? The person auctioning it? Or did it scatter into the outside world after Imperial Court Blessed Land was destroyed, thus being taken by someone? What did this have to do with Mo Yao? According to rumors, Mo Yao left behind an inheritance. Would this inheritance contain the way to refine Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU? At once, Feng Zhuzhe fell into deep thought. Many ideas appeared in his mind. He suddenly laughed. This auction was really worth coming to. The moment I entered, I obtained so many clues. In any case, I have to take back Delight in Water and Mountain and Worldly Wave Trace. Spirit Affinity House has lost Water Pavilion for too long. As for Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU, it is rank 7, the price for exchanging for it is very high. I'll see how things go first. Chapter 750, Auction 4. Things progressed stably with the passage of time. The GU Immortals entering became fewer and fewer. After a while longer, Qin Bai Sheng closed the entrance of his blessed land. He walked to the raised platform in front of the main hall, proclaiming briefly and to the point, "Ladies and gentlemen, the time has arrived, the auction will officially start." Strange, why have Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan not arrived? Tai Bai Yun Sheng transmitted a message to Fang Yuan. Yes, I am also puzzled. According to Fairy Li Shan's nature, She should be sitting in the main hall after she arrives. However, there is not even a trace of her. Fang Yuan replied, the auction currently has 3 spaces for participants, the main hall, single rooms and secret rooms. If they had chosen a secret room, they would have entered directly through secret pathways and not made a public appearance. But even if Fairy Li Shan entered a secret room, she would not have done so without even greeting us. Have you noticed this? There are no GU immortals of He tribe present. Tai Bai Yunsheng pointed it out. Fang Yuan mumbled, we should first send a letter inquiring about the situation. Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan are bound to us by the Snowy Mountain Alliance, the possibility of them betraying us is not likely. If they encountered an ambush from He Cheng and others, with the strength of those two, they should have been able to send a message to request for support. While the two were secretly discussing, the first auction item was already displayed on the platform. Everyone should know, these are Sky Chief clouds. When they are spread out, they can stretch out for over 1,300 square kilometers. Such a large amount of Sky Chief clouds are rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. The starting bid is 20 Immortal Essence Stones, every bid should be an increase of at least 5 Immortal Essence Stones. Please start, Qin Bai Sheng announced. Sky Chief clouds, this is useful for my Tai Bai blessed land. Tai Bai Yunsheng's attention was immediately attracted, and he subconsciously utilized the prepared mortal GU in the secret room to make his bid. Qin Bai Sheng sensed the bid and immediately announced, the 11th secret room bids 30 Immortal Essence Stones. The next moment, a Cloud Path GU Immortal in the main hall shouted, 35 Immortal Essence Stones. Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled as he activated the mortal GU to bid again. He directly raised the price by 10, to 45 Immortal Essence Stones. 45 Immortal Essence Stones were enough to buy a desolate beast corpse. The Cloud Path GU Immortal who had made the bid gritted his teeth, hesitating for a while but not making another bid. On the ground, there was the Earth Chief Beast, in the sky, there was the Sky Chief Beast. Within the immemorial 9 heavens, Sky Chief Beast groups more or less lived in each of the heavens. The so-called Sky Chief clouds were formed from the breath of the Sky Chief Beast, condensing slowly over long periods of time. These clouds could construct an environment in the immortal aperture that could greatly increase the production of Cloud Path GU worms. If a group of Sky Chief Beasts live in this cloudy environment, the effect would be even more wondrous, and if it was managed properly, there would be a never-ending flow of Sky Chief clouds. However, the intact parts of the immemorial 9 heavens could only be explored by powerful rank 7 or rank 8 GU immortals. Every Sky Chief Beast was at least a mutated Beast King, comparable to an ordinary Beast Emperor. And the king of every group of Sky Chief Beasts was essentially at Desolate Beast level. 45 Immortal Essence Stones, going once. Qin Bai Sheng spoke, seeing that there were no more bids. There are already large numbers of float ball tea in my blessed land. I will have the first batch of harvest at the end of this month. I intend to bring in jade hummingbirds later on. If I can add Sky Chief clouds, I will have the building blocks to smoothly bring in sky flowers and floating sparrowhawks. Junior brother, you advanced to GU Immortal later than me, but you already have experience in managing blessed lands through Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Can you tell me what you think of my plan? Tai Bai Yunsheng chuckled as he transmitted his voice to Fang Yuan. On the platform, Qin Bai Sheng shouted again, 45 Immortal Essence Stones, going twice. Fang Yuan pondered for a moment and replied to Tai Bai Yunsheng, sky flowers indeed grow on clouds, and floating sparrowhawks often are the host for Cloud Path GU worms. Old Bai, are you thinking of cultivating both Time Path and Cloud Path? Yes, my Time Path abilities are specialized in healing. If I can add in Cloud Path, it can make up for the other shortcomings. Tai Bai Yunsheng said without reservation. He was originally skilled with Cloud Path in movement ability, his attainment reaching Flying Master realm using it. Later, he had dealings with Northern Plains Inkman King, Mo Tan Sang, who sold him the killer move 9 Cloud Ring for a low price. This deepened Tai Bai Yunsheng's interest in Cloud Path. Fang Yuan did not feel this choice was abrupt. At this moment, Qin Bai Sheng shouted for the 3rd time, 45 Immortal Essence Stones for over 1,300 square kilometers of Sky Chief clouds, going 3. Hold on, 55 Immortal Essence Stones. The bid was just about to be decided, when suddenly a GU Immortal spoke up. His voice came from the 17th single room. Tai Bai Yunsheng had not expected such a change as he hurriedly made a bid, 60 Immortal Essence Stones. This price finally dispelled any thoughts of buying from everyone present, allowing Tai Bai Yunsheng to get his wish. The second item for auction is a group of rare black spirit antelopes. The beast group's size reaches 320,000, and has 5 beast emperors. The lowest price is 10 immortal essence stones. Every bid should be at least 4 immortal essence stones higher. The price can be lowered if you use vertical rainbow ointment to trade. Qin Bai Sheng announced. Black spirit antelopes were already hard to find in northern plains. This beast group's size was so large, it should have been reared in some GU Immortal's immortal aperture. The GU worms residing in black spirit antelopes were mainly Soul Path GU worms, thus this especially attracted the attention of Soul Path GU Immortals. The GU Immortal putting this group of black spirit antelopes up for sale required a GU refinement material, vertical rainbow ointment. Thus the bidding could be done using immortal essence stones or vertical rainbow ointment. A round of bidding passed, and this black spirit antelope group was purchased by a GU Immortal for 28 immortal essence stones. The third item is a set of GU recipes that came from the medieval antiquity era. Its name is Inch of Time. It contains all the recipes from rank 1 to rank 5, and the crucial point is that these GU recipes have already been improved. All of the refinement materials can be found commonly. The lowest price is 22 immortal essence stones, and you can also use the desolate beast, 6-headed snake's skin to reduce the price. Qin Bai Sheng announced. 23 immortal essence stones. Isn't it disgraceful to add only 1 immortal essence stone? 30 immortal essence stones. I bid 32. This time, there were clearly more GU Immortals bidding than the previous 2 times. Inch of Time was a time path GU worm which could not be used on humans but could be used on other targets, and was extensively used in GU refinement. For instance, if a GU worm required 3 days and 3 nights to be refined, and the Inch of Time GU was used, it would quickly reach the state that required 3 days and 3 nights of time, by accelerating the growth and transformation of the GU worm. And the amount of time the GU master would have to spend probably would only be few short moments. Fang Yuan had obtained the GU recipe for the olden antiquity era's group strength GU, the market price of which was only 2 immortal essence stones. Inch of Time was only a GU recipe from the medieval antiquity era, but it was a complete set, from the rank 1 GU, 1 inch of time, to the rank 5 GU, 5 inches of time. The most important point was that this GU recipe had already been improved by the GU Immortal. All the GU refinement materials required also conformed to the present situation and were not difficult to obtain. It was not like the original GU recipe, in which many refinement materials would be extremely scarce, expensive or extinct. This point determined the explosive increase in the price, reaching the base price of 22 immortal essence stones. Soon, the bidding reached 48 immortal essence stones. Tai Bai Yunsheng also made his bid at this time, 58 immortal essence stones. He increased the price by 10 immortal essence stones at once, attempting to scare off the competitors. Tai Bai Yunsheng was rich, even more so than Fang Yuan. He had landscape as before and man as before, 2 great time path healing immortal GU, and therefore was very much sought after in Eastern Sea. Especially in the exploration of Yulu blessed land, they might have failed, but he had used man as before to save a GU immortal. This GU Immortal gave him 100 or so immortal essence stones as remuneration, and also said he owed Tai Bai Yunsheng a favor which he would pay in the future. Most crucially, Tai Bai Yunsheng's blessed land was healthy and produced green grape immortal essence at every fixed interval of time. His green grape immortal essence was accumulating day by day, to the extent that he could not use them all up. His Tai Bai blessed land's time flow was 33 times faster than the outside world, nearly the same as Heilu land's super-grade blessed land. This was because his was a high-grade blessed land and he was also a time path GU immortal. Thus, in the aspect of time path resources, it was rather outstanding. 1 day in the outside world would be a month in Tai Bai Yunsheng's blessed land. In theory, blessed lands would produce green grape immortal essence every month. In the same given time for the outside world, the amount of green grape immortal essence Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained was several times or even 10 times higher than ordinary ranked 6 GU immortals. On the contrary, Fang Yuan might have guts GU business, but he had to handle all sorts of expenses, especially the constant converting of immortal essence stones to green grape immortal essence. His immortal aperture was dead and could no longer produce immortal essence, moreover it would crumble and shrink every set interval of time, which was an extremely large setback to him. Tai Bai Yunsheng's bid indeed scared off most of the competing GU Immortals. But there was still some who persisted. As the bid increased with 2 additional offers, the price had slowly risen to 66 Immortal Essence Stones. 66 Immortal Essence Stones to purchase a set of Mortal GU recipes. Some of the low-level GU Immortals in the main hall were tongue-tied. It can't be considered expensive. Inch of Time cannot be used on oneself, but it can be used to save time and has wide range of applications like reducing the duration of GU refinement. If you consider it in the long term, especially for those GU Immortals who also cultivate refinement path, they can use Inch of Time to slowly accumulate savings worth 66 Immortal Essence Stones. A GU Immortal calmly analyzed. This price is already at the peak. It would be unwise to raise the price further. Unless you have a special requirement for it. Another GU Immortal added his analysis. 66 Immortal Essence Stones, going once. Qin Bai Sheng started to close the bids. At this moment, Fang Yuan transmitted his voice to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Old Bai, let's split the Immortal Essence Stones and make the bid together. Tai Bai Yunsheng was happy. Junior brother, you also have the intent to get it, that is good. He thus raised the price directly to 68. Only one other GU Immortal continued to bid, adding 1 Immortal Essence Stone. Finally, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng paid an expensive price of 70 Immortal Essence Stones to finish the purchase of Inch of Time. Time passed by, one after another, treasures continued to be auctioned off. The competition in the main hall was getting more fierce and the atmosphere had also turned fiery. Many GU Immortals lost their bearings and started arguing. Although they had sense and calmness, with large profits in front, they could not help being flushed with agitation. After dozens of items were auctioned off, some low-level GU Immortals already became powerless to continue fighting, some were perspiring, some were pale, while many were exhausted. The bidding did not only compare wealth but also involved psychological battles. Gradually, Rank 6 GU Immortal bidders became sparser. Rank 6 GU Immortals usually had several hundreds of Immortal Essence Stones of savings, while Rank 7 would have several thousands or over 10,000 directly in their hands. At Rank 8, having several tens of thousands available was a certainty. And those who had accumulated over the years would have hundreds of thousands of Immortal Essence Stones in hand. The stronger the cultivation, the more resources they owned. Ordinary Rank 6s had too weak of a foundation. Fortunately, they could lower the price with other goods, otherwise most of them would have already been completely out of the game. Fang Yuan also only had few hundred Immortal Essence Stones. He had made bids, but there were very few successes while most failed, and he was still waiting patiently for the main show. Finally, he heard Qin Bai Sheng announce, "Next, we shall begin the auction of Immortal GU. The most important part is here." Fang Yuan's eyes brightened. Not only him, other GU Immortals were also invigorated. The previous auction could only be considered the prelude, the true event had just taken stage. Immortal GU Trade, Chapter 751, Auction 5. Qin Bai Sheng stood on the stage and took out several Mortal GU, passing them around the hall. A few GU Immortals received these Mortal GU, showing doubt on their faces. Qin Bai Sheng spoke slowly, "The auction of Immortal GU is extremely important. The ones that are auctioned first have a greater advantage, they can be exchanged for more varieties of Immortal GU. Thus, for fairness, this auction will not go according to the listed order. I have specially prepared these Mortal GU. Once you activate them, they will point to one of the Immortal GU up for auction. As for which one, it is completely random, nobody can manipulate them. Go ahead and inspect these Mortal GU." These words attracted quite a pleased response. The GU Immortals inspected the Mortal GU in turn as they discussed softly. "This method is great. I was worried that my Immortal GU would be auctioned later and be at a disadvantage. Qin Bai Sheng is not simple, he considered everything carefully for this auction. If he really did something secretly, I cannot complain. My inspections say that there are no problems at all." These Mortal GU were inspected by the GU Immortals and were sent to the secret rooms. Soon, it was Fang Yuan's turn. He personally inspected them and discovered nothing wrong with them. After the GU Immortals in the secret rooms inspected the GU, the Mortal GU went to the single rooms again. The Rank 8 GU Immortals were almost all in single rooms. After inspecting, the Mortal GU were passed back to Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng did not continue the auction. He asked, "Is there anyone else who is still uncertain? Would you like to go ahead and inspect it again?" As expected, There were GU Immortals who said that they needed to inspect it again. Among them, some had already inspected the GU before. This set of mortal GU had no problems earlier, but it was passed around. What if someone did something to them while they were passed around? GU Immortals were wary and meticulous, thus they wanted to take another look. After inspecting it again, they found nothing wrong. At this point, the true purpose of this auction was about to begin. Qin Bai Sheng activated this set of mortal GU in front of everyone. They shined in a bright light as smoke rose. The smoke gathered in the air and formed into the two words, Conceal Luck. It has been chosen. The first Immortal GU is Conceal Luck Immortal GU. Qin Bai Sheng shouted. Conceal Luck Immortal GU was originally numbered at the end of the auction. To think that it became the first now. Tai Bai Yunsheng grabbed the east window GU as he muttered after checking. At the same time, many other GU Immortals were doing the same thing. The sequence in the east window GU was not the real order. Their own Immortal GU could possibly be the next one up for auction. If they happened to be at the end, they could only blame their luck. This was a fair rule. None of the Immortals had any disagreements. Even the rank 8 GU Immortal great experts agreed with this. On the stage, the screen was changing as it turned into the appearance of the Conceal Luck Immortal GU. Qin Bai Sheng introduced when the time was right. As everyone can see, this GU looks like a white skin beetle. It is half the size of a palm and is a ranked 6 Luck Path Immortal GU. It can conceal one's own luck. The seller wants a Metal Path Defensive Immortal GU. Whoever has a Metal Path Defensive Immortal GU can bid for it. There is no lower limit for this. Conceal Luck Immortal GU, concealing one's own luck. Luck Path has Luck Inspection GU, it can inspect another person's luck. There is also Conceal Luck GU, it can hide one's own luck and prevent others from seeing it. This Conceal Luck Immortal GU is rank 6, it can defend from rank 6 Luck Inspection GU. Although the effect is good, its use is too narrow. In the main hall, GU Immortals were discussing softly, but no one bid for it. If Luck Path was flourishing and widely used, so be it. But since Giant Sun Immortal Venerable created Luck Path, he had been secretive and hidden it for himself. This caused the number of Luck Path Mortal GU to be very low. Especially Conceal Luck Immortal GU, it could only have value against someone who had Luck Inspection Immortal GU. This Immortal GU's use was too narrow, it had little value. GU Immortals were not stupid, why would they bid randomly? Damn it, the person who had Conceal Luck Immortal GU was a female GU Immortal. She sat in a single room as she bit her lips. She helplessly watched her Conceal Luck Immortal GU go without bidding. Nobody wanted it. The first Immortal GU was not successfully sold. This was out of everyone's expectations. Qin Bai Sheng's face was a little dark as he used the Mortal GU in his hands to start the bidding for the second item. The image changed, and showed a cicada-like Immortal GU. This cicada was not as exquisite as Spring Autumn Cicada, it had a big head and was shining in silver light. This is Heavenly Gong Immortal GU, a Sound Path ranked 6 Immortal GU, to be traded with a Transformation Path related Immortal GU. Qin Bai Sheng said. In the main hall, a GU Immortal saw this GU and flew into a rage, shouting, Heavenly Gong Immortal GU. HMPH, this GU was mine, but He Lang Zi snatched it. He Lang Zi, come out now. All come out, do you think I'm afraid of you? From a secret room, He Lang Zi walked out with a ruthless smile. It is He Lang Zi indeed, a famous loner of the demonic path in northern plains. Rumors say that he had obtained an inheritance of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, thus he can snatch other people's Immortal GU. This person was raised by a female wolf since he was young. His nature is like that of a wild animal, he is cruel and insidious, and is a loner, being very different from normal people. Old ancestor Shui who had once attempted to recruit him, but he rejected him. The GU Immortals discussed enthusiastically. He Lang Zi crossed his arms as he walked towards the main hall, sitting in front of the shouting GU Immortal. The GU Immortals around him quickly moved away, choosing other seats. You, the shouting GU Immortal pointed at He Lang Zi as his face turned red, he was trembling from anger. Me what? He Lang Zi licked his lips, he had a cruel and mocking gaze. Old man Shang Yuan, you are a Sound Path GU Immortal, if you do not bid now, when will you? Transformation Path Immortal GU, I have one here, it is called Demon Ferret Skin. After using it, one's skin can turn into the skin of the Heart Demon Ferret. Unfettered Scholar's voice came from a single room. A Heart Demon Ferret was a desolate beast, there were normally wisdom path GU worms in its body. The demon ferret skin could provide resistance against wisdom path attacking methods. After Unfettered Scholar killed a heart demon ferret, he used it to refine this GU. But he already had methods to defend against wisdom path, thus this GU was redundant to him, therefore he took it out. Demon ferret skin. If one can gather demon ferret bone, demon ferret blood, and other related immortal GU, one can unleash the immortal killer move, heart demon ferret transformation. He Lang Zi's gaze shined as he thought. Transformation path was different from other paths, their killer moves were easy to form. As long as one gathered a set of immortal GU, they could form an immortal killer move. Thus, there was much to consider when trading for transformation path immortal GU compared to other paths. He Lang Zi had 3 immortal wolf transformation killer moves. It could allow him to transform into 3 different desolate wolves, they had great battle strength. If he transformed into the heart demon ferret, even though it was similar to the form of a wolf, what He Lang Zi wanted was to develop his fighting ability in water. Thus, He Lang Zi slightly shook his head, not speaking. Qin Bai Sheng had been observing silently. He said, "Any other GU immortals want to bid? I have a moon demon bat claw immortal GU, it can transform your hands into the bat claws of a moon demon bat." Feng Zhuzhe said loudly. "This is Fairy Yulan who is representing Prince Feng Xian. Isn't Fairy Yulan a sword path GU immortal? Why does she want the sound path heavenly gong immortal GU? She is representing the rank 8 great expert, Prince Feng Xian. This bid is likely to be Prince Feng Xian's intention." The GU immortals started guessing. Nobody knew that the so-called swordmaster Yulan was actually Feng Zhuzhe. He was a sound path GU immortal, thus he desired the heavenly gong immortal GU. He Lang Zi did not speak, he shook his head. Moon demon bat claw immortal GU could bring about a future possibility, immortal killer move, moon demon bat transformation. But He Lang Zi was not good at aerial combat, he even hated the sky. This was because he had lived in a wolf's den in his youth. He learned to move on all fours from his wolf mother, and was skilled in using his teeth to bite objects. Most wolves were land-based creatures, they could not fly. Qin Bai Sheng obtained a transmission. Afterwards he said, "The GU immortal in the first secret room has bid a grand smoke sea turtle shell immortal GU, together with verified information regarding ascending heaven plane." He Lang Zi's gaze shined, he raised his head. Grand smoke sea turtle was a desolate beast of the sea, it suited his needs. But this turtle was skilled in using illusions to conceal itself, it did not have high speed or strong defenses, this was quite different from He Lang Zi's battle style. Ascending heaven plane, what is that? He Lang Zi asked. Although he had high battle strength, he was a loner and did not trust any human GU immortals, thus he was lacking in information. HMPH, a frog in a well. GU immortal Shang Yuan laughed as he refused to give up any chance of mocking He Lang Zi. Ascending heaven plane is a place, anyone who passes it, even if it is immortal, can enter the immemorial 9 heavens. In the legends, Northern Dark Ice Soul, who was able to enter Black Heaven, went through ascending heaven plane to reach it. Qin Bai Sheng explained patiently. So that's it. He Lang Zi was moved. He was a rank 7 lone cultivator, he needed to fight for every piece of resources personally. But Northern Plains had limited resources, and the super forces were holding onto them. Meanwhile, the immemorial 9 heavens had the heavenly Wine Chi Wall, only very strong GU immortals could force their way in and explore the 9 heavens. Even though in the immemorial 9 heavens, only white and black heaven were left intact, while the other heavens were utterly broken, or even completely destroyed, be it the intact heavens or the 9 heavens fragment worlds, they had abundant resources. My battle strength is enough to break through the heavenly wind chi wall, but I cannot fly. If I can get the information regarding the ascending heaven plane, He Lang Zi was increasingly moved. As he thought about it, 2 more GU immortals took out their transformation path immortal GU and entered the bidding. One was the shouting GU immortal who wanted to tear He Lang Zi into pieces, GU immortal Shang Yuan. A total of 5 GU immortals bid for 1 immortal GU. They continued to increase their bids, or added in immortal essence stones, even providing rare resources, lost GU recipes, or a large group of beasts. Eventually, He Lang Zi chose the offer of the first secret room, obtaining Grand Smoke Sea Turtle Shell immortal GU, as well as a large group of water wolves. The 2 sides made the transaction in public. Because the GU immortal in the secret room could not show up, Qin Bai Sheng was the middleman for this. After He Lang Zi got the intelligence about ascending heaven plane, he looked at it in anticipation, but when he saw it, he stared with furious eyes as he started to shout in anger. Chapter 752, Auction 6. Why, is there an issue with the ascending heaven plane information? Qin Bai Sheng's expression changed as he asked. This was his auction. According to the oath, neither buyer nor seller were allowed to lie. Verified information was given, which meant that there was a true location. No, He Lang Zi's expression turned grim. He refused to speak, but it looked like he had suffered a huge loss. That batch of water wolves? He asked. It is already in the blessed land. Qin Bai Sheng said, bring me there. He Lang Zi said stiffly. Qin Bai Sheng waved his hand and teleported He Lang Zi away. After the latter checked the goods and found no mistake, he collected the wolves and left the auction in advance, without returning to the auction hall. Ha ha ha, seeing this wolf rascal suffer a loss, it is truly quite gratifying. In the first secret room, Murong Jin Shao laughed. Next to him, the rank 8 GU Immortal from Eastern Sea was playing with the Heavenly Gong Immortal GU. Thanks to esteemed guest's help, even though He Lang Zi saw the location of ascending heaven plane, it was in Eastern Sea and he could not go there. One could only imagine his anger. Murong Jin Shao thanked. No need to thank me, my daughter is skilled in music, she cultivates sound path, I bought it for her. I was not targeting He Lang Zi personally. The Eastern Sea rank 8 GU Immortal waved his hand. Ascending heaven plane is in Eastern Sea, I know the location of it. How did the GU Immortal in the first secret room learn about it? Fang Yuan was suspicious. I vaguely remember that there is a super force in northern plains that has connections with Eastern Sea. It was Murong tribe, right? Soon, Fang Yuan set aside his suspicions. Because Qin Bai Sheng had chosen the third immortal GU that was up for auction, it was Fang Yuan's Rising Azure Cloud GU. Qin Bai Sheng announced clearly. Immortal GU Rising Azure Cloud, rank 6 cloud path, specialized in ascending and descending in the air, the seller wants a strength path immortal GU. Anyone interested can start bidding. Fang Yuan was now a strength path GU Immortal, this was a fact that could not be changed. Even though strength path was declining now, he could only push on in this direction. Because of Spring Autumn Cicada, ever since rebirth, his plan had been to become a time path GU Immortal using his first aperture. In regards to this, he was quite helpless. In the earlier stages of this life, Fang Yuan simply chose strength path as a transitory measure. In the end, because he was forced by circumstances, he ascended to an immortal using strength path. And because of Reckless Savage's true meaning, his strength path attainment rose to Grandmaster level, becoming equal with Fang Yuan's blood path. This was unexpected. Fang Yuan would rather give up blood path than Spring Autumn Cicada. He was undoubtedly a blood path Grandmaster, but there was more than one blood path Grandmaster other than him. On the other hand, there was only one Spring Autumn Cicada in this world, and it was Red Lotus Demon Venerable's vital GU. Looking at the two, the choice was clear. But if Fang Yuan wanted to walk on time path, he would need to walk on a long journey. He lacked a time path foundation, and he was not a time path GU Immortal either. The current situation was, Fang Yuan was an immortal zombie, he did not know when he could regain his living status. In a short time, if he wanted to gain more battle strength, he could only choose strength path immortal GU. This is the Star Desolate Hound Strength GU, it can grant you the strength of a Star Desolate Hound. I have the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU, I'll throw in another 150 kilograms of Great Lake soil. A Qi Grand Lion Strength GU, and 5 drops of Rule I blood. As the bidding continued, a GU Immortal's bid made the hall go into a commotion. Rule I blood, did I hear wrongly? One of the 10 great catastrophes, Rule I tribulation, only by piercing the Rule I can one obtain this blood. This blood is genuine immortal material, it can be the main material to make a ranked 6 immortal GU, or a supplementary material for a ranked 7 immortal GU. Fang Yuan shook his head, although Rule I blood was precious, 5 drops was too little. He sighed, although strength path was declining, the number of strength path immortal GU was not few. But if not for this auction, he would not have seen so many strength path immortal GU. Northern Plains GU Immortals, compared to the other 4 regions, had the lowest financial power. But even so, after many years of accumulation, they still had quite the sum. GU Immortals had many precious goods, but they usually kept it to themselves, hiding their wealth from others. Especially Immortal GU, once these were exposed, they might get targeted, Thus, they hit Immortal GU even more deeply. Only during this auction would GU Immortals expose these GU voluntarily. Otherwise, why would he say that the auction was a rare chance and a precious opportunity that he could not miss? A total of 5 GU Immortals bid for Rising Azure Cloud Immortal GU. After a few rounds, 2 GU Immortals backed out. Not long after, the third stopped. Only 2 were left, but before they decided on the victor, Fang Yuan had sent a message to Qin Bai Sheng. Enough, I'll choose the third person, the one with Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU. This auction involving Immortal GU was different from normal auctions. Firstly, Immortal GU were unique. Secondly, there was no developed economy, they did not have a common currency. Thirdly, GU Immortals' resources were all different, most of the precious immortal materials were hard to evaluate. Thus, during the auction, the seller could choose any buyer. Even though buyers competed with each other, it was only to attract the seller and move them. The winner who outbids the rest might not necessarily get the auction item. To simplify it, this was a seller's market. Immortal GU were unique. If I did not sell it, where could you buy it? A moment later, Fang Yuan and that GU Immortal completed the transaction. The latter obtained the Rising Azure Cloud Immortal GU, while Fang Yuan obtained the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU, as well as a batch of immortal materials that were listed on Langya Land Spirits list. The reason why he chose Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU was because this was the only one which was a flying beast, the rest were all land-based creatures. Fang Yuan had true solid bat wings now, it was compatible with the strength of a flying beast. If he could unleash the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU while flying, it would have an effect on par with Immortal Movement killer moves. After Rising Azure Cloud was the fourth auction item, it was a Fire Path Immortal GU. Once this GU appeared, a small surge erupted in the auction. Even the rank 8 GU Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, joined the bidding. In terms of wealth, how could rank 6 GU Immortals and ordinary rank 7 GU Immortals compare to a rank 8 GU Immortal? But in the end, 5 Elements Grandmaster returned empty-handed. The seller did not choose him, even though he was the eventual winner of the bidding. He would rather risk offending a rank 8 Great Expert. That was because the immortal materials offered by the buyer were too valuable to him. Immortal materials all varied greatly. The different types available were like the numbers of stars in the sky. Not even 5 Elements Grandmaster could possess all of them. But that was exactly why the auction was so interesting, because everyone had a chance. The 5th and 6th items were both Metal Path Immortal GU. The auction hall became much more heated now. Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, these were the 5 most mainstream paths. They were even more popular than Cloud Path and Sound Path. Strength Path and Chi Path were much less so. Eventually, 5 Elements Grandmaster obtained one of the Metal Path GU worms. The last one was won by Qin Bai Sheng. Not only was he the organizer of the auction, he was also a participant. As time passed, Immortal GU after Immortal GU were bought and sold. This was a rare scene that had not happened in a few hundred years of time in Northern Plains. There were records in history regarding such auctions, but they were smaller in scale. The most important thing was that the collapse of 88 Truyong building caused all the GU Immortals to have some form of profit. This caused the auction to be at such a scale. Rarely seen Immortal GU appeared one after another. Northern Plains GU Immortals were trying to take advantage of this rare situation. Next is the 23rd auction item, Worldly Wave Trace. This GU is ranked 6 and is used for movement. Qin Bai Sheng was still introducing it when 2 GU Immortals already began staring with shining eyes. Finally, Worldly Wave Trace, one of the core Immortal GU of Water Pavilion. I have to get it no matter what. Feng Zhuzhe clenched his fists. Meanwhile, in the first secret room, Worldly Wave Trace, very good, I did not waste my efforts after all. I already have the relevant Immortal GU recipe in my hands. Once I get it, I have a high chance of refining Worldly Horizon Immortal GU. World Horizon Immortal GU can allow me to enter the immemorial 9 heavens freely. It can reduce the cost of breaking through the heavenly wind chi wall. The GU Immortal from Eastern Sea was already excited and in anticipation. The use and value of an Immortal GU varied from one person to another. To Feng Zhuzhe, this was one of the cores to construct the rank 7 Immortal GU house, Water Pavilion. To the Eastern Sea GU Immortal, it was a path towards the immemorial 9 heavens, the way to immense benefits. These two choices had their own advantages. It was hard to say which was a better way. I have a Star Desolate Hound Strength GU. A peach wolf strength GU. A wailing whale strength GU. The GU immortals bid rapidly. Feng Zhuzhe waited patiently, seeing that the ranked 6 GU immortals in the main hall were bidding, he could not help but smile. Using Swordmaster Yu Lan's voice, he said, I have a strength path immortal GU here, called Pulling Mountain. It will allow your strength to pull up a mountain. I will also add in 150 kilograms of heaven metal. Heaven metal, incredible, this is an immortal material that is on par with the Rule I blood. It is only produced in the immemorial 9 heavens. 150 kilograms from the start, this is much more than 5 drops of Rule I blood, did I hear wrongly? There was a commotion in the main hall. Feng Zhuzhe took out a huge sum to bid. With one move, he scared off most of his competitors. 150 kilograms of heaven metal was not a small sum, it was extremely valuable. But he only scared off most of them. In the first secret room, Eastern CGU Immortal snorted unhappily, using his mortal GU to bid again. A strength path immortal GU, overturn river, as well as 250 kilograms of crack divine water. Is he crazy? 250 kilograms of crack divine water. This is possible supplementary material for rank 7 immortal GU. Crack divine water is on par with heaven metal, it can only be extracted from the deepest part of a great lake. In 100 years, there might only be about 10 to 15 kilograms. Oh, Feng Zhuzhe was slightly shocked, he did not expect such a fierce competitor to appear. He gave an arrogant laugh, using Swordmaster Yu Lan's identity, he had less reservations, he said, whatever the seller needs, be it materials, GU recipes, beast groups or variant human slaves, just tell me. The instant these words came out, the whole hall went in an uproar. Most GU immortals immediately thought of Prince Feng Xian who was backing Fairy Yu Lan. It seems that Prince Feng Xian wants this immortal GU. Even that Eastern CGU immortal could not help but guess. But he quickly laughed, his fighting spirit had been triggered. Prince Feng Xian is rank 8, but am I not rank 8 too? Soon after, in the auction hall, his voice could be heard, my request is the same as Fairy Yu Lan's. Can the seller give us an indication? The hall went into an uproar again, they were trying to guess who was in the first secret room, by directly competing with Swordmaster Yu Lan, they were trying to contest with Prince Feng Xian. Oh, in the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan showed an expression of shock as well. His eyes turned as he laughed lightly, it seems that both sides are not ordinary, they really desire this GU. In that case, if I do not accede to their request, it would not be fitting. He directly took out Lang Yalan's spirits list, after multiplying the base amounts on it by several times, he handed it to Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng received it and showed a strange expression, before displaying it to everyone. The hall went into a third uproar. Isn't this list of items way too absurd? 3,000 kilograms of heaven metal and crack divine water. Who is this seller? Does he think these materials are grass growing on the ground? This is an exorbitant amount, he is really asking for an absurd price. At once, even Feng Zhuzhe and the Eastern CGU Immortal were stunned. Chapter 753, Second Immortal GU. Oh, interesting. Seeing the list of immortal materials given by Fang Yuan, Feng Zhuzhe's gaze shined as he restored his calm. The Eastern CGU Immortal's expression was like it had never changed, he sat on the chair with a disposition of being in control. He asked Murong Jin Shao beside him, how many Refinement Path Grand Masters are there in Northern Plains? On the list, most of them were Refinement Path Immortal materials, the varieties were huge, and the types of materials were chaotic, one could become dizzy from looking at it. Fang Yuan could take it out in an instant, he had evidently prepared it long ago. Only Refinement Path GU Immortals would bother to prepare such a list, to try and gain something from the auction. Murong Jin Shao replied without thinking. There are 4 major Refinement Path Grand Masters in Northern Plains. The greatest one is Yao Tribe's rank 8 GU Immortal, Yao Huang. Rumors say that his Refinement Path attainment has exceeded Grand Master and perhaps even quasi-great Grand Master level. The second is a GU Immortal of my Murong tribe, Murong Shui Shang, she had once refined a Snow Path Immortal GU successfully. The third is the second leader of Snowy Mountain, Lady Wan Shou, she has refined GU for many Demonic Path GU Immortals. The fourth is a lone cultivator, she is called Lady Miao Li, she is skilled at refining Enslavement Path GU worms. The Eastern Sea rank 8 GU Immortal heard this and nodded, not saying anything further. The GU Immortal in the 10th secret room is not simple. By asking for so many GU refinement materials, even if this is an exorbitant amount, one can see his ambition and unique characteristics. In the main hall, after the GU immortals regained their senses, they realized this. Right now, this situation has become interesting. Both buyers are quite the characters, they have ample purchasing power. The seller is not to be underestimated either, he has a mysterious background, he is simply unfathomable. Qin Baisheng watched with anticipation as he thought about this. He was the organizer of this auction, he knew that the rank 8 GU immortal in the first secret room came from Eastern Sea. The Eastern Sea GU immortal, even if he was rank 8, had to restrain himself in northern plains. Especially in a place like the auction, outsiders were likely to get targeted. Thus, the Eastern Sea GU immortal and Murong Jin Shao chose to hide their identities, choosing this secret room. Since they wanted to join the auction, they had to interact with Qin Baisheng, who helped them to hide their identities and gave them the first secret room. This was a form of respect. Immortal zombie Sha Huang, he might look ordinary but he may possibly have a rank 8 monster backing him up. And this rank 8 great expert is skilled in refining GU. I'm afraid Fairy Li Shan knows this as well. Otherwise, why would he, a mere rank 6 immortal zombie, be so close to the third leader of Snowy Mountain? Qin Baisheng was making a guess. In a way, he was correct. Because it was Langya Land Spirit who was behind Fang Yuan, in the past, Long Hair Ancestor was certainly a rank 8 GU immortal. In that case, I will add in 150 pieces of Thunder Sound Leaves. After a bit of silence, Feng Juzhe was the first to speak. In the hall, gasping noises could be heard. Thunder Sound Leaves were not common, they did not exist in the outside world, they could only be created from strong lightning tribulations. It was the essence formed from thunder and lightning. But Thunder Sound Leaves were very rare, they were hard to obtain. This was because ordinary GU immortal already found it hard to undergo their immortal aperture tribulations, they would not have the ability to pick the Thunder Sound Leaves during their tribulations. Even if they had the ability, they needed a specific method to pick the Thunder Sound Leaves. Thus, even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, Thunder Sound Leaves were very rare. But now, Feng Juzhe was offering 150 of them. He. The Eastern Sea GU immortal laughed. Is Prince Feng Xian so petty? This list clearly states that the seller wants 280 Thunder Sound Leaves. After pausing for a while, the Eastern Sea GU immortal shouted, I have 360 Heaven Flying Jades. Heaven Flying Jade, this is a type of jade that can allow a person to fly in azure heaven, of the immemorial 9 heavens. This jade has some mystical senses, it is like a bird or beast, it can avoid capture on its own. Who is the person in the first secret room? He offered 360 Heaven Flying Jades at once, it directly fulfills the amount on the list. In the hall, murmurs could be heard again. Actually, the Eastern Sea GU immortal was also feeling heartache. He had once had an opportunity and entered a large azure heaven fragment world for exploration, obtaining more than 400 Heaven Flying Jades in the process, while getting injured. Right now, to compete for Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, he offered the majority of them, to deal a huge blow towards his contender. In the single room, Feng Juzhe snorted, his expression turned solemn. The other party's actions made him realize, they were just like him, they were determined to get Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU. Offering 360 Heaven Flying Jades at once, this showed their immense wealth, they were a powerful foe. But who was Feng Juzhe? He was the person publicly recognized to have the highest battle strength in Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects. Even though he was rank 7, he could withstand rank 8 GU immortals, with Spirit Affinity House backing him, and the many years of accumulation, his foundation was immensely abundant. If there were any ranked 6 or 7 GU immortals in this auction who could contest with rank 8 great experts, then Feng Juzhe would definitely be number 1 amongst them. Adding more, Feng Juzhe did not hesitate, he continued, I'll add 10,000 pieces of star pupils. Star pupils, a rare material of the immemorial 9 heavens, not able to be found in the 5 regions. It was an immortal material that originated from Blue Heaven. In Blue Heaven, stars flew around in carefree fashion, raining down endless stardust. Among these uncountable stardust fragments, some were 8-sided, some were 5-sided, 7-sided, 16-sided. There were also stardust fragments with no edges, they were round. These edgeless fragments were like round jewels, the starlight gathered into the shape of an iris, thus, they were known as star pupils. Feng Zhuji's offer was shocking to the GU Immortals. When this list first appeared, I had thought that there would not be a buyer so foolish as to pay such a huge price for an immortal GU. I was wrong. The list only needs 8,000 edgeless stardust fragments, but Swordmaster Yulan is offering 10,000. This is evidently a counterattack against the competitor. Too wealthy, they are too wealthy. Is this the accumulation of a rank 8? Compared to these people, I am like a pauper. Such a feeling is really not good. The Eastern CGU Immortal heard Feng Zhuji's offer and his breathing stopped for a moment. Honestly speaking, he did not expect that he would attract a fiercer counterattack, and even stronger backlash. Although there are a lot of star pupils, I must remind the seller. Star pupils, after all, vary in quality. A fragmented star pupil and an intact star pupil have very different value. The Eastern CGU Immortal said. Fang Yuan heard this and thought about it. The voice from the first secret room was correct, this was true. But on Langya Land Spirit's immortal material list, he did not mention this. The reason was, Langya Land Spirit did not expect such a situation to occur. He thought, it was hard enough to collect star pupils. It was good if they could find any, the quality was not an issue, that was a secondary concern. You've said so much, but can you actually make a new offer? If not, I have a lot more here. Feng Zhuzhe smiled coldly, he continued his attack, mentioning region sand, sun salt, star galaxy wind, plain fire, and 3 other immortal materials. Although the amount did not fill up the list, the variety was enough to be shocking. A GU Immortal immediately sighed. Fairy Yulan is cold and arrogant, she is going all in. Before the opponent made an offer, she raised it once again. A GU Immortal beside him analyzed, this is a bidding tactic. In my opinion, the mysterious GU Immortal in the first secret room is a formidable person as well, he will not give up easily. Feng Zhuji's offer gave the Eastern CGU Immortal in the first secret room a reminder. That's right, the seller can take out such a list, they definitely cultivate refinement path. Refining GU requires a large variety of materials, a large quantity of one material is not enough. The other party is making such an offer to attract them, I need to change my tactics as well. The Eastern CGU Immortal thought about it before shouting again. He competed with Feng Zhuzhe, offering huge amounts of immortal materials. This made the GU Immortals present listen with dazed expressions, like they were dreaming. After a few rounds, be it Feng Zhuzhe or the Eastern CGU Immortal, they started breathing roughly. In the secret room, GU Immortal Mirong Jin Shao, who was at the side, could not say anything further. These two lunatics. In a single room, the rank 8 GU Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, shook his head, sighing helplessly. He cultivation included metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. He needed GU worms from all the 5 paths. He wanted to participate in the Water Path Immortal GU Worldly Wave Traces auction, but looking at this competition, his desire dwindled. Fang Yuan was quite surprised. If he added Feng Zhuzhe and the Eastern CGU Immortals bids together, then half of the materials listed would be collected already. Of course, Fang Yuan could only choose one of them. There cannot be 2 victors in this bid. Fang Yuan was not overly happy, his gaze was shining uncertainly. The other parties were not idiots, they were going after Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU so fiercely, that proved that for them, they could derive much greater benefits from this Immortal GU. I'll offer 5 kilograms of drunk Immortal Chi. At one side, the Eastern CGU Immortal had made another offer. The auction hall started whirring, as if a small explosion had happened. What is drunk Immortal Chi? It is also an immortal material, but its use is quite obscure. It can make even GU Immortals drunk, it can only be created in a special environment. This drunk Immortal Chi is usually sold in traces. Even in Treasure Yellow Heaven, condensed drunk Immortal Chi that are in liquid form are sold in grams. Since when are they sold in kilograms? The Eastern CGU Immortal was really wealthy. With this heavy blow, even Feng Zhuji's expression became solemn. Feng Zhuzhe knew the value of this drunk Immortal Chi, 5 kilograms of it was simply extraordinary. Feng Zhuzhe was hesitant, if he made an offer again, he would need to provide value equivalent to 5 kilograms of drunk Immortal Chi. He calmed down and thought about it, asking himself, for solely Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, is such a price worth it or not? Of course it was worth it. Rebuilding Water Pavilion had been a wish of Spirit Affinity House for ages. Although Spirit Affinity House had the complete recipe of Water Pavilion, they could refine only the mortal GU, the immortal GU were unique. For Water Pavilion, Spirit Affinity House had put up detailed missions, recovering each of the core immortal GU would have an immense reward. In that case, so be it. Feng Zhuzhe thought about it rapidly. After making up his mind, he took out another immortal GU while gritting his teeth. This is the Strength Path Amor. Chapter 754, Domination Immortal Chudu. The silence did not last for long. The auction hall exploded into a commotion soon afterwards. The GU Immortals talked among themselves, as many of the GU Immortals in the hall directed their gaze towards a single room. This single room was the place where Fairy Yulan was inside. Everyone subconsciously wanted to see what expression Swordmaster Yulan had when she made such a shocking decision. Even the organizer, Qin Bai Sheng, was a bit stunned. He asked, "Exchanging 2 for 1, is that what you mean, Fairy Yulan?" "That is the case." Feng Zhuzhe made the decision already. He had no more hesitations. Hearing Feng Zhuzhe's confirmation, the discussions in the hall became softer. Feng Zhuzhe was a Sound Path GU Immortal. Why did he have 2 Strength Path Immortal GU in his possession? In truth, he had many more Immortal GU than just these 2. Feng Zhuzhe led the 10 GU Immortals into Northern Plains secretly. He had important missions assigned to him. The first was to find the culprit behind the collapse of 88 Truyong Building, the person who activated Central Continent's arrangements in advance. The second one was to collect as many Immortal GU as he could. To achieve this target, the Central Continent GU Immortals prepared many methods. One of the ways was to exchange GU, thus they brought along many Immortal GU from their sects. After all, GU worms were hard to snatch. A GU master can destroy their own GU worms in an instant with just a thought. The same applied to Immortal GU. The Immortal GU that they brought over were mostly from unpopular paths, like Strength Path, Qi Path, and others. Intelligence on Northern Plains was always in the grasps of the 10 great ancient sects. Qin Bai Sheng had not concealed the matter of him holding the auction, he even promoted it greatly. Thus, Feng Zhuzhe and the others had heard about this even when they were in Central Continent. It could be said that Feng Zhuzhe's appearance in the auction was not a last-minute decision, he had planned for it long ago. In the current world, Strength Path was not doing well, it had been weakening. Those with enough wealth and ambition would certainly not choose to cultivate in Strength Path. Using these GU worms to exchange for GU worms of other paths, to the 10 sects, this was a form of victory. Although the Eastern Sea GU Immortal was a rank 8 great expert, when they truly competed, he still lost to Feng Zhuzhe. After all, Feng Zhuzhe was backed by the 10 great ancient sects. Meanwhile, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal entered Northern Plains secretly and attended this auction. It was his personal matter. Feng Zhuzhe had the resolution to do a 2 for 1 exchange, but he did not. But he was not resigned. He made a final effort, bidding, I will add, a sandalwood sacred elephant egg. A small commotion occurred in the hall again. A sandalwood sacred elephant is an ancient desolate beast. After it grows to adulthood, it can rival ranked 7 GU Immortals. The most important thing is to raise it from a young age, establishing a deep relationship. There would be a low chance of betrayal. A living ancient desolate beast's value is very high. If managed well, it is like a treasure trove with endless value. The blood of the sacred elephant is a good immortal material. The tusks of the sacred elephant will grow back even if they are removed. The GU Immortal in the first secret room is using another approach. This is quite impressive, an immortal GU versus an ancient desolate beast. Comparing the two, they each have their advantages and disadvantages, it is hard to decide. Immortal GU are indeed unique, but ancient desolate beasts are useful too. Especially when the seller seems to have interest in refinement path, he might be moved and choose the ancient desolate beast. At this point, Feng Zhuzhe and the Eastern Sea GU Immortal stopped bidding. The situation was uncertain now. Feng Zhuzhe was exchanging 2 for 1, he had great resolution and had a better chance. But the Eastern Sea GU Immortal's offer was similarly enticing, he had a chance of victory too. As the auction hall turned silent, everyone was waiting for Fang Yuan's decision. This was an unexpected climactic moment of the auction. How would it end? Who would be the winner that obtains Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU? Everyone was waiting in anticipation. Fang Yuan thought about it before making his decision, informing Qin Bai Sheng secretly. Qin Bai Sheng nodded, announcing publicly, the seller has decided, they will sell Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU to Fairy Yulan. Once he said that, everyone breathed out in relief, starting their discussions. It was logical that Fairy Yulan won. It was a 2-for-1 trade after all. If it was me, I would choose the ancient desolate beast. After all, the immortal essence expenditure of using 2 immortal GU is high. Which lucky person does this worldly wave trace immortal GU belong to? He actually sold it for such a good price, 1 immortal GU in exchange for 2. Indeed, if I had not witnessed this personally, I would never believe it. Fairy Yulan, or rather, Prince Feng Xian definitely has other objectives. They are not fools, since they are offering such a high price, then the benefits they can gain must also be higher. As long as there is demand, there is a market, and profits can be gained. The greater the demand, the greater the profit. Not just them, even Fang Yuan was trying to decipher the reason why Swordmaster Yulan was buying worldly wave trace immortal GU at such a high price. Prince Feng Xian, the Eastern Sea GU immortal, muttered this name as his expression turned slightly dark. As the auction continued, an Earth Path immortal GU appeared next. But the atmosphere was far beneath that of earlier. Most of the GU immortals were still thinking about the earlier situation, they were still discussing it. What was the meaning of affluence and wealth? They had finally seen it clearly. Even though many people were suspicious, why would Prince Feng Xian, a fire path cultivator, be interested in a water path immortal GU? But the mind of a rank 8 great expert was hard to decipher. It was not something an outsider could guess so easily. A mainstream path immortal GU was rapidly sold after several rounds of bidding. The quick deal gave people a relatively boring feeling. Towards this, Qin Bai Sheng was helpless, he could only smile bitterly. After the climax, it would be the downturn. After all, Feng Zhuzhe and the Eastern Sea GU Immortals' bids were too imposing, it weakened a lot of the GU Immortals' desires to bid. Fang Yuan sat in a secret room, playing with the 2-strength path immortal GU as he paid attention to the auction. Transactions involving immortal GU were done on the spot. Fang Yuan looked through those immortal materials, he checked that there was no issue with the quantity. Through Feng Zhuji's cooperation, the 2-strength path immortal GU were completely refined by Fang Yuan, they were now his. At the same time, worldly wave trace immortal GU was in Feng Zhuji's hands. This is worldly wave trace immortal GU, after so many years, it is finally back in Spirit Affinity House's hands. Feng Zhuzhe sighed softly, he felt some emotions. As immortal GU were auctioned off one by one, as time passed, the atmosphere of the auction hall became heated once again. Next is the 34th auction item, Strength Path Immortal GU, Cauldron Strength. This is a rare Strength Path defensive immortal GU. Once activated, it can create a Strength Cauldron, protecting oneself. The seller wants a Wisdom Path Immortal GU. Qin Bai Sheng said. Most of the GU Immortals in the hall had little interest. Strength Path was declining, few people cultivated it, thus its demand in the market was small. Just as the owner of Cauldron Strength Immortal GU was anxious, a hoarse and unique voice came from a single room, Wisdom Path Immortal GU loving affection. This voice, its domination Immortal Chudu. Immediately, someone in the hall shouted. That's right, it should be him, his voice is hoarse like this. To think that domination Immortal came. What is so strange about it? Lord Chudu is a famous Strength Path expert, why would Qin Bai Sheng not invite him? Domination Immortal Chudu. In a single room, Feng Zhuzhe drank his tea as his eyes shined. Before he came to Northern Plains, he had obtained some information. The information regarding domination Immortal Chudu was rich and had a lot of details. Feng Zhuzhe placed great emphasis on him. Chudu was a rare Strength Path GU Immortal. Not only did he have great battle strength, he even had overflowing talent, creating a side branch of Strength Path personally. Strength Path was a huge path, it had once flourished. Right now, Strength Path was split into Beast Strength Phantom Branch, Atmospheric Heaven and Earth Branch, as well as Human Strength Jun Strength Branch. The Beast Strength Phantom Branch included Bull Strength, Tiger Strength and others. The Strength Path Immortal GU, Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU, that Fang Yuan had obtained some time ago was in this branch. Atmospheric Heaven and Earth Branch was the strength of nature, like Wind Strength, Water Strength, Fire Strength and others. Or for example, Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water that Fang Yuan obtained from selling Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, both belong to this branch. Human Strength Jun Strength Branch referred to the Jin Strength GU, Strength of 10 Jin GU, Jun Strength GU, Strength of 10 Jun GU, strength of 100 Junji and others. This small branch was created solely by Chu Du. He brought strength path onto another track and revitalized this dying path using his own methods. Right now, the human strength Jun strength branch was already the mainstream strength path cultivation in Northern Plains. All the GU masters in Northern Plains had a strength path foundation. They had all used Jin strength GU, strength of 10 Jin GU, Jun strength GU, strength of 10 Jun GU and others. One could say that Domination Immortal Chu Du had single-handedly turned around the situation of strength path, affecting all of the GU cultivator paths in the world. Feng Zhuzhe naturally had to pay a lot of attention to such a person. In fact, it was particularly great emphasis. Northern Plains is constantly engaged in battles. It is also a place where heroes emerge. If there is a chance, I have to meet this Domination Immortal. Feng Zhuzhe's mouth curled into an excited smile. Meeting all of the heroes in this world, that was the ambition of a true man. At this time, a voice echoed, "Delight in water and mountain immortal GU, and 5,000 kilograms of cloud soil." Feng Zhuzhe spat out the tea in his mouth, his eyes stared widely as he lost his calm. "Delight in water and mountain immortal GU," he shouted. Damn it, my worry came true. Immortal GU could be placed up for auction, they could naturally be used to trade for other immortal GU as well. If not for this, all of the registered immortal GU would be held up and not available for trade. This would greatly affect the auction's success. Feng Zhuzhe understood this rule, and thus he was worried about it. Whatever you worried about was bound to happen. Fang Yuan wanted Strength Path Immortal GU, he had been paying attention to this Strength Path Immortal GU since long ago. Right now, he offered Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, this was part of his original plan. One Heaven Pillar Wind. Facing Fang Yuan's competition, Domination Immortal Chu Du raised his offer. Heaven Pillar Wind was quite special, it originated from Green Heaven. It was like a tall pillar, extremely tall and long. When it blows, it will not cause movement, only blowing on the spot. From outside, it resembled a giant pillar that extended into the sky. One Heaven Pillar Wind had high value, it did not lose to Feng Zhuzhe's earlier bid of 150 Thunder Sound Leaves. Domination Immortal Chu Du, Fang Yuan muttered, immediately understanding, it seems that you are my biggest competitor this time. Chapter 755, Fang Yuan vs. Chu Du. The 10th secret room bids an intact skeleton of a sky dragon, along with 1,500 grams of fury powder. Qin Bai Sheng stood on the platform and shouted loudly. Chu Du frowned. He had just bid a Heaven Pillar Wind, and the GU Immortal in the 10th secret room immediately marked up the price with no hesitation. This is a strong foe. Chu Du sighed inwardly. In the previous bidding war of Feng Zhuzhe and the Eastern Sea GU Immortal, the price was settled by exchanging 2 Immortal GU for 1, from which the 10th secret room had profited greatly. Everyone in the auction knew of this. Chu Du could not help but feel pressure. He was also a veteran GU Immortal with rank 7 cultivation and a deep foundation. In his peak period, the Immortal Essence stones he had on hand to spend greatly surpassed several tens of thousands. But the situation now was different from the past. Chu Du recently succeeded in undergoing a tribulation of his immortal aperture, but as a result, his foundation had thinned. Thus, he broke through the heavenly wind chi wall and entered deep within White Heaven to explore and replenish resources. He did make some profits, but he suffered injuries, and to heal these injuries he had to borrow immortal GU from others, which cost him a lot. Overall, he still ended up at a loss. The immemorial 9 heavens had plentiful resources, but were also danger zones. The benefits there were accompanied with risks. Thus, at this moment, Chu Du was quite short on money available to spend. But Strength Path Defensive Immortal GU are rare. I have been a Strength Path GU Immortal for so long, but only today have I come across one. If I don't try my best to obtain it, I might regret it in the future. Chu Du thought of this, and gritted his teeth as he continued to bid. However, no matter how much he added, Fang Yuan also kept on adding. Several rounds later, Chu Du finally could not persist with this and sent a message to Qin Bai Sheng secretly, wanting to communicate with the 10th secret room. Qin Bai Sheng was surprised, but without any change in expression, he sent the message to Fang Yuan. With Fang Yuan's permission, Chu Du was able to send a letter to the 10th secret room. In the letter, Chu Du wrote, if Fang Yuan to retreat from the bidding war, he would owe Fang Yuan a favor and would do a task of equivalent value for Fang Yuan in accordance to the future circumstances. If Fang Yuan did not believe him, they could use an immortal GU to create a vow. Not only this, Chu Du also said he would provide Fang Yuan precious information regarding reckless savage demon venerable's true meaning. Fang Yuan was surprised and also happy as he read this letter. There was no doubt Chu Du wrote this letter because he wanted to obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, and because of his insufficient financial condition, he wanted to talk things over with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan certainly would not agree. He was a Strength Path GU Immortal as well, and naturally wanted to obtain this rare Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. As for Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true meaning, Fang Yuan already had a rough understanding of it, he even obtained benefits personally. I had originally thought Domination Immortal Chu Du had deep pockets, but who could have thought he would make a fool of himself this quickly? It seems his fortune is at rock bottom. He. Fang Yuan snickered while making another high bid. Chu Du gritted his teeth as he proceeded with the bidding, but the items he used to bid were a mishmash of different goods. Fang Yuan increased his bid again, adding on rank 7 immortal materials, which could act as the main refinement material to refine a rank 7 immortal GU. Their value was very high. Chu Du sighed but still was not resigned to giving up, as he again added bits and pieces from here and there, bidding many rank 6 immortal materials. The overall price was similar to Fang Yuan's rank 7 immortal materials. The GU immortals in the hall began to notice the clues now. Strange, Lord Chu Du seems to be in a strained situation. I had vaguely heard that Domination Immortal had undergone a tribulation few months ago. It seems the injuries from the tribulation were quite heavy. Chu Du had borrowed Healing Immortal GU from Yao Huang, and reportedly had to pay a considerable price. The GU immortals quietly spoke to one another while sighing. Chu Du was feeling anxious, but there was someone else who was more anxious, Feng Juzhe. This Domination Immortal also cannot handle the situation. Feng Juzhe felt disappointment. He had been hoping Chu Du could pressure the 10th secret room with his might and overwhelm them to achieve victory. But despite Chu Du's reputation, currently his poor financial capacity was making a scene that Feng Juzhe could not bear to continue witnessing. He had no choice but to think of a way to stop Fang Yuan from winning. Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain, these two immortal GU both belong to the GU immortal in the 10th secret room. This person is mysterious and seems to have a major origin. It is even possible that they are the main culprit of the Imperial Court case. I know them, but they don't know about me. The enemy is in the open while I am in the dark right now. It won't be appropriate if I directly buy Delight in Water and Mountain from him or her. Not to mention the chance of inadvertently alerting them, if they infer some clues and decide to not sell the Immortal GU, that would be anything but good. Feng Juzhe kept on thinking. He also had a strategic mind, he had both brains and brawn. If not for this, Spirit Affinity House would not entrust him with such an important task and send him as the leader of the group infiltrating Northern Plains. If I directly interfere and participate in the bidding, that would be inappropriate as well. I am under the identity of Swordmaster Yulan, but I have already bought Worldly Wave Trace. If I openly buy Delight in Water and Mountain again, in the case that the person in the 10th secret room knows of the secret of Water Pavilion, the possibility of exposing myself increases greatly. Feng Juzhe had secretly infiltrated into Northern Plains and also disguised his identity. Even if he was very powerful, he would be fighting in foreign territory, so he had some misgivings. The most troublesome thing is even if someone outbids others in this auction, if the seller does not choose them, it would still be a failure. Even if I interfere and suppress others, there won't be much significance. Moreover, there was another point as well. Even if Feng Juzhe succeeded in the bidding and bought Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, what would he use it for? He did not want a Strength Path Immortal GU, instead, he wanted to sell Strength Path Immortal GU in exchange for other, more suitable Immortal GU. Feng Juzhe's mouth dried, he took a sip of tea while having a regretful feeling in his heart. If I was not alone and had someone to help me, it would be much simpler to deal with this problem. However, on one hand, his move, vaguely familiar face, was an immortal killer move and it could not be easily passed on to others. On the other hand, he also could not use the GU immortals at Prince Feng Xian's side. The logic here was simple. If, by any chance, Feng Juzhe's identity was exposed, Prince Feng Xian would not be greatly implicated. Prince Feng Xian could proclaim he knew nothing of it, and keep on lurking undercover. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Juzhe made the decision and quietly got in contact with Domination Immortal Chu Du. The GU immortals in single rooms in the main hall could directly contact each other. Unlike the secret rooms, where Chu Du could only contact Fang Yuan with Qin Bai Sheng as the middleman. As long as either party within a secret room did not want to make contact, there could be no way to send a message. Chu Du felt strange as he received Swordmaster Yu Lan's letter. He was fairly close to Yao Huang, but he had only met Prince Feng Xian once. In the letter, Feng Zhuzhe said he was willing to fund Chu Du to help him win Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. However, he made a request, saying that he hoped Chu Du could sell the immortal material, True Heaven Silver. It seems that there is some value for the injuries I had in the exploration of White Heaven. I obtained 300 kilograms of True Heaven Silver, which is extremely rare even in Treasure Yellow Heaven. With Swordmaster Yu Lan's help, I can still compete. Chu Du naturally was somewhat doubtful of Feng Zhuji's true intentions. But he was feeling urgency in obtaining Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. Chu Du immediately replied to Feng Zhuzhe, thanking the other party for the help and also stating that after this event, he would give detailed information on the exact location of True Heaven Silver. With Feng Zhuji's help, Chu Du gained confidence and made a bid again. Changes occur in matters within the world, producing mysterious and interesting results. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Chu Du died in battle and the killer had been Feng Zhuzhe. Now, because of Fang Yuan, these two people joined hands by a stroke of fate. The collaboration between the two was mutually beneficial. To Chu Du, he needed Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, and Feng Zhuji's help was opportune assistance. To Feng Zhuzhe, the financial aid he provided Chu Du with would be returned to him in the future. He could pay a low price to obstruct Fang Yuan's target. The bidding price continued to increase higher and higher. Chu Du seemed to have been revitalized, having increased confidence as he made bids with no hesitation. Fang Yuan was surprised at this. After using up the immortal materials from Langya Blessed Land, he had no choice but to start bidding with the immortal materials he had obtained earlier. Feng Zhuzhe could not help but feel vexed. These immortal materials had been his previously. He had not thought that after taking them out, they would be used against him so quickly. However, Feng Zhuzhe had no choice but to continue, while also calculating the situation. It seems the situation of Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU is going to be repeated. Domination Immortal Chu Du seems to be bent on getting this Strength Immortal GU. The 10th Secret Room has been requesting Strength Path Immortal GU since the beginning, and is now competing with Chu Du, with neither side having the slightest intent to retreat. It seems there is going to be another surge in the auction. The GU Immortals discussed with one another in the main hall. Fang Yuan finally could not keep being seated. He left his seat and paced around in the secret room. Chu Du clearly had no hope and thus sent a letter, but how, in that case, did he get such a boost in his wealth? Could it be that he was pretending to be weak? Impossible. There would need to be a hole in his brain for him to use such a clumsy plan. That means, someone is helping him. Fang Yuan frowned. He had a hunch, but he could not precisely grasp it. Who was this person helping Chu Du? Why was this person helping him? On the surface, it was a competition between two people, but Fang Yuan felt that there was someone meddling in the dark. Fang Yuan tapped at his immortal zombie head, as he sat down on his seat again and started to use the wills in his mind to help him in thinking. While he thought, he continued bidding. After 2 more bids, he suddenly opened his eyes. A sharp light flashed in his eyes. The thinking just now had given him some results, as he formed some conjectures. I must have this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. Fang Yuan suddenly shouted, making an empty show of power. Whatever the seller wants, speak, I will do my best to satisfy it. The same goes for me, whatever the seller wants, please speak. Chu Du was silent for a moment before he followed suit, showing no weakness. The hall was in a commotion. The person in the 10th secret room is not simple, directly challenging Chu Du. Sure enough, it has started again, the second climactic moment of the auction. The auction of Worldly Wave Trace was also like this. Now, let's see what the seller wants. The seller did not think for long, immediately speaking of a new requirement, a Wisdom Path inheritance. Chu Du gave a bitter smile when he heard this request. Where would he find a Wisdom Path inheritance? Wisdom Path has been around for a long time, but it had always been passed down from generation to generation in a single line, and was extremely mysterious and rare. The seller saw the heated bidding war and got greedy, making such an excessive request. Feng Zhuzhe also gave a bitter smile. He had many immortal GU with him, but the seller's request of a Wisdom Path inheritance caused things to be awkward for him. Wisdom Path was rare, Even among the 10 great ancient sects, only a few wisdom path inheritances were possessed by them. Fang Yuan had asked for a wisdom path inheritance in Treasure Yellow Heaven for a high price, but this had not been fulfilled. Finally, when fortune arrived for him, he only received an incomplete inheritance. That was also because the other party had an urgent need for the ancient desolate beast corpse. There were many wisdom path GU worms, but wisdom path inheritances were rare. For a while, Fang Yuan and Chu Du went silent. Chapter 756, Fang Yuan vs Feng Zhuzhe. The seller was requesting for a wisdom path inheritance. This was really an excessive demand. Previously, in the immortal material list that Fang Yuan threw out earlier, at least GU immortals would more or less have something within it, but wisdom path inheritances were extremely rare. Even if it was a wisdom path GU immortal, they would not sell their own inheritance, something that is of utmost importance to themselves. Chu Du did not have a wisdom path inheritance, and neither did Feng Zhuzhe. Fang Yuan only had an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. It was extremely incomplete, it could not meet the requirements. He sat on the seat, licking his dry lips as he kept quiet, but his heart was growing with anticipation. At once, be it the 10th secret room or domination immortal Chu Du, they did not speak. The hall fell into a peculiar silence. Eventually, discussions arose in the hall again. Requesting for a wisdom path inheritance, this condition is too much. A wisdom path immortal GU is good enough. They were still greedy for a wisdom path inheritance. This is simply being blinded by greed. Such a condition, the 10th secret room and domination immortal are unable to satisfy it. The heated bidding earlier was ruined. This cauldron strength immortal GU might end up going unsold. But this is nothing much. Unsold immortal GU will be in the second round of the auction according to the sequence. This seller of the cauldron strength immortal GU also found something amiss. He was anxious and quickly added. Qin Bai Sheng received his transmission and announced again, the wisdom path inheritance does not need to be complete, an incomplete wisdom path inheritance is fine too. Of course, the more complete it is, the better it would be. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He had a rather incomplete wisdom path inheritance. His bid came from within the 10th secret room. I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. Chu Du heard Fang Yuan's bid and his heart jumped. He did not even have an incomplete inheritance. But he still had hope in his heart. He placed his hopes on Swordmaster Yu Lan. In his perspective, Swordmaster Yu Lan was backed by Prince Feng Xian. They had incredible foundation and would likely have a wisdom path incomplete inheritance. Feng Zhuzhe laughed bitterly. Spirit Affinity House indeed had collected incomplete wisdom path inheritances. But he did not have any currently. He quickly used the whole Earth GU in his immortal aperture and communicated to the other 9 Central Continent GU immortals. The 9 Central Continent GU immortals knew about Feng Zhuzhe's actions. In truth, they were secretly lurking near Crimson Reed Marsh, waiting to reinforce Feng Zhuzhe. After receiving Feng Zhuzhe's message, 2 of them had an incomplete inheritance. One was from Old Oracle. He came from Ancient Soul Sect and was a Wisdom Path GU immortal. The other was Chen Zhenkai from Myriad Dragon Dock. He was a flying grandmaster and had once explored an inheritance ground, obtaining one by chance. Feng Zhuzhe received their message and was overjoyed, quickly interacting with them. Wisdom path inheritances, even if incomplete, were quite valuable. Old Oracle and Chen Zhenkai were not from the same sect as Feng Zhuzhe. Even if they were, they still had to properly balance the books. In a moment, Feng Zhuzhe finished discussing with Chen Zhenkai and paid some price to buy the incomplete wisdom path inheritance from him. But after getting it, Feng Zhuzhe became hesitant. He could naturally provide the incomplete wisdom path inheritance to Chu Du. But doing it in this way was too obvious. He had lied to Chu Du earlier, saying that he wanted Chu Du's immortal materials, the true heaven silver. But now, just for the true heaven silver, he was providing him the valuable incomplete wisdom path inheritance. This was like giving up gold for silver. It did not make sense. Feng Zhuzhe could imagine, once he showed this inheritance, Chu Du would begin to suspect his true motives. Oh, if I had a companion that understood the situation alongside me, they would be able to bid now. Feng Zhuzhe sighed again. In this situation, there is an 80% chance that the seller would choose the 10th secret room. Unfortunately, in regards to the seller who is auctioning the immortal GU, I cannot contact them. Just as Feng Zhuzhe was about to risk Chu Du's suspicions and take out the incomplete wisdom path inheritance, Chu Du spoke, I do not have an inheritance, I'll back out from this bid. Feng Zhuzhe was stunned. The truth was, after waiting for a while, the tiny hope in Chu Du's heart vanished. He thought over it. His relationship with Swordmaster Yulan and Prince Feng Xian was not deep, the other party was only helping him because of the true heaven silver. Even if they had a wisdom path inheritance, why would they make such a huge sacrifice to help him? Just for that 300 kilograms of true heaven silver? It was evidently impossible. Chu Du was a smart person, even though he was a lone cultivator, he needed his face. Fang Yuan had made his offer long ago, so many people were watching. Chu Du could not stall this by keeping silent. Thus, he announced his intention to back out from the current bid. Feng Zhuji's expression sunk. When Chu Du announced that he was backing out, he understood the reason behind it. At once, Fang Yuan's victory was imminent. Feng Zhuzhe did not know what to say. Should he blame Chu Du for being too smart, thus making deductions in advance? Feng Zhuzhe himself had hesitated, because he lacked a companion, his hands were tied and it was tough for him to manipulate anything. But, even if Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU is handed over, there is still hope. After the open auction, there is still the free transaction period. Feng Zhuzhe consoled himself, his mental state quickly returned to normal. He had braved through many storms and difficulties in life that had improved him, they were on par with Fang Yuan's. If not for them, he would not be the Feng Zhuzhe he was today. Feng Zhuzhe was a type of person with much in common with Fang Yuan, they never gave up and would not mind temporary failure or loss, and they could lower their statuses if needed. The result of the competition for Cauldron Strength Immortal GU had become quite clear. Domination Immortal Chu Du conceded while Fang Yuan provided an incomplete wisdom path inheritance. But just as Qin Bai Sheng was about to announce the bid going to Fang Yuan, a third competitor appeared. 11th Secret Room is bidding as well, they are taking out a wisdom path Immortal GU, an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, as well as immortal materials that are on par with those of 10th Secret Room. Qin Bai Sheng suddenly announced. This was an unexpected situation, the GU Immortals in the main hall were very interested. Another mysterious GU Immortal has entered the bidding competition. 11th Secret Room, they are able to make such a high bid, the auction has invited some formidable characters indeed. Since when were Strength Path Immortal GU so popular, everyone is fighting for this. Qin Bai Sheng felt more confusion than the others, he knew that Tai Bai Yunsheng and Fang Yuan arrived together, they should be allies. Why were they competing with each other now? Not only him, even the bidder, Tai Bai Yunsheng, was confused. He had just received Fang Yuan's transmission earlier, asking him to do this bid. Since the seller could only choose one person to deal with, whether they chose Fang Yuan or Tai Bai Yunsheng, they would only receive one of the bids. From start to finish, Fang Yuan did not violate the auction's rules. Fang Yuan sat in the 10th Secret Room, his finger was tapping on the armrest of his seat. His eyes were closed until only a slit remained, he continued bidding and competing with Tai Bai Yunsheng. After several rounds, Tai Bai Yunsheng pieced random materials together, showing his limited finances. Next, he purposely hesitated before bidding, displaying a changing mind. After several more rounds of bidding, Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained a notification from Qin Bai Sheng. After approving of it, he received a letter from another person. This letter's content was similar to the one written to Domination Immortal. Using one of the immortal materials that Tai Bai Yunsheng had as an excuse, he saw that Tai Bai Yunsheng could not afford to continue bidding and was willing to fund him in exchange for the immortal material. Junior brother, just as you had expected, someone is willing to fund me. Tai Bai Yunsheng reported this to Fang Yuan in secret. Oh, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, straightening his back subconsciously. Who? Swordmaster Yulan. Swordmaster Yulan. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. Swordmaster Yulan, Prince Feng Xian, he could not sit any longer, he started pacing around in the room. Fang Yuan's plan earlier was only to ascertain a guess in his mind. Now that he saw a result from his test, Fang Yuan was a little surprised. Domination Immortal Chu Du obtained funding, thus he could continue competing with me. This person is likely to be Swordmaster Yulan. If it is her, then why did she fund Chu Du and Tai Bai Yunsheng? It is definitely not for the immortal materials, but to prevent my Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU from falling into other people's hands. Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU has no use in my hands, thus I am selling it. But if it falls into the hands of the seller of Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, then he would not sell the delight in water and mountain Immortal GU again because he wants to have it. Swordmaster Yulan spent a huge sum earlier and used 2 strength path Immortal GU to obtain worldly wave trace GU. Now, she is trying all sorts of methods to prevent me from selling delight in water and mountain GU. Why is that? The answer had already been flickering in his mind. That was the rank 7 Immortal GU house, Water Pavilion. Fang Yuan paced in the room as he thought about it. After a while, he stopped in his tracks, raising his head. The scene in the secret room was like a painting, but Fang Yuan's gaze was like the abyss. It was as if it pierced through the layers of illusions and saw the GU immortals in the main hall. He saw Swordmaster Yulan who was in the single room. He even saw the region outside of Northern Plains. It was Central Continent. Fang Yuan's gaze was like ice. He laughed coldly in his heart. Impressive, a great move. In my previous life, during the 5 regions chaotic war, a certain supreme elder of Spirit Affinity House managed to sway Prince Feng Xian's heart and recruit him. Prince Feng Xian suddenly joined Spirit Affinity House. It caught people off guard. It almost killed Ma Hongyun who had become a rank 7 GU immortal, causing Northern Plains' situation to become dramatically worse. Northern Plains sacrificed large numbers of GU immortals, countless territories were lost, and Spirit Affinity House was in the forefront, at number 1 among the 10 great ancient sects. To think that Prince Feng Xian all along had been a tool of Spirit Affinity House. Feng Zhuzhe had used vaguely familiar face. Fang Yuan could not decipher the truth. The 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had ordered Feng Zhuzhe and the other GU immortals to enter Northern Plains. It was a top-secret mission. Several Wisdom Path GU immortals had worked together to eliminate all evidence of their actions. In accordance with Fang Yuan's intelligence-gathering methods, he naturally would not be able to find out anything. Fang Yuan did not know these matters, but Feng Zhuzhe was using Fairy Yulan's identity. It instead helped Fang Yuan figure out the important secret that Spirit Affinity House had been hiding. Chapter 757, Resurrection from the Dead. This Swordmaster Yulan has quite impressive methods. If Chudu did not send me a letter earlier, I might not have found out the flaw. If I did not have my previous life's memories, I would not have connected it either. Fang Yuan sighed in his mind. Feng Zhuji's scheming ability was not inferior to Fang Yuan's. Thus, when he struck, it was like a natural process, there was no traces. But in this contest of wits, Fang Yuan had come out marginally ahead. Firstly, Chudu was the cause of Feng Zhuji's flaw. Feng Zhuzhe did not know that Domination Immortal had sent a letter to Fang Yuan. If he knew, he would not have acted this way. But Chudu would not tell the other party for no reason. After all, this matter would cause a loss in reputation. At the same time, Chudu had thought that Feng Zhuzhe really wanted his true heaven silver. Feng Zhuji's second weakness was that he did not have accomplices. He was also using a fake identity. He had a lot of worries and restrictions binding him. He was not like Fang Yuan, who had Tai Bai Yunsheng assisting him. It could save a lot of trouble. Feng Zhuji's third misfortune was that his opponent, Fang Yuan, was not normal. He was a reborn person. With his previous life's memories, even if he did not know the truth, he could deduce some secrets based on the huge events that had happened. Fang Yuan sat down and continued to think while bidding against Tai Bai Yunsheng. The situation had changed again. Earlier, Fang Yuan was in the dark, but now he had a grasp of the situation. He found out Swordmaster Yulan's motive. Even though he did not know about the true identity of Swordmaster Yulan, Fang Yuan had the initiative now. Feng Zhuzhe did not know that Fang Yuan had seen through his motives. This was a great opportunity where the enemy was exposed while he was hidden. Right now, Fang Yuan was pondering over an issue. Should he keep delight in water and mountain, causing Spirit Affinity House's plans to fail, or trade it for the Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, or directly sell the delight in water and mountain Immortal GU to Swordmaster Yulan? Fang Yuan was open-minded. He was not against others gaining advantages. If he could satisfy Spirit Affinity House and gain a huge amount of benefits, Fang Yuan would do it. But on the other hand, Fang Yuan did not want to give up Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. Such a Strength Path Defensive Immortal GU was very rare. Once he missed it, he might not find another again. Just as Fang Yuan was hesitating, a voice came from a single room. A Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Kindness Thought GU, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, and twice the immortal materials for this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. The entirety of the hall gasped. The GU immortal who had entered the bidding competition was not a normal person. it was one of the 5 rank 8 experts in Northern Plains, Refinement Path GU Immortal Yao Huang. Yao Huang is bidding too. He is a Refinement Path GU Immortal, why does he have needs for Strength Path too? Maybe this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU involves some immense benefits that we do not know about. In a single room, next to Yao Huang, one of the current leaders of the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, Yin Lu Gong, was seated. Yin Lu Gong said, "Senior Yao Huang, are you really buying this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU?" Yao Huang chuckled. "Indeed, I want to refine an Immortal GU, Resurrection from the Dead. There is an important stage where I need a formless vessel to act as the container during refinement. This vessel needs to be formless and ethereal, and cannot have any trace of the 5 elements, light or darkness. Thus, fire, ice, wood, metal, chi and other paths would not work. The best path for this is Phantom Path, followed by Strength Path, Space Path, and finally, Rule Path." Yin Lu Gong realized, Phantom Path Immortal GU are extremely rare, they are like Wisdom Path inheritances. Phantom Path Immortal GU that can act as a formless vessel are even rarer. This Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, even though it uses strength to create a cauldron, it does not have the 5 elements or light or darkness in it. It is formless and ethereal, but it can defend against attacks. It is really a top-tier vessel for GU refinement. Yao Huang nodded. Nurture, use, refinement, they all depend on the person. Immortal GU are a tool, their use varies from person to person. Little Lu, you should believe my sincerity now, right? Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Earlier, when Yao Huang invited him and pulled his hand when entering a single room, it showed that their relationship was close and many GU immortals were very envious. But the outsiders did not know the details. Yao Huang had his own motives. These recent years, Yao Huang had been conducting research on an entirely new immortal GU, it was called Resurrection from the Dead. Like the name suggested, this GU could allow a dead person to regain their life. Yao Huang walked on the refinement path, he was also most skilled at refining healing GU worms. Right now, Resurrection from the Dead Immortal GU was a new innovation, it would consume a lot of his effort and wealth. In the past, I had been collaborating with your alliance, using immortal zombies as the test subjects to research on the law of life and death. These years, following my accumulations, I've made great gains. I have 30% confidence of refining the immortal GU, Resurrection from the Dead, successfully. Yao Huang said with much pride. 30%. Yin Lu Gong showed admiration on his face. A 30% chance, this was extremely high for refining immortal GU. Once I refine the immortal GU, the biggest beneficiary is not me, but your zombie alliance instead. Yao Huang made a bid as he said this to Yin Lu Gong. Yin Lu Gong's heart jumped. Senior means. That's right, Yao Huang admitted. This GU involves the law of life and death, turning from dead to alive. It is suitable for you immortal zombies to regain life, and get rid of your statuses as immortal zombies. There is actually such an incredible use, as expected of Lord Yao Huang. Yin Lu Gong was stunned, but he quickly concealed his shock. But if Lord has this immortal GU, not only would the benefits be immense, you could also use it on yourself to extend your lifespan, correct? Ha ha ha, little Lu, you are so smart. Your thinking is right, lifespan GU are hard to find. I do not have too much life remaining, I have to find other ways to extend my lifespan. How about it, collaborate with me? Yao Huang smiled as he spoke, admitting openly. Yin Lu Gong smiled bitterly. Lord Yao Huang has seen that I was moved, but to collaborate with Senior, Junior will have to provide at least 10 immortal zombies. Although I am one of the leaders of Zombie Alliance, there are still 2 others. Even the 3 of us together are only left to administer the Northern Plains Zombie Alliance branch. This matter is very important, I need to inform Leader Blazing Heaven. 10 immortal zombies are the least required. To refine Resurrection from the Dead Immortal GU, I will need something that can interact with the life and death Dao marks, that is why immortal zombies are the most optimal GU refinement material. I know that in Earth Trench, your Zombie Alliance has a graveyard. Past generations of immortal zombies are all buried there. Yao Huang frowned. Yin Lu Gong rapidly waved his hands. Lord Yao Huang, that is not possible. The dead should rest in peace, because we in Zombie Alliance are in this physical state, we place great importance on that. If I dig up their corpses, I will attract the rage of the entirety of Zombie Alliance, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's reputation would be ruined. After all, if we make use of even our own members' bodies, who would join such a callous organization? I have 2 immortal zombie bodies in my possession, they are traitors of Zombie Alliance. But even so, I used my killer move, Stone Casket, to seal them up and place them as defenses for the discussion hall's doors. They will not be mobilized under normal circumstances. HMPH, you immortal zombies are so stubborn. If I can refine resurrection from the dead immortal GU, it will greatly benefit all of you as well. Yao Huang showed an unhappy expression. He exerted pressure on Yin Lu Gong. Precisely because Zombie Alliance was stubborn regarding this, Yao Huang had once disguised himself and attempted to enter Zombie Alliance in order to steal some immortal zombie bodies. Unfortunately, his plans were ruined by the door of the discussion hall. Yin Lu Gong was enduring the huge pressure, but he did not dare to relent on this matter. He thought over his words and said, "How about this, senior? This matter is too serious, I cannot make the decision alone. In fact, even as 3 leaders cannot decide this ourselves. We need to inform Leader Blazing Heaven, she will decide. In a few months, I will definitely give you a reply." Yao Huang was unhappy. You 3 leaders are really loyal to Blazing Heaven. Yin Lu Gong felt as if cold sweat was pouring from him. Listening to Yao Huang's words, it seemed like he had talked to the other 2 leaders as well. Meanwhile, he said to Yao Huang, "To speak of loyalty, I am ashamed. Honestly speaking, we immortal zombies agree with Zombie Alliance's rules. After all, most GU immortals ostracize as immortal zombies, they look down on us. Zombie Alliance is our home." Yao Huang snorted coldly. He made an offer in the auction again, directing his unhappiness towards the auction itself. "All back out." In the 10th secret room, Fang Yuan spoke. Soon after, Tai Bai Yun Sheng in the 11th secret room also said, "I would not dare to compete with senior Yao Huang, I admit defeat." Yao Huang was after Cauldron Strength Immortal GU. This was not his only goal, he also wanted to show Yin Lu Gong his resolution. To obtain Cauldron Strength Immortal GU, he exposed a portion of his own Wisdom Path inheritance, and even took out an Immortal GU to bid. The transaction was quickly completed. Yao Huang held the Cauldron Strength Immortal GU in his hand and sighed. "This is still rank 6, it seems I will need to spend some effort to get it to rank 7. That will increase the chances of success when I refine resurrection from the dead immortal GU." Yin Lu Gong's heart jumped, he knew that these words were for him. After entering the single room, Yao Huang had been urging him and showing his resolution. This was the will of a rank 8. Great expert. If he did not settle this properly, he might attract the rage of Yao Huang. The attack of a rank 8 great expert would cause an all-out war between Yao Tribe and Zombie Alliance. The GU Immortals did not expect that this Cauldron Strength Immortal GU's auction would end up with Yao Huang as the winner. Fang Yuan backed out when he understood the tough situation. Feng Zhuzhe sighed in relief secretly. This situation was good for Feng Zhuji's benefits as well. If Fang Yuan succeeded and the seller obtained Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, Feng Zhuzhe would have much greater difficulty in obtaining it. The seller wanted the Wisdom Path Immortal GU, they would not sell it, and most importantly, Feng Zhuzhe could not find the seller. From start to finish, this person did not expose their location or identity, they had been asking Qin Bai Sheng to represent him. With this, one could deduce that the seller was likely a bottom-tier GU immortal and had weak strength, otherwise, they would not act so timidly and carefully. Cauldron Strength Immortal GU's auction ended, everyone's attention was drawn to the next Immortal GU. This is the 3rd Luck Path Immortal GU. A GU Immortal said. The mysterious Luck Path Immortal GU were very famous outside. Because of Giant Sun Immortal Venerable, Northern Plains GU Immortals had a unique attachment to Luck Path Immortal GU. The 2nd Luck Path Immortal GU was called Peach Blossom Luck, it was sold at a high price. The Luck Path Immortal GU currently up was called Good Luck. It was a storage immortal GU that could gather and store all of the ownerless good luck that dissipated from heaven and earth. The seller wanted a Fire Path Immortal GU. The GU Immortals fought over it, eventually reaching a deal at a high price. Chapter 758, Eat Strength. The following auction was like it had been set up in advance, several Luck Path Immortal GUs showed up consecutively. Leave Luck GU which could rapidly expend luck, Seal Luck GU which could seal luck, Transfer Luck GU which could transfer luck, as well as the Break Luck Immortal GU that Fang Yuan was after. Unfortunately, the sellers of all these Immortal GU had their own desires, they requested for metal, wood, water, fire, earth and other Immortal GU of mainstream paths. This was a weak point of Fang Yuan, if he could not fulfill this basic requirement, he could not even join in the bidding. Fang Yuan had suffered at the hands of Luck Path previously, but he had also obtained great benefits from Luck Path. He wanted to observe the situation and see if he could obtain a few Luck Path Immortal GU, but now it seemed that he had no chance at all. The most regrettable thing was that he missed Break Luck Immortal GU by a hair's breadth. Fang Yuan had already obtained Connect Luck Immortal GU, it could work in conjunction with Break Luck Immortal GU. But unfortunately, his opportunity to obtain it went by unsuccessfully. This auction was not set up specifically for him. Fang Yuan had gains, and naturally missed opportunities as well. The next Immortal GU is a Rank 7 Luck Path Immortal GU, it is called Calamity Beckoning. It was finally time for Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU to be auctioned. Qin Bai Sheng spoke slowly as he introduced it. Rank 7 Immortal GU were quite rare. Most of the Immortal GU in the auction were Rank 6 Immortal GU. Although it was a difference of just one rank, there was a great disparity in value. This was because the chance of raising a Rank 6 Immortal GU to Rank 7 was very low, and the cost of refinement was very high. As for Rank 8 Immortal GU, they did not appear in this auction. The GU Immortals in the hall heard that it was a Rank 7 Immortal GU and showed some interest. They looked over with gazes of anticipation. But after learning about Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU's use, they all shook their heads. Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU's use was to help others by harming oneself, helping another person undergo tribulation, and attract the calamity or tribulation to oneself. Giving up oneself to save others, this was not impossible, but often benefits and exchanges were involved. Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU did not have zero demand, some large forces needed it to help their own members. Furthermore, some GU Immortals were moved, they could use this GU to help others and earn some profits from it. But Fang Yuan wanted a Rank 7 Strength Path Immortal GU. In the entirety of the auction hall, nobody made an offer. Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not going well. He quickly informed Qin Bai Sheng that they could also use Rank 7 Time Path Immortal GU to trade for it, but there were no responses. It really is Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU. I wonder if this Immortal GU came from the GU Immortal in the 10th secret room. Feng Zhuzhe thought over it before communicating with Qin Bai Sheng, requesting to talk to the owner of Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU. Fairy Yulan, you finally lost your patience, Fang Yuan snorted. He rejected this request unhesitatingly. Eventually, because nobody bid for it, Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU was not sold. Fang Yuan was mentally prepared for this result. After all, he was asking for a Rank 7 Immortal GU, and he wanted a Strength Path Immortal GU at that. There were few of such Immortal GU. Most importantly, compared to other Immortal GU, Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU was not as attractive, thus nobody bid for it. Fang Yuan's Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU was not the only Immortal GU that went unsold. At the start, there was the Conceal Luck Immortal GU that went unsold. After that, several other GU suffered the same fate. There was still a chance left for these unsold Immortal GU. After the auction, there was still an event, the open transaction. During the open transaction, they could still sell these Immortal GU. As time continued to pass, more and more Immortal GU were showcased and bought. The anticipation of the GU Immortals also accumulated gradually. There were few Immortal GU left on the list, they soon would all be presented. The most important item in the auction was about to be showcased. It was the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance that Qin Bai Sheng obtained. The following Immortal GU is called Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, it is of Wisdom Path and Rank 6. The seller is requesting for a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal GU, it would be best if it is a defensive Immortal GU. Qin Bai Sheng announced. When there were only a few Immortal GU left, it was finally time for Fang Yuan's Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU to be auctioned. This time, he still asked for Strength Path Immortal GU. He did not say a word about the Immortal Zombie Body or the method to regain new life. In fact, he did not even mention the White Lotus Giant Silkworm GU. Once these two matters were mentioned, combined with the Strength Path Immortal GU, the clues would be too obvious. Fang Yuan had fixed immortal travel, this was known by everyone. Even if Fang Yuan did not know about the relationship between Prince Feng Xian and Spirit Affinity House, he would not be brainless enough to make such a request. Rank 6 Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU in exchange for a Rank 6 Strength Path Immortal GU, the requirement for this auction was much lower than Calamity Beckoning Immortal GU previously. Once Qin Bai Sheng spoke, several GU Immortals started bidding. Strength Path was declining. But wisdom path was mysterious and unfailingly stable over the ages. In the eyes of many GU immortals, a ranked 6 wisdom path immortal GU was much more attractive than a ranked 6 strength path immortal GU. At once, regarding the delight in water and mountain immortal GU, the auction hall's atmosphere became incredibly heated. Fang Yuan carefully listened to the bids as he remained unmoved. He was waiting for Swordmaster Yu Lan to bid. Before long, Swordmaster Yu Lan indeed entered the bid. I have an Eat Strength Immortal GU with me. This GU is not only of Strength Path, but also of Food Path. It is a Strength Path cultivation type Immortal GU. One may consume beast meat or vegetation related to Strength Path. In order to allow Strength Path Dao marks to grow naturally on the GU Immortal's body, they would fully fit with one's own body. Once he said that, almost all of the GU Immortal's attentions were drawn over. This is a good Immortal GU. For a Strength Path GU Immortal, this is really hard to come by. Food Path has long since vanished, its condition is worse than Strength Path. At least Strength Path had flourished once before, but Food Path did not. It has almost completely disappeared now. All that I've heard of it is that it is very useful for nurturing GU. Hearing the discussions of the GU Immortals in the main hall, Feng Zhuzhe smiled lightly. This Immortal GU did not come from the 10 great sects of Central Continent. Feng Zhuzhe had requested it from Prince Feng Xian not long ago because he knew that Fang Yuan would make such a requirement. Although he had many Immortal GU, regarding Strength Path, he only had Pulling Mountain and Pulling Water. Meanwhile, Prince Feng Xian happened to have this. It turned out that after 88 Truyong building collapsed, a formless hand flew out and landed near Prince Feng Xian's grotto heaven. After Prince Feng Xian broke the formless hand personally, he captured the Eat Strength Immortal GU. This GU was very useful to Strength Path GU Immortals, but to Prince Feng Xian, it had little use. After receiving Feng Zhuji's letter regarding requesting assistance, as people from the same sect, Prince Feng Xian used his method to secretly send this Immortal GU into Feng Zhuji's blessed land. Fairy Yulan, I wonder if you can sell this GU to me. I am willing to use another Strength Path Immortal GU to exchange for it. I will provide valuable immortal materials as well, and I will not interfere with you in the bid for delight in water and mountain Immortal GU. Soon, Chu Du sent a message. Domination Immortal was moved, but that is natural. However, how can the GU that he wants to exchange with it be more attractive than Eat Strength GU, even if they are both of Strength Path? Feng Zhuzhe replied, rejecting Chu Du's request. He smiled more confidently now. Since the 10th Secret Room's mysterious GU Immortal wanted a Strength Path Immortal GU, he was likely to be a Strength Path GU Immortal. Even if he was not, the allure of Eat Strength Immortal GU would definitely be very high to this person. Everything went as Feng Zhuzhe had expected. After Fang Yuan heard the description for Eat Strength Immortal GU, he was surprised and overjoyed. This Eat Strength Immortal GU was too suitable for him. Regarding a GU Immortal's cultivation, it mainly involved undergoing tribulations in their immortal aperture. With each successful tribulation, the GU Immortal's body would have an increase in Dao marks of their own path. The more Dao marks on a GU Immortal's body, the closer they would be to heaven and earth, and the closer to the laws of the great Dao. The stronger the tribulation, the more Dao marks would be etched on them after completing it. Thus, when assessing a GU Immortal's cultivation level, they would usually use standards like 1 heavenly tribulation, or 2 heavenly tribulations. The more numerous their Dao marks, the greater resonance they could cause when using the corresponding Immortal GU, and the greater effect that Immortal GU could unleash. When Fang Yuan used Worldly Wave Trace Immortal GU, the Strength Path Dao marks on his body were unrelated to Worldly Wave Trace's Water Path Dao marks. There even was conflict. Thus, the result was not great. He could only use about 60 to 70% of its power. But if Fang Yuan used a Strength Path Immortal GU like Pulling Mountain or Pulling Water, his own body and the Immortal GU would resonate. Not only would he be able to amplify the effect of the Immortal GU, he could even unleash 130% of its power. Furthermore, the more they resonated, the more Fang Yuan would be able to comprehend the laws of Strength Path personally when he used the Immortal GU. The more his understanding grew, the more his Strength Path attainment will deepen, and his foundation would accumulate gradually. One day, he would achieve a qualitative breakthrough. But despite that, Fang Yuan's greatest problem was that he was an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture was dead. Every once in a while, a portion of his blessed land would disintegrate, but he would also face no tribulations. The way of heaven was to be balanced and fair. Calamities and tribulations would only be unleashed on small worlds that had blessings. The greater the fortune, the stronger the calamities and tribulations. Immortal zombies did not need to face tribulations, that was a good thing. After all, with a dead aperture, if they had to undergo calamities and tribulations as well, there was no way to survive. But to Fang Yuan, without any calamities and tribulations, he would not have any growth of Dao marks, and his cultivation level would stagnate. Of course, to increase my Dao marks, I can use Immortal GU like Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU to form Dao marks on my body. But such beast strength Immortal GU are not suited for the human body, and the number of Dao marks is very sparse, there is little effect. The Dao marks generated by 2 or 3 beast strength Immortal GU are less than the amount gained from undergoing one earthly calamity. Fang Yuan had the experience of using beast strength GU worms. Beast strength did not suit the human body, they were not easy to use. Beast phantoms could only be unleashed sometimes, but not always. Like the Iron Crown Eagle Strength GU, it could carve a portion of the Iron Crown Eagle's strength path Dao marks onto his body. But these Dao marks did not suit Fang Yuan's physical body, because the structure of the human body was different from an eagle. When the Dao marks of the Iron Crown Eagle resonated with Fang Yuan, only then would he be able to unleash the strength of an Iron Crown Eagle, along with summoning an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Path Phantom. Unless he had all-out effort Immortal GU. All-out effort's true effect was to allow complete resonance of the Strength Path Dao marks carved on a person's body. But Fang Yuan's all-out effort GU was only rank 4. Although it was a vital GU, he had no idea how to refine it into an Immortal GU. The Immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU had been lost over the course of the long river of time. In this regard, Fang Yuan's greatest hope was Langya Land Spirit. There were several thousand Immortal GU recipes in Langya Blessed Land, there was hope that one of them was the Immortal GU recipe of all-out effort GU. Chapter 759, Successful Extortion. But at the moment, Fang Yuan and Langya Land Spirit's relationship had not deepened to the point of trading Immortal GU recipes between them. Even when it came to Mortal GU recipes, Langya Land Spirit treasured them greatly and refused to sell them. When it was related to matters involving the refinement of GU, Langya Land Spirit was always very stingy. Earlier, Fang Yuan was willing to pay a high price to buy his hairy men. However, these hairy man's slaves were involved with the refinement of GU. Langya Land Spirit treated them like treasures and would not sell them, not to mention GU recipes. But if Fang Yuan obtained Eat Strength Immortal GU, the situation would improve drastically for him. Eat Strength Immortal GU could allow a GU Immortal to grow Strength Path Dao marks. Because of that, the Dao marks that they gained would definitely be perfectly suited for their own body. Fang Yuan's cultivation level had stagnated, he could certainly rely on this Immortal GU to make some form of compensation in that regard. Fang Yuan was moved now. One could say that as long as one was a Strength Path GU Immortal, they would definitely be moved when they saw the Eat Strength Immortal GU. With this Strength Path Immortal GU, I am not afraid that the other party will remain unmoved. Feng Zhuzhe sat down calmly, feeling very confident in his heart. Once this GU appeared, almost all of the bids of the competitors for the Immortal GU seemed much inferior. As long as one was not an idiot, they would be able to see the benefits of Eat Strength Immortal GU. If I did not find out the flaw, I might have traded for this GU already. What a pity for you, Fang Yuan was laughing coldly to himself internally. At this time, from the 23rd secret room, someone reported a price, 1 Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU, as well as 15 drops of the Immortal Material Rule I blood. Hearing this voice, Fang Yuan's smile became wider. Earlier, he had used Rising Azure Cloud Immortal GU to exchange for an Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU. But during that process, he did not expose his identity. He had confirmed the buyer through informing Qin Bai Sheng. Thus, other than Qin Bai Sheng himself, none of the other GU Immortals present knew who the Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal GU ended up with. Qin Bai Sheng had signed an agreement, he would naturally not leak any information on this. Thus, Fang Yuan could use it to bid freely. As for the person inside the 23rd secret room, it was none other than Tai Bai Yunsheng. In order to obtain Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, Feng Zhuzhe had made many preparations earlier, asking Prince Feng Xian for help. How could Fang Yuan not make some prior arrangements himself? He had already asked Qin Bai Sheng and secretly changed Tai Bai Yun Sheng's room to another secret room. Even though Tai Bai Yun Sheng did not expose his or Fang Yuan's identity when he was in the 11th secret room, it was undoubtedly much safer for him to change his room now. After Tai Bai Yun Sheng made the bid, Fang Yuan did not make any response for a long time. As time passed slowly, Feng Zhuzhe started to inwardly frown. Domination Immortal Chu Du had also started bidding. He offered another beast strength Immortal GU, while also adding some immortal material in the bid. Chu Du did not want delight in water and mountain Immortal GU, but he had a use for it. He was a strength path GU Immortal. The reason why he was giving up a strength path Immortal GU was because he wanted the eat strength Immortal GU. Fang Yuan chuckled lightly. He immediately understood Chu Du's intentions. It was Chu Du's own fault for exposing his identity. It forced him into a passive situation. Regarding Chu Du's sudden interference, Fang Yuan was happy to see such a situation. He remained silent as he allowed the auction to continue proceeding. Under his request, Tai Bai Yun Sheng continued to raise his bid again. Feng Zhuzhe frowned even more deeply. He had no choice but to start raising his bid as well. The moment he spoke, Tai Bai Yun Sheng would follow up and make a bid. His attitude was imposing, as if he definitely had to obtain this Immortal GU no matter what. Feng Zhuzhe could not help but become suspicious. Was this eat strength GU too unattractive to the person inside the 10th secret room? Or was he just trying to be greedy and was waiting for the bid to rise? Feng Zhuzhe did not fall into the trap easily. He was the shining exemplar of a generation after all. He decided to pause now. That way, he could analyze the situation more clearly from the outside. He would also be able to probe Fang Yuan's true intentions. Swordmaster Yu Lan stopped bidding. It was as if she did not want to lose eat strength Immortal GU, thus she had backed out of the competition. Such a situation quickly attracted the attention of all the GU Immortals. The happiest one was obviously Chu Du. He sent a message again and urged Feng Zhuzhe to sell the eat strength Immortal GU to him. Feng Zhuzhe laughed lightly, rejecting him once again. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan instructed Tai Bai Yun Sheng to continue raising his bid. As the price increased steadily, it became very expensive. Most of the GU Immortals started backing out of this. They were stating that this price was too high. Eventually, only Chu Du and Tai Bai Yun Sheng were left bidding. Chu Du was currently having a tough time. His real motive was to obtain eat strength Immortal GU, but Feng Zhuzhe refused to sell it to him. It seemed like he still wanted to bid for the delight in water and mountain Immortal GU. Chu Du did not dare to be complacent. He quickly followed along with the bidding. On one hand, he wanted to prevent the eat strength Immortal GU from falling into someone else's possession, and on the other hand, if he obtained delight in water and mountain Immortal GU, he would have a huge chance of using it to trade GU with Swordmaster Yu Lan. Tai Bai Yun Sheng's intentions were very simple and pure. He just did whatever his junior brother asked him to do. Even if he won the delight in water and mountain Immortal GU, that was fine. After all, whatever price he paid would still return to his own pockets. Feng Zhuzhe's strategy was also very simple. That was to sit this out for now and reap the spoils later. By the time the competition was almost over, he would jump in and raise the price by a huge margin, winning all at once. These three people, because of their own goals and intentions, created a stalemate by pure chance. As the situation continued to stall, after a few more rounds, someone among the GU Immortals in the main hall came to a sudden realization. He shouted subconsciously, "Why is this delight in water and mountain Immortal GU so popular now? There are so many immortal materials listed, the bid has reached such a high price." The others quickly became aware of this fact as well. That's right, it is so high now. A wisdom path Immortal GU that can only produce joyful will is actually reaching such a high price. This is a rare sight. In my opinion, the only reason why this is reaching such a high price is due to the involvement of Lord Chu Du. He is willing to give up a strength path Immortal GU in order to obtain delight in water and mountain. I am sure he has his motives. Chu Du, who had just been mentioned, was not in a good state currently. His face was full of worries. His financial power right now was truly lacking. Sigh, if I had known this, I would have stalled my tribulation. The intense pressure coming from Tai Bai Yun Sheng made Chu Du feel very uncomfortable. Since when did I, the great domination immortal, get into such a pathetic state? Chu Du had incredible battle strength, but in this huge auction, battle strength was not the key, it was one's financial power. Tai Bai Yunsheng got instructions from Fang Yuan and continued to raise his bid. Chu Du gritted his teeth and hung on. After several rounds like this, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu's price continued to rise under the eyes of all the GU immortals present. Qin Bai Sheng had been observing quietly. By this point, he could not help but praise inwardly. This Sha Huang is really a brilliant person despite being an immortal zombie, he is not simple. But Chu Du's financial limits are already clear now, he is hesitating when bidding. If it were me, I would take the opportunity and sell it now. Qin Bai Sheng knew. Although Fang Yuan's plan seemed simple, executing it was no easy feat. Having to plan matters out while simultaneously executing them, it required a lot of foresight and the ability to read people's minds. If he went overboard even a little, his profits would vanish like a puff of smoke. However, it seemed like Fang Yuan did not know what going overboard meant. He continued getting Tai Bai Yunsheng to raise the bid, acting imposingly. Chu Du was finally unable to continue, his forehead was full of sweat. His gaze pierced into the single room, looking at the direction of the 23rd secret room. He was thinking about the person inside. He probably had a special need for Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU, otherwise he would not bid at such a high price with an attitude of an unrelenting, fierce tiger. So be it. Chu Du sighed deeply, keeping quiet as he stopped bidding. At this point, only Tai Bai Yunsheng was left. But even so, Tai Bai Yunsheng continued to report a bid, raising the price by another margin. Meanwhile, Swordmaster Yulan did not make a single sound. It was as if she had already backed out of the current bid. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, transmitting his decision to Qin Bai Sheng. Qin Bai Sheng heard this news and was first stunned. Why was he selling it to his ally? But he quickly understood that perhaps Sha Huang and Bai Sheng were not as intimate as they appeared to be. He thought about this and his mind cleared up. But deep down, he still felt that there was something weird going on. Qin Bai Sheng shook his head mentally. He was on the stage and had no time to waste. He announced, 23rd secret room, going once. After pausing for a short while, he continued, 23rd secret room, going twice. The GU immortals in the main hall talked to themselves softly. It seems that the victor of this round is the 23rd secret room. That's right, they seem to have great interest in Delight in Water and Mountain. Even after Domination Immortal backed out, he still continued to raise the bid alone. His motive was to pull some distance and prevent the seller from having any intentions to sell the Immortal GU at the last moment to Domination Immortal. This price is truly very high. Many of the immortal materials are making me drool. To think that towards the end of the auction, there is still such a high price being sold, this can squeeze into the top 10 most expensive auction rounds. The situation was now set. Fang Yuan started to get nervous. He squinted his eyes as his heart wavered slightly. Maybe, my analysis earlier was wrong. 23rd secret room, going 3, Qin Bai Sheng shouted until here, before someone interrupted him. Feng Zhuzhe spoke. Eat strength immortal GU, and on top of what the 23rd secret room is bidding, I will add in another 400 kilograms of red refinement metal. 400 kilograms of red refinement metal, this elevated the price again. This was a huge bid that exceeded what Tai Bai Yunsheng had done earlier in his individual bids. Everyone gasped sharply. They did not think that at the last moment, there would be such a huge change. Qin Bai Sheng was also stunned for a while. Chu Du's expression turned pale, but he soon sighed to himself gloomily. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Great, Swordmaster Yulan, you were truly very patient. From the 23rd secret room, Tai Bai Yunsheng's voice could be heard. He sounded like he was extremely annoyed at his plan being thwarted. He continued to bid in an angry tone. Feng Zhuzhe laughed bitterly to himself. After observing for so long, he had already believed that the person inside the 23rd secret room was serious about bidding. My luck this time was truly horrible. The two immortal GU that I wanted to buy were both met with tough competitors. The most important thing was, these two competitors were very affluent and wealthy. No, the auction did not disallow the exchanging of secret rooms. There is also another possibility, that the secret rooms all belong to one person. Maybe he knows about the matter of Water Pavilion. After all, Mo Yao did leave behind an inheritance, or maybe, it is the other 9 sects of Central Continent that do not want to see my Spirit Affinity House regain. Feng Zhuzhe was a very intelligent person, but intelligent people tended to overthink matters. Regardless of the situation, for the sake of Water Pavilion, I need to obtain this Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU no matter what. Feng Zhuzhe quickly made up his mind, bidding again. He and Tai Bai Yunsheng bid back and forth, both refusing to relent. Under the shocked gazes of the Jiyu immortals, Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal Gu's price continued to soar higher. It soon went into the top 5 prices. Soon after, it climbed to the second spot at an alarming rate. The highest price was naturally Feng Zhuji's 2-for-1 exchange to buy Fang Yuan's Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Jiyu. Don't tell me I have to do a 2-for-1 exchange again. Feng Zhuji's expression was cold and solemn. He finally experienced what Chu Du was feeling earlier. This was an overbearing pressure that was exerted on him constantly. No matter what price he bid, the person in the 23rd secret room would immediately bid at a higher price. Feng Zhuzhe could not sit anymore. He started to pace around in his secret room. If a 2-for-1 exchange would guarantee him victory, he would do it even if he had to grit his teeth. But he felt something amiss deep within himself, yet he could not state clearly where the problem was. If I do a 2-for-1 exchange again, someone who is paying attention might find out my true motive. That will be a huge hindrance when I try to find Water Harmony GU in the future. Feng Zhuji's target was Water Pavilion, but only 2 of the 3 core Immortal GU appeared in the auction. He naturally wanted to obtain Water Harmony GU as well. The weird feeling in Feng Zhuji's heart was making him feel a hint of unrest as well. He sat back in his seat, deciding to go on the offensive. He shouted his bid again. This time, he requested for the seller to state what he needed, and he would try to fulfill those demands. Fang Yuan purposely paused for a moment, to give a false impression that he was in deep thought. Next, he gave Qin Baisheng a new requirement, a complete wisdom path inheritance. Everyone gasped loudly. This price was too high. To think that this person had the guts to say it. Feng Zhuzhe was dumbfounded. He indeed had a wisdom path inheritance, but it was incomplete. The seller was acting like this. Were they trying to prevent the Immortal GU from being sold? Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly shouted, I have an incomplete wisdom path inheritance in my hands. Feng Zhuzhe rapidly followed up, an incomplete wisdom path inheritance, I have that too. Tai Bai Yunsheng snorted coldly. He continued, may the seller list another request, please. The GU Immortal looked around at each other. Did they hear wrongly? The price was still going to increase further. Qin Baisheng was silent for a moment before replying for Fang Yuan. The seller is requesting a killer move that can disguise one's identity. The one which is superior will win. Feng Zhuji's heart tightened. The seller said that. They were obviously putting more emphasis on the disguising killer move. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly said, I have a complete killer move. Although it is a mortal killer move, it originated from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. It is called Unfamiliar Face. Unfamiliar Face. Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable. The main hall went into a huge commotion. Feng Zhuji's forehead was sweating. His arms were tightly grabbing the handle of his seat as his gaze shined anxiously. He hesitated for a moment before shouting as well. I have a killer move. It is an incomplete immortal move, originating from Thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, called Vaguely Familiar Face. Everyone cried out in shock. Fang Yuan stood up from his seat excitedly, his eyes shining with brilliance. It seems that the rumors in my previous life were not baseless. Spirit Affinity House does indeed have the immortal killer move Vaguely Familiar Face. Spirit Affinity House had many good things, but most of their signature collection could not be extorted. Once he did, the other party would understand matters at once. Furthermore, this killer move was the most useful one to Fang Yuan himself. Even in his previous life, Spirit Affinity House had the killer move Vaguely Familiar Face, but they did not spread any information about it. During the 5 regions chaotic war, when spies were abundant, they entered enemy territories and obtained many gains. After many times, GU immortals among both enemies and allied parties continued to analyze, and confirmed that this was the killer move, Vaguely Familiar Face. But Spirit Affinity House refused to admit it. After all, as one of the 10 great ancient sects, a leader of the righteous path, using a demon venerable's killer move was damaging to their reputation. What Fang Yuan did not know was, this immortal killer move belonged to Feng Zhuzhe. In his previous life, Feng Zhuzhe had contributed this killer move to his sect, thus, the rumors from his previous life were started. Fang Yuan did not know this fact, and he did not guess that the person bidding was Feng Zhuzhe. But that did not stop him from extorting this killer move. Of course, Feng Zhuzhe would not hand over the entire complete immortal killer move to Fang Yuan. But an incomplete immortal killer move was already much better than the mortal killer move Unfamiliar Face. Fang Yuan confirmed it on the spot, selling Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU to Swordmaster Yu Lan. In this way, not only would he receive a huge amount of immortal materials, filling up half of his list, he even obtained Eat Strength Immortal GU, an incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance, as well as the incomplete Immortal Killer Move Vaguely Familiar Face. Chapter 760, Essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. Fang Yuan and Feng Zhuzhe quickly connected and completed the transaction. Qin Baisheng had already started the auction of the next Immortal GU. Feng Zhuzhe was expressionless as he looked at the Delight in Water and Mountain Immortal GU in his hands, his gaze flickering slightly. The strange feeling he had was still lingering around. After repeated twists and turns, I finally obtained this Immortal GU. Even if I had to spend quite a lot, but considering the rewards for the sect's missions, they should be enough to cover for it and even more. Eat Strength Immortal GU might be precious, but it only has use to Strength Path GU Immortals. Even though I had to sacrifice Vaguely Familiar Face, it was only a portion of it. Even if I had to give the complete version, the core Immortal GU are still with me, so I don't have to fear the other side using it. Feng Zhuzhe thought it over for a while, his expression gradually easing up. In the main hall, many GU Immortals were bidding for the Immortal GU. While Fang Yuan, similar to Feng Zhuzhe, did not have his attention on the platform, but on the goods he obtained. Feng Zhuzhe had let go of Eat Strength Immortal GU of his own accord, thus Fang Yuan was able to easily refine it and store it into his Immortal Aperture. This incomplete Wisdom Path inheritance was slightly more intact than Fang Yuan's Malicious Thought inheritance. It had the GU recipes from rank 1 to rank 5 of Memory Thought GU, and an Immortal GU recipe for Reminiscence Immortal GU, as well as several Mortal Killer moves. This Memory Thought GU is rather suitable for me. I can only recall my previous life's memories roughly. With the help of this GU, I should be able to recall more clearly. If I can refine the Reminiscence Immortal GU, it would be even better. Fang Yuan checked them and stored this Wisdom Path inheritance with satisfaction. For the time being, he was not planning to try and refine Immortal GU. There were extremely large costs involved in refining Immortal GU and the risks were also very high. Moreover, Fang Yuan already had many Immortal GU with him. Reminiscence Immortal GU was not necessary and would only be an additional bonus. The most urgent matter at hand for Fang Yuan was to get rid of the Immortal Zombie body and restore his living status. Even though he obtained Eat Strength Immortal GU, which could increase Dao marks, it was only a slight offset and could not compare to passing tribulations. Undergoing tribulation was dangerous, but the increase in Dao marks from doing so were extremely high. Were it not for this, He Lu Lan would not risk her life to pass tribulations. Fang Yuan carefully inspected Vaguely Familiar Face. This was an incomplete Immortal Killer move. His initial estimation was that this was only 50% complete. However, Fang Yuan was already satisfied. He knew the other party would not take out the complete Immortal Killer move and sell it wholly to him. Obtaining this much was already good enough, especially since the contents within did not conceal the crucial core Immortal GU. The core Immortal GU are the foundation of the killer move. They are in Spirit Affinity House's possession. Although I can't obtain it, I can remodel the killer move. Fang Yuan's intention was this. He had attainment in Transformation Path, and Wisdom Gu's help along with the foundation of Vaguely Familiar Face, the entirety of Unfamiliar Face. With the addition of 50% of Vaguely Familiar Face's contents, he had high confidence. The 3 stages of Familiar Face are famous methods of thieving Heaven Demon Venerable, but I can take references from them. We are all humans in the end. If others can do it, why can't I? So there is no need to copy others' thoughts directly. Fang Yuan was optimistic about this. After a while, Qin Baisheng had already auctioned the final few Immortal GU. Among them, the second last Immortal GU unfortunately went unsold. The anticipation of the GU Immortals were already pouring out of their gazes. Everyone was aware the next would be the main highlight of the auction, auctioning the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. After secretly getting in contact with Qin Baisheng, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng changed their secret rooms. Not only them, many GU Immortals also did the same. After all, the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance had enormous value. Many GU Immortals hoped others would not know what Immortal GU they obtained. Truthfully, the GU Immortals were allowed to casually change their secret rooms, and it could be said to be one of the loopholes of the auction rules. This auction was held in a hurry because of the situation. The loopholes were numerous, nowhere near as watertight as during the time of the Five Regions chaotic war in Fang Yuan's previous life. Regarding this point, Qin Baisheng was actually aware of it, but he was helpless. He held this auction to protect himself. If he put in too many rules, he would be offending many forces and many people. To him, holding the auction was enough. He naturally would not go offend others for this. Now it is time for the auction of the first item of the essence of the luck path true inheritance. It is a set of GU recipes for luck inspection GU. Qin Baisheng had just spoken and already attracted the intense attention of many GU immortals. As the name implied, it was an investigative GU worm that could detect luck. Luck was formless and could not be detected by naked eyes or ordinary methods. It could only be done by using this luck inspection GU. It could be said that luck inspection GU was one of the main foundations of the luck path true inheritance. This luck inspection GU was even more useful to those GU immortals who had bought some luck path immortal GU beforehand, like leave luck GU, seal luck GU, transfer luck GU, break luck GU and so on. Qin Baisheng intentionally placed this set of GU recipes for luck inspection GU towards the end because he had thought it through. Looking at the restless GU immortals, Qin Baisheng continued, this set of luck inspection GU recipes does not only include the GU recipes of the mortal GU from rank 1 to rank 5, it also has a remnant immortal GU recipe for rank 7 luck inspection immortal GU. Is there not any luck inspection immortal GU? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu asked. Qin Baisheng smiled. There is indeed a luck inspection immortal GU which is ranked 6 and is with me, but I don't want to sell it. But I can guarantee that apart from this immortal GU, everything related to luck inspection GU is being auctioned off. Because of the previous agreement, Qin Baisheng's words were convincing. Not selling luck inspection immortal GU. Immediately, a GU immortal in the main hall frowned and showed his dissatisfaction openly. Qin Baisheng snorted as he gave the speaker a deadly stare. This is merely a ranked 6 luck inspection immortal GU, I am confident of having the ability to protect it. Guo Rong, do you have an opinion? If you buy this immortal GU, can you keep it safe? GU immortal Guo Rong's expression changed, and he kept quiet. He was only a ranked 6 GU immortal while Qin Baisheng was a ranked 7 expert, the two could not be mentioned to be at the same level. Guo Rong looked around, and broke into cold sweat, inwardly cursing his mistake. He wanted to borrow everyone's power to force Qin Baisheng. But the other GU immortals were just observing like spectators. Qin Baisheng was indeed forced into holding the auction, but he still had the ability to keep a ranked 6 luck inspection immortal GU safe. His strength allowed him to do so. After this small interlude, Qin Baisheng listed the requirements for trade, because this does not involve immortal GU, you can use any resource to trade for it, be it immortal essence stones or the immortal materials in the list. Saying so, he took out a list. There were a dozen or so immortal materials mentioned on the list, and the requirements for their quantities was not high like the shocking list that Fang Yuan brought out earlier. Qin Baisheng did not specialize in GU refinement. GU refinement consumed extremely large amounts of resources. Very few lone cultivators would go down this path, unless they had extremely high talent. Fang Yuan guessed that these immortal materials were very likely to be food for immortal GU. The auction began with an extremely intense atmosphere. Because it did not involve immortal GU, the threshold for the bidding was low, and for a while, most of the GU immortals made bids one after the other. In the main hall, the sounds of the bids being called out rose and fell. The speed of the bids being called out could be said to be at the peak since the auction began. The price quickly soared in the intense atmosphere. Qin Baisheng looked at all this with a smile on his face. Since he held this auction, he naturally made arrangements that were more profitable to himself. Fang Yuan also made bids a few times but was quickly surpassed by others. I have 1 luck inspection GU, unfortunately, mortal GU are not effective against immortals. This set of mortal GU recipes has no benefits to me. Qin Baisheng has admitted he has the luck inspection immortal GU. So, even if I obtain the ranked 7 remnant recipe and perfect it, immortal GU are unique, I won't be able to refine the ranked 7 luck inspection immortal GU. Fang Yuan sensibly chose to stop bidding. He was merely one of those who retreated. The intense bidding soon eliminated a large group of people. Finally, only some experts like Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea rank 8 GU immortal, Feng Zhuzhe and Yuan Rangzun were left. These people all had a common point, they were all members of large forces. To them, Mortal Luck Inspection GU were much more attractive than the Rank 7 Remnant recipe. Mortal Luck Inspection GU could be used to observe the luck of mortals. With them, these forces would have a completely new standard of detecting talents. For a long time, the GU Master World had used aptitude as the standard for inspection. Besides the aptitude, there were also individual talents, disposition and fortuitous encounters. Talents consisted of battle talent, comprehension, refinement talent and so on. It would gradually be revealed as one continued to cultivate. Disposition could be observed through interaction. Only fortuitous encounters were hard to measure. Many times, GU masters with poor aptitude and talents would soar to the sky, or have an unexpected rise due to fortuitous encounters. This was a common event, especially in this world, where GU masters left behind their inheritances. If these forces had this GU, there was no doubt they could make a more comprehensive inspection of talents and raise more geniuses. The individual lone cultivators retreated from the bidding war, but to large forces, the luck inspection GU had extremely strong attraction, and each of them made fierce bids without conceding. Finally, this mortal GU recipe had reached a high price, and leaders of several forces were almost going to exchange with a mortal GU. It was then that Yao Huang said, "I will guarantee on my name, if I purchase it first, I will put this GU recipe for sale in the open transaction later." Yao Huang was one of the 5 great rank 8s of Northern Plains with extremely high reputation. He was also a leader of the righteous path, and with his assurance, everyone retreated. Qin Bai Sheng felt very dissatisfied with this, but showed a smile. On the surface, not daring to offend Yao Huang. Next, is the second item. A rank 7 immortal GU of luck path called Reverse Misfortune. As the name implies, this GU can change a person's bad luck to good luck. Qin Bai Sheng introduced loudly. This immortal GU was similar to Calamity Beckoning GU. Both were of luck path and both were rank 7, but comparing the responses, they were as distinct as heaven and earth. Many rank 7 GU immortals as well as rank 8 great experts made their bids. This immortal GU was extremely practical and there was no need to use luck inspection GU with it. It was indeed worthy of being an essence of the luck path true inheritance. A fierce competition resulted for Reverse Misfortune. The intense competition was no inferior to a bloodbath in a battlefield. Because the starting bid for Reverse Misfortune was a metal path ranked 7 immortal GU, Fang Yuan could only watch from the sidelines. Finally, the price kept on soaring till it surpassed the high price records of Worldly Wave Trace and Delight in Water and Mountain, and took the first position. Chapter 761, Auctioning Ma and Zhao. The intense bidding had finally ended. In the end, the rank 8 GU Immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, used a ranked 7 Metal Path and a ranked 6 Metal Path Immortal GU, along with countless immortal materials to become the eventual winner. 5 Elements Grandmaster's cultivation included the 5 paths of metal, wood, water, fire, earth. Thus, he had some Metal Path Immortal GU as well. But this time, he was discarding a portion of his prized collection. It was like he was throwing away a meat-filled bun for a less tasty plain bread. Fang Yuan found it regrettable, but he had no way to compete in the bidding. Even if he had GU immortal captives, in terms of value, they could not compare to this extremely unique immortal GU. In fact, Reverse Misfortune immortal GU was very suitable with Spring-Autumn Cicada. The weakness of Spring-Autumn Cicada was that it gave the user bad luck. But after using this immortal GU, not only could this weakness be solved, the user's luck could even be improved, turning into good luck. Undeniably, the effect of Reverse Misfortune Immortal GU was much more convenient than Connect Luck Immortal GU. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's financial power was at a completely disadvantage compared to people like 5 Elements Grandmaster and Yao Huang. Fang Yuan had only been an immortal for such a short time. From the point he obtained to Immortal Blessed Land, only 2 years had passed according to the time of the 5 regions. Looking at southern border, the great battles at Yitian Mountain had not even begun yet. Honestly speaking, Fang Yuan was able to become an immortal zombie in such a short time. Developing himself to this point was already very difficult. As for 5 Elements Grandmaster, Yao Huang, and Feng Zhuzhe, they had already accumulated their wealth for countless years. They had hundreds of thousands of immortal essence stones, in addition to precious immortal materials. The amount of resources their immortal aperture worlds created each year could pile up into a mountain. The resources that they provided could even heavily affect the market in Treasure Yellow Heaven. These were all powerhouses, Be it their battle strength, financial power, connections, or status, Fang Yuan could not compare with them at this moment. After reverse misfortune, it was another ranked 7 immortal GU, called Blessing in Disguise. This Gu's ability was quite mystical, it targeted the immortal aperture's calamities and tribulations. After a GU immortal undergoes tribulation, the Tao marks on their bodies would increase in numbers, causing their cultivation level to progress. This was common knowledge in GU immortal cultivation. Blessing in Disguise immortal GU targeted this point. After using it, when a GU immortal completes a tribulation, the increase in the number of Tao marks on them would be twice that of the original amount. This was a terrifying number. The reward of 1 tribulation would be equal to the amount normal people get from 2 tribulations. But this GU had a flaw, it had to be activated before the calamities and tribulations. It could only stop after the calamities and tribulations had ended. Through the effect of this GU, the calamities and tribulations would have a 30 to 40% increase in strength, based on their original power. This weakness dampened the enthusiasm in the GU immortals slightly. But they could still not resist the temptation. Up to 40% more power in the tribulation in exchange for twice the amount of Tao marks, the benefit outweighed the cost. For those experts confident in surviving a tribulation, this immortal GU had much greater attraction to them. A terrifying auction thus unfolded. As a Metal Path GU immortal, Qin Bai Sheng naturally requested for a rank 7 Metal Path immortal GU as the base bid. Eventually, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had sweat on his forehead as he defeated his competitors, obtaining this GU. The following auction items caused surges in turn. Fortuitous encounter immortal GU that could allow opportunities to arrive for the GU immortal themselves. Immortal GU from the 5 mainstream paths, metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, that were helpful to GU immortals. An immortal GU that operated in both luck path and wisdom path, luck deduction immortal GU, it could consume one's own luck to make deductions on dangers or opportunities in the future. Luck suppression immortal GU that could suppress the loss of one's own luck from other immortal GU. These immortal GU were indeed the essence of the luck path true inheritance. Not only were they incredible, they had useful effects that broadened everyone's horizons. But these GU fell into the hands of Yao Huang, Feng Zhuzhe, and the other powerhouses. This was an expected situation. Fang Yuan wanted to interfere, but he did not have any Metal Path immortal GU. This was a helpless matter. The other ranked 6 GU immortals and most ranked 7 GU immortals were like Fang Yuan, only able to watch these powerhouses compete for immortal GU. The prices of the auction items created new records. Fang Yuan's records from the 2 immortal GU he sold were already pushed out of the top 10. The next item is the final, and most important item in this auction. Qin Bai Sheng introduced it as such. His way of speaking immediately attracted the attention of the GU immortals. Just as everyone was guessing to themselves what immortal GU it was, Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun, who were unconscious, appeared on the stage. Qin Bai Sheng spoke at an appropriate time. Please do not be alarmed, I am sure a lot of GU immortals have guessed it already. That is right, these 2 are the crucial people who were protected by the luck path true inheritance previously. This girl is called Zhao Lianyun. She was very intelligent since a young age, and had experienced the crucial battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land. Although she was not the true inheritor, she had obtained a lot of benefits inside the luck path true inheritance light lump. She had obtained a portion of the luck path inheritance. As for this young man, he is Ma Hongyun, the one and only recognized inheritor of the luck path true inheritance. Not only did he experience the battle in Imperial Court Blessed Land, he even has had the fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU used on him. Once he said that, the commotion was like a huge wave. Countless heated gazes were tightly fixed on Ma Hongyun. Did I hear wrongly? It is really fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU. Fortune rivaling heaven. This is the trump card GU of Giant Sun immortal venerable. Although it was not recorded in history, there were many rumors that praised this immortal GU endlessly. But this fortune rivaling heaven immortal GU seems to be a consumable GU, it can only be used once. Since it is the rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven, could Brother Qin use the ranked 6 luck inspection immortal GU to check it? In the main hall, a GU immortal suddenly questioned. Qin Bai Sheng smiled as he replied, according to the information that I obtained in the true inheritance, unless it is the rank 8 luck inspection immortal GU, one cannot see the true appearance of fortune rivaling heaven. Luck inspection immortal GU below rank 8 can only see a portion of it. And that is only because the other party did not use any concealment method. Honestly speaking, I have already used the ranked 6 luck inspection Immortal GU to find out some traces of fortune rivaling heaven. As for why I am so certain that fortune rivaling heaven was used on Ma Hongyun, that is because I have searched their souls. If you buy one of them and conduct soul searching, you will be able to see what happened inside Imperial Court Blessed Land. By then, you will know that my words are true. At the same time, these two inherited a huge portion of the luck path true inheritance. During the process of soul searching, you will be able to learn what they had learned in the inheritance. Saying this, Qin Bai Sheng paused and said in an enticing tone, I have bad news to share with everyone first. The luck path true inheritance is undoubtedly incomplete. The details do not contain the Immortal GU recipe of fortune rivaling heaven Immortal GU. But there is good news, in the inheritance details, there is a method to take back fortune rivaling heaven. It is possible to reverse refine the used fortune rivaling heaven Immortal GU and obtain the original Immortal GU. Of course, during the process of refinement, the main material would be this young man, Ma Hongyun. Hearing these words, most of the GU immortals had eyes shining like they were going to burst out in fire. Some even gulped, as everyone was filled with anticipation and desire. Qin Bai Sheng's lips curled, he showed a confident smile. I feel that these two youngsters can best represent the essence of the luck path true inheritance. I will not be setting a base price for them, because they are not Immortal GU. You can bid for one of them, or both of them at the same time. We will start now. No base price. I will offer 300 Immortal Essence Stones. One person shouted within the hall of enthusiastic GU immortals. 30,000 Immortal Essence Stones. Feng Zhuzhe said coldly, multiplying the bid by 100 times. But this price could not stop the enthusiasm of the other experts, it could only deny most of the bottom-tier GU immortals. Yao Huang, the Eastern Sea GU immortal, 5 Elements Grandmaster, Old Ancestor Shui Hu, and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, they were still bidding, and the representatives of the super forces were not showing weakness either. The price skyrocketed at an extremely fast pace. Fang Yuan sighed to himself. His financial power was like an ant compared to these giants. Unless he put all of his GU immortal captives on the line, he could not contest with them. But Fang Yuan would not do this. He was already on the strength path, and was planning to go into time path. He was not going to develop his luck path attainment. And he was also the main culprit of the Imperial Court Blessed Land incident. He had experienced more of that series of events than Ma and Zhao. He knew most of the inner details. Regarding the information of the luck path true inheritance as well as the reverse refinement of fortune rivaling heaven Immortal GU, they were very tempting indeed. But fortune rivaling heaven Immortal GU was rank 8, Fang Yuan was only rank 6, how could he refine it? His finances would definitely be unable to support it. Furthermore, even if he succeeded, he did not have the ability to keep it. The bidding of Ma Hongyun and Zhao Lianyun lasted for much of the hour. Eventually, 2 unthinkable prices stood at the top 2 spots, at the record highest prices in this auction. The second spot was Feng Zhuzhe, he had bought Zhao Lianyun. The one who obtained Ma Hongyun was the rank 8 great expert Old Ancestor Shui Hu. The leader of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land, the number 1 person in the demonic path, had shown his incredible wealth at the end of the auction. Before this, he had always concealed himself, barely buying anything. Towards the end, he dealt a heavy blow and swept his enemies away. Many GU immortals, especially the representatives from the super forces who had the Huang Jin bloodline, had no choice but to watch as Ma Hongyun fell into the hands of the demonic path. Yao Huang sighed, he had bought many things already and expended a large amount of wealth. At the final moment, he lost to Old Ancestor Shui Hu. But thankfully, Zhao Lianyun is still in the hands of our Northern Plains righteous path. The GU immortals that had the Huang Jin bloodline consoled themselves. What they did not know was, Swordmaster Yulan, who was representing Prince Feng Xian, was an impostor called Feng Zhuzhe. Speaking of which, this was really ironic. During his life, Giant Sun Immortal Venerable had kept the luck path true inheritance as a deep secret, setting up layers of protection and thinking of passing the complete version down to his descendants. In the end, the luck path true inheritance became incomplete and was split up by everyone, circulating into the entire world. The most important inheritors were even held in the hands of people who were not part of the Huang Jin bloodline. Chapter 762, Red Fiend Divine Boat. The main auction has ended. Next, There will be a 2-hour break for everyone to move around in the auction hall. 2 hours later, we will have the open transaction. After Qin Baisheng said that, he left the stage. He was tired, as the host the entire time, especially when he auctioned the essence of the luck path true inheritance, because his own benefits were at stake. He made many schemes during the process. Even though there were many traces and most of the GU immortals present could tell, the profits were too immense, Qin Baisheng could not care less. After this auction is over, I will escape and hide from the world. After managing and processing my gains for most of a century, I will roam the world after that. Qin Baisheng decided in his head. He was the biggest winner of this auction. The immortal materials he obtained could pile into a mountain. He also obtained many metal path immortal GU that were compatible with him. The saying goes, humans die for wealth and birds die for food. Profits could move the human heart, even if GU immortals ordinarily appeared to be unconcerned with worldly matters. That was only because mortal materials cannot satisfy their desires. Auctioning the essence of the luck path true inheritance was extremely profitable. It was greatly heated. Even the rank 7 expert, Qin Baisheng, had felt uneasy. In the main hall, discussions soon commenced. Many GU immortals came out of the single rooms and mixed into the group, engaging in conversations. Together, Qin Baisheng left a 2-hour break for everyone. He had his own intentions. It was not really a time to rest, but it was for the GU immortals to communicate with each other and interact. From the auction earlier, everyone had gained a certain level of understanding towards each other's resources. Now, to exchange for the things they wanted, they would naturally need to interact first. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng sat in the secret rooms and did not move. Unfamiliar face was a mortal killer move. It had limited effect and the two had to be careful. They could not expose themselves. Fang Yuan felt some regret that he was unable to obtain anything in the luck path true inheritance. Especially Ma and Zhao, the people who knew the truth of the imperial court incident. Fang Yuan wanted to deal with them. But he did not have enough strength. He could only watch and could not interfere. There was nothing he could do. Thankfully, he had not sold the GU immortal captives in his hands yet. There was the open trading later. He could still look forward to that. 2 hours later, Qin Baisheng stepped onto the stage again, announcing the start of the open transactions. For the sake of fairness, he did the same thing again, using GU worms to choose a lucky person to enter the stage first. This first GU immortal took out a large amount of an immortal material, broken wave flowers. His request was prosperity soil. Broken wave flowers grew in large rivers. They were magical flowers born during the moments where waves appeared and vanished. Because they had a short lifespan, they were hard to gather. As for prosperity soil, diamond soil, green fist soil, these soils were highly sought after items by GU immortals. GU immortals develop their immortal apertures. They use the resources produced in their immortal apertures to cultivate. The fertility of their soil played a huge role in this. Prosperity soil could grow all sorts of flowers, diamond soil could grow minerals, while green fist soil could accumulate and gather the fertility to prevent it from vanishing. It was suited for immortal apertures with terrain resembling barren lands, like deserts. GU immortals who owned prosperity soil were not few. Immediately, they started speaking, asking how much was needed for the trade. The seller on the stage actually had large numbers of broken wave flowers. After trading for 1,500 kilograms of prosperity soil, he waved his hand and left the stage. The difference between the auction and the open transaction was very obvious. The auction was for valuable items. They had a huge prerequisite for bidders. The open transaction often involved scattered trades. The entry level was low. But this was not universal. After several GU immortals, a GU immortal who did not want to expose themselves showed an immortal GU and asked Qin Baisheng to sell it for them. This immortal GU was one that did not get sold earlier. The seller had lowered their requirements greatly. But even so, the request was still an immortal GU. There were a few people who responded. They wanted the price to be lower. The seller refused and eventually, the trade failed and this immortal GU returned to the seller's hands. When it was Fang Yuan's turn, more than 30 rounds had passed. The 37th secret room is selling a GU immortal captive. Qin Baisheng said as he displayed the sleeping GU immortal inside the sleeping cloud coffin. Immediately, the auction hall went into a commotion. The slave trade industry was well known by every immortal. But to sell GU immortals like they were slaves, this was an extremely rare event. For many GU immortals, This was the first time they had seen it. At once, GU Immortals discussed as. Their expressions varied. When Qin Bai Sheng announced it again, the scattered conversations in the hall became softer. Someone asked for the details. Qin Bai Sheng introduced. This GU Immortal captive might be familiar to some of you. He is Loner Hong Yu, a rank 6 Fire Path GU Immortal. His cultivation is at 1 heavenly tribulation. This is the situation inside his blessed land, you can all take a look. Saying so, the image on the stage changed, reflecting the situation of Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture. This blessed land is a little barren. Yes, managing his blessed land so poorly, no wonder he was captured alive. Don't forget, the GU Immortal who captured him must have already looted his blessed land already. To us Fire Path GU Immortals, isn't it better if this Loner Hong Yu's cultivation is lower? The GU Immortals were moved. Fire Path GU Immortals had great demand for Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture. Once they swallowed his blessed land, they could skip 1 heavenly tribulation, many earthly calamities, and gain cultivation levels out of nowhere. The foundation of their blessed land would surge by a huge amount. Even if one was not a Fire Path GU Immortal, most of the GU Immortals also wanted the blessed land. Even if their paths were different and they could not swallow the blessed land, they could still occupy this ownerless blessed land after killing him, and obtain a good territory to manage. If they managed it well, the blessed land would be like a source of treasures, producing resources endlessly, sustaining the GU Immortals' cultivation needs. Just as Qin Bai Sheng had expected, Loner Hong Yu became a sought-after commodity. Fang Yuan listed a broad range of requests. First, he listed a large amount of immortal materials. Next was killer moves from Strength Path, Poison Path, Time Path and Wisdom Path. Next was all sorts of GU recipes, the rarer they were the better. After that, he asked for Desolate Beast corpses, Food Path inheritances are clues for them, Wisdom Path inheritances are clues, Time Path inheritances are clues. Finally, he asked for Battle Bone Wheel GU, the recipes for White Bone Chariot, Lifespan GU and others. Eventually, Loner Hong Yu went into 5 Elements Grandmaster's hands. 5 Elements Grandmaster cultivated metal, wood, water, fire, earth, all 5 paths. Loner Hong Yu's immortal aperture was useful to him. After selling Loner Hong Yu, the next person was up. According to the rules of the open transaction, each GU Immortal could only sell 1 thing in each round. This was for fairness. Fang Yuan was not anxious, he patiently waited. After some rounds, he had sold more than half of his GU Immortal captives. Not only did he finish Lang Ya Land Spirit's checklist, he even had extra. Not only this, Fang Yuan also obtained the corpse of a Desolate Beast bat. During this period of time, he noticed that he was not the only one selling GU Immortal captives. Old Ancestor Shui Hu and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu sold them openly. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal sold 3 immortal zombie bodies, causing the displeasure of Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha. But in the end, Yao Huang joyfully bought these 3 immortal zombie bodies. After seeing this, Fang Yuan relaxed a bit. Lang Ya Land Spirit was not the only one capable of capturing GU Immortals. No matter how excellent you are, there is always someone more excellent than you. There were more capable people among other GU Immortals. During this period of time, Fang Yuan had changed his room continuously, obscuring his traces and preventing others from finding out that he was the person who was selling most of the GU Immortal captives. Gradually, more and more GU Immortals stopped trading, they chose to watch. On the sidelines, they had basically accomplished their respective goals. The remaining GU Immortals, even though they were few in number, the goods they were selling were getting more precious and valuable. By the 9th round, GU Immortals were starting to leave. Just as Fang Yuan thought that the last of his GU Immortal captives would be sold routinely, Qin Bai Sheng's expression changed, as he received a major request from a lone cultivator. He raised his voice as he said, "Next, we will be selling the complete GU recipe of the Immortal GU House, Red Fiend Divine Boat, as well as the method to use it. The seller is requesting for anything that can assist them in cultivating Wood Path." What? Red Fiend Divine Boat? They are selling this Immortal GU House. Why are they selling it now? The auction is nearing its end. Haha, the people who left earlier must be dying of regret. In 2 single rooms, Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha had very ugly expressions. Zombie Alliance was trying to eliminate the GU Immortal who was selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. but this lone cultivator was very good at hiding, they could not find a chance to strike. At the auction, Zombie Alliance could not make a move on him, they could only urge him and offer a high price. But this lone cultivator was swayed by the atmosphere of the auction, he became greedy and demanded even higher prices, extorting and threatening Zombie Alliance. Finally, just earlier, their discussions had ended in failure, with the lone cultivator immediately putting up the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe for sale. I will pay 6,000 Immortal Essence Stones and 1,500 kilograms of red refinement metal to buy it all. Immortal Farmer Soil. I have 4,000 kilograms of Immortal Farmer Soil, I will use it all to exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. You bunch of fools, didn't you hear Brother Chin's words? The seller wants wood path resources, I have jade fallen grass here. So what if it is jade fallen grass, I have instinct roots. At once, everyone's moods were riled up, as the representatives of the super forces and the rank 8 great experts joined in. The two leaders of Zombie Alliance were furious, but they had to join in the competition. At once, the calm open transaction had turned into a battlefield, like they were back in the auction rounds. The allure of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was obvious from this. I am willing to pay with a Wood Path Immortal GU, in exchange for the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. Soon, the representative of a super force, Meng tribe, shouted. My Yuan tribe also has a Wood Path Immortal GU, we will also add in 300 true martial carps. Yuan Rang Zun shouted, the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe was too alluring, he even used his precious true martial carps as part of the bid. If you let my Zombie Alliance purchase this, I, Yin Lu Gong, will vow this on my reputation, I will definitely resell this recipe. Yin Lu Gong said coldly. I, Yao Huang, can attest for that. Soon after, Yao Huang spoke, adding weight to these words. HMPH, I have a Wisdom Path Immortal GU, Unravel Mystery, it can deduce all traces of any inheritance. I will add in 3 vats of Lingzi liquid. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu shouted. At once, shouting could be heard everywhere, it was a chaotic scene. Fang Yuan's heart was moved, his eyes burst with brilliant light. If he did not hear wrongly, that was the Unravel Mystery Immortal GU, correct? Chapter 763, 3 parties mutually win. Unravel Mystery Immortal GU, Unravel Mystery Immortal GU, Fang Yuan muttered, his finger was tapping on the handle of his seat as it made soft noises. Bidding could be heard all over the auction hall. At the end of the auction, such a huge treasure like the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe appeared, this was an unexpected surprise. Ordinary lone cultivators did not need to consider it, only the rank 7 GU immortals in super forces or rank 8 great experts could have any chance in competing for it. Especially the super forces, the allure of the Immortal GU house was extremely great for the super forces. The price rose at an absurd speed, climbing rapidly. Even though this was the open transaction, everyone was fighting for the good, they subconsciously returned to the auction format that was used previously. Qin Bai Sheng laughed bitterly. The regulations were set by him, but seeing these experts screaming their lungs out, he chose to watch on the sidelines. At this point, talking about regulations would just offend all of these powerhouses. Do you see, this is the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, your Zombie Alliance was simply too stingy. The seller acted arrogantly upon seeing this, sending a message to the two leaders of Zombie Alliance. Dragon Commander Yi Cha's face darkened. Yin Lu Gong was sighing helplessly, looking at this price, it was already higher than what the Zombie Alliance was planning to pay. And this was not the end, the price was still climbing. Yin Lu Gong was a sensible person, he knew that at this point, the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe could not belong to Zombie Alliance. When leader returns, who knew would she criticize him, for being so incapable in handling this matter. As Fang Yuan listened to the bids, he assessed quietly in his mind. I have 4 GU immortal captives left. One of them is Wu Hao, known as Rushing Thunder Hand, he is the only ranked 7 captive I have. There are 3 others, they are the 3 Hua Hai immortals, they cultivate Wood Path. Evidently, there was little chance of success if he wanted to use these 4 GU immortal captives to trade for Heavenly Lord Bai Zu's Unravel Mystery Immortal GU. Heavenly Lord Bai Zu was an enslavement path GU immortal, with a different path, the allure of these 4 GU immortal captives was greatly lowered. The other point was, Immortal GU were unique, and Unravel Mystery Immortal GU was very useful, if not for the attraction of the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, Heavenly Lord Bai Zu would not have exposed such a good GU. If I try to trade it directly, it would not work. The strength path immortal GU that I just obtained have no use to Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu. If I use Calamity Beckoning immortal GU, I will be exchanging a rank 7 for a rank 6, that exchange would be at a loss. As for fixed immortal travel and connect luck, they are indispensable to me, I cannot trade them away. But Fang Yuan did not want to give up on Unravel Mystery Immortal GU. If he missed this chance, if he missed this situation, even if he had the resources in the future, it would be hard to trade for it. Unravel Mystery Immortal GU was not a necessity to Fang Yuan. But in his memories, he had to way to use this GU as the core. In combination with other rare supplementary GU worms, he could conjure a Dream Path Killer move. A Dream Path Immortal Killer move. At this time, the prophecy of the 3 Venerables had spread throughout the 5 regions. Because of Great Dream Immortal Venerable, almost all of the super forces in rank 8 powerhouses were researching Dream Path. Although their research results were shallow, dream realms were already starting to manifest. There were already 2 Dream Path Immortal GU he knew of in this life. One was in Feng Jin Huang's hands, the other was in Lady Poison Scorpion's possession. To speak of it, the latter was more problematic. Feng Jin Huang was still a mortal lass, but Lady Poison Scorpion was in her blessed land, slumbering as she explored a dream realm. Everyone knew that Dream Path was the trend of the future. Thus, they treasured anything relating to this path greatly. Many Dream Path mortal GU that they refined were not shown to the world, they were the greatest mysteries of each force. Those who were able to become GU immortals were dragons among men, they had good foresight and were very shrewd individuals. Even in an auction of such scale, there had been no Dream Path related treasures sold. Fang Yuan knew about the GU recipes of many Dream Path mortal GU. But mortal GU were not helpful towards the exploration of dream realms. Otherwise, the major forces would have started exploring dream realms en masse already. The truly useful ones were Dream Path Immortal GU. But the amazing thing was, be it the 2 that appeared now, or the Dream Path Immortal GU that appeared in the future according to Fang Yuan's memories, they were all in the hands of women. Perhaps this was explained by the prophecy of 3 venerables, stating 2 male venerables and 1 female venerable. With this, one could deduce that Great Dream Immortal Venerable would be a female immortal venerable. Within a short time, Fang Yuan would not be able to obtain a Dream Path Immortal GU. But if he had a Dream Path Immortal Killer move, then that could substitute for the effect of a Dream Path Immortal GU. GU are the essence of heaven and earth, man is the spirit of all living beings. One could say, the use of GU depended on the user. There was no strongest GU worm, only a strongest GU master. Genius GU masters could often match different GU worms together, unleashing a greater effect from that. For example, Fang Yuan did not have a Strength Path Immortal GU previously, but he used the Soul Path Cleanse Soul Immortal GU, combined with other mortal GU, to form the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self, creating a starting point of the path formed from the convergence of enslavement and strength. This Dream Path Immortal Killer move was the same case, the core Immortal GU was of Wisdom Path, Unravel Mystery, but it was a Dream Path Killer move. If I can obtain this GU, I will be able to collect Dream Realm GU materials and refine the various mortal GU. Even though it would spend some time, but once I succeed in forming my killer move, the rewards will be immensely more profitable. I will be able to make up for the regret during my previous life, becoming a pioneer in the exploration of dream realms, being ahead of all the forces in this world, being ahead of the superpowers. Fang Yuan's mouth turned dry as he thought about it. He estimated, the potential value coming from this Dream Path Killer move was in no way lower than Wisdom GU. It was only beneath what had come from Spring Autumn Cicada and Who Immortal Blessed Land, but higher than All Out Effort GU. Among the countless opportunities in Fang Yuan's previous life, the most valuable one was Spring Autumn Cicada. Even though it was ranked 6, far inferior to Wisdom GU's rank 9, it could allow Fang Yuan to be reborn and start again. Even if there was a chance of failure, didn't he succeed every time until now? If he failed the first time, it would have been the worst opportunity he ever had. But it had succeeded, it was deserving of being his greatest fortune. Next was Who Immortal Blessed Land. It had allowed Fang Yuan to have the foundation of a GU immortal despite being immortal, standing on the shoulder of a former GU immortal. After becoming an immortal zombie, it made up for his weakness in his aspect. It was because of this blessed land that Fang Yuan had ample foundation. The cultivation of GU immortals was not just about fighting and killing, economic management was the biggest foundation base. Third was wisdom GU. Using the light of wisdom, Fang Yuan gained unlimited inspiration. It rapidly pulled him out of his slump. But that was built on the blessed land and his own foundation. In the future, if he truly controlled it, it might bring Fang Yuan a pleasant surprise. But for now, it was third. The fourth was all-out effort GU. Even though this mortal GU was only rank 4, he obtained it at a very crucial moment. It was the first springboard since Fang Yuan's rebirth. Without all-out effort GU, Fang Yuan would not have had such incredible battle strength. Without his battle strength, he would not have been able to participate in the Three Kings' inheritance. As for the Dream Path Killer move, if he obtained it, Fang Yuan would be able to use it well and the value would be equal to the current use of Wisdom GU. After this time period, the value of Dream Path Killer moves would fall drastically. When Dream Realms undergo complete external manifestation, and Dream Path would be thriving all over, this killer move's value would fall beyond belief. The value of opportunities depended on the timing. Spring-Autumn Cicada was very valuable, but if Fang Yuan became a demon venerable and was invincible in the world, why would he need it? This was also the case for Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan obtained it after becoming a GU Immortal and had his own healthy blessed land, the value he received from it would be far lower. The same logic applied to Wisdom GU, All-Out Effort GU, and this Dream Path Killer move. But I definitely need the core Immortal GU, Unravel Mystery, to use this Dream Path Killer move, otherwise, all of this is empty talk. Fang Yuan looked at the auction again. At this moment, there were few competitors left. Feng Zhuzhe and old ancestor Shui who were out of the competition. These two had spent a great amount to buy Ma and Zhao, their foundations were shaken and they no longer were able to compete. Yao Huang had backed out regrettably as well. He had purchased some Refinement Path Immortal GU, as well as many GU Immortal captives. With the huge resource consumption of Refinement Path, all sorts of restrictions forced him to back out. 5 Elements Grandmaster had stopped long ago. He had bought many Immortal GU of the mainstream paths, and he was also a lone cultivator. The last ones remaining were Heavenly Lord Baizu, the Eastern Sea Rank 8 GU Immortal, and 3 super forces. They were Yuan Tribe, Murong Tribe, and Chanyu Tribe. Soon, Chanyu Tribe left the competition as well. Even though Yuan Tribe's Yuan Rang Zun was screaming that he wanted to sell all of the true martial carps away, he could not make up his mind. After all, Yuan Tribe already had their own Immortal GU house. Thus, only Murong Tribe, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal, and Heavenly Lord Baizu were left. Murong Jin Shao, my force has no Immortal GU house to defend it, this is very dangerous. If you can let go today, I will definitely compensate you well. In the secret room, the Eastern Sea GU Immortal urged. Murong Jin Shao shook his head, paying respects as he smiled. Lord, my Murong Tribe's Immortal GU house is lacking a core Immortal GU, everyone in Northern Plains know that. This matter involves huge benefits for my tribe, please forgive me for my insolence, I want to fight for it, whether it ends in success or failure, I do not want to be resigned. The Eastern Sea GU Immortal sighed faintly, he no longer said anything apart from raising the bid. It seems that I still have some hope. The price was already at 2 Immortal GU, it had far exceeded the value of 4 GU Immortal captives, but Fang Yuan's gaze was becoming more excited. Even though the Red Fiend, Divine Boat is good, no core Immortal GU are being sold. The Immortal GU that the 3 of them are offering are rank 6, they have little use. 2 Immortal GU are the limit, those 3 are already thinking hard, their bids are increasing very slowly. After all, even if they obtained this Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe, it only involves the entirety of the Immortal GU recipes, they still needed to spend a huge sum refining the GU. The seller is a wood path cultivator, he wants resources useful to his cultivation. Among these 6 Immortal GU, only one is wood path, it comes from Murong Tribe, but it is an investigative Immortal GU. Hehe, this is great. Forget about the last GU Immortal, Rushing Thunder Hand Wu Hao, that I still have. But the 3 Wahai Immortals are Wood Path GU Immortals, I can make good use of this situation in a plan. Fang Yuan moved quickly, he immediately informed Qin Bai Sheng and contacted Heavenly Lord Baizu. The 3 parties are in a stalemate now, I do not have a Wood Path Immortal GU, and Murong Tribe has the greatest chance now, maybe I can use this to break the stalemate. Heavenly Lord Baizu was moved, he changed his bid, he first took down Unravel Mystery Immortal GU and put up the 3 Wahai Immortals. The seller's eyes brightened, he hesitated for a bit before choosing Heavenly Lord Baizu. He was an astute person. To him, even though the other two sides had an additional Immortal GU, only one of them had a Wood Path Immortal GU. But in Heavenly Lord Baizu's bid, there was a Movement Immortal GU and 3 Wood Path Immortal Apertures. He could swallow them and gain a huge boost in cultivation level. He sold the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. He had already offended Zombie Alliance. His current concerns were to protect his life and develop in secret. What suited himself had the greatest value. Heavenly Lord Baizu did not have any interest in the 3 Wahai Immortals, but the seller needed them urgently. As for Heavenly Lord Baizu, he did not make any losses. He still paid a price of 2 Immortal GU. Since he had already decided to give up Unravel Mystery Immortal GU, did it matter who it ended up with? Selling it to Fang Yuan, he broke the stalemate and obtained the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe. As for Fang Yuan, he finally obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal GU. This is a mutual win for 3 parties. Ha ha ha, he laughed heartily. Chapter 764, Actions of All Parties. Heavenly Lord Baizu became the final winner of the intense bidding war, obtaining the complete recipe for Red Fiend Divine Boat. And the beneficiary of the backdoor deal, Fang Yuan, also successfully obtained Unravel Mystery Immortal GU. Fang Yuan was very satisfied with this transaction. Heavenly Lord Baizu became the focal point of everyone's attention, and apart from a few related people, no one knew Unravel Mystery Immortal GU had landed in Fang Yuan's hands. Red Fiend Divine Boat's recipe could be considered as an unexpected final climactic moment of the auction. Time passed. 4 hours later, this auction, which included various outstanding people, finally ended. There is still no reply from Fairy Li Shan's end. Fang Yuan secretly asked Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng quickly sent his message, nothing until now. Fairy Li Shan actually missed such a grand event. It seems there is definitely some issue on her end. Do we return through the previous route? Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng came to Qin Bai Sheng's blessed land through the whole Earth GU established between Qin Bai Sheng and Fairy Li Shan. Now, the situation on Fairy Li Shan's end was unclear, and rashly using whole Earth GU to return was undoubtedly an unwise move. No, we will first leave along with the others, then use fixed immortal travel. We need to be careful, though, there will definitely be turmoil soon. Fang Yuan reminded. Tai Bai Yunsheng nodded with a serious expression. The auction might have ended, but there were sure to be many who were not satisfied with the results. With the end of the auction, the previous agreement signed by all parties would expire. Without the restriction, people's hearts and minds would be moved by wealth, robbery, extortion and ambushes would be the next event. Most of the GU Immortals had the same thoughts as Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Thus, they left the blessed land in a hurry and full of caution. We must get that guy. He actually dared to sell the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe openly. Our Zombie Alliance's face had been lost completely. We could let go if it was only our face, but the key thing is that the leader had repeatedly reminded us of the importance of this task before she left. But now, we have screwed up. When the leader comes back and hears the news, who knows how she will punish us. Yin Lu Gong and Dragon Commander Yi Cha discussed as they looked at their target hurriedly leaving. In the sky above Crimson Reed Marsh. Heavenly Lord, I wonder if you are interested in selling the Red Fiend Divine Boat recipe to my Yao tribe. Yao Huang stayed behind and persuaded Heavenly Lord Baizu. Heavenly Lord Baizu chuckled. Lord Yao Huang is jesting, how can such a treasure be sold easily? I won't conceal it from you, I have a lot of descendants and they are filling up my grotto heaven. Recently, I have been planning to establish a tribe, perhaps we can have many opportunities to collaborate with Yao tribe. The leaders of various forces in the surroundings had changes in their expressions as they heard this. Heavenly Lord Baizu was a rank 8 powerhouse. A tribe he established, with his support, was certain to thrive. Not only this, with the support of a rank 8 GU Immortal, even if the new tribe's foundation was lacking, it would still be a super force. Northern Plains was Giant Sun Immortal Venerable's homeland, the place where he rose up and established a hereditary monarchy. For a long time up to now, the super forces in Northern Plains were almost all of Huang Jin bloodline. Heavenly Lord Baizu was trying to poke his nose into this by establishing a super force, which no doubt was going to create an enormous impact on those Huang Jin descendants. At the same time, with the lone cultivator, Heavenly Lord Baizu, becoming the first supreme elder of a righteous path force, it would have huge impacts on both the demonic path and lone cultivator camps. Yao Huang's smile became even brighter. Since Heavenly Lord has such an intention, who could stop you in this huge world? It is very difficult for us old fellows to gather together. No time is better than the present. How about we have a chat today? Haha, this is also what I wanted to say. Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu laughed heartily. Yao Huang opened up his Immortal GU house, Medicine Cottage, and invited all the GU Immortals present to join. Most of the super forces entered in the end, including 5 Elements Grandmaster, who represented the benefits of lone cultivators. However, Old Ancestor Shui Hu refused. In this auction, Old Ancestor Shui Hu had invested a lot to buy Ma Hong Yun, as well as precious contents of the essence of the Luck Path True Inheritance. What he most wanted to do now was to use Ma Hong Yun as the primary material in refining fortune rivaling heaven and use its effects on himself. The person representing Prince Feng Xian's Wool, Feng Zhuzhe, who had disguised himself as Swordmaster Yu Lan, also refused this gathering and left on his own. In a hidden area among the reeds, he quietly met with the Central Continent GU Immortals. I have sent you the message regarding the auction. Feng Zhuzhe looked at everyone with a smile. Lord Zhuzhe made a really good move, such courage, I am in admiration. With Zhao Lian Yun, we can search her soul and find many precious clues regarding the main culprit of the Imperial Court incident. I still have to thank Lord for trading a suitable Immortal GU for me. What should our actions be next? The Central Continent GU Immortals talked one after the other, clearly treating Feng Zhuzhe as their leader. Feng Zhuzhe smiled. In this trip, he first used his tyrannical strength to subdue everyone, and now he had taken the risk to enter the tiger's den and trade Immortal GU for them. Through Feng Zhuzhe's methods and charisma, a stick in one hand and a carrot in the other, he was finally able to lead this group of experts. Of course, Feng Zhuzhe knew that behind this harmonious atmosphere, everyone still had their own thoughts. It was only that all the experts were astute. Now that they were in northern plains with a heavy mission on their shoulders, even if they had any hidden thoughts, they suppressed it deep within themselves for the time being, choosing to sincerely cooperate. To Feng Zhuzhe, this was enough. Everyone, although we obtained Zhao Lian Yun, the clues available to verify the true culprit are probably not enough. If there were enough clues, Northern Plains GU Immortals would have already discovered the truth and the perpetrator would have nowhere to hide. However, I found someone who is suspicious. Feng Zhuzhe said. Everyone's spirits rose at hearing this information. Feng Zhuzhe continued, but this person has hidden themselves too deeply. I never was able to find out their true identity. To find this person, we must start from the host of this auction. Lord is talking about Qin Bai Shang. He is a famous expert of Northern Plains, a ranked 7 Metal Path GU Immortal. I also know of this person. He is a lone cultivator. Creating such an achievement today with just his own strength is truly rarely seen. Qin Bai Shang not only has outstanding strength, he also has many favorable social connections. If we are going against him, we need to use all our strength to strike as quickly as possible. If we let him escape and ask for assistance from his allies, the situation will turn for the worse. Everyone was discussing vigorously. They were the representatives of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent, powerful and with lot of methods, but they were fighting in enemy territory. Once their identities were exposed, it was likely that Northern Plains GU Immortals would band together to attack them. Fortunately, they still had Prince Feng Xian to aid them secretly. In another area, a fight had already started. He Lang Zi, you really have guts, you actually dared to attack our Chanyu tribe. The GU Immortal who was ambushed shouted in fury. HMPH, what is there to not dare? So what if you are from Chanyu tribe? No matter how powerful the Immortal Killer Move Winged Blade is, can it save you now? Just be obedient and hand over that sandalwood sacred elephant egg, and I shall let you go. A giant wolf, the size of a small hill, spoke with an eerie gaze, in a human voice. This egg came from the mysterious rank 8 GU Immortal of Eastern Sea. It had fallen into the hands of Chanyu tribe's representative at a certain point of the auction. He Lang Zi had left previously, but actually had other intentions. He carefully set up an ambush outside and waited for someone to fall into it, capturing this unlucky fellow. He Lang Zi, you have hidden your cards well. You actually have an informant in the auction. Didn't you call yourself a lone wolf, moving alone and disdaining interaction with other GU Immortals? HMPH, if you have the guts, then place a stake against me in battle. If you win, I will immediately hand over this sandalwood sacred elephant egg to you. If you lose, then join our Chanyu tribe and serve for 100 years. The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal shouted. He had just spoken, when he heard the sound of a woman's laugh coming from nearby. A black light flashed, and 3 Gu Immortals appeared. The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal was startled. The other party had approached this closely, but he did not notice in the slightest until they intentionally revealed themselves. You are He Chang. The Chanyu tribe Gu Immortal carefully observed and quickly recognized their identities, also Fairy Zhang Yu, Why is Shui Song Zi of the demonic path with you? Chanyu Zhang I know you have the immortal killer move, Immemorial Flame Axe. But thinking of using this move to battle He Lang Zi and recruit a rank 7 as a goon for your tribe is too naive. Fairy Zhang Yu continued to smile. Chanyu Zhang expression sank, as the other party had spoken accurately. It was because of this immortal killer move, Immemorial Flame Axe, that he had the confidence to participate in this auction as Chanyu tribe's representative. But who could have thought that he had still greatly underestimated human desire, and also overestimated Chanyu tribe's stature? He Chang, you are a He tribe Gu Immortal and are of Huang Jin bloodline, like my Chanyu tribe. But you are actually colluding with demonic path outsiders to harm us righteous path Gu Immortals. Don't make such a huge mistake, it is still not too late to turn back. Chanyu Zhang thought rapidly and tried to persuade He Chang. Shui Song Zi laughed loudly. If it was your big brother here, Chanyu Shangyi, we would have a headache. If it was your younger brother, Chanyu Sha San, we would have dispelled any intention of ambush. Unfortunately, you don't have the defensive prowess of your big brother, neither do you have the speed of your younger brother. Today your defeat is certain. Chanyu Zhang expression became more unsightly. He stared fixedly at He Chang and shouted, He Chang, you are a righteous path Gu Immortal, you built your reputation over so many years, do you not want it? If this matter were to be exposed or just a rumor of it is spread, you will be condemned by the public and hunted down like a rat. He Chang's eyes flickered with hesitation, but Fairy Zhang Yu transmitted him a message, making him firmly resolute. Without saying anything, he waved an arm, from which a dark arrow flew out, straight towards Chanyu Zhang He used action to show his resolution. Third branch peak. Jade green light shined and extinguished. Tai Bai Yunsheng appeared in the room. At almost the same instant which he appeared, he activated his defensive killer move, 9 Cloud Ring. One of the disadvantages of fixed immortal travel was that other Gu worms could not be used during the process. Another disadvantage was that the amount of immortal essence consumed would depend on the strength of the target. Previously, Fang Yuan was still immortal with few Dao marks on his body, thus the immortal essence consumed was much lower. However, when transporting a Gu immortal, the minimum consumption was at least 1 bead of green grape immortal essence. After finding no dangers, Fang Yuan came out of Tai Bai Yunsheng's immortal aperture. This room was the place where Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan had met with them previously. There has been no response from either Fairy Li Shan or He Lu Lan. In accordance with the alliance, we must look into this. The most probable place is here. Shortly, the two found Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan in a bedroom. They are lying on the bed, sleeping. Tai Bai Yunsheng was dazed. He was about to walk closer but was stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't approach them, it is dangerous. What danger? Fang Yuan's eyes let out a sharp light. They are in a dream realm. If we approach them, we will also be ensnared. Chapter 765. Qin Bai Sheng vs Feng Zhuzhe. Dream Realm. Tai Bai Yunsheng heard Fang Yuan's words and his gaze flickered. He showed a grim expression. Earlier, when Fang Yuan and He Lu Lan collaborated to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, he had met with danger in a dream realm of star constellation Immortal Venerable. Fang Yuan had explained this matter briefly to Tai Bai Yunsheng. Thus, when Tai Bai Yunsheng heard the term dream realm, he knew the severity of the situation. He sighed. No wonder Fairy Li Shan and He Lu Lan did not attend the auction, they were trapped in a dream realm. I had been guessing earlier if He Lu Lan's tribulation was causing them trouble. Fang Yuan nodded. Old Bai, you guessed correctly. Most likely, the tribulation caused them to be stuck in a dream realm, unable to free themselves. When Gu immortals undergo tribulation, there can be dream realm calamities. Tai Bai Yunsheng asked in suspicion. Fang Yuan sighed. Not in the past, but now that dream realms have manifested, such calamities and tribulations have appeared gradually. Especially in the 500 years of his previous life, towards the second half of the 5 regions chaotic war, dream realms manifested on a large scale, showing up in all corners of the 5 regions. The phenomenon of dream realms becoming tribulations also became more frequent. Countless GU immortals were harmed in the process. What do we do now? According to the Snowy Mountain Alliance, we cannot abandon them. Tai Bai Yunsheng was helpless. He asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was silent, his eyes were shining with a murky light. At this moment, He Lu Lan and Fairy Li Shan had little to no defenses. It was not hard to kill them now. But because of the alliance agreement, Fang Yuan could not attack them, he even had to save them. The Snowy Mountain Alliance was made using Mountain Pledge GU. If I want to break it, I will need to destroy Snowy Mountain. Unfortunately, I do not have enough strength now. It will be hard to do so. Even if I could destroy it, Tai Bai Yunsheng is too kind, he might be an obstacle if I try to attack them. Fang Yuan felt some regret. This indeed was a golden opportunity. By killing He Lu Lan, he would obtain Strength Chi Immortal GU, Self-Strength Immortal GU, Flying Bear Strength GU, and Slavery Immortal GU. The first 3 were Strength Path Immortal GU, while the last one was Enslavement Path. They all suited Fang Yuan very well. Especially Self-Strength Immortal GU, if he obtained it, he could use it as the core and elevate the power of the Immortal Killer move Myriad Self by several levels. As for Fairy Li Shan's Mountain Pledge GU, with it, Fang Yuan would have the same advantage as Fairy Li Shan. Helping other GU immortals make agreements, this was an extremely popular service. The benefits could surpass the Guts GU trade. That was because using Mountain Pledge GU to make agreements for others not only was highly profitable, he could also establish connections. Fairy Li Shan was able to mingle in both the righteous and demonic paths. A lot of that was due to this Immortal GU. Mountain Pledge GU was not an attack-type Immortal GU, it could not provide defense or movement abilities to the GU Immortal. But whoever held it will gain a huge advantage. It was only an assistance-type Immortal GU, but GU Immortals were not only concerned about fighting and killing. GU Immortals placed emphasis cultivation, management were their biggest priority. Realistically, fighting was just a small portion of a GU Immortal's life. Only with the 5 regions' chaotic war would fighting become the general focus. Just as Fang Yuan was pondering, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land shook. A rank 8 GU Immortal's immense aura emanated and filled the surroundings. We welcome Old Ancestor's arrival. Soon, several demonic path GU Immortals spoke from their respective mountain peaks. It is Old Ancestor Shui Hu. He has his own grotto heaven, he almost never comes here, why is he here now? Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression changed. The moment he said that, he heard Old Ancestor Shui Hu's voice, resonating through the blessed land. All of you, come to the main hall and see me now, I have an important matter to discuss with everyone. As you command, Old Ancestor. The demonic path GU Immortals shouted in unison. Figures of GU Immortals rapidly flew out from the mountain peaks. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression paled. He said, "Oh no, Fairy Li Shan is still in a dream. If she does not appear or say anything, Old Ancestor Shui Hu will definitely get suspicious and come here to check. We can escape with fixed immortal travel, and Fairy Li Shan would not be attacked. But He Lu Lan is the problem. She is not a member of Snowy Mountain and is a key character who has experienced the True Yong building incident. Once she is captured and has her soul searched, we are all doomed." While an intense explosion sounded out, a pathetic figure was fleeing rapidly. Behind him, there was a huge wolf sprinting out of the smoke, opening its bloodthirsty mouth and speaking a human language. "Chanyu Zhang where are you trying to escape to?" The pathetic figure was Chanyu Zhang He continued to escape as he yelled with a panicked expression. "He Lang Zi, hey Cheng, don't go too far, otherwise, I will drag you guys down with me." Immemorial flame axe. His body shuddered, put his palms together as he turned around, exerting a chopping motion with them. Immediately, fire rose as they gathered to form an axe in midair, attacking the huge wolf. Before the attack even landed, the scorching flames already burned some of the wolf's fur. The huge fiery axe caused the surrounding sky to glow red. It was powerful and carried an aura of destruction with it, as if it could rampage to kill innumerable beings. This was an immortal killer move, it had incredible offensive power. But facing such a powerful attack, He Lang Zi's gaze shined with disdain and mockery. The huge wolf vanished, evading the immemorial flame axe and blocking Chanyu Zhang escape route. No matter how fierce the attack, what good is it if you cannot hit? Fairy Zhang Yu appeared, floating in the air. She had taken action just now. teleporting He Lang Zi away using an immortal movement killer move. Damn, Chanyu Zhong gritted his teeth, his heart sank as his angry and helpless face showed a hint of despair. You are distracted. Suddenly, a black-robed GU Immortal appeared behind him. Chanyu Zhong was shocked, quickly retreating as he created some distance. The mysterious GU Immortal remained on the spot, stretching out his right arm while his palm was aimed at Chanyu Zhong. This distance is enough, now, have a taste of my soul suction immortal goose power. Chanyu Zhong's movements froze, his body turned stiff as his soul shook, it was like there was a huge force trying to pull his soul out of his body. Oh no, Chanyu Zhong was shocked, ordinary defensive measures could not defend against such soul path methods. He tried to stabilize his soul, momentarily going into a deadlock with the mysterious black-robed GU Immortal. Quickly, assist me, the black-robed GU Immortal said. The moment he said that, He Cheng and Shui Song Zi flew towards him, placing their arms on his shoulders. By surreptitiously using some GU worms, all three of their souls worked together and formed an even greater force. Soul suction immortal GU was used in this way, it was like drawing in a river, disregarding all other aspects, it was a direct contest between souls. At this moment, the black-robed GU Immortal, He Cheng, Shui Song Zi collaborated, they had a huge advantage against Chanyu Zhong. I am unresigned, I am full of hatred, let me go. Chanyu Zhong was unable to resist them, his soul was pulled out eventually. Without his soul to control it, his body fell downwards from the air rapidly, like a puppet with its strings cut. But soon after, Fairy Zhong Yu caught it. She searched it and laughed. As expected, this fire path immortal GU is in Chanyu Zhong's blessed land. So your real motive was my fire path immortal GU. What do you guys actually want? Chanyu Zhong's soul was held by the black-robed GU Immortal, he continued to shout furiously. No, we did not lie to you. The sandalwood sacred elephant egg was also our target. But compared to the immortal GU, it is like the icing on the cake. Fairy Zhong Yu smiled. Their scheme had succeeded, her mood was great, but just as she was about to continue speaking, her expression changed. Not only her, at the same time, even the black-robed GU Immortal's hands shook. He was wearing a black robe, his head was covered by a huge hood, his face was shrouded in darkness, he said with a hoarse voice, Qin Bai Sheng was ambushed, HMPH. So this swordmaster Yu Lan is an imposter, a GU Immortal from Central Continent. Qin Bai Sheng cannot be lost, quickly go and save him. Fairy Zhong Yu said anxiously, soaring away without any hesitation or pause. The black-robed GU Immortal and He Lang Zi followed suit. Only He Cheng and Shui Song Zi were left. Lord He Cheng, do we follow? Shui Song Zi was hesitant. He Cheng looked at the black-robed GU Immortal and felt a lot of wariness. Not long ago, this person had appeared, showcasing many different methods, he had great power and had an extraordinary relation to Fairy Zhong Yu. Shui Song Zi was hesitant, but was he, He Cheng, any different? It seems that this black-robed GU Immortal is also a member of Shadow Sect. He Lang Zi might be the same as being a collaborator. Shadow Sect, and Central Continent's GU Immortals, He Cheng's gaze flickered, his body flew up in pursuit of Fairy Zhong Yu and the others. Shui Song Zi snorted coldly, he quickly followed them. Huff huff huff, Qin Bai Sheng breathed roughly, there were dozens of wounds on him, some were bleeding, some were so deep one could see bones, some of his skin had turned black, emitting a foul odor. As expected of a famous expert of Northern Plains, we attacked together and ambushed you, but you still managed to heavily injure three of us. Feng Zhuzhe crossed his arms as he watched, praising with a gaze of admiration. Northern Plains GU Immortals truly have excellent battle strength. Your methods and ours seem to have little discrepancy, yet you managed to make such great battle results. Qin Bai Sheng, you are an outstanding person, give up and surrender. Our words earlier were truthful. As long as you tell us some people's identities, we will let you leave. There were Central Continent GU Immortals all around Qin Bai Sheng. They opened their mouths as they urged him. Among them, Fairy Ling Mei and Fairy Ao Shui of Heaven's Envy Manor, as well as a young-looking GU Immortal, Old Oracle from Ancient Soul Sect, were quite heavily injured. You want me to surrender? Qin Bai Sheng raised his eyebrows, spitting out a mouthful of bloody saliva. Bah! Outsiders from another region infiltrating us in Northern Plains. Intruders, I'm tell you, we of Northern Plains are not cowards. Come at me if you have the guts, don't worry, before I die, I will certainly drag one of you down with me. Feng Zhuzhe sighed helplessly. In that case, the rest of you can stand down, I will handle it myself. Qin Bai Sheng's gaze was heavy as he stared at Feng Zhuzhe. He did not know who Feng Zhuzhe was, but he knew that he was the leader. During the battle earlier, he did not participate, he stood aloof. I will only use one move, if you can take it, I will let you leave. Feng Zhuzhe flew towards Qin Bai Sheng slowly, his expression was calm as he spoke lightly. Thank you for listening and supporting the Cultivation audiobook channel. If you'd like to support us, 1 cup of coffee can make a big difference. Please check the PayPal link in the YouTube description.